Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Pirates, I used a bucket to break Akainu's defense. Author, Sanmyo Canyon. Book introduction, follow the ship plus MC characteristics plus funny plus should be invincible. At the Battle of Marineford, Akainu swung his Hellhound with a fierce smile. All pirates deserve to die. Cheng Lang calmly took out a bucket of water and placed it under his feet. The magma instantly solidified into obsidian. Akainu, what is this? Why isn't this little bit of water evaporating? This is MC's infinite water. Cheng Lang took out another bucket. Want to try the demon sealing wave? Nani. No. New energy red. Crossed out, magma is in hand. One day. Above the sea. Oh no. Cheng Lang's fruit has awakened. Chapter 1. Die. 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 Cheng Lang was running wildly in front with his tongue hanging out. Behind him, a 3-meter-tall wild boar with 2 exposed fangs was charging violently. Just when the wild boar was about to hit Cheng Lang, a huge meatball flew from the sky and hit the wild boar directly. The huge wild boar rolled its eyes due to the impact of the meatball, and after crushing several giant trees, the wild boar cried out for his life. However, Cheng Lang, who continued to run forward with his tongue out, did not notice anything unusual behind him. At this moment, he was already running in a daze. After all, anyone who encounters a wild boar that is 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide will be scared to death. Especially for a gaming geek, if he encounters this situation, it would be good enough if he can run. Cheng Lang, who was relying entirely on adrenaline, was tripped by a protruding tree root and fell flat on his face. My lungs felt like a broken bellows. Severe pain radiating from all over the body. Cheng Lang had only one thought in his mind. To die. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. The tank-like wild boar behind him disappeared. The forest is exceptionally peaceful. Rubbing his eyes, Cheng Lang stood up panting. Looking around. Just 10 minutes ago, he was playing MC and had just returned to the main world after defeating the Ender Dragon. As a result, I came here in a flash and happened to meet the eyes of a 3-meter-tall wild boar. Did I travel through time? Or did I get poisoned from eating mushrooms? After carefully observing his surroundings and finding that there was indeed no sign of the wild boar, he leaned against a giant tree to rest. I pinched myself and felt the pain. My heart finally died. It was not a dream, nor was it eating mushrooms, but I really traveled through time. I'm not lucky. How can I travel through time? Where's the system? Where's the golden finger? Come out and save me. It seemed as if he felt Cheng Lang's call. A square fruit fell from the giant tree. It just hit Cheng Lang's hand. Cheng Lang, who caught it steadily, was stunned for a moment. Looking at the square fruit in his hand, he looked up at the sky and then looked at the fruit. Although it is a square fruit, it is covered with threads and the color scheme is extremely familiar. So familiar that he was still playing it 10 minutes ago. Green on top and earthy underneath. At first glance it looks like a grass block. Could this be a devil fruit? Stand up and look around. Then he saw the collapsed giant tree behind him, the fat figure, and the crushed wild boar. Looking at the figure with pock-marked face and fat body. Alvida. This is indeed the world of One Piece. Then is this fruit the slippery fruit? No, the slippery fruit is pink. This is obviously not it. Cheng Lang immediately looked around. It was very easy to find pink in the forest. Of course, the most important thing is that this pink fruit is very close to Cheng Lang. Looking at the 2 devil fruits in his hands, Cheng Lang still felt a little dreamy at this moment. But he soon gave up the slippery fruit. Look at the square fruits. Do not care. It was crispy at first, but soon an indescribable taste filled Cheng Lang's mouth. Countless flavors such as sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, smelly, and foul mixed together, the smell went straight to the top of his head, as if a homeless man who hadn't taken a bath for 20 years was using his foot cloth to wash Cheng Lang's mouth. He reluctantly swallowed the devil fruit in his mouth, tears flowing unconsciously. It's really unpalatable. Although it is said that a devil fruit can master all its abilities with just one bite. But Cheng Lang still ate the whole devil fruit. After swallowing the last bite, Cheng Lang felt that his soul was about to be sublimated. Fortunately, this smell comes and goes quickly. My vision started to blur. I looked down at my body and saw nothing unusual. The handsome guy is still a handsome guy. The skinny and fleshless body is still the same. It's not ineffective, is it? Or is this a specialty fruit from the One Piece world? Is it just so unpalatable? He stroked his chin and looked at the giant tree beside him. A wonderful feeling spread from the bottom of my heart. Following my feeling, I walked to the giant tree. He reached out and knocked on the wood. It didn't take much force, but it still cracked the wood, accompanied by the sound of wood being rubbed. Wave. The wood turned into a small cube and fell to the ground. Then he was attracted by Cheng Lang and finally fell into his backpack. Instinctively, he opened his backpack. Then Cheng Lang saw this familiar yet unfamiliar scene. MC, Steve's player backpack in Minecraft. The log was placed on the 2x2 processing column, and 4 pieces of wood were broken down. The workbench was synthesized and placed on the ground. Only then did Cheng Lang realize what he had done, and then he was ecstatic. The gold finger has arrived. But why does the golden finger appear in the form of a devil fruit? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. If you want to get rich, start by cutting down trees. The land reclamation process that is engraved in your bones will begin smoothly. The wood is made and dug underground. After digging for a while, there was only soil underground. After the bag was almost full of soil, I finally dug up some stones. After digging 3 stones, Mujao retired. Naturally, Cheng Lang started a mine. Fishbone mining method. Torch? No, real men never light torches. Finally, I looked at a backpack full of stones and soil. Why is this trip to the mine so miserable? No. I'm not playing games. Quickly returned to the ground. Alvito was still lying there. It seems that he doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Cheng Lang started to feel a little worried. How to do? Alvito was a villain in the early days of the anime. After eating the slippery fruit, she became prettier and seemed to be a lot kinder. That is at this time. Alvita, who had been unconscious, woke up slowly. When I opened my eyes, I saw a man looking at me with strange eyes. Boy, have you never seen a beautiful woman? Cheng Lang rolled his eyes. Looked at the slippery fruit in his hand. I have, but you are not a beauty now. What did you say? The fat lady Alvita's hair was visibly flying. Obviously, she, who was extremely concerned about her appearance, couldn't stand it, so she stood up and planned to teach the man in front of her a lesson. As soon as I stood up, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach. This instantly cleared her anger bar. I'll give you a choice. Follow me and I'll give you a look no less beautiful than the pirate empress. What did you say? Alvita's eyes widened instantly. The pain in her stomach did not affect her. She stood up, her eyes like a wolf, and white mist came out of her nose. She was obviously extremely excited. How about it? Can you really give me the appearance of an empress? First of all, you are no less beautiful than the empress. You must know that every woman's beauty is different. I can guarantee that if you follow me, any man will sincerely praise you as a beauty. Cheng Lang started to make big plans. In response, Alvita said, "This cake is so delicious." But her remaining rationality told her to see the reality. But before she could speak, Cheng Lang shook the devil fruit in his hand. Do you know it? It's called a devil fruit. The straw hat boy who knocked you away ate a devil fruit. If you eat it, not only can you get revenge, but you can also become beautiful. Chapter 2. Alvida was breathing heavily, staring straight at the pink devil fruit. The greed in her eyes was about to burst out. Looking at the skinny man, the corners of his mouth curled up. Boy! Since you brought this good thing to me, I won't make it difficult for you. Hand it over. Looking at Alvida, who was suddenly acting righteously, Cheng Lang was a little puzzled. Why did this guy suddenly change his attitude? Then, seeing the other party's eager look, Cheng Lang understood. After all, he is a pirate, so he can just take whatever he wants. Thinking of this, the slippery fruit in Cheng Lang's hand suddenly disappeared. It seems that you don't understand what is happening now. Alvida saw her devil fruit disappear in an instant. I felt panicked. She reached out and tried to grab the man in front of her. But the next moment, a 1 meter by 1 meter stone wall appeared in front of him. Then, while she was still stunned, stone walls appeared beside her. When she came to her senses, everything around her was a stone wall. And Cheng Lang appeared above the stone wall. You're also a devil fruit user. What else? If you are not a person with special abilities, why would I give you the fruit? Cheng Lang shrugged, and the slippery fruit appeared in his hand again. Realizing this, Alvida understood her position. She was shy and was planning to fool people by acting coquettishly. But now she was in the form of a fat ant, and her awkward look made Cheng Lang roll his eyes. Stop, I'm in a pretty good mood right now, so I'm giving you a chance. I promise. Cheng Lang smiled and nodded, then threw the slippery fruit to Alvida. Remember to finish eating. After saying that, Cheng Lang jumped off the stone wall. Walked towards the wild boar. If Luffy hadn't knocked Alvida away, he would probably have died. It is not an exaggeration to say that these two people were his saviors. Although he's not an anime geek, he's watched popular manga like One Piece and is familiar with the characters. He might have the problem of his values being influenced by appearance, but what man doesn't like beautiful women? If he doesn't like them, he's definitely gay. As soon as he walked up to the wild boar, it shrank and was sucked into Cheng Lang's backpack. This gave him a start. Then he opened the backpack and saw that the wild boar, which was more than 3 meters tall, was now lying in a compartment of the backpack. Boy, this is MC. Thinking, he made a furnace and placed logs in the fuel area. The whole wild boar was thrown directly in. Then the baking starts. Really? As the burning value decreased, the progress of roasting the pig slowly increased. Obviously this amount of logs is not enough. But there was plenty of wood in the forest, so he took out a stone axe, walked to the giant tree, and started chopping it down. Just finished cutting a circle. The giant trees above collapsed and turned into small cubes that fell to the ground. Cheng Lang was a little surprised by this, because he didn't have this ability to cut down trees before. His vision blurred again, and then he noticed the interface. It turned out to be the case. Will the game interface appear when you want to see it? Everything in the game appeared with a thought. And my level has increased by 1 level. Have you upgraded? It should be the experience orbs that wild boars drop when they die? Does that mean you can unlock mods by increasing your level? While Cheng Lang was thinking, a panel appeared in front of him, on which only one chain mining icon was lit. There are several locked bars below. They are level 10, level 20, and level 30 respectively. So on and so forth. Up to level 100, there is no more below that. I don't know if this is the upper limit or if there is more below that he can't see. Without giving it any more thought, I returned to the furnace. Put all the logs in. Then he turned his attention to Alvida. To be honest, he was quite curious about how eating the slippery fruit could turn a person into a beauty. But in the end, he found that Alvida was still the same Alvida. The appearance of a fat ant. No, you didn't eat. I ate it, why am I still like this? Alvida was a little overwhelmed. Cheng Lang was a little confused. But then he seemed to think of something. Use your power to slide away the fat and freckles. The words fell. Alvida began to change drastically. Like plasticine, her skin began to peel off, and clumps of fat fell to the ground. Soon, the tall and beautiful Alvida from the anime appeared. After dismantling the cobblestone wall, Cheng Lang poked the ball on the ground. Fat plus skin. So that's how it works, wrapping the skin and then sliding away excess fat and skin problems. Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, just sliding away the fat would leave the skin wrinkled. And Alvida came out. She looked at her slender arms. There was no hair on them. They were white, delicate, and smooth as fat. I touched my face. It was a standard oval face, and my facial features were distributed just right, not squeezed together like before. Me? My voice has changed too. It's normal. When a fat person loses weight, their voice changes because more air circulates in their throat, making the voice clearer. Cheng Lang explained. Alvida was very excited. Although she had not seen her own appearance yet, she was definitely not the same as before. She looked at Cheng Lang and was about to express her gratitude, but she saw that his eyes were wandering around. What happened? Cheng Lang scratched his head, his voice a little erratic. Confidence is a good thing. Alvida looked down and was stunned for a moment, then she smiled happily without any woman's shame. In the past, she couldn't see her feet when she lowered her head. Although she can't see them completely now, at least she can see her toes. Cheng Lang was a little puzzled by Alvida's sudden laughter. Aren't all women in the world of One Piece so open-minded? Scratching his head, Cheng Lang, who was only 20 years old, felt a little overwhelmed. Silently looking away. After a while, Alvida came to the furnace in neatly dressed clothes. Thank you. A simple thank you is the most pleasant thing Alvida can say now. You arrived just in time, the roast pig is ready. Roasted pig. Cheng Lang reached out and pulled out a huge object from the mouth of a square and still burning furnace. It was a wild boar more than 3 meters tall. Alvida widened her eyes. It was hard to imagine how such a big thing could be taken out of the furnace mouth, which looked only 30 centimeters in size. But she gave up soon. After all, the devil fruit was so magical that it was not surprising that it could do this. Eat it. It should help with your injury. Alvida rubbed her stomach, which was still aching. Without hesitation, he reached out and tore off a piece of pork leg. Started to show off. The wild boar, which was more than 3 meters long, was completely destroyed by the two men in less than 10 minutes. Alvida eats a lot, otherwise she wouldn't gain weight, but Cheng Lang can eat as much as he wants. Even though the chicken leg is full, it can still increase his satiety, which is the characteristic of MC. But now my stomach is full. I didn't expect your cooking skills are quite good. Chapter 3. Thank you, but whether it tastes good or not has little to do with me. It all depends on the power of the fruit. Cheng Lang told the truth. As a modern man, it is not just talk that he cannot tell the difference between grains, let alone cooking. But I have to say that the wild boar roasted in the furnace has no hair and internal organs, and it tastes like pure roasted wild boar. It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Even without adding any seasoning, it tastes good. Of course, it is also possible that this is the world of One Piece. Luffy is a guy who doesn't know anything, but he has no problem grilling meat by himself. Alvida looked at Cheng Lang with her beautiful eyes, feeling his honesty, and only then did she truly look at the man in front of her. He was dressed strangely, with big shorts and a shirt with strange words printed on it, but his behavior was very polite so far. Then Alvida set her eyes on the other person's face. With messy hair, a fair face, and soft facial features, if she wears a wig and women's clothes, and puts on some makeup, she can be called a girl. The two of them were very close to each other, and there was no strange smell around them except the smell of barbecue. After all, the pirate ship is full of rough men, and they don't care much about the smell. After all, they are used to it after smelling it so many times. Compared with the rough man under his command, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the man in front of him is a young and handsome guy. Just looking at these thin arms and legs, they look so fragile. If it were before, Alvida would definitely look down on such a man. Even if he was just doing odd jobs, he would not tolerate him. After all, that was not what a man should be like. This is also one of the reasons why she always targets Kobe. The weak can be bullied. You told me to follow you. Cheng Lang patted his belly but found that it was not rising or falling at all. He glanced at Alvida and asked, "Why do you regret it?" "That's not the case. After all, Chenjui has done me such a great favor, it's impossible for me not to repay him. But I'm curious, you should know me, right? A pirate with a bounty of 5 million, and I'm also a fat woman. With this fruit, it shouldn't be a problem for you to find someone gentle and considerate, right? Now that she has become a beautiful woman, she no longer cares about self-mockery. After all, those are all things of the past. And you should be some noble, right? One in trouble." At this moment, Alvida had thought of a lot. In this world, people with fair skin are basically either rich or noble. In addition, the clothes she wore may seem simple, but no matter from which direction you look at them, they should be a famous brand. After all, it's a character I haven't seen before. If the nobles still let her, a pirate, follow them, then she would definitely be in and out of high-end scenes in the future. Imagining herself being stared at by countless jackals, and those people were once nobles who hated her so much, Alvida couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Me? A noble? How is that possible? Cheng Lang pointed at his nose, feeling a little puzzled. Is he so hideous? Not a noble. Alvida's dream was instantly shattered. Then his expression became strange and he looked me up and down. Descendants of naval executives. Then I should have captured you and returned your devil fruit immediately. What are you thinking? Alvida felt a little confused. The man before her was neither a noble in distress nor the descendant of a high-ranking naval official. If he were simply wealthy, that wouldn't make sense. After all, she was a pirate. When they robbed merchant ships, they were hated to death. Recruit? Become a thug? You can't become a pirate. Cheng Lang stood up and patted his butt. Don't think too much about it, just think of it as my interest. And to be honest, Cheng Lang has no goals so far. Go home? If it was just to return to his own rental house on Blue Star, then there was no need for the K family. As for my family, they were gone when I walked out of the orphanage alone. Friends? I have quite a few on the internet. The only thing I am reluctant to part with is probably the computer I just bought. Come on, let's go check out your boat. Alvida followed silently, no longer thinking too much about many issues. She just doesn't want to say it, and she doesn't really want to know. She will naturally know it after getting along for a long time. Why are you going out to sea? Maybe. When the two arrived at the coast, there was no pirate ship there. The base camp that originally belonged to Alvida is now empty. Cheng Lang looked around. Is this the world of comics? If this were an anime world, Alvida would have been beaten to death by Luffy on the ship. Then he stopped worrying about it, because the plot was almost the same anyway. At this moment, Alvida was surrounded by low pressure. These damn guys! They actually ran away. Are you sure it was your crew that ran away, and not Luffy and Kobe who took your ship away? My little treasury has been emptied. Only my men know this. Damn those guys! I'm going to let them taste my iron rod. Alvida gritted her teeth, anger burning in her eyes. Do you still have a boat? By the way, do you know how to sail? Silence, continuous silence. For a moment, the only sounds on the island were the breathing of the two people. By the way, we are all landlubbers and can't swim. I know. Alvida angrily found a room and shut herself in. Cheng Lang found this a little funny. But this also proves one thing in a side way. This is the reason why when Alvida appeared again in the original work, she had no subordinates around her. It seems that all his subordinates have defected. After all, he went from being the subordinate of a fat woman to being the subordinate of a beautiful woman. Cheng Lang didn't think that those pirates would like to work under a fat woman. But then it seemed like another ship appeared, loaded with cannons? Could it be that the other party also has the skills of shipbuilding? After thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang decided not to think too much about it. But I'm ready to study myself. Come to the beach and reach out to touch the sea water. There was nothing unusual physically. Then gradually expand your body's contact with seawater. Soon he saw a weak X bottom buff on his status bar. Weakness 10? Can I use milk to remove this negative buff? Remove your body from the seawater. The weak X quickly disappeared from the status bar. The feeling of powerlessness also subsided. It's a pity I don't have a bucket right now, otherwise I'd try to see if I can create infinite water. Then he looked at the ground. I just don't believe it. I won't be able to dig up any iron today. But first I need to get some boxes. I'm covered in too much dirt. He simply built a wooden matchbox and threw all the dirt and stones on his body into it. Just like in the game, the box has ample storage space. Then he used the real man's mining method and dug underground. Chapter 4. With the stone shovel and stone pickaxe, digging speed is much faster than before. When he reached the stone layer again, Cheng Lang prepared to continue digging down without any pause. But he was still a little cautious this time. There is no real man mining method used. He only dug out half a backpack of stones before stopping and starting fishbone mining. Time passed quietly. Cheng Lang looked at his backpack full of stones and fell into deep thought. Am I taking it for granted? Games are games, and reality is reality. The iron ore in the game is square, but the iron ore in reality is very small and evenly dispersed in the stone. These need to be refined, and this requires the ore screening machine of the technology module. But let's not talk about the technology module for now. Even if I can make a screening machine, I still need iron ore and other ores. I can't even get iron ore now, let alone other things. Think for some time. Cheng Lang decided to give it another try, but this time he decided to use chain mining. Simple debugging. Set the stone as the target for mining, with a range of 12*3. The excavation speed this time was very slow. It was visibly that my satiety level had dropped by half a level. Wow! There are 36 more stones on the ground. Except rocks are rocks. Continue to expand. God helps those who work hard, and Cheng Lang finally sees the mine. Just getting closer and seeing that it was a coal mine made Cheng Lang very excited. Excitedly, I walked over and started digging. Bang sound! The stone in his hand was broken into pieces. Countless coals exploded before my eyes in an instant. I was so cool that I forgot to turn off the chain. Looking at the darkness ahead, Cheng Lang picked up some coal from the ground and rubbed it into a torch. There are a lot of coal mines. Coal mines are everywhere. But Cheng Lang was not concerned about these things. He looked at his experience bar. However, there was no upgrade due to mining. This is slightly different from the game. Some of it is not understood, but it doesn't matter, there are many ways to upgrade MC. However, the existence of coal mines means that other ores also exist, but I just haven't found the veins. Take out a new stone pickaxe and continue digging coal. Since we are here now, we should at least fill our backpack before leaving. Cheng Lang combined the coal into coal blocks and finally dug a full backpack. However, he had not finished digging yet, as there was still a lot of coal in the mines that had not been taken away. When he returned to the ground, it was already dusk. There is a macho pink boat parked on the shore. Although it is not big, long-distance sailing is no longer a problem. I thought you ran away. Alvida sat on a chair on the deck, crossed her legs and looked at Cheng Lang. Did you make this yourself? You really think highly of me? Alvida patted the stool beside her and motioned Cheng Lang to come up. Cheng Lang didn't think much about it and walked up. This is the boat I used when I first went out to sea. Look, after working on it all afternoon, it's barely usable now. As she spoke, she stepped on the wooden deck, which now made a creaking sound. Obviously the quality is worrying. Okay, leave this to me and help you transform it. Night fell quietly, and Alvida watched her small boat gradually turn into a large ship with sharp edges. On the shore, Cheng Lang looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. I have been playing MC for many years. Although I have not become a construction master, I have built a lot of things when I was bored. Your devil fruit is really magical. Alvida sighed. Walking onto the deck, I felt the smooth template without any nails fixed on it, which was quite amazing. Necessary. If I were given more materials, I could come up with even more tricks. This torch shrinks when I hold it in my hand. It has no temperature, yet it can continue to burn. Wow, it's worthy of being a devil fruit. Alvida admired the torch in her hand. It can be touched and is not hot. Moreover, the torch has continued to burn and provide brightness since Cheng Lang started the modification and has not gone out. Just incomprehensible. Looking at Alvida, who was having a lot of fun playing with torches, Cheng Lang focused on another point. Even though I modified it, I couldn't move MC's ship, after all, it was MC. But after a moment he felt relieved. Looking at the ship swaying with the waves, Cheng Lang didn't think any more about it. Try the floor's defense. After hearing this, Alvida picked up her mace and smashed it directly on the wooden board without thinking much. As a result, a tiny crack appeared in the center of the square on the ground, but it disappeared in a flash. Fixed. This surprised Alvida, and she continued to increase her strength. But no matter how hard she tried, only tiny cracks would appear on the wooden floor, and then it would heal the next second. It's too strong. Try hitting it continuously without using too much force. Bang bang bang. Under the continuous hammering, the wooden floor finally gave way and cracked into countless pieces before turning into powder and disappearing. No wooden steps fell. Cheng Lang watched this scene. Thoughtful. It takes 10 consecutive attacks to completely break the block. And if the interval exceeds 1 second, it will be restored directly. These are still wooden steps. Place a whole cobblestone on the deck. Seeing this, Alvida was speechless. But he still started to move his hands. The result was that it took 20 times, and it took a lot of force to break it. If the attack interval exceeds 1 second, the cobblestone will be restored in the next moment. As for the possibility of using flying bricks to smash the cobblestone directly, it is probably possible. After all, Alvida can smash the wooden steps by swinging the hammer with all her strength 8 times. Apparently, throwing bricks with great force is also effective. Cheng Lang looked at Alvida, who was neither blushing nor out of breath, and once again felt the strong physique of the people in this world. To be honest, Alvida was knocked out by Luffy with just one punch. If it were in modern society, flying such a long distance would have already killed him. After eating a meal, Alvida has returned to normal. Although it is also due to the characteristics of her MC food, it is obvious that her physical condition should also be an important factor. Why? Are you tempted by my beautiful face? When Alvida saw Cheng Lang looking at her, she stuck her mace on the ground and flicked her hair in a cool manner. If it were in the past, it would probably just make people feel uncomfortable. But with her beautiful appearance, she is indeed very tempting. At night, the stars twinkled, the moonlight fell on the deck, and the firelight flickered. A lonely man and a widow. Cheng Lang rolled his eyes. Although Alvida was very beautiful at the moment, they had not been together for long, and Alvida had looked like a fat ant before. To be honest, he was a little overwhelmed. Of course, it's definitely not because I'm shy and embarrassed to speak up, absolutely not. Seeing Cheng Lang's blushing face, Alvida was very satisfied. She stopped teasing Cheng Lang and walked to the seat. We should also talk about our future plans. Chapter 5. Cheng Lang sat on a chair nearby. Seeing that Cheng Lang didn't say anything, Alvida thought for a moment. First we have to get money. My treasures and food were taken away by those damn guys. You saw it in the kitchen. There were only some rotten fruits and some rotting meat. Cheng Lang nodded. He had also renovated the kitchen, and it was just as Alvida said, there was nothing to eat. If possible, I plan to go meet the Straw Hat Boy. Don't get me wrong, after all, he's the one who defeated me. It's only natural for him to want to fight back, right? Alvida's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. This surprised Cheng Lang a little. Remember in the original work, after Alvida was punched away by Luffy, she got together with Buggy and boldly asked Luffy to be her man in Rogue Town, and killed him if he disagreed. Why do you look so happy fighting now? Cheng Lang thought about this and nodded. Now he really didn't know what to do. He was not prepared at all when he came to the world of One Piece. Fight for the great treasure? Become the next pirate king? Or join the revolutionary army and overthrow the celestial dragons? Or become a marine and fight pirates? To be honest, he doesn't have a very real sense of these things. I always feel that these are still far away from him. But Luffy still wanted to see him, not only to see the protagonist of this world, but also to see his savior. Seeing Cheng Lang agreed readily, Alvida was a little surprised. You don't plan to do anything? Well, if there is one, it's probably to go to the pier and get some fries. Alvida was a little confused. You? Alright, let's go tomorrow and chase the Straw Hat Boy. Hey, can you wait a moment? What happened? Nothing, just planning to deal with some traitors. Cheng Lang understood and nodded. Do you know where they went? I have a rough idea in mind. After all, the food reserves are only enough to reach one place, and they will definitely be there. Cheng Lang said okay. At night, the two of them went to their own rooms. Cheng Lang lay on the bed and looked out the window. The moonlight was high in the sky, and its rays fell on the wooden floor. I've traveled to the world of One Piece. After a sigh, he closed his eyes, and countless thoughts echoed in his mind. Finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, accompanied by the crashing of waves, Cheng Lang wakes up. Alvida has set sail. Are you awake? Leaving so early? I'm afraid it's too late and those damn guys will run away. Cheng Lang came to the bow and looked at the endless sea. At first it was satisfying, but after a while the quiet sea became boring. No wonder Luffy was so excited when he saw the island. It would be nice if he could play on the computer right now. Alvida walked out of the kitchen. Take out the cut fruits and simply processed food. Just eat something simple. Cheng Lang picked up the fruit and took 2 bites. The chicken leg didn't even twitch. But soon, the whole plate of fruit was eaten up. Cheng Lang looked at the fruit core in his hand and had a strange idea. She stood up and walked to the warehouse, took out the soil and came to the deck, watching the other party's operations. As a result, Cheng Lang dug a hole in the deck and stuffed mud into it. Finally, he took out the fruit core and sat there in a daze. What happened? Cheng Lang didn't answer her. Instead, he took out a hoe and knocked on the ground. The ground sank. Cheng Lang waved his hand, and a seed-shaped mark appeared on the cultivated land. Sure enough. Thinking of this, Cheng Lang immediately ran to the tool warehouse. Quickly he got out the bucket. Then I saw the other person standing blankly by the boat. Then Cheng Lang put down the rope ladder, climbed down by himself, and poured out a bucket of water. Irrigation with seawater. Although Alvida was not a farmer, she knew that sea water could not be used to irrigate the land. When Cheng Lang returned to the deck, Alvida didn't say anything, just watched quietly. Cheng Lang opened a hole in the deck again. Place blocks underneath and then pour sea water into the empty opening. Of course, a small bucket cannot fill up a 1*1 space. Something magical just happened. Although there was not much water, the farmland was still moist. Seeing this, Cheng Lang nodded. It really works. Although ordinary tools cannot be transformed into MC tools, some of their characteristics can be utilized. Seeds can be planted on arable land, and arable land can be moistened as long as there is water nearby. Don't worry about whether it's MC water or not, as long as it's water. After thinking for a moment, cover less than half a block of water with half a brick. There is no water visible on the surface. It's a pity that I don't have bone meal. I can make a compost bucket, but I don't have leaves. I don't need leaves later. Where did you put the kitchen waste, Alvida? The kitchen trash can. Cheng Lang rushed into the kitchen. Alvida followed curiously. As a result, Cheng Lang started his operation and turned the trash can directly over and poured it into a square bucket. Then something magical happened. Green light came out of the square barrel. Soon a white, wrinkled object popped out. It really works. Alvida, please help and throw the rotten or inedible things in here. With the hard work of the two, Cheng Lang now had 10 more bone meals in his hand. What is this? Is it edible? Alvida looked at it curiously. Come with me, and I'll show you the power of bone meal. When they reached the deck, they were stunned. A square tree stood proudly on the deck. This. Alvida was a little confused. But Cheng Lang was not surprised. The growth cycle of MC trees is very peculiar. It may take 3 or 4 days to grow, or it may grow up suddenly just after being put down. Cheng Lang came directly to the tree. His eyes fell on the wood. Cha-cha fruit tree. He took out an axe and chopped it cleanly. The leaves began to wither. The sapling of the fruit tree fell to the ground. At the same time, the leaves withered and the fruits fell to the ground. Harvest 2 cha-cha fruits. Cheng Lang took out a cha-cha fruit and threw it to Alvida. Looking at the round and plump cha-cha fruit in her hand, she saw all this, her eyes full of disbelief. After taking 2 bites, I found it was indeed a cha-cha fruit, very crispy and delicious. The surprise was not over yet. Cheng Lang planted the sapling and just used the first bone meal, and the fruit tree grew directly. This surprised Cheng Lang. Continue to do the same. The leaves withered and the cha-cha fruits fell. Finally, until Cheng Lang ran out of bone powder. That's the end. Your ability is really practical. With this thing, we won't be short of fruits in the future. Alvida looked at the basket of cha-cha fruits. They are all plump and round, and look almost exactly the same. And the amazing thing is that these fruits have no seeds, only flesh inside. And the sense of fullness is also very strong, and you can feel obviously full after eating one. It's a pity there are no scissors, otherwise we could achieve perpetual motion. What a pity! Cheng Lang sighed. It was at this moment that Alvida stood up and walked to the bow of the ship. What happened? Ha ha ha, I finally ran into these damn guys. Chapter 6. Cheng Lang looked into the distance and saw a small black dot in his sight. He was very curious about how Alvida could see so far away. The black spot was very small, but in less than half an hour, it was right in front of us. And Alvida quickly found her ship. When the former crew members of Alvida saw Alvida appear, they all turned into pig-like faces with love in their eyes. Facing such subordinates, Alvida felt awkward. She was looking forward to the regretful looks on these guys' faces after seeing her. But in the end, before he could even open his mouth, these guys came up to him one by one. Beautiful girl, do you want to have some fun with your brothers? We've made a fortune recently, so let's go have some fun. I didn't expect there was such a beauty on Mary Island. Listen to these dirty words. Cheng Lang frowned. She is Alvida. Cheng Lang's sudden remarks made these lecherous guys regain their consciousness for a short time, but when they saw the beautiful woman with smooth skin and hot body in front of them. Ha ha ha, kid, you really know how to joke. How could a fat pig like Alvida be like this? That's a really funny joke of yours. If Alvida looked like this, I could fuck her until I die on her ship, even if I had to be swung by her mace every day. A group of clueless pirates were laughing and joking at the moment, not noticing that Alvida had already picked up the mace. A sneer finally came out of Alvida's mouth. You mean you'd be happy to be waved at by me every day, right? Although the sound has changed, the tone is the same and the timbre is similar. Everyone instinctively shrank their necks. It felt like we were back under Alvida's rule. Everyone also noticed Alvida carrying a mace. A familiar mace, a familiar hat, a familiar cloak, and an unfamiliar face. A terrible guess appeared in everyone's mind. But before they could react, the mace has been swung down. Suddenly, people and horses on the dock were thrown into chaos. Cheng Lang looked at the scene and shook his head. After a while, I thought you were going to kill them all. Cheng Lang leaned on the edge of the boat with both hands, looking at the pier that was getting farther and farther away. Kill them? That would be too easy for them. I want them to regret betraying me. Alvida raised her head proudly. Now I want a good figure and good looks. As she spoke, she took out a small mirror and admired her appearance. Ah, this is something I never get tired of seeing. Cheng Lang was speechless about Alvida's narcissism. It's been like this since just now. But this is normal. She was ugly for more than 20 years and now she has become beautiful. How can we not appreciate her? Just like now, Cheng Lang has not yet recovered from the strange feeling of traveling to the pirate world. Seeing Alvida killing everyone feels like watching a show. But there is one thing Cheng Lang needs to consider. That is strength. Previously, due to the impact of time travel and the devil fruit, as well as the expansion of the power obtained from MC, he did not recognize the gap in strength. But when I saw Alvida's vigorous attacks just now, I suddenly realized that I seemed to be quite weak. I looked at my arms which had no muscles. It seems that I should strengthen my training. After all, the world of One Piece is not as stable as Blue Star China. But how can a cube-like person like him become stronger? Can he awaken his domineering aura? 2 pieces of wood were placed on the ground, and a stone sword appeared in his hand. If it is a game, swinging at the wall will not even reduce the durability of the sword. In reality, Cheng Lang held the sword in both hands and smashed it hard at the wood. The stone sword is intact, but its durability has been reduced. Cheng Lang looked at his hands, his knuckles were numb from the shock. Cracks also appeared on the wooden blocks. But it recovered the next second. I have to admit one thing, I am not as strong as Alvida. Naturally, what Cheng Lang did was seen by Alvida. Somewhat curious. Are you a swordsman? That's about right. Cheng Lang didn't deny it. By the way, how did you come up with the idea of using a mace? Of course it's domineering, showing how powerful I am. Alvida said as a matter of course. Cheng Lang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Alvida had such a personality. She admired the strong. If she didn't admire the strong, she wouldn't have gone to find Luffy in the original work. By the way, if Alvida continues to grow stronger like this, will she become a combination of Kaido and Mom? A bit handsome. However, when Cheng Lang saw Alvida narcissistically holding a mirror, he faced reality. So, which direction are we going now? The air was suddenly silent. As the captain, Alvida is only responsible for where she wants to go, and naturally there will be a navigator to drive the ship. As a modern man, this is Cheng Lang's first time going out to sea. If we want to find Straw Hat Boy, we can go to Rogue Town, which is the last stop on the Grand Line. Alvida suggested. Do you know the way? How about we recruit a navigator? Makes sense. Set sail and turn back. Visit the pier again. The dock should have been in chaos after being smashed by Alvida, but now it has become well organized, with dock workers still coming in and out. When the dock workers saw Alvida coming again, they ran away one by one as if they were familiar with her. The two of them didn't think much about it. Set off on your own. Leave someone to guard the ship? No need. Cheng Lang had already removed all the entrance doors and blocked them with wood. The boat was also connected to the dock on the shore with pebbles, so it couldn't be driven away. If someone went up to steal something, they wouldn't be able to find the door. As for the windows, they were naturally blocked from the inside. Are you sure you don't know how to sail? Cheng Lang confirmed again. And Alvida nodded. Why do you have the illusion that I know how to sail? Cheng Lang scratched his head. I can't say that I've watched anime and know that you and Buggy can sail on the sea and find Buggy's pirate group accurately, right? No, could it be that Buggy can sense his own body's position, which is why he can accurately locate his pirate group? After thinking it through, Cheng Lang finally understood why Alvida was hanging out with Buggy. After all, it has to be said that the crew members of One Piece, even the trainees, have been drifting on the sea for so many years, and basic navigation skills are no problem. Alvida and Buggy, who had no goals at the time, mixed together and were considered to have met a guide, and they were also able to find the Straw Hat Boy by the way. In the end, we just kept mixing together naturally. You have to pay to recruit crew members, right? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Of course, otherwise who would work for you? Alvida said as a matter of course. Cheng Lang's expression turned strange at this. But it feels very reasonable. Chapter 7. Speaking of which, as a pirate worth 5 million, why do you only have this little money? Cheng Lang was very curious. After moving away all the things that the original crew had stolen, it was discovered that Barry had less than 1 million. How can I describe this price? Not too much, not too little either. If you really want to convert it, it would be less than 4.5 RMB. It's almost a worker's annual income. Use this to support a boatload of people. No wonder these guys want to quit. Having felt the pain, Alvida looked at Cheng Lang unhappily. My appetite and yours, would you please consider this? If you don't become a householder, you don't know that firewood, rice, oil, and salt are expensive. How much would the roasted wild boar we had yesterday cost? About 200,000 berries. What? 200,000? Just for that wild boar? Alvida nodded. What do you think? This is still relatively cheap. After a simple conversion, it is equivalent to more than 10,000 RMB per pig. Cheng Lang fell silent. He remembered that in the original book, Nami's mother Belmir's savings was only 100,000, which was only enough to buy her own life. Hiss, if you look at it this way, the evil dragon collects a protection fee of 100,000 per month, which means he only needs to catch a wild boar every 2 months. It's expensive if you say it's expensive, but it's also strange if you say it's cheap. What a distorted price. How much does it cost to recruit a navigator? It depends. Some people ask for a share of the profits. If it's like the guys I met before, it's around 110,000 to 120,000 per month. Hiss. Suddenly, Cheng Lang had an epiphany. No wonder Buggy the Clown loves to find treasure so much, and his subordinates are willing to follow him to the death. Even when they are imprisoned in Impel Down, they still try to find the perpetual pointer. It seems that he is a good entrepreneurial boss. A lot of treasure can be distributed every month. Boss, how much is this bag of rice? A tenjin bag? 5,000 berries. Do you want to buy it? It's okay, just ask. Boss. 5,000 berries is about 254 yuan. It really fits the price environment of a certain country at that time. What did you say? Alvida asked, tilting her head. Haven't you reached the recruitment place you mentioned yet? We're here. It's the tavern in front. Alvida pointed at the tavern in front with her chin. It's a mess at first sight. There were countless men sitting in groups of 3 or 5, and each of them had a rough appearance. Alvida's arrival immediately attracted the attention of all men. However, a few men with bruised faces and noses at a certain table immediately lowered their heads. Cheng Lang looked at the ugly people in the tavern and was speechless for a moment. Then came the whistling, and the teasing sounds filled the pub. After all, what kind of good people can come here? This is where the chaos and foul atmosphere come from. Rubbing his eyebrows, Cheng Lang felt irritated. But Alvida is very satisfied with the current situation. You have to know that when she came here in the past, every man's eyes were full of contempt when he saw her. I need a navigator. Alvida said. It was immediately welcomed with open arms. Look at me, beautiful lady. I'm an old sailor with 10 years of sailing experience. Let me put it this way, I can take you anywhere you want to go in the entire East China Sea. As soon as one side finished boasting, the other side started to undermine it. Come on, the last time you went out to sea, you almost led the other fleet into a death vortex. How good can you be? Last time you took people directly to the Sea King's lair. For a moment, the tavern was in chaos, and 2 people even started fighting. You know, these 2 people were talking and laughing while drinking just now. Everyone's attention was on Alvida, while Cheng Lang was pushed aside. Cheng Lang shook his head helplessly at this. He looked around, and many people looked away after meeting his gaze. This made him a little confused. I don't seem that scary, do I? Then he saw the guys who had been beaten up by Alvida before. Cheng Lang understood that the information had been spread. Cheng Lang didn't care about this. After all, such a commotion at the dock would naturally lead to such a result. After looking around, Cheng Lang lost interest. The surrounded Alvida also lost interest at this moment. The truth is that none of these people are reliable. Either they lead people into trouble, or they do something stupid and send the pirates to the naval base. Before, she felt that there were many talented people here, but how come in such a short time, all these guys showed their true colors? The more I listen, the more my head hurts. So Alvida came directly to Cheng Lang's side. He grabbed Cheng Lang and walked out. After walking out of the pub, Cheng Lang was a little confused. What's wrong? None of these guys are trustworthy. I invited them with all my heart, but guess what? Their MD resumes are all fake. The more he talked, the angrier he became. Cheng Lang also found this funny. If she was really reliable, her previous crew members wouldn't have just abandoned her and run away. It is really unreliable to want to find reliable people in an unreliable place. That is at this time. A timid voice came from behind the 2 of them. Well, I heard you're recruiting sailors. The 2 turned around and saw a thin man with hair covering his eyes standing there timidly. Alvida turned her head and saw the skinny little guy, and instinctively rolled her eyes. Do you know how to sail? Looking at your physique, I'm afraid you'll fall over if the wind blows. I can. I've read a lot of sailing books. Please give me a chance. Alvida waved her hand impatiently, trying to drive him away. Cheng Lang looked at the person in front of him curiously. You heard what we said in the tavern. You should know who would go there, right? No. The voice was still timid. Alvida asked impatiently, tell me what you can bring us. Can you bring a navigator? Alvida felt that she could no longer control her temper. Cheng Lang felt an inexplicable sense of humor, as if he was a college student just entering society facing HR. Full of crystal clear stupidity. What's your name? Coolya me. Okay, it's you. Cheng Lang made the decision directly. And Alvida rolled her eyes but didn't object. This surprised Koyami. After all, she always thought that this beautiful big sister was the leader. For a moment she felt strange. She didn't have much confidence to begin with, and now she became even more frustrated. But Alvida didn't care about that. Since Cheng Lang said it, she naturally wouldn't object. After all, I agreed to follow Cheng Lang, so I won't worry too much about those things. When she put her arms around me, Alvida felt the trembling of her body and the physical signs unique to women. Are you a woman? Yeah, sorry. Chapter 8. The girl stammered and said sorry. This behavior made Alvida very unhappy. Look at you, you're so timid. Why do you have the guts to come out here? Why don't you just stay home? In response to this, Koyami lowered his head and muttered softly. But obviously the sound was not loud enough for the two of them to hear. What do you say? My friend hasn't come back from the sea yet. Although he sent a letter to let me know he's safe, I want to find him. Koyami raised his voice a little. The merchant won't look for me, and I can't follow the ship, so I came here to take a look. I just happened to see a beautiful lady recruiting seafarers, so I wanted to give it a try. Alvida was not interested in Koyami's explanation at first, but when Koyami mentioned the beautiful older sister, it hit the nail on the head. Yes, you have great potential. Although I'm not very famous on the sea, maybe I know the person you're talking about. After hearing Alvida's promise, Koyami, who was trapped, immediately said excitedly, his name is Kobe, a big boy with pink hair and a good personality. I learned sailing from him. Let me tell you, even though Kobe is weak, he's very smart. He can learn a lot of things just by reading them once. He's amazing. Koyami said with a smile. He didn't notice at all that Alvida's face darkened. Cheng Lang, who was walking in front, couldn't hold it anymore. He laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this is fate. Cheng Lang sighed, and then had to admit one thing, that fate seemed to really exist in the world of One Piece. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence that I met Kobe's childhood sweetheart? This character obviously did not appear in the original work, but now it appears, and it feels like he has a strong connection with the future Navy King. Suddenly, Cheng Lang felt that he had become a part of One Piece, or in other words, a part of the wave that was about to be set off. Did fate give him different weights because of this? Finally, Cheng Lang felt the reality of this world. In the world of One Piece, there is not only the Pirate King Luffy, but also all living beings. What happened? Koyami looked at Cheng Lang, who was laughing loudly with some confusion. Was what he said so funny? Alvida was so angry that she reached out and slapped Cheng Lang on the back. Cheng Lang restrained himself after feeling a slap on his back. But I still couldn't help wanting to laugh. Nothing much, I'm just sighing at how wonderfully intertwined the destinies of this world are. Me looked up at Alvida in confusion. Then he saw the other person sigh and shake his head. I know the Kobe you're talking about. Me's eyes lit up. Really? Where is he now? Can you take me to see him? I don't know where he's going now, but he's probably joining the Navy. Navy? Sure enough, he went to be a Navy. You know. Well, Kobe really likes marine heroes. When he was little, he often said he wanted to be a marine hero when he grew up. But he rarely said that after that, and I don't know why. After hearing this, Cheng Lang was silent for a moment. Is that right? In the original story, it seems like he was talking to Luffy about his dream, that after being oppressed by Alvida for 3 years, he wanted to join the Navy and catch these evil pirates, right? The world of One Piece that I live in has changed a lot, but I think this is normal. After all, One Piece 2 years ago and 2 years later are completely different worlds. In the end, the rubber fruit even directly became the Nika fruit. After all the patching, the world is no longer what it was before. Indeed, he might really become a naval hero in the future. Cheng Lang gave some affirmation. Although he only watched the Dressrosa arc of One Piece, he was able to occasionally see many clips of One Piece afterwards, such as the rubber fruit completely becoming the human fruit, the mythical beast species, the Nika form. And Koby becomes the new generation of Navy hero or something. It seems that the reputation is still very bad. Hearing other people's recognition of Koby, Koyami was very happy, as if he was also recognized. At this, Alvida sneered disdainfully. In her impression, Koby is a spineless guy who never speaks the truth. As for Cheng Lang's affirmation and Koyami's thoughts, she wouldn't say much. After all, it was just words of comfort. Bring Koyami aboard. By the way, is it okay for you to go out to sea with us? Won't your family be worried? Koyami shook his head. Koby and I both grew up in orphanages. Our families were killed by pirates a long time ago. Cheng Lang fell silent again. In this weak little girl, he saw the epitome of an era. He also understood why Koby still wanted to become a navy even after seeing the 153rd branch being ruined by Monka. The roots of everything have come out. No wonder my family didn't show up after I went to sea for 3 years. If he and others had not appeared here, what would have been the final fate of this little girl named Koyami? Did he leave because he couldn't find a chance to go to sea, slowly develop in a small city, and finally be happy for Koby when he saw him in the newspaper? Or did he find an opportunity to become a sailor and go to sea to find Koby? In the end, he died at the hands of an unknown pirate? Will it make Koby more determined to destroy the pirates? Although I'm not sure where Koby is now, I roughly know the place where you can get news about him. Cheng Lang said. Really? Thank you. Don't thank us yet. We need to explain some things to you clearly. Cheng Lang looked at Alvida. Alvida shrugged her shoulders at this. She didn't mind. First of all, you mentioned Koby. He's been working under her for the past 3 years. Ah. Koyami was shocked. But unfortunately, he changed jobs just yesterday. Whether he joined the navy or worked for someone else, we don't know at the moment. But if we go to Rogue Town, maybe we can find out who he works for. This. Koyami was stunned. He didn't expect to meet Koby's former boss on the first day of going to sea. For a moment she was a little panicked. After all, she was not stupid. If Koby changed jobs, the result would obviously not make Alvida happy. Swallowed. So you have 2 choices right now. 1. Work for us. If nothing unexpected happens, you and Koby will meet again, but the time is uncertain. 2. When we reach Rogue Town, we will go our separate ways. As for whether you can find clues about Koby, it depends on whether fate guides you too. Don't worry about giving your answer. You can give your answer after we arrive in Rogue Town. Now we can set sail. Chapter 9. Koyami was brought on board like this. At first she was a little frightened and even restless. But as time went by, she became a sailor honestly and conscientiously. I have to say that the little girl is quite talented. She was able to sail on the sea on her first trip. There is no sense of rawness at all. Apparently, she had been doing more than just reading books over the years. She had probably also been secretly observing and simulating the scenes of herself going out to sea. However, there is one thing that makes Cheng Lang and Alvida very worried. This little girl is seasick. At this moment, Koyami, who was lying on the fence, looked pale. You're still a sailor. Alvida looked at the scene with some amusement. Koyami wanted to stand up, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she vomited again. Cheng Lang scratched his head and said, I feel like the boat is sailing very steadily. Alvida nodded in agreement. Compared to my previous ship, this one is much more stable now. I'm not seasick, I just have some social anxiety. Cheng Lang was a little confused. Would social phobia cause vomiting? I guess the hardest part of my body is my mouth. Alvida laughed out loud. There are only 2 people on the boat, why are you so socially anxious? Koyumi turned her head to look at the two of them, and the moment their eyes met, she hurriedly looked away. After the little episode, we have arrived at our first stop. Koyumi greeted the two who were sleeping soundly. Sunrise. The morning sun shines into the room. Cheng Lang was lying quietly in bed in a daze. He was a little slow to respond to Koyumi's call. It has been a week since I came to the world of One Piece. He began to miss his old life and wanted to play games. It's so boring. Although there are 3 people and they can play the landlord game, there is a delicate relationship between the 3 people. Koyumi doesn't dare to play even if he has a good hand of cards, nor does he dare to call himself the landlord. The only ones left are Cheng Lang and Alvida. As long as both of them have good cards, they can win. It was fine for the first 2 games, but it got really boring after playing for a long time. As for drawing lots or other poker games, I have played them all in the past few days. There's really nothing fun about it. Finally, we're on the island. Cheng Lang was relieved. At this moment, he could empathize with Luffy's feelings when he saw the island. Koyumi saw the 2 people coming out and pointed to the village ahead. Do you want to go get some supplies? Thanks to Cheng Lang, there was no shortage of fruit, but water was very scarce. Besides, there are 2 girls. Even if they don't take a bath every day, taking a bath will make fresh water resources scarce. Cheng Lang stretched. I'm going to go down to the mine first, Alvida, you take Koyumi with you. Can I not go? Koyumi raised his hand to express his thoughts. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Alvida was speechless. After all, I was a captain once, so there was no need for me to do anything myself. Finally she waved her hand. Cheng Lang jumped onto the ground, and the soft soil made Cheng Lang a little uncomfortable. Do you want to buy anything? Alvida looked at Cheng Lang who was eager to go down to the mine. If possible, buy more seeds. Oh, and if you see cows, get a couple. Oh, an iron. Looking at Cheng Lang who was talking non-stop, Alvida stopped him and said, I can help you with the seeds, but you can figure out the rest yourself. All right. The 2 of them went their separate ways. Koyumi, who was watching all this on the boat, had a flickering look in his eyes, but in the end he just honestly served as the boatman. This week she had seen the special abilities of the 2, both of whom were devil fruit users. With her thin arms and legs, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Forget about sailing away. Watching Alvida walking further and further away, she murmured to herself, Miss Alvida is so beautiful, will Kobe be eaten up? Patting her face, Koyumi stopped thinking about it. She went to the tool warehouse, took out a mop and a bucket, and prepared to clean the deck. This was the job she had found for herself. During this week, neither Alvida nor Cheng Lang assigned her any work, let alone serving tea or water, or any strange things happening. But doing nothing made Koyumi herself a little panicked. In the end, she arranged the work for herself. Even if the wooden floor was clean every day, even if it was stepped on and made dirty, it would become clean again soon. On the other side, Alvida came into the village. There is a carnival going on in the village at this moment. However, many houses around had collapsed, but the villagers were very happy and clinked their glasses with each other. This made Alvida a little puzzled. Her appearance naturally made many villagers stare at her in amazement, and she answered every question. You mean 2 days ago, a pirate named Buggy the Clown was ruling this place, but he was beaten away by a man in a straw hat. Yeah, it seems like this clown Buggy ate some secret treasure from the sea. He was fine even after being chopped. It's really scary. I heard from the village chief that the Straw Hat Kid can stretch his body so long. Several villagers chattered, talked, and laughed, and even invited Alvida to join the final bonfire party of the night. After hearing all this, Alvida's expression became strange. If I remember correctly, that Straw Hat boy seemed to have said that he was the man who would become the Pirate King? A man who wants to become the Pirate King will save these civilians? It's really interesting. Alvida did not disturb the villagers' interest. She briefly explained the purpose of her visit. Hey, it's just some seeds. My family has seeds for next year's spring plowing. They're all for you. After saying this, the man was grabbed by the ear and taken away by his wife. It was a bit funny and speechless, but in the end Alvida still got a lot of seeds. When she was about to pay, the bill was waived. This surprised Alvida. But then, seeing the other person's loving eyes and her charming smile, the seed shop owner almost turned into a wolf. Perhaps because of his old age, he just lay on the ground. I am indeed the most beautiful woman on the sea. She was in a good mood and stayed with Barry obediently. Humming a song, walking on the street. Although many houses were destroyed beyond recognition, these people still had smiles on their faces. Oh Miss Alvida, are you really not going to attend the bonfire party tonight? The village chief promised to show off his special skills that night. The man's enthusiastic invitation was naturally met with a death stare from his wife. If I'm free, I'll come. Alvida also responded generously. This was something she had never experienced before. In the past, just her appearance would make men scream and run away. The corners of his mouth that were raised never fell. When Alvida returned to the boat, she saw square stone marks on the coast. You can tell at a glance that this is Cheng Lang's masterpiece. Looking inside curiously. Suddenly, I discovered that it was unusually bright below. Layers of stairs lead directly to the underground. It was at this moment that she saw Koyami walking out from a corner, climbing up with difficulty while holding a box in his arms. Alvida was very familiar with the box. It was a box in the warehouse that had been modified by Cheng Lang and could hold a lot of things. Seeing Miss Alvida appear, Koyami greeted her with a smile. This is Chapter 10. Brother Cheng Lang just came out and was very excited, as if he had made a fortune. Then he went over there to cut down trees and made a lot of boxes. I saw that he was too tired running back and forth to the boat, so I helped him carry some. Alvida picked up the small box from Koyami's hand. It feels slightly heavy to the touch. How did you manage to pick up this box? Can't I take it? Koyami tilted his head in confusion. Alvida didn't say much and opened the small box. The box was densely packed with the same kind of blocks. Although I don't know what it is, but since Cheng Lang was able to fill it up, it's obvious that this thing is very important. Let me help too. Koyami nodded excitedly. Then he took Alvida all the way down. Aren't you going to that corner? It's been cleared out. So. Alvida didn't care and went downstairs. Although the blocks have sharp edges, they are surprisingly not sharp and will not cut your skin accidentally. Soon we reached the bottom. What comes into view is an extremely spacious flat. Yuan Feng Glang is mining. When the brightness is too low, he will stick a torch on the ground. The torches are inserted in a very regular pattern, which is very comfortable for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. There are rows of small boxes next to the entrance. Not connected together. Koyami picked it up and slowly climbed up. Alvida also came over and reached out to take one. Alvida had tried it before, but no matter how hard she tried, the big box didn't move at all, as if it was embedded in the wooden board. Now you can pick it up with just one end. Is it a matter of size? Can't move big boxes? When I opened the box, I saw that the contents were the same as the previous box. There are khaki spots on the stone. Very strange. After closing the lid, Alvida picked up another one in each hand, and walked quickly. This made Koyami very envious. But I still moved it one box at a time. Finally, Koyami was lying on the muddy ground with a dull look in his eyes and his whole body wet, looking a little dead. Miss Alvida, you are not only beautiful, but also, you have such great physical strength. I really envy you. Alvida, who was also a little out of breath, raised her head and curled up the corners of her mouth when she heard Koyami's praise. All the previous fatigue was swept away. You should exercise too. You're so tired after just moving twice. I have high hopes for you. After saying that, she walked away on her own. Koyami, lying on the muddy ground, was encouraged by Alvida, and was overwhelmed with emotion for a moment. This was the second time that someone had confidence in him, the last one being Kobe. Gritting his teeth, Koyami stood up and staggered to work. The busyness lasted until dusk, when the sunset glowed on the earth, painting it with gold. Koyami had already collapsed on the ground exhausted. And Alvida was too tired to talk. Only Cheng Lang was satisfied. I have never seen such dense mineral veins. What have you been up to all day? What are all these? Pointing to the small boxes that were already stacked up and were almost bigger than the boat. Alvida was a little curious. There are iron mines and gold mines. This is the richest mine I have ever dug. I can't stop at all. Cheng Lang didn't say anything. There are still many mines below and they can't be dug out at all. If he didn't have enough wood to make boxes, he would have continued. Gold. Hearing the key words, Alvida pointed to the piles of boxes. You mean all this is gold? Well, just a little bit. Barely enough to fill 2 boxes. Cheng Lang thought for a moment. 2 boxes. Alvida felt as if her breathing had stopped. She knew the capacity of the box. Don't be fooled by its small size, it can hold 27 different types of items. If they are the same items, 64 can be stacked. Although Alvida was not very good at math, she was sure that the number was more than 500. How much gold can this gold mine produce? I'm not sure, but wait, let me check. I found it. As he spoke, Cheng Lang made a furnace and started burning gold. Soon a gold ingot appeared in front of the 3 people. Here you go. Cheng Lang threw it directly to Alvida. I caught it in a panic, but found that it was not hot at all. Alvida looked left and right, and finally bit it with her upper teeth, leaving a tooth mark on it. It's real gold. Alvida was almost overwhelmed by happiness. The gold ingot in his hand is not big. It is a very standard long and prismatic gold ingot, which means that 25 jin is a very standard size gold ingot. And this purity is converted into market value. The value of this one gold brick is about 30 million. This is still a serious underestimate. Alvida had robbed caravans before, and most of the gold she got from the caravans was just the surface layer, and the purity of the gold was not very high. But this golden ingot in front of me can feel that it is really pure. Swallowed. Alvida stared at the box of gold with her eyes wide open. Similarly, Koyami was also staring blankly at the gold in Alvida's hand. She had never seen such a huge pile of gold in her life. This. Both of them can no longer speak. Cheng Lang began to worry about this. This is a bit too slow to smelt iron ore into iron ingots. Especially this pile of iron boxes. It gives me a headache just thinking about it, but luckily he dug a lot of coal on the previous island, which is enough to burn the iron ore. Are you really going to form a furnace group? Scratching his head, Cheng Lang was torn between whether to do it here or on the boat. As soon as I turned around, I saw that the 2 girls looked like they had lost their brain stems. What happened to you guys? This. Alvida pointed blankly at the gold ingot in her hand. If you want it, I'll give it to you. It's useless anyway. Hiss. For a moment, Alvida felt like she was trapped in a sea of berries and her brain was about to explode. You gave it to me? Just like that. Alvida stared blankly at the gold brick in her hand. By the way, is it okay for me to modify the boat? No problem. Whatever you want. Anything is fine. Alvida answered without hesitation. Cheng Lang was a little surprised. When he was modifying the small boat, he wanted to make it bigger and bigger. Of course, the result was that it was stopped. It seems that the sails cannot support a ship that is too large. After thinking about it, Cheng Lang decided to reduce the size of some unused rooms. Cheng Lang designed quite a few rooms at the beginning. Thinking of this, he started his own operation. But until Cheng Lang finished working on the furnace group and even connected it to the warehouse, Alvita was still in a daze on the shore. "Oi! Aren't you hungry?" Only then did the two girls react. My stomach growled. To be honest, the three of them haven't eaten for a whole day. As he spoke, Cheng Lang came to the furnace that had already produced 2 sets of gold ingots. "It's so slow." As he said this, he put the 2 sets of gold ingots in his bag. Looking at Kuyami's envious eyes, he smiled and threw a piece to the girl. This frightened the girl and she quickly caught it, but unfortunately, Kuyami was tired after a day of work and her shaking hands made it impossible to catch it. It fell directly to the ground. Mud splashes. Chapter 11. This made Kuyami kneel on the ground in great pain and dig out the gold ingot. She held it up with trembling hands, and Cheng Lang found her cautious look a little funny. And Alvita was not jealous. She looked at Cheng Lang in front of her, her emotions fluctuating. Since she followed the other person, she has gained a beautiful appearance, which is enough for her to follow him. Although she will be troubled by money, it is not something difficult for her to obtain. After all, they are pirates, so they just plunder. However, it is obvious that Cheng Lang is a kind person. Obviously, she would not take the initiative to do such a thing, but she was not in a hurry. After all, as long as she had no money, she would find a way. She couldn't just go to work, right? Sooner or later, this era will make the man in front of me do something like that. Or it has opened up new ways to make money. But she didn't expect that the man in front of her would take out wealth that she couldn't even imagine. The value of this box of gold alone is inestimable. It was no wonder that this man would give something as precious as a devil fruit to an outsider like her. Looking at Cheng Lang who was carrying supplies, she walked forward to help. Where to put it? Go to the deck. I've placed a plywood door there. Just put these mineral resources in there one by one. It is good. Kuyami also followed Alvita, ready to help. Although he was extremely tired just now, he felt strong again when he saw this large gold ingot. Don't be busy yet, eat something first. Cheng Lang stopped the two of them. He was not a slave owner, so he still had to provide them with food. As he spoke, Cheng Lang took out the cha-cha fruit, a fruit that had been transformed into an MC, but it had magical effects. After replenishing his hunger value, he began to recover his life. This was also the reason why Alvita was able to recover from her injuries so quickly before. And he has also found hidden effects these days. Eating it can not only heal injuries but also quickly restore physical strength. This is also the reason why the two of them can work all day without feeling hungry. After taking the cha-cha fruits, the two of them started eating them without much hesitation. Kuyami has a small appetite and is full after eating 3, while Alvita eats more than 20 before stopping. Cheng Lang felt ashamed when he saw the other person finish eating. Anyone who is powerful in one piece is a big eater. If it could be displayed in data, it is estimated that Alvita has more than twice as many chicken legs as Cheng Lang. After eating, they started to work. The three of them moved very quickly. The moon was high in the sky, and Cheng Lang and his team had finally completed their harvest for the day. Cheng Lang and Alvita spent most of the time moving things. Kuyami was opening the box and putting the items inside one by one. The items in the box are not heavier when they are shrunk, and they will only return to their original size after leaving the box. However, when the boxes are placed in this way and exchanged by Kuyami, there is no change in size and they can be transferred quickly. Cheng Lang occasionally went to the warehouse to combine all the iron ingots into iron blocks. If it were in the game, there would be mod to help, but this is not the case now. But even so, after compression, it was finally expanded to more than 30 large boxes. And Koyami's stomach growled again with hunger. In response, Cheng Lang took out the cha-cha fruit. You can eat the fruit later. Look over there. Alvida was a little tired of cha-cha fruits. She had eaten too many in the past 7 days. Cheng Lang looked at it curiously. Sure enough, a bonfire was lit in the distant town. What is that? Their town was taken over by Buggy the Clown. Alvida briefly explained the information she knew. Cheng Lang was surprised, then nodded in understanding. This is also normal. If they want to go to Rogue Town, their route will inevitably overlap with that of Luffy and others, especially since they should have met Nami now and their route has been determined. Come on, let's go take a look. A group of 2 women and 1 man came to the town. At this moment, the town is full of laughter and joy. Many people saw Alvida coming and greeted her enthusiastically. Those who were familiar with the place started to serve drinks and food. Cheng Lang and others were also treated preferentially. The townspeople were very happy. During this time, the village chief also came. There were 2 girls and a man. He didn't look like a bad guy. He also welcomed them warmly and began to publicize the deeds of Luffy and others. Cheng Lang found it quite interesting to hear the story, which was the same as what he remembered. After hearing this, Koyami looked at him strangely. Are they still considered pirates? Ha ha ha, of course it counts. There are good people and bad people in this world. Obviously, Luffy and others are good pirates. The village chief didn't mind his own compliments. However, Koyami's expression was extremely complicated, with curiosity and confusion. When the village chief saw the other person's expression, he laughed out loud. There are not many good people in this world. Since you have met him, why should you care about his identity? Cheng Lang patted Koyami's head and said, the village chief is right. Just like the navy is not necessarily good people, pirates are not necessarily bad people. Everything depends on the person and the situation. Koyami nodded and ate the food provided by the banquet. Koyami ate a lot and listened to a lot that night. Finally, I was invited to drink ale. Of course, in the end she was carried back to the ship by Alvida. Cheng Lang stayed until the end. Young man, you. I'm here for no reason. I just wanted to ask the village chief if you have any cattle, sheep, or chickens for sale. This. The village chief was a little distressed. It's not that there aren't any, but there are, but not many, and these livestock are difficult to buy even if you have money. After all, because of the buggy pirates, they not only looted a lot of treasures, but also slaughtered a lot of livestock to replenish supplies. Although they also held banquets, in fact most of them were consuming the livestock that had been slaughtered by the buggy pirates before. Is there any difficulty? I can pay more. It's not about money, young man. You've seen what our town looks like now. As expected, there aren't enough businesses in town, and many people have lost a lot. Livestock must be distributed to them to ensure they don't starve in the future. So, Cheng Lang also understood the problem. After thinking about it, Cheng Lang gave an answer. How about this? I can provide you with a safe place to take refuge. It's guaranteed to be enough for thousands of people to take shelter temporarily. I can also build a dozen houses. Are you telling the truth? The village chief asked suspiciously. What Cheng Lang gave was really too dreamy. Are you guys doing renovations? The village chief certainly knew about Cheng Lang and others' ship, but since there was no pirate flag on the other ship, he didn't take it seriously. Not quite hungry, but almost. So what do you think? How much do I have to pay? Still the same ones, a pair of cows, sheep, and chickens. Is this true? The village chief was incredulous. Chapter 12. It's just something that happens easily. Cheng Lang replied with a smile. The village chief thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, it would take at least several months to complete these major projects. He was confident that he would be able to find new cattle, sheep, and chickens in a short period of time. However, the facts left him stunned. Cheng Lang came to the ruins destroyed by artillery shells. Then a manuscript appeared in his hand. He knocked on the ruins for a long time, and then, bang, all the debris disappeared. This stunned the village chief. However, the incredible thing is yet to come. I saw Cheng Lang starting to build a house. Then he could see with his own eyes that the house was built like building blocks. At first he was worried whether such a house was strong enough. Then no matter how hard he pushed, it was all in vain. In just less than an hour, more than a dozen square buildings were built. It has a balcony and a chimney. It's on the second floor. Although there were no windows and some furniture, it saved them a lot of time. How about it? It's wonderful. It's a pity I can't find any sand right now, otherwise you wouldn't have to worry about the glass. That's enough, that's enough. The village chief spoke hurriedly. He was afraid that the man in front of him would build a few buildings without a word. The man in front of me not only cleaned the floor, but also cleaned the house. This has saved so much time. Now all we have to do is buy some furniture and the homeless villagers will be accommodated. It can be said that just the operations performed by Cheng Lang are enough to keep ordinary people busy for 3 or 4 months. If an ordinary person hasn't worked for 3 or 4 months, he will definitely not be able to make ends meet. Even with the 5 million left by the Straw Hat Boy, it would not be enough to feed so many families. But now. Okay, come with me and I'll take you to a place where you can escape the disaster. Already done. Just a matter of convenience. When the village chief saw the underground space, he was stunned. This. There is such a large space under our town. No. Won't it cause a landslide? No, this is not possible. The village chief immediately shook his head frantically. Cheng Lang scratched his head about this. Obviously his abilities were too far ahead of ordinary people's common sense. Simple, it's up to me. Then Cheng Lang saw him propping up the stone pillars one by one. In less than a moment, the stone pillars were built in an orderly manner. Although I have never calculated volume before, I can simply use math to calculate it. Cheng Lang inserted a torch every 12 grids, which is exactly 70 vertically and 131 horizontally. Find the area. About the size of 3077 basketball courts. The village chief knelt down. The underground space is enough for 3,000 to 4,000 people to survive. For a town with a population of nearly 1,000, it is already quite sufficient. It not only solved the housing problem, but also solved the problem of future shelter. This. How much money do you want? The village chief asked blankly. Didn't we agree on 2 cows, 2 sheep, and 2 chickens? Are you sure? The village chief felt like he was dreaming. These are just a few cows, sheep, and chickens. For such a big project, is this all it takes? Cheng Lang found the other person's expression somewhat amusing. He dug out so much iron ore from under their ground. If the boat hadn't been too full, he would probably have continued. However, Cheng Lang thought for a moment and said with a smile, if you feel you owe me something, just give me some of your village's specialty products. It is good. In the end, the village chief agreed. Cheng Lang then created a passage leading directly to the ground so that he wouldn't be blocked by the door and unable to escape. The next day arrived. The village chief came to Cheng Lang, leading the promised 2 cows, 2 sheep, and 2 chickens. There were many villagers around him, and each of them was very enthusiastic. Of course they also brought local specialties. Tangerine. By the way, what's the name of your town? Just call it Orange Town. The village chief was very proud. Cheng Lang was stunned. He remembered that Orange Town was Nami's hometown. He scratched his head. Your area is rich in oranges. Yes, in this land, only oranges grow the best. Over time, these oranges have become our local specialty. Really? Do you know if there are other places that sell oranges? I really don't know about this, but from what I heard from passing merchants, it seems that there is indeed such a place, but... But what? It seems that there are pirates stationed there for a long time. Many small merchants dare not do business there. That's it, I understand. Alvida watched the baskets of oranges being moved into the warehouse without giving it much thought. The group left Orange Town. And Alvida was very curious. Why does Cheng Lang want to raise cattle, sheep, and chickens? You're not going to keep them on the boat, are you? Alvida asked curiously. Correct. Are you serious? Chickens aside, they can just eat some rice, but cows and sheep need to eat grass. Are you sure? There are indeed people who keep animals on ships at sea. Sheep can, too. After all, sheep are omnivores and will eat meat when they are very hungry. Even some weird pirates would raise some special sheep. As for what it is used for? In addition to being dry, it can also be eaten. As for cattle, that is really impossible. Cows can only eat grass. Let me show you how powerful I am. Cheng Lang looked at the two cows with a smile. The two cows were completely unaware of their impending fate. Moo! Even the cow let out a joyful cry. Because he saw the wheat. That's right, wheat. The reason why Cheng Lang didn't rush to find wheat before was very simple, there was not enough bone meal. You can also get wood while promoting the growth of fruit trees. But that is no longer necessary. Worried about running out of bone meal? Iron is available. Can make scissors. Just cut the leaves and compost them. Directly form perpetual motion. Wheat can feed both cattle and sheep. It can even allow them to reproduce. Of course, verification is required. The two cows came in front of Cheng Lang, staring at him intently. Of course, the two sheep also saw it, but unfortunately, they were tied up nearby and could only watch. Cheng Lang nodded. It seems that MC Sweet also has an effect on real cows. Then Cheng Lang fed each of the two cows a piece of wheat. The two cows chewed it as if they had eaten something divine. They all showed expressions of enjoyment, and then their bodies involuntarily showed love. Then something magical happened. The two cows gathered together, and then, with a whoosh, a square black and white cow appeared between the two cows. For a moment, Alvida was stunned as he watched the black and white bull appear. Then she froze. This is bread? That's not right. These two cows are bulls. Chapter 13. Two bulls gave birth to a calf. Forget about Alvida. The two awake cows were extremely frightened. Something that shattered my worldview happened right before my eyes. Kuyami stared blankly, then became a little bit incredulous. She even ran to take a look under the cow's belly. Confirmed. They were two bulls. For a moment, both women looked at Cheng Lang and fell into a long silence. The two bulls gave birth to calves at such a rapid speed that it broke their expectations. However, Cheng Lang was not finished yet. He came to the two sheep. The two sheep didn't notice the problem at all and just looked at the wheat in Cheng Lang's hand. My saliva is dripping. Then, a magical thing happened again, the two sheep also gave birth to lambs. Also square. Finally came to the chicken. So the wheat was replaced with wheat seeds. Then another shocking thing happened. The chicks laid from eggs are born directly on the spot. Hiss. Alvida's expression became strange. The power of the devil fruit is indeed magical, but it can't be so magical, right? My only ability is to make my skin smooth. As for Cheng Lang, I feel like there is more than one. Cheng Lang looked at the lamb and calf with satisfaction. Touched this square head. They don't shed hair or poop, and only need a small amount of food to survive, making them perfect for extreme breeding. But it seems that it is no longer possible to overlap like in the game. Giving up on digging holes for breeding, Cheng Lang simply planned the deck. Cheng Lang doesn't have any grass blocks now, but fortunately it is possible to feed them with wheat. Just keep it like this. Alvida had a strange expression on her face. Isn't it okay? Of course they can, as long as you're not afraid of them falling off or being preyed upon by birds at sea. In the world of One Piece, not only are sea kings big, there are also bigger birds. After sailing on the sea for a long time, there have even been cases of giant birds attacking and carrying people away. If you leave the animals on the deck like this, they will die within 2 days. Cheng Lang understood. Then he thought about it and built a wooden awning over them. Looking at the deck that had been converted into a breeding area, Alvida was fed up with the thought. Koyami came to the chicken and touched its angular body. Although it looked hard, it felt soft. I could feel myself touching feathers. These feathers are not split and cannot be plucked out, as if they are one piece. So amazing. The newly born chick had no intention of resisting and allowed Koyami to caress it, even showing a little expression of enjoyment. Can I keep it? Koyami looked at the little guy and was very happy. Cheng Lang nodded indifferently. MC's cows, sheep, and chickens will not attack people. Wait a couple of days and I'll see how stable it is. If there's no problem, I'll give it to you. Okay, thank you, brother Cheng Lang. Koyami was excited. At this moment, Cheng Lang had already taken out the bucket he had been planning for a long time. He approached the cattle near the fence. At this moment, the bull was still looking at the square calf in shock, while the calf was rubbing against its fathers who gave birth to it. Alvida looked confused. You don't want to milk the cows, do you? They are male. After Mao's scream, Alvida stared blankly at the milk produced from the bull's body. She was stunned. Hiss! The bull, having been milked, felt hollowed out, and just standing there had consumed all its strength. Then his legs went limp and he fell to the ground. My body is still shaking unconsciously. The other bull watched this scene in horror. Its bull eyes are shaking. What did it go through in these short 2 minutes? He saw that he and his good brother had a baby, and even his good brother was being milked. Is the man in front of me a devil? Mao retreated to the corner. Niu was very frightened. However, Cheng Lang approached step by step and finally arrived beside it. With a scream of Mao, it was also squeezed out of a bucket with great pleasure. The 2 cows collapsed to the ground. The calf looked confused, but still rubbed against it happily. Want to drink? Cheng Lang stared at Alvida who was watching all this happen. In response, Alvida shook her head frantically. Bull's milk, just imagining it, you can tell that it must taste very strong. Cheng Lang looked at Koyami. I saw the other party shaking his head frantically. Apparently, the bull's milk also frightened her a little. You don't know the value of it. Cheng Lang didn't care. Looking at the milk in his hand, he reached into the bucket to take a look. The result was that his hand touched the milk. However, when he took out his hand, there was not a drop of milk on it. Looking at this scene, Cheng Lang dug a hole in the floor. Then prepared to pour the milk. As a result, there is naturally no way to pour it out. It doesn't matter whether you put the bucket upside down or place it directly with your mind. It seems that I am currently in the situation of the original MC. Cheng Lang thought. Look at the milk in your hand. Although I can drink it directly, I don't have any negative conditions, so drinking it is useless. Thinking about it, he no longer cares about those things. Instead, he shook 2 buckets of sea water, placed in the puddle that had been dug earlier. Cheng Lang reached out and stirred the water twice. I took out my hand and looked at it, it was dry. Me, bring a small cup. Ah, good. Me quickly took out the cup from the kitchen. Cheng Lang jumped out of the water source directly. A full glass of water is in the water glass. Cheng Lang sniffed it, but there was no smell. Then he took a sip and smacked his lips. It has no smell. It's probably not seawater. Then Cheng Lang drank it in one gulp, feeling refreshed and thirst-quenching. As expected. There is no such concept as sea in MC. So even if you blew up seawater, when you release it, it will just be ordinary water. Then he simply dug 2 pieces of wood and poured the water on the far left, creating infinite water. Sure enough. Alvida looked at it curiously. This is water source, unlimited water source, and fresh water. Real or fake? Alvida didn't believe it. Then Cheng Lang handed the cup of water to her and motioned for her to go ahead. Without thinking much, Alvida squatted down and poured the water overboard. But no matter how she splashed water, the water in these 3 boxes has never decreased. Koyami was curious too, but she brought a bigger bucket. Alvida took the bucket directly, stood with her legs apart in the ditch, and splashed water out. 10 minutes later, she looked at the water which was not missing at all. There was silence for a moment. Your devil fruit ability is too strong. Is it the legendary natural type? The kind used by the 3 admirals of the navy. Cheng Lang shook his head. My fruit is called MC fruit. MC. Ah. Alvida didn't say anything more, just thinking that her understanding was shallow. Of course, even if the admiral of the navy came, he would only feel that he was too ignorant. Then, can this water be used for bathing? Koyami was curious. I'm not sure if it can be considered washing. Do you want to try it? Cheng Lang didn't dare to guarantee that the water in MC can be used for bathing. After all, there is no concept of dirt in MC. You better build a bathhouse. Chapter 14. Cheng Lang renovated the bathroom that had been prepared long ago. Although it was called a renovation, it was actually more about placing the water source on the ceiling. Then add 2 wooden steps where the water lands. Directly fix the water flow. Reach out and feel it. Ice cold. You can also feel the water flowing down. But after taking my hand out, it was still dry. Seeing this, Alvida took out a bucket and placed it in the water flow. Soon the bucket was full of water. After thinking for a moment, she poured water into the bathtub. It turns out that the water existed before it touched the floor, but when it hit the floor, it seemed to evaporate and disappeared directly. As expected. Cheng Lang had anticipated this. Although the water in MC can interact with ordinary buckets and can be drunk, it will disappear as soon as it leaves the container. Although certain physical reactions will also occur. Just like when something hits the ground, it creates splashes of water, and when it hits the sea it creates waves. But after calm, the water will disappear. It's really amazing. Try to see if you can use a wooden ladle. Cheng Lang gestured. Alvida took the wooden ladle in her hand and tried it. The result was that water could be released, but it splashed and disappeared after hitting the ground. Then Alvida also became playful. She ran and got a bamboo tube. Then point one end of the bamboo tube toward the water source and place the other end in the pool. The result is that the bamboo tube has no way of directing water into the pool. Cheng Lang nodded secretly. It seems that reality also has to follow some of the characteristics of MC. Any container that can hold water, but there is no way to draw water from it. It's okay in the summer, but it will be freezing in the winter. Alvida gave her own answer. Can you heat it up? Probably not, but I think I have a solution. Any solution? Don't you have a bathtub? Then Cheng Lang leaned the corner of the bathtub against the water flow. The constant flow of water eventually filled the bathtub. Then Cheng Lang placed the bathtub on half a brick and put a bonfire underneath. Soon, the water in the bathtub began to bubble. So amazing! Koyami watched the scene excitedly and reached out to touch the water in the bathtub. The temperature is a bit hot. It's also very easy to put out. Just make sure to sprinkle some water on it. Cheng Lang raised a little in his hand and dropped it directly on the campfire. The campfire was extinguished in just a moment. If you want to relight it, just point your lighter at it and light it. Alvita looked at the bathtub. There was no sign of fire, and the bathtub itself was even cold. Somewhat unbelievable. But as Cheng Lang operated, she immediately felt the temperature of the bathtub. But after the bonfire went out, the temperature of the bathtub instantly dropped to 0. How did you do that? After washing, you can just pour the water out, like this. Cheng Lang tilted the bathtub, and the water in the tub disappeared after hitting the floor. Clean and hygienic. Zero pollution. Next, it's time for you to take a shower. I'll be out first. After saying that, Cheng Lang left. There were only 2 women left in the bath. At this moment, the 2 girls could no longer hold back. Soon, the 2 of them were immersed in the joy of taking a bath. Cheng Lang had already started rubbing his armor with his hands. Made a set of iron tools and armor. After putting on the iron armor, the pattern of the armor did not appear on the body. But I can clearly feel what I am wearing. It fits snugly and isn't too heavy. There is no feeling of being hindered in doing any movement. Does this mean I have a body of steel? Should I say a body of iron? He touched his clothes but didn't feel any iron breastplate. Would you like to give it a try? Although there is no function of self-harming with a sword in MC, after all, you can't hit yourself. But this problem will not occur in reality. He took out an iron sword, then changed to a stone sword, and finally turned to a wooden sword in disappointment. Cheng Lang is a modern man. It is difficult for him to kill a chicken, so he is naturally afraid of pain. Thinking of this, he aimed at his calf and began to push against it, applying force little by little. At first he just felt something pressing against his calf, but it was accompanied by a little force. Gradually, I began to feel a little pain. But still bearable. But just as Cheng Lang tried to exert force again, he suddenly felt his wooden sword touch something hard. I can't move forward an inch, no matter how hard I try. But what I always feel is a little bit of pain. Quite smart. Cheng Lang understood how the armor on his body was triggered. You can't tell when you're wearing it, but once you feel a little pain, the protective gear starts to take effect. I looked at the durability of the iron trouser legs on my game panel. He found that nothing had fallen, so it was obvious that what he had just done was not even an attack. After thinking for a while, Cheng Lang swung the wooden sword vigorously. Ding! The sound of metal clashing sounded. Cheng Lang just felt as if he was hit by a rattan stick. There is a slight pain. Even white marks appeared on the skin. And my trouser legs are still durable and haven't fallen off at all. Obviously, he was planning to attack just now. But the result was similar to using a wooden sword before. Obviously, as long as the force is not strong enough to bend iron, the pain on your body will probably be just this little bit. In a sense, I really have a body of iron. If he could get diamonds. Cheng Lang couldn't imagine how strong he would be, and then enchant a full set of protection for level 4. But enchanting does cost experience. I'm only level 1 so far. I don't know how it was upgraded. There is no experience in mining or furnaces for smelting metals. Even Cheng Lang doubted whether he could kill monsters and gain experience. As for monster farming, Cheng Lang already had some guesses. I guess it's not brushed. If you are spawning monsters, they should start to refresh on the ship you built or in the underground mine if you don't light a torch at the beginning. Of course, Cheng Lang also wondered if only the blocks he built would refresh. He also experimented with this during his last mining trip. It's useless. The cobblestone floor did not spawn monsters when there was no light and I was far away. At last he came upon deck. He looked at the 2 cows and the calf, which were full of energy after being fed wheat. As we all know, there is experience in slaughtering cattle, but there is no experience in slaughtering calves at present. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang directly took out the bone meal and started to ripen the wheat. Soon, 10 grains of wheat were fed into the calf's mouth. The moment the calf finished eating, it instantly grew to the size of an adult cow. But Cheng Lang did not take action. He looked at the two bulls on the side. Feeling Cheng Lang's death gaze, the two bulls trembled. Mao, translation, don't come over here. After feeding straw again, both cows showed their love. The two brothers successfully gave birth to their second baby cow. In response, the bulls said, I am tired, so I will destroy it. Chapter 15. There was no rush to kill the calves, but instead they were fed straw to allow them to grow quickly to adulthood. Then begin to reproduce. It seems that the 20 minutes it takes for cattle to reproduce still follows the MC time. There were already 5 cows in the Dex pergola. But in the same way, the protozoa are very afraid of these newly born MC creatures. Especially the two bulls. At this moment, he was hiding in the corner and shivering. Cheng Lang fed wheat to the calf, and it turned into a cow in a moment. He looked at the frightened native animals in the pergola. He still felt guilty and dragged the newly grown MC cow into the room alone. Looking at the MC cow that is sticking close to me. Cheng Lang touched the other's bull head. I'm sorry to inconvenience you for a moment. As he said that, Cheng Lang jumped up and gave the MC a slap. The result was as expected. This MC cow will just run around in panic. Of course, after the second cut, Niu turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared on the spot, leaving behind 2 experience balls and a few slices of beef. It really works. As long as it's an MC creature, then how did I get to this level? Is it okay to kill animals in the One Piece world? He looked at the only 3 wheats in his hand. Wanting to upgrade by killing cows is a long and arduous goal. Oh, take your time. Cheng Lang looked at the cows in the shed. The 2 native cows are no longer useful. That is at this time. The 2 girls have already finished their bath. Cheng Lang, this water can indeed be used for bathing. Alvida gave the answer with a smile. Although she has managed to prevent her skin from getting dirty by eating the slippery fruit, Kuya Miko cannot do the same. After rubbing it vigorously, a lot of mud was rubbed into the water, making the water a little turbid. But when the water is poured on the ground, it disappears quickly. Although the dirt will remain, the MC wooden board has a self-cleaning function and it will be clean in a short time. Hey? Another cow. What are you planning to eat for lunch? How about a roasted whole cow? Eat it now. Are you going to eat it now? Koyami felt a little reluctant. Then he showed off 2 roasted beef legs. Then Cheng Lang simply processed the sheep and chickens. Now only MC's cattle, sheep, and chickens were left on the boat. And it turns out that only MC's animals can gain experience. And Koyami also successfully obtained a soft little chicken that doesn't poop, doesn't need to eat, and doesn't have any strange smell. As for these MC animals, Cheng Lang placed them one by one in the empty room. Unfortunately, there are no grass blocks on the boat, only mud, so there is no way to make the sheep grow wool directly. However, you can still give birth to lambs, wait for them to grow up, and then shear them. Made an original MC bed. Cheng Lang lay down curiously, but nothing happened. MC's bed was not hard, and when Cheng Lang lay on it, it was just like lying on an ordinary bed. Is it because it doesn't work during the day? Let's try it at night. Night soon arrived. Cheng Lang couldn't wait to lie down on it. The expected ability to skip the night did not trigger. But sleepiness came over me. It was on the pillow for less than 3 seconds. Sleep came over me. When Cheng Lang opened his eyes, it was already dawn. Cheng Lang stared blankly at the wooden ceiling. So comfortable. There was no dreaming and no feeling of fatigue. I got up feeling refreshed. Walk out onto the deck. At this moment, Koyami was busy on the deck, collecting the anchor that was dropped at night. Brother Cheng Lang, you woke up so early today. We are about to arrive at a new island today. There is a place called Ziluabia village on the island. Do we need to stop for supplies? Although they didn't buy much supplies in Orange Town, with Cheng Lang's ability, the three of them would not starve. West Robe? It seems to be the island where Luffy met Usopp. Luffy and the others are 2 days ahead of us. I wonder if it's over now. If nothing unexpected happens. This should be the only time we can meet Luffy and his group before Rogue Town, right? Cheng Lang began to recall, and then seemed to think of something. There seems to be a rare animal island. Forget it, never mind, we'll talk about it when we get there. Since you're here, let's add some more. Cheng Lang agreed with a smile. At noon, Cheng Lang and his group arrived at the shore. Looking at the gradually familiar scenery, his heart was also filled with emotion. After being in the One Piece world for so many days, I am finally going to see Straw Hat Luffy. I don't know what will happen after we meet. The three of them got off the boat. And Alvida was surprised that Cheng Lang followed her down. Aren't you going mining today? Well, we won't be going down to the mines for the time being. Besides, our ship can't hold too many. Cheng Lang said bluntly. Alvida was a little disappointed about this. Although we got gold, and a lot of it, who would complain about having too much money? If she could get a huge amount of gold every time she arrived at an island, Alvida would wake up laughing just thinking about it. Are you following too? Alvida looked at Koyami. This little girl has social anxiety. But perhaps it was because of these days of getting along with the little girl that she gradually relaxed. At least he doesn't look timid anymore. And I don't know if it's because the food is good or because of the characteristics of MC food, but the little girl's dry appearance has improved a lot these days. Cheng Lang said that we might meet someone who knows where Kobe went. Alvida looked at Cheng Lang in surprise. But I didn't ask much. The three of them walked up the slope and saw the town in the distance. Go and have a look. Cheng Lang took the lead. Seeing that the other party was in the mood, Alvida followed with a smile. The island is full of birdsong and flowers. Occasionally you can see farmers working in the fields. The style of the other world is not much different from the modern one. Everything should be there. Cheng Lang suddenly remembered something. The place where he and others landed seemed to be the only two ways to enter the island. In the original work, it seems that because Usopp got the direction wrong, he placed a lot of props, but now there is nothing. Does it mean that the plot has not yet begun? Think about this. Cheng Lang arrived in the town. It also seems to be the guidance of fate. The three of them happened to run into Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp. Judging from the situation, it is obvious that CLO's incident has not yet broken out, or it has already broken out and ended. The first thing Cheng Lang noticed when he saw the four people was that they looked unharmed. But before Cheng Lang could speak, Alvida was the first one who couldn't help it. Cheng Lang. Okay. After being reminded, Cheng Lang did not hesitate and directly switched to the column where Alvida's mace was stored. He casually threw the mace to Alvida. Straw Hat. I didn't expect you to actually show up here. Alvida's murderous words surprised all five of them. The four opposite, and Koyami. She didn't understand why Alvida suddenly became angry. After all, in her impression, Alvida is quite gentle and would even rub her back. Who are you? Luffy frowned and looked at Alvida, a little confused. Usopp next to her looked at Alvida with a strange expression and looked at Luffy with strange eyes. Nami's expression became serious as she looked at Alvida's mace. After so many years of drifting on the sea, she still had some ability to judge people. This woman was very strong. However, she still looked at Luffy jokingly, could it be your old friend? Soran watched this scene with great interest, but of course his attention was more focused on Cheng Lang. After all, the other party suddenly took out a mace, which was obviously not in line with common sense. He should be a user of some devil fruit ability. Alvida smiled brightly at this moment. It's normal that you can't remember me. I've just lost a little weight. After all, I've been knocked down by your fierce punch. I've been thinking about finding you day and night. I heard Alvida's explosive speech. Nami's expression became strange. Luffy was even more confused. Kobe in Japanese, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Familiar words, unfamiliar names. Luffy seemed to have caught the inspiration. When Koyami was named, she flinched for a moment, but then she thought of Alvida's appearance and said, it should be Miss Alvida. Familiar words, familiar names. Luffy remembered instantly. After all, it wasn't long since we last met. Ah! You're that fat bitch Alvida. Pretty. Luffy's precise stepping on the landmine made Cheng Lang amazed. Chapter 16. Luffy was the only one present who had seen Alvida's former appearance. The others heard Luffy say that Alvida, who was beautiful in figure, skin, and appearance, was once a fat woman. Nami looked him up and down, her eyes extremely suspicious. Zoro was also a little surprised. After spending these days with Luffy, he could clearly feel that Luffy was an emotional idiot and not the kind of person who would be tempted by beauty. Naturally, he would not make malicious attacks on a woman's appearance. As for Usopp, he is an ordinary man. He was attracted by Alvida's beautiful appearance the first time he saw her, so when people said that Alvida was a fat woman, he couldn't even imagine what Alvida looked like as a fat woman. Hey, Luffy, this lady has nothing to do with fat in any way. Usopp complained directly. Nami nodded in agreement. And Luffy hurriedly explained, no, she was like this before. Luffy said as he took a breath and puffed up his stomach. Seeing Luffy's funny look, Alvida touched her waistline and said, indeed, I was a little fatter back then. Seeing that Alvida was not angry, he admitted it. This made Luffy even more surprised. He had just said that the other party was a fat woman, and then she got furious. But you've become really beautiful now. Luffy confirmed. And Alvida was very satisfied with Luffy's praise. She carried the mace and said, that's not important anymore. After you knocked me away, I wanted to seek revenge on you all the time. Luffy had a bitter face and was obviously resisting this. Seeing this, Alvida laughed out loud, now you can't refuse. As she spoke, she launched the first attack, smashing the huge mace down directly. Luffy jumped back to avoid the opponent's attack. The ground was smashed and gravel flew everywhere. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro all moved away. The three of them did not intervene in the current situation. After all, no matter how you look at it, it was Alvida who came to Luffy to settle a personal grudge. Cheng Lang watched this scene with great interest. After all, there is no rematch between Alvida and Luffy in the original work. Especially since Alvida's fruit ability is the slippery fruit, neither hitting nor slashing can hurt her. Now that she has no haki, it is unknown how Luffy will deal with it. He was ready to watch the show, but Koyami was a little puzzled and tugged at Cheng Lang's clothes. Brother Cheng Lang, why did Miss Alvida have to fight with this straw hat? Was she just going to be beaten away? It feels like Miss Alvida has been cheated on. It's no wonder she thought so. Ever since she got on board, she had only seen the beautiful and powerful side of Alvida. And he is also very easy to talk to. The other three pricked up their ears. Very curious. After all, being able to hear Luffy's gossip is still very interesting to the three of them. Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Cheng Lang stroked his chin and said, in a sense, that's true. After all, he suddenly appeared in Alvida's house, smashed and robbed people in the house, and even insulted people. In the end, he knocked people away with a punch. Now that the person appeared in front of him, he didn't recognize her. Hearing Cheng Lang admit it. For a moment, Nami, Zoro, and Usopp's expressions became playful. Hey, wait a minute. You were the one who started it first, and you were the one who wanted to mock Kabi's dream. Luffy held down his straw hat with one hand and jumped to avoid Alvida's attack. You were the one who hurt my heart first. Alvida refused to give in, but her expression was serious at the moment and she quickened her movements. But no matter how fast she moved, Luffy always managed to dodge at different angles. This made her feel a little frustrated, as she couldn't hit him at all. Seeing that Alvida didn't listen at all, Luffy simply stopped hiding. Stand still. The mace strikes. But when it hit Luffy, it was like hitting cotton. The power was instantly removed. I'm a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Your attacks have no effect on me. Although she had expected this, Alvida pursed her lips when she felt the strange touch again. Naturally, she had thought about how to counter the opponent's rubber ability while on the boat. The answer is slashing. But she didn't know swordsmanship and didn't have a knife to use. But she still thought of a solution. Fire. Of course, this was also the topic that Cheng Lang had talked to her about when they were board on the boat, which was about the direction of ability development. The ability of the slippery fruit is very simple, which is to reduce the friction of the skin to zero, but it is only limited to itself, or to put it more bluntly, it is the skin. Only areas covered by skin can reduce friction. Although it can only be reduced, it cannot increase in the opposite direction. But this is enough. Alvida reached into her chest and took out a bag of powder. She sprinkled it on her mace, and without waiting for anyone to react, she wiped the mace with her fair hand. Suddenly, flames started burning. Wielding the flaming mace, he swept straight towards Luffy. Of course, Luffy couldn't just take it head-on. Tisk! Coward, you're not going to hide anymore. Luffy said without any shame, I won't be stupid enough to take this fire attack, but you are amazing, what was that just now? Luffy was curious. Alvida was helpless when she saw that Luffy had not prepared to attack her so far. In fact, when the other party said that she had become beautiful, her anger had already subsided. Speaking of which, part of the reason why she wanted to find Luffy was to prove herself that she was no longer the fat woman she used to be and had a new beginning. Of course, she also had a bad taste and wanted to see if Luffy would change color and look like a pig because she turned into a beautiful woman. It turns out, Luffy has the same attitude as before. Even the lines haven't changed at all. As for the fact that his pirate group fell apart because of the Straw Hat Kid, she really hated this grudge and her teeth were itching. Of course, after meeting Cheng Lang, her fate had already changed, and her hatred for the Straw Hat Boy was not as strong. When Cheng Lang saw Alvida, he just slammed the floor a few times and gave up. This made him shake his head. As expected, the slippery fruit is a tool for Alvida that can transform her into a beautiful person, and can also be used to slide and attack. Belongs to the passive use type. The improvement in combat effectiveness is very limited. The previous flame was a brief explosion formed by a mixture of gunpowder and magnesium powder. This is the idea he provided. The sloppy battle was over. Is this the end? Alvida threw the mace to Cheng Lang and spread her hands. I'm not as fast as him, and he hasn't attacked me yet. Obviously, I've become prettier, and he's embarrassed to hit me. But looking at you, you seem disappointed that I didn't beat the Straw Hat Boy. Alvida asked curiously. After all, she saw Cheng Lang shaking his head. I'm shaking my head at your development of the fruit. Alvida did not refute. After all, Cheng Lang's ability was too strange and powerful. She did not refute anything when he said that there was a problem with her development. Chapter 17. It's only been a short time after all. Alvida smiled and spread her hands. Cheng Lang began to offer some ideas. Look, if you minimize the friction throughout your body, or even eliminate it, leaving only the friction in your feet, can you move faster? Alvida was a little confused. Apparently she had no knowledge of air friction. Seeing the other party like this, Cheng Lang decided to have a good talk with Alvida about what friction is. Koyami felt it was impressive. After all, Miss Alvida could catch the mace on fire out of thin air. It was so powerful. When Luffy and his crew heard Cheng Lang's words, they immediately realized one thing: Alvida was actually a person with special abilities. Luffy asked directly without any psychological burden, "Alvida, have you also become a special ability user?" Alvida didn't hide much. "Yes, I ate the slippery fruit." As she spoke, she came to Nami's side. While the other person was looking confused, he reached out and brushed his hand across his cheek. Nami didn't even feel her cheek being touched, she just felt a slight pressure on her face. What a wonderful feeling! Nami couldn't help but reach out and touch it back. So smooth. Alvida didn't mind. Luffy just sighed and then didn't care much. "Usopp, where is the delicious restaurant you just mentioned?" Obviously for Luffy, he still cares more about food. Soon a group of 7 people arrived at the restaurant. "By the way, why did you sit down so naturally?" Nami looked at the 3 familiar people speechlessly. "It can be said that there is no acquaintance without fighting," Cheng Lang said with a smile. Luffy smiled and said that it was no problem, and of course eating tastes better when there are many people together. Luffy expressed his opinion and Zoro did not object. The group started eating. Then Nami, Zoro, and Usopp saw Luffy, Alvida and Cheng Lang eating faster and faster, and finally started a competition to be the biggest eater. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Of course, the first one to be defeated was Alvida. Although she had a big appetite, she was no match for Luffy and Cheng Lang. Luffy can digest quickly no matter how much he eats. As for Cheng Lang, it doesn't matter how much he eats, as he can continue eating even when he reaches the fullness level. Zoro smiled and cheered Luffy on. Ultimately, it ended with the restaurant owner not having enough ingredients. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be such a big eater." Luffy, who had already eaten like a ball, looked at Cheng Lang, whose body shape had not changed at all, with a smile, feeling very happy. Luffy was very happy to meet like-minded dining companions. It was as if he was back to the time when he was with Ace 2 years ago. At that time, the two of them would compete with each other to see who ate more while eating. "You're not bad either." The two were happy. But it is the boss who is worried. The boss is very conflicted at this moment. He watched Usopp grow up. Theoretically, it was okay for the boss to be generous when his friend arrived, but he just ate up all the food for the day. It really hurts to be so generous. Cheng Lang did not make things difficult for the boss and directly threw out berry, which was about 100,000. The boss happily took it and went to find the money. The more Luffy looked at Cheng Lang, the more satisfied he became after being treated to a meal. After all, who could be a bad guy to invite him to dinner? "My name is Luffy, what's your name?" "Cheng Lang, this is me, currently our navigator. Speaking of which, she probably has something to talk to you about." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Luffy strangely. The matter of Alvida was still unclear before, and now there was another one? Koyami shrank back when she was suddenly mentioned. It was obvious that she was having trouble adapting to social anxiety, but she still spoke, "Do you know Kobe?" Luffy nodded without thinking, and Zoro looked over curiously. Seeing the other party nod, Koyami was delighted and asked, "Where is he now?" "Now, he should be in Navy. I wonder how he is doing in that naval base." Luffy couldn't help but think of the pink-haired boy with no muscles on his body. "Are you looking for him?" "Well, can I ask which naval base he is at?" Luffy scratched his head and thought about it. 153 Naval Base. Zoro said the address. Koyami immediately opened the address on the nautical chart, took a look, and found that the distance was not far, only about 2 days of sailing time. Koyami was delighted, but then she seemed to think of something and scratched her head embarrassedly. Didn't speak. But Cheng Lang and Alvida both knew what the other was thinking. It was Alvida who spoke first. "Are you thinking of going to find your lover so soon?" "No, no, 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 no." Koyami shyly waved her hands. Zoro and Luffy both cast curious glances. After all, Koby and the others were familiar with each other. She is Koby's childhood sweetheart. She went to sea for Koby. Alvida introduced with a smile. Both Zoro and Luffy expressed their feelings about this, saying that even a guy like Koby has such a childhood sweetheart. Luffy couldn't help but recall his childhood memories. I don't know how Yuta is doing recently. Zoro also thought of Kuina. Cheng Lang found this funny. Nami and Usopp had never seen Koby before, so they couldn't get a word in for a while. But I am very curious about who is the person that can make a little girl risk her life to go out to sea to find him. Later, Luffy learned about Koby's existence. Both of them were very surprised. One of them went out to sea to fish but accidentally got on the wrong ship and was forced to work as a pirate's handyman for 3 years. This seems outrageous no matter how you look at it. However, a guy like this actually has girls going out to sea for him. The key point is that after getting his freedom, this guy doesn't even want to go back. Nami gave the answer, this Koby is too much. Before anyone else could say anything, Mi took the lead in explaining, this can't be blamed on Koby, because I'm timid. When Koby talks to me, I rarely respond, so, maybe he doesn't even consider me a friend now. His voice grew quieter as he spoke. These words surprised Luffy and the others. Cheng Lang and Alvida were relatively familiar with this. After all, when Mi first came on board, he was very taciturn and often couldn't utter a word for a long time. In the end, it was very simple. They just had to talk more and become familiar with each other. Now the situation is much better than before. Do you want me to send you to base 153? If nothing goes wrong, he should be there. Luffy asked directly without thinking too much. In response, Kuyami glanced at Cheng Lang and Alvida, then said firmly, I promised Cheng Lang and Sister Alvida that I would send them to Rogue Town. The little girl is very persistent. Cheng Lang waved his hand and said, there's no need to take it so seriously. I made the decision to arrive in Rogue Town because there was a high probability that he would be there. Now that you have completed your goal, you are free to make your choice. Alvida also agreed. Chapter 18. Kuyami scratched his head. She thought it would take a long time to make a decision, so she didn't give it much thought. The girl fell silent. There's no need to rush. We'll be staying on this island for a while anyway, and we can make a decision after we arrive in Rogue Town. But if you want to run back here after we get there, it'll take more than a month on the boat. Are you going to the Grand Line too? Luffy asked curiously. He naturally knew about Rogue Town. After all, it was the birthplace of the Pirate King and also the place where he ended. It is a very famous island. Naturally, he also wanted to see the scene where the Pirate King was executed. Cheng Lang thought for a moment and said hesitantly, actually, we haven't thought about it yet. Why hesitate? As a pirate, I'll naturally go to the Grand Line. Luffy said with certainty. Cheng Lang shook his head and pointed at himself and Alvida. Even though she's a pirate, I'm not. Besides, with Alvida's current appearance, who would recognize her if she wasn't a pirate? Aren't you a pirate? Luffy looked at Alvida in surprise. When he learned that Alvida had become like this, he immediately thought that Cheng Lang was also a pirate, or Alvida's follower, just like Koby in the past. Alvida shrugged. She actually doesn't care whether she is a pirate or not. She became a pirate before because she needed to be a pirate so that she could survive on the sea. Now, seeing that box of gold that Cheng Lang had, he didn't get it through robbery or hard work, but through his own ability. And the amount is huge. To be honest, you can live a wealthy life for the rest of your life just by relying on this gold. If Cheng Lang wanted, he could even get more. It can be said that the money is endless. These are the money that can be obtained without competition or much labor. Why rob merchant ships? Why look for a treasure? Cheng Lang himself is an endless treasure. Don't even mention Luffy's surprise at this point. Koyami was also shocked. Miss Alvida is a pirate. Having stayed on the ship for such a long time, without raising the pirate flag or engaging in any looting activities, she thought the two of them were going out to sea for their honeymoon. Koyami's shock made Luffy and his crew look weird. Aren't you three familiar with each other? When Zoro saw this scene, he felt extremely funny and laughed out loud while slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha, you guys are such an interesting combination. Luffy couldn't help but sigh. Nami also found it funny to hear these words. The impression of the three of them has improved a lot. Afterwards, the group talked about other topics, such as what happened in Orange Town. The meal is over. The two parties said goodbye. Both Koyami and Cheng Lang need to think about the future. After coming to the world of One Piece, Cheng Lang has never had any goals, or rather, because he knows the direction of the future and has many choices, he is confused. However, after meeting Alvida, he put this choice on hold and planned to follow Alvida to find Luffy and see the protagonist of this world. I thought we would meet again in Rogue Town. It just happened now. Not only does Koyami need to make a choice, but he also has to make a choice. Back on the boat, Koyami returned to his room. Cheng Lang came to the bottom of the boat to see the source of his experience. That is, cows, sheep, and chickens. I fed the animals a wave of wheat very skillfully and watched them about to burst. He took out his iron sword and started to clean up the enemy. Finally, there were 2 cows, 2 sheep, and 2 chickens left. Seeing that the level has reached level 3, he sighed. This upgrade is too slow. If it were in a game, he wouldn't need to worry about the size of the space and could just engage in intensive farming. Especially chicken. The simplest crafting in the game can cause the entire game to lag. Smash the eggs you picked up against the wall. Suddenly the 4 chicks scattered. What luck! With a sigh, Cheng Lang left the breeding area. Came onto the deck. At this moment, Alvida was lying leisurely on a lounge chair in a bikini. Her graceful figure showed her unique charm in the sun, and her fair and crystal skin reflected a white luster. Took a sip of orange juice. See Cheng Lang's arrival. She had no embarrassment and took out the sunscreen. Would you like me to wipe it off? In response, Cheng Lang didn't hesitate and walked straight up. I don't know when it started, but Alvida developed the habit of sunbathing, and she liked to ask him to help her apply sunscreen when she had nothing to do. You should know that the slippery fruit can directly slide away skin imperfections, so Alvida, who was not white to begin with, became white directly after eating the slippery fruit. For her, sunscreen is really dispensable. Should I become a pirate? Cheng Lang started asking Alvida what she thought. Be a pirate? Sure. Alvida didn't say a word of objection. Cheng Lang explained, that's not what I meant. I thought I would meet Luffy in Rogue Town, so I was sailing on the sea with the intention of traveling and thinking about what I should do in the future. Alvida understood what Cheng Lang meant. She was silent. At the same time, she began to think about the future. People think differently when they have money and when they don't. Just like when people are hungry they just want to eat a full meal, but after eating they have more to think about. Similarly, when I had no money, I only thought about one thing, which was how to make money. But now I have suddenly become rich. I have a box of gold. If I sell it, I can get at least tens of billions. These tens of billions may not be much for some big countries. But some small countries can pay all the gold in the sky. Such a huge fortune fell into the hands of one person. There will be no problem in eating, drinking, and having fun all your life. So the direction of thinking is different. Is it really necessary to become a pirate now? Even founding a country is not impossible. Then, becoming a noble lord and enjoying a luxurious life is also possible. Who wouldn't want to be a noble lord in this era? To be frank, the celestial dragons were a role model and a symbol, promoted around the world. There were even rumors that they could directly command generals. If there is a chance to become a celestial dragon, who would refuse? And now that you have money, you can establish a country and become a noble. In the absence of celestial dragons, what is the difference between local nobles and celestial dragons? When thinking about this, Alvida felt excited. As Alvida's thoughts became more and more outrageous, Cheng Lang continued, "What do you think about joining the Revolutionary Army?" Chapter 19. What? Are you crazy? Are you going to go against the world government? Alvida looked at Cheng Lang in disbelief, her eyes full of confusion. As a pirate, she would occasionally be hunted by the navy, and she was terrified every time, which made her very uncomfortable. But if she went against the world government, she couldn't imagine how dark her world would be. By then, you really won't be able to spend your money. Cheng Lang silently turned his gaze away. He smiled awkwardly and said, "It's just an idea." But Alvida just shook her head, "Don't have such thoughts. That's the world government. It's not something that small people like us can afford to offend." Cheng Lang didn't expect Alvida to be so excited. Seeing Cheng Lang like this, Alvida felt helpless. She lay back down again and said, "Don't even think about joining the Revolutionary Army. I don't know if you know what the Devil's Son is." "I know, Robin, the son of the devil, right?" Cheng Lang was surprised by what Alvida said, but he still responded. "Although I don't know how she offended the world government, she is an example of someone being hunted by both the world government and the navy. Is she so famous that she can get news in the East China Sea?" "It's not a question of fame," Alvida said with a smile, "but rather a rumor that if you hand Robin, the son of the devil, over alive to the world government, you can escape being a pirate. Real or fake? I don't know." Cheng Lang's hands kept moving, with doubt in his eyes. After all, there didn't seem to be any information about this in the original book. However, there were quite a few short clips showing Robin being betrayed, but many of them were about bounties or being visited by the navy. "I don't know, but regardless of whether it's true or not, if I ever encountered the Devil's Child, I would probably contact the world government immediately to hand her over. I could get some money and get rid of my pirate identity, which is a rare opportunity for many small pirates." Cheng Lang understood that this was a kind of public opinion. Regardless of whether it was true or false, it would push most pirates to the opposite side of Robin, making her unable to trust pirates, let alone people from any country. In other words, Robin finds it difficult to find support in both the black and white worlds. "By the way, why do you want to be a pirate?" Cheng Lang asked curiously. Alvida stretched herself, her eyes a little far away. "This is a long story." Alvida began to talk about her past. To put it simply, her parents were ordinary farmers, but because the country had to pay taxes, every family had to contribute money and effort. As a result, the family, which had little savings, had to cut back on food and clothing. But in the end, her parents starved to death at home, and she became an orphan. She started stealing to support herself since she was a child, and because she had experienced hunger, she loved to eat. In order to eat enough and because of her physical condition, she quickly became a fat woman, but at the same time her strength also increased because of eating. As her weight increased, her strength also increased. At this time, it was naturally impossible for her to support herself by stealing. She became a bully, started by collecting protection money, then within a few years she was wanted, and finally she went to sea. Became a pirate. Everything happened so naturally. There was no so-called choice. He was forced by life and finally became a pirate. Cheng Lang saw the crux of the problem at first glance. The beginning of the collapse is also the gold in the sky. I'm afraid that people in many countries are becoming hungry and cold because they have to cut back on food and clothing in order to pay the gold from heaven. As a result, many people can no longer survive, and if they can't survive, they can only do evil. In this way, the population decreases, but the gold from heaven does not decrease. The pressure on others increases, and a vicious cycle is created. The final result was that those who resisted became pirates, and those who did not resist starved to death. Eventually, the population declined, the country was no longer a member state, and was then destroyed by pirates. Seeing this, other countries naturally decided to become member states. In this way, pirates will never be eradicated from the sea, and with the harassment of pirates, more countries will want to become member states to avoid being destroyed. The so-called Great Pirate Era is said to have been started by Roger, but it may be more of an inevitable phenomenon that the accumulated resentment reached a threshold and then erupted. This is really like the change of dynasties. What? It's okay, I've applied sunscreen. Cheng Lang clapped his hands, walked to the guardrail, and looked at the sea in the distance. Alvida turned her head to look at Cheng Lang. In the sunlight, Cheng Lang's eyes were looking into the distance, as if he was looking into the future, but Alvida could feel the other party's depression. After all, what I just told you is not an interesting story. Don't worry, we have so much gold, the situation I described won't happen. Alvida believes that her family's tragedy was caused by lack of money. Cheng Lang didn't say much. After all, there was no so-called basic education in this world. Alvida was lucky enough, as she could at least read. Many people in the world couldn't even recognize their own names, let alone think about why they had fallen to the point of becoming pirates. All I know is that because I had no money, I became a thief and eventually became a pirate. Every step seems to be your own choice, but in fact, people in this era never have a choice. One Piece tells a story of freedom and adventure, and it is precisely because of this background setting that the value of freedom can be highlighted. Just like in the dark night, as long as there is a little firefly, it is already very bright. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Cheng Lang thought a lot more clearly and gradually realized the path he should take. Become a revolutionary army? He gave up the idea. After all, this is the place you go when you have no choice. Given a choice, joining the revolutionary army is tantamount to blocking all future paths for oneself, and one can only go down one path to the end. However, it must be said that his abilities are indeed very suitable for the revolutionary army, and he does not mind providing some help when the time is right. So becoming a navy? Indeed, he can. His identity is clean now, so it is easy for him to join. It's a pity that Cheng Lang will not choose it. The reason is simple, the Navy's concept of justice is good, but what it does is not. Alvida, I'm going to be a pirate. Why? Alvida was very puzzled. With Cheng Lang's ability, whether he joined a country and became a noble, or founded his own country and became a king, at the very least he could become a rich man. She was not even surprised that Cheng Lang planned to join the navy. After all, after spending these days together, Alvida knew very well what kind of person Cheng Lang was. He was a good man who was inexperienced in the world and had a kind heart. You can also feel that he doesn't actually want to be a pirate. Why? What do you think of the world? Chapter 20. This world. Being asked this question for the first time, Alvida hesitated for a moment, then frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" So, of course, you can also simply answer your opinion of the world, for example, the world is beautiful. Hey? Of course it's terrible. Alvida answered as a matter of course. What was the point that made you feel that it was terrible? Cheng Lang continued to ask. Alvida was silent for a moment, and she began to recall in her mind, but no matter how she recalled, she never felt the key point that the world was rotten, but she just felt that the world was rotten. Seeing the other party's silence, Cheng Lang smiled and gave the answer, "You can't answer it, right? The reason is very simple. That is, you feel that the world is rotten all the time." Cheng Lang's words made Alvida nod. Indeed, since she was born, she had never had a full meal as a child, and she had never had a stable life since she grew up. However, the world seemed to have changed since she met Cheng Lang. Not only did she become beautiful, but she also gained wealth. This also made her want to feel comfortable, and she even often thought about becoming a noble, because this would make her feel good, and she would be able to escape from the quagmire of hiding from pirates, and she would not have to worry about not having enough food. Just as you said. Alvida nodded, then wondered, what does this have to do with you being a pirate? Although Cheng Lang's questions made her think from a very new perspective, she was still confused about the fundamental issues. However, Cheng Lang did not answer her directly. If I become a marine, what do you think I can achieve with my current abilities? This. Alvida began to think. Until now, Cheng Lang's strength was a mystery in her eyes, but looking at his body shape, she could tell that he was obviously not a combat type of talent. He looked handsome but not lethal. Marine Lieutenant. This was a relatively high evaluation given by Alvida. What if I become a noble? Then you can become the greatest noble in the country. If you want, you can even directly establish a country. And with your abilities, you won't be afraid even if you encounter pirates. Seeing that Alvida thought so highly of the nobles, Cheng Lang shook his head. What happened? Why did your crew leave you? What does this have to do with it? Alvida frowned. Cheng Lang began to use an analogy, a country is like a pirate ship. You are the captain and the king. Luffy is the king of another country. He defeated you but did not destroy your country. However, your country abandoned you. Your people sold the country and prepared to go to a new country to live. The country wasn't destroyed, so why were you abandoned? Because I was defeated. In other words, your country's foundation is military force, and your military force has been denied, so your citizens are deserting you. So, to put it in a broader context, what is the foundation of a great nation? This. Alvida couldn't answer because it was something beyond her cognition. It's also force. What? The four emperors, Big Mom's pirates, that is, Bangkoku knows about it, right? Alvida nodded. What do you think would happen if Big Mom announced she would no longer be a pirate and promised to pay the heavenly gold? Hiss. So, a nation is built with force and maintained with money. We now have gold ingots, which does make us look rich, but it's like a child getting a crown. Do you think other adults will cheat or steal it? Yes, definitely. So, establishing a nation or becoming aristocrats is an unattainable problem for us. We are just the children walking around the streets wearing a crown. You can also stop being a pirate and become a businessman, for example. What did you rob earlier? Merchant. So force is needed. Hiss. Alvida felt that what Cheng Lang said made so much sense that she couldn't refute it. Even her opinion on the identity of a pirate was elevated to a higher level. At the same time, I also realized that the reason why I didn't see the beauty of the world was because I was too weak. Alvida suddenly understood and stood up and came to Cheng Lang. This scared Cheng Lang and he didn't know where to look. What is this for? I finally understand. The reason I feel the world is rotten is because I'm not strong enough and I'm not standing high enough. When I become a great pirate like Big Mom one day, the world will become beautiful in my eyes. You could say the same thing. Cheng Lang looked at Alvida, who had become a little strange. Oh no, did I over-instill the idea in Alvida? And there was fire in Alvida's eyes. At this moment, she regained her confidence and found her goal. In the past, her goal was actually very simple, which was to be praised for her beauty, just like a hungry person wants to eat a full meal, and her method was to suppress it with force. She was indeed praised, but she knew that she was not really beautiful, and when she was called a fat woman, she was really angry. After eating the slippery fruit, she achieved her goal, but she also lost her goal. All that was left was to enjoy the success brought by beauty, and at the same time, to see what kind of person this man who made her beautiful was, and what his abilities were. She also didn't mind following this man like a crew member for a while, until he was defeated, just like she once was. At that time, she might also leave this man like her crew members once did. But now her mind has changed. The man in front of her thinks in a different dimension from her, and at the same time, she is certain that Cheng Lang is a man she can follow. The moment she made up her mind, Cheng Lang saw countless experience balls suddenly appearing from Alvida's body. This scene made Cheng Lang stunned. He was very confused as to what was going on, but the experience ball didn't wait for him to react and rushed directly into Cheng Lang's body. In just a moment, his level reached level 8. It's not far from level 9. But this puzzled him. What was going on? Why was Alvida suddenly able to drop experience orbs? How did this happen? Could it continue to drop? Cheng Lang began to think about this problem and the logic behind it. At the same time, think about one thing: how did I reach the first level? What do we have in common when looking at the current Alvida? The way Alvida looked at him now seemed to indicate recognition. Was he being recognized? Was it a mental recognition, so she was considered to have submitted to him? So, the first time I stood before Alvida, was that a disguised way of making her submit? It wasn't a true submission, so the experience points were minimal, but just enough to level up. Did I not notice that at the time? Pending verification. Chapter 21. Alvida noticed that Cheng Lang was looking at her straight with a dazed look in his eyes. Only then did she realize her loss of composure, but she remained calm. She didn't mind Cheng Lang admiring her charm. Wearing a bikini swimsuit. At this moment, Cheng Lang also came back to his senses from thinking about the experience ball. Since you are ready to become a pirate, what do you say now? Do you want to plunder? Alvida was curious. After all, this is the inherent impression of pirates. What are you looting? Hungry, for money. No shortage. Hiss, supplies and food? Beauties or wine? Alvida answered again. Cheng Lang laughed at this. Being a pirate doesn't necessarily mean plundering, nor does it mean doing evil. Then why be a pirate? Alvida didn't understand. Think orange. Alvida was stunned, then understood. Sure enough, this man is still the kind guy, and I thought he had changed. Then it doesn't matter whether you become a pirate or not. Alvida joked, but she didn't plan to continue the topic. What? Are you planning to join the Straw Hat crew? How do you feel about this idea? Okay, I don't mind. Besides, there are many examples among pirates of defeated generals being recruited. Alvida said she didn't care. That is at this time. Koyami came out. She came in front of Cheng Lang and the others. I figured it out. Oh? What decision was made? Koyami looked at the two of them seriously. Thank you for your care these days. I want to go to branch 153 and meet Kobe. Just a meeting. Koyami was silent. Cheng Lang waved his hand and said, You should have heard our previous conversation, right? Ah. The little girl has learned to lie. Alvida smiled and shook her head. In response, Koyami lowered his head and said nothing. What were your thoughts before? I want to follow. Koyami gave his own answer. During the time at sea, Koyami could feel the kindness of the two people, and she could also feel that her social anxiety problems were gradually improving. She was very happy during this journey, and compared with the previous 10 years, she felt what freedom was. But at the same time, she heard what Cheng Lang said. Force. She doesn't have the strength of Miss Alvida, nor does she have the magical abilities of Brother Cheng Lang. She was just an ordinary girl who had a rough understanding of navigation. If I follow them, I will probably be a drag. When I think of the result and the disappointed expressions on their faces, I feel uncomfortable. She might as well leave on her own initiative. So she made her choice. Alvida sighed and spread her hands. You convince her. After saying that, Alvida returned to her recliner. Cheng Lang rubbed the girl's head. Lift the girl's black hair that was covering her eyes. I have to say that there are very few ugly women in One Piece when they are young. Of course, if they are fat, they will ruin everything, whether it is Alvida or Big Mom Linlin, or the little ninja of Wano country. The girl's face was no longer as thin as it was at the beginning. Now it had a standard oval face, droopy aqua blue eyes, and a forced smile, which made her look adorable. With her hair lifted up, Koyami's face flushed shyly, but she still tried her best to look at Cheng Lang. Haven't you noticed that you've been eating more and more recently? Alvida, who had just laid down, staggered and almost slipped off the recliner. And Koyami's face? No. His whole head was turning red and even smoking. Yes, I'm sorry, I will eat less next time. After saying this, Mi looked like she was about to cry. Cheng Lang, you. Before Alvida could finish speaking, Cheng Lang interrupted her directly. Don't get me wrong, I hope you guys can eat more. This is how I discovered the nature of my abilities. How to say? The more food one can eat that is affected by my ability, it not only reflects one's appetite, but also relates to one's strength. I noticed this from me. At first, she could only eat 3 cha-cha fruits, but now she can eat almost 5, and this trend is continuously increasing. The same is true for you. Cheng Lang explained, then looked at me. Your physical fitness is much different now than when you first got on the ship. Back then, I was seasick and vomited all the time. I would feel tired just cleaning a room, but now. Koyami thought about it, and now it would not be a big problem for her to clean the entire ship. It seems, it really is. The food produced by my ability can not only fill your stomachs, but also quickly restore your condition and relieve fatigue. In other words, as long as you persist in exercising, without having to consider resting and adjusting your condition, the effect of your exercise will be several times that of others. If you put in many times more effort than others, can you imagine how powerful you will be in the future? Koyami imagined it, and then her eyes became firm. It is true that her goal of going to sea was to find Kobe, but during the days she went to sea with Cheng Lang Alida, she saw a world she had never seen before, and she wanted to see this vast world. Mi is very clear that she is a small person and has a low sense of existence. Since leaving the orphanage, she has tried many jobs, but she has failed without exception. Because of her personality, she is not good at communicating with others. If it weren't for the occasional relief from the orphanage, she might have starved to death on the streets. So she tried her best to change herself. At this time, she thought of Kobe, who was equally cowardly but was trying hard to change himself. She learned that Kobe had gone to sea, and she began to learn the knowledge in the notes and books left by the other party, but the result was not satisfactory. She was a woman, and she knew the expressions of those businessmen very well. Or perhaps it was precisely because of her personality that she was very good at observing other people's expressions, so she protected herself well. However, the businessmen who did not have any other thoughts about her disliked her ability. After many twists and turns, she ventured to a tavern where pirates gathered, ready to take on a black job. At that time, she dressed herself in a very rustic, even androgynous way, in order to protect herself. But in the end she still hit a wall. Pirates really don't pick on experience, but she was too thin. Just when she was about to give up, she saw Cheng Lang and Alvida recruiting workers. She had wanted to sign up enthusiastically in the hotel, but unfortunately she was squeezed to the outermost edge and couldn't even speak. Fortunately, she finally mustered up the courage. What is your decision now? I want to go to sea. I want to be a pirate. Koyami said that firmly. Crash. Cheng Lang saw experience balls bursting out of his body again, but the number of experience balls was obviously not as many as Alvida's. But he was still raised to the 9th level. Chapter 22. Looking at the experience bar that was about to break through to level 10, Cheng Lang was speechless. It was only a quarter away. He wanted to go directly to the warehouse to use up the stored experience. In the end, he did not take any action. After all, it was very troublesome to find cattle, sheep, and chickens. Of course, the most important thing was that even if he killed all the ones below, it would probably not fill up a quarter of the 9th level. After all, the level of MC will increase with each level, and after Cheng Lang came to this world, the difference in experience increase at each level is much greater than that in the game. He no longer paid attention to the level, and looked at Kuyumi and rubbed the girl's head. Very good, very energetic. Alvita was quite pleased to see that Cheng Lang had persuaded Kuyumi, and at the same time she felt that she now had another reason to stay with the man in front of her. When Alvita found out that she was not strong enough, she started thinking about how to become stronger. Naturally, her first thought was the devil fruit. After all, it was a secret treasure of the sea. Now her physical attacks were ineffective against it, but this was all passive. She was ready to actively consider how to develop her abilities. As for improving physical strength, we have to admit one thing: women's physical strength has its limits, and improving it will not be done overnight. But things are different now. All I can say is that even ordinary people can have a promising future if they follow Cheng Lang. Cheng Lang and the other two have already made their decision. On the right side of the island, next to the reef, in a sunken cave, Zhang Jiao walked out backwards from his hiding place of the past few days. In that case, I will return to the Black Cat Pirates. Captain Kuro, we will arrive early tomorrow morning. I told you not to call me by that name. My name is Krabator now, and I'm Miss Kaya's housekeeper. Klo also came out and pushed his glasses with his palm. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Zhang Jiao lowered the brim of his hat, left without answering, and boarded the boat. However, perhaps because of Cheng Lang, Usopp did not discover all this. At this moment, Usopp was telling Kaya about the interesting things that happened today in the tree, and also boasting about a story about a giant goldfish whose poop was as big as a continent. Luffy and the others were already discussing at the village entrance. Luffy, if you really want to go to the Grand Line, you must get a big ship, but don't forget. The 5 million berries that belong to you have been given to the villagers of Orange Town. Now you are penniless. Nami said. Luffy leaned back with his hands holding his head. Even if I took out 5 million, I couldn't buy a decent boat. Well, that's true. How about we go and ask the lady there for help? Will she give us a ship? Luffy replied with a smile. Nami helplessly held her forehead. Although they met in Orange Town, she could still see that Luffy was a kind guy, which was the main reason why she followed him. If he were an ordinary pirate, she would have stolen the treasure and run away long ago. After hearing Luffy's proposal, Zoro laughed out loud. Maybe it's possible. Isn't Usopp in there now? Seeing that they have such a good relationship, he should agree. Want to go take a look? Luffy suggested. Zoro stood up. Nami rolled her eyes at this. Don't these two guys know what propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame are? Haven't you thought of any other way? Oh? Nami, do you have a solution? That Alvita was once a pirate, right? They don't become pirates anymore. Do you think we should just buy their ships? Nami showed the expression of a profiteer. When it comes to bargaining, she still thinks she is very capable. And looking at the appearance of those three people, except for Alvita, the others seem to be easy to fool, especially the one named Cheng Lang, who is obviously a fat sheep. After all, he paid the bill so quickly and didn't even ask the boss for change, so he must be very rich. Considering the relationship between Alvita and Luffy, maybe she could be persuaded by appealing to her emotions. Of course, let's agree on it in advance. I can advance the funds, and you must pay me back when you have money. Nami suggested with a smile. Luffy thought about it and hesitated. Maybe it's not good. Seeing Luffy's hesitation, Nani was confused. You shamelessly asked someone you had no connections with for a boat, but those who did have connections were embarrassed. What's happening here? And Zoro seemed to have matched Luffy's brainwaves. It's indeed inappropriate. Hey? They don't plan to be pirates anymore, so why keep the pirate ship? And if nothing unexpected happens, they will go to the 153rd branch to find Kobe later, so we can just go there at the convenience of our time. Nami thought what she said was right. It is actually quite difficult to sell a pirate ship in the East China Sea, the weakest sea. It is not that there is no buyer, but it is difficult to find a buyer for pirates. If you are not a pirate, the purchase price will be much lower. If it is sold to an ordinary ship dealer, the price will be discounted after knowing that it was once a pirate ship. If the ship traffickers were more ruthless and reported the matter directly to the Navy, they would not only lose their ship but also be arrested by the Navy. After all, this kind of thing happens frequently in the East China Sea. After all, they just said they weren't sure whether they would accept the job. What if they were just talking? Besides, didn't Cheng Lang say he wanted to go to Rogue Town to take a look? If we buy their boat, how will they sail it? I wouldn't mind giving them our 2 boats. What do you mean, Luffy? Zoro looked at Luffy, waiting for the captain's orders. Then let's go find Cheng Lang and the others first. Usopp won't run away anyway. Luffy gave his own answer. Obviously there is no ship that can sail long distances, so Luffy has to make a choice. I saw them going that way just now. Zoro naturally began to point the way. Luffy didn't doubt it, and Nami and Zoro didn't spend much time together. Although she felt a little strange, she didn't doubt it. After all, with such a confident tone, there must be no problem. 2 hours passed quietly. The 3 of them returned to the village entrance where they started. Nami rolled her eyes. If you don't know the way, what direction are you pointing to? Zoro scratched his head and said nothing. Luffy burst into laughter, unable to stop smiling. At this moment, Usopp was walking on the street with a dejected look on his face. Seeing this, Luffy asked curiously, "What happened? Did you have a fight with the young lady?" Usopp shook his head, but finally nodded, and gave the 3 of them a brief account of what had happened. Because there was no Luffy and the other 2 to interfere, Usopp was ready to run away the moment he noticed Kuro. This has become his habit over the years. But this time, CLO acted out of character. In the past, he would just scold her and tell her not to come to see Kaya. But I don't know if I took the wrong medicine just now. He kept scolding him, saying that he was a well-known liar. Of course, the most important thing was that the other party also insulted his mother and father, which he could not tolerate. He started arguing with CLO. Of course he couldn't help but hit CLO in front of Kaya. In the end, he was driven away by Kaya. That's why he was so depressed. Is there anything worse than being chased away by the girl you like? Yes, because of other men, I was driven away. Chapter 23. Under the double strike buff, Usopp was unable to recover. Then he was taken by Luffy and his crew to Cheng Lang's ship. Luffy looked at Cheng Lang's big ship and shouted, "This country is number 1. You can actually plant trees on a boat. And these trees are so strangely square." He wasn't the only one curious. The others also looked around, as Cheng Lang's boat style was really too weird. Usopp, who was in a depressed mood, was no longer depressed at this moment. He touched a vine on the deck. "What kind of plant is this? It looks so weird." "Pumpkin vine." Cheng Lang replied with a smile. "Ah? A vine this thick that can stand up without a frame is a pumpkin vine." Usopp was stunned. He was not a person who didn't know the difference between grains. He was still alive until now, not because of the help from the villagers. He also farmed. Pumpkins have naturally been grown as well. It can't be like this. It also seems to be proving itself to be a pumpkin vine. Bayou. The vine bends and produces a large square pumpkin. This scene made everyone stunned. Judging from the texture, it could be a pumpkin, but it's also impossible to be a pumpkin. Cheng Lang took out an axe and chopped the pumpkin. Such a big pumpkin! Luffy looked at the pumpkin that merged into Cheng Lang's body in surprise. It was unbelievable. You are also a person with special abilities. Everyone except Zoro was shocked. It was already strange that Luffy was a rubber man, and then he met Buggy, and then he met Alvida. Fortunately, it was all easy to understand and within the scope of understanding. But now Cheng Lang's ability makes everyone exclaim in disbelief. This square tree and special pumpkin. Yes, some special abilities. Cheng Lang nodded with a smile. Others marveled at the magic of the devil fruit. Cheng Lang took out a basket of cha-cha fruits and said, have some fruit. This is cha-cha fruit. It's so sweet, not sour, this cha-cha fruit. Usopp was surprised. The cha-cha fruit in your hand is very similar to an apple, but if it is a normal cha-cha fruit, it is a bit like a gourd in shape, and it is very crispy when eaten. It can be stored on the ship for a long time, but the cha-cha fruit will often start to become sour after 3 days. But it is a good choice for making fruit wine. This is also the fruit that many pirates will buy when they go out to sea. It can be stored for a long time, eaten, used to make wine, and can be used as portable food to satisfy hunger and supplement vitamin C after being dried. Everyone started eating without saying anything. It's so sweet. Nami took 2 bites and sighed, then quickly finished it. After finishing, she was surprised. There is no core, full of flesh. What kind of new variety is this? If I can sell it, it will definitely make a lot of money. As Nami's family sells oranges, she is well aware of the value of the cha-cha fruit. But Luffy ignored all that and started eating one by one without stopping. Until, under Koyami's shocked gaze, all the more than 30 pieces in the basket were eaten up. Before he could speak. If you want more, I'll make sure you're full. Cheng Lang smiled and took out a basket. Luffy didn't hesitate and said thank you before continuing to eat. Then an expression of shock appeared on Alvida's face. Zoro was curious about this. What's wrong? The two of them had seen Luffy's appetite. To be honest, this amount of apples looked like a lot, but most of the fruit was water, so it wouldn't take up much space in the stomach after eating. So why are you so shocked now? Cheng Lang was counting, 144. Luffy stopped eating and patted his stomach. He was confused. Did he have a poor appetite today? Why did he feel full? Hiss! Alvida gasped. She finally understood the gap between herself and Luffy. She could only eat more than 30 pieces, which was her limit. And that was after being hungry for a day. You have to know that Luffy had just eaten a meal and his stomach was so full, which means that 144 is not Luffy's limit. What's wrong with you? Usopp asked in confusion. Cheng Lang had no intention of hiding anything. This fruit was created because of my ability, so it has certain special properties. It's a special food that can directly provide energy to people. Did you feel a strong sense of fullness after eating it just now? Now that you mention it. Indeed, I felt full after eating one. Usopp rubbed his stomach. He had already eaten a lot and thought he was too full before, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now he realized the magic of the fruit. Zoro picked up another one and ate it, then his eyes lit up, indeed. Then everyone looked at Luffy in surprise. You're full, but you can still eat 144 of them. You're not full at all, right? Nami looked at Luffy in disbelief, and once again felt his monstrous physique. 144. Even if it wasn't a special fruit, Nami believed she couldn't finish it. I feel more energetic after eating. Luffy jumped up and down excitedly. He was in great spirits at the moment. Tisk tisk, worthy of being Nika. Cheng Lang couldn't help but sigh. What? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Cheng Lang smiled and waved his hand, "We've already eaten, now tell me what you're doing here." Then Luffy scratched his face, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Naturally, Nami took over the topic. "I heard you guys say you weren't planning on quitting as pirates, so I was thinking of asking if you'd like to sell your ship." "Oh, about this matter, this boat was built with my own ability. If you need it, I can help you modify the boat." Cheng Lang responded with a smile. Luffy's eyes lit up, "Really? You're so nice." Cheng Lang waved his hand, "It's a simple matter, but some things need to be discussed in advance." "Is it money?" "Even though we don't have much, we can still provide 2 million berries." Nami immediately took over the conversation when she heard the conditions. Then he was exposed by his own captain in public. Don't we still have 5 million? That's mine." Nami was furious and slapped Luffy on the head. She turned her head and saw Cheng Lang's slightly smiling expression. She scratched her head with an awkward smile. "Well, we still need to replenish billions of supplies, and we still need reserve funds." Nami rubbed her hands and smiled reluctantly. Cheng Lang also found it funny to see Nami at this stage. He waved his hand, "What I need is not money, but I want to briefly tell you about my ability. First of all, my ability can't directly make you float on the water. Don't be fooled by the size of our ship. In fact, it is actually an expansion of a small boat. If the boat breaks down, my ability won't be ineffective, but it will prevent you from moving forward on the sea. So you can find a ship to use as a base. And by the way, there's a limit to expansion. Cheng Lang has tried laying wooden boards directly on the sea. Just like the original version, they will float on the sea but will not move. Newton would probably be so scared that even the coffin lid would not be able to hold it down when he saw it, but it is very consistent with MC. Chapter 24. After Cheng Lang finished speaking, Luffy and Zoro began to think about the two small boats. To be honest, even if it is expanded, it will probably only be barely usable. As for going to the Grand Line, it is a bit uncertain. As a result, the problem returned to the starting point again. "Can I ask the original size of your ship?" Cheng Lang scratched his head and looked at Alvida. 6 meters long and 5 meters wide. A small or medium-sized ship, converted into a large ship that is 24 meters long and 20 meters wide. Nami gave the answer after a simple estimate of Cheng Lang's ship. "Do you want to make do with it? I think we can make a medium-sized fishing boat of about 17 or 18. Luffy, your ship should be the small boat that left from my side, right?" Alvida seemed to remember how Luffy appeared. Obviously, he had no ship, so she didn't want her own pirate ship. At that time, Alvida was too lazy to come over. After all, the ship modified by Cheng Lang was indeed very comfortable, clean, and hygienic. Besides, she wanted to chase the Straw Hat Boy at that time, so she was too lazy to waste time selling her pirate ship for money. "Yes." Luffy answered without any hesitation. "Then forget it. I know how worn out that boat is. It's fine to use it as a spare boat for ashore. It can be used after some patching. But after these long voyages, don't you think it's been much slower?" Luffy didn't feel it, but Nami did. Indeed, that boat is very slow. The wood itself is not good. Coupled with aging and long-term soaking in water, the hull has become heavy and naturally can't run fast. It's fine to run on the calm waters of the East China Sea, but if we really go to the Grand Line, the boat will definitely break down. Alvida spread her hands. She didn't have much money at the time, so she was frugal in everything. As long as the spare boat could be used, no one cared about the quality. Pirates were good at swimming anyway, so if the boat capsized, they could just swim back. This is troublesome. Although Luffy didn't hear the first part, he understood what Alvida said later, that the package was broken. So even if it is modified, it cannot go to the Grand Line. Nami also sighed. She thought about modifying the small boat she got from Buggy, but she imagined that the hull was of the same weight. She had also read some books related to the Grand Line. The time when the mountain was turned upside down alone was enough to eliminate some poorly made ships. This boat definitely doesn't have the resistance. Even if it is modified, it is almost the same. Cheng Lang didn't say anything, leaving several people confused. After all, during this period of time, there was not only Usopp on board, but also Mary. He did not want his appearance to cause the disappearance of the Golden Mary. But seeing Luffy so entangled, he decided to skip the topic for now. Come to think of it, didn't you encounter anything else today? Anything else? Is there anything else? Nami asked puzzledly. Usopp also cast a curious look at him. Looking at the sunset appearing in the sky, is the time wrong? The plots in animation and comics have always been continuous, as if time has only passed for a day or two. However, since Cheng Lang came to this world, he can clearly feel one thing, that is, the animation and comics must be triggered coherently due to the needs of the plot, but the reality is that it has been almost a month since Luffy came to this world and he has only recruited Usopp. At this rate of progress, Cheng Lang doubted whether a year would be enough to reach the Sabaody archipelago. You should know that if you want to travel around the world on Blue Star, it will take about 79 days on a modern steam cruise ship. It may not seem like a lot, but this is a steam cruise ship, and most of the time is spent staying in one place for a very short time during the voyage to observe the local customs and people. However, in the world of One Piece, it is a sailboat, and supplies must be considered. The key is that after reaching the Grand Line, magnetic force needs to be stored before heading to the next island. Can this round trip take a year? This doesn't even include the time we have to fight when something happens. Moreover, the manufacture of wooden boats in the Seven Water City also takes time. Although the different physical conditions in this world can speed up the forging process, it will still take at least 1 or 2 months, such as the processing of the wood and the polishing of the decoration. Completing the first half of the Grand Line within a year is unreasonable no matter how you look at it. So now the time is wrong, and Cheng Lang can't guarantee whether it is normal. If there is anything else, it's probably Usopp. Nami thought and talked about Usopp. After hearing this, Cheng Lang immediately understood that it was probably the butterfly effect that happened to him. He and Luffy and others took too long to eat and chat for a while. In the original work, Usopp ran away halfway through the meal. Crabadle? There must be something fishy going on. In a sense, your relationship with Kaya is beneficial to her condition. In your description, her depressed and unhappy personality has become cheerful. If this person named Crabadle really wants Kaya to get better, he will certainly prevent you from having contact with Kaya. But most of the time, he will do the same as Butler Melly, turning a blind eye and grasping the right degree to prevent you from further corrupting Kaya. Instead of driving you away directly, such a result would even be counterproductive, pushing the already unhappy young lady into an even more depressed state. So this guy named Crabbaiter really cares about Miss Kaya. Cheng Lang gave his own reasonable reminder. Luffy naturally didn't understand. And Usopp immediately became alert. Cheng Lang's words really hit the point. Nami frowned after hearing this. She hadn't thought much about it before, but now that it was brought up, it was indeed full of suspicious points. But obviously suspicion cannot convict a person. If nothing unexpected happens, something will probably happen tonight. Alvida made a guess. What? Think about it, usually they just curse and chase you away, but today they're being so persistent and patient that they're pushing you to the limit? But what did you do to Kaya? Nothing, just like always, and they even offered to let you punch them in the end. Maybe we are thinking too much. Nami gave another answer. Cheng Lang spread his hands and said, if you ask me, this guy named Crabbaiter should like Miss Kaya. Seeing that Usopp gradually made the depressed Miss cheerful and even her condition improved, he has been feeling unbalanced for a long time. He showed his true colors today. Maybe because Miss Kaya's illness has almost recovered, he can finally drive you away from her. I guess he will confess his love to her tonight. After changing the way it was said, everyone immediately accepted it. Then everyone's attention turned to Usopp. After all, it has turned into a war between rivals in love. At this time, Usopp's face turned red. Silent. Obviously, he is also struggling with his conscience. I gonna go see. Everyone laughed out loud. Chapter 25. Night falls quietly. Because of Cheng Lang's words, Usopp rushed to the door of Kaya's mansion. The mansion was exceptionally quiet at night. But when he reached the door he hesitated. He couldn't get over the words that Kaya had said to him during the day. Besides, this is the first time I'm looking for Kaya so late, so it's inevitable that I'll have some overthinking. What if Kaya misunderstands me? He scratched his head, but he still moved the camouflaging leaves away with ease. Then got in. Just as he got in, Usopp heard a scream and the sound of breaking glass. This startled Usopp, and he turned to look at the source of the voice. It was a male voice that sounded slightly familiar. It can't be such a coincidence that Cheng Lang really got it right. Usopp walked in and came to the room where the sound came from. He looked sideways cautiously. In the room at this moment, Butler Mary was lying on the ground, blood flowing on the ground. Although Usopp was mentally prepared, he was still frightened. I started breathing heavily unconsciously. Oh no! Kaya is in danger. Usopp immediately came to the big tree and climbed over it to the branch. The window was closed but the curtains were not drawn. Usopp saw Kaya sleeping soundly. At this moment, the other party was not awakened at all by Melly's screams. Something is obviously wrong. But before Usopp could make any move, he saw that the door of Kaya's room was open. It was CLO. He was wearing a black glove on one hand, with 5 silver white blades like nails connected to the glove, and bright red blood was dripping on the ground. Everything told Usopp that Mary lying in the hall was chopped by Crow. Usopp naturally lay down immediately and didn't show his head. Being timid by nature, he didn't know what to do at the moment. My mind went blank. But when he thought that Kaya might be killed, his eyes began to struggle, and he silently reached for the slingshot he always carried with him. The sound of swords rubbing against each other came through the window and into Usopp's ears. No! Kaya must not be in any danger. Resolutely, Usopp raised his head and aimed the slingshot at Crow beside the bed. Obviously, Kuro didn't expect Usopp to suddenly appear outside the window. The iron ball penetrated the glass. When it was about to hit CLO, it was spread apart by the cat claw knife. The crisp sound of glass breaking and metal colliding. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Usopp jumped directly into the room, and the slingshot in his hand could continue to fire projectiles during this time. Let CLO instinctively defend himself. Must kill. Smoke star. In an instant, countless smoke and dust exploded in the room. However, this is not the end yet. Bullets in the smoke and dust are still accurately shot towards CLO. There was no chance for CLO to fight back. When the smoke clears, Usopp had already left the small courtyard carrying Kaya. Chloe touched the blood on his cheek. A vein bulged on his forehead. He was careless. Although he had never neglected his exercise during the 3 years of peace and quiet, his vigilance had indeed been lowered a lot, so much so that he was caught off guard just now. Fortunately, his well-trained body allowed him to successfully block the iron bullets shot by the opponent. But at the moment the smoke bomb exploded, he still couldn't block it all. He did not pursue the enemy because he was afraid of the bullets that might be shot from somewhere unknown. Usopp, I didn't expect this damn liar to have such strength. On the other side, Usopp was fleeing quickly with Kaya on his back, but even so, Kaya didn't wake up. Obviously this situation is not right. If he had not been able to clearly feel Kaya's body temperature and breathing when he was carrying her on his back, he would have suspected that Kaya was dead. Fortunately, his years of deceptive activities have given him some authority in terms of his running speed. But before he ran for long, Usopp saw a group of people walking towards him. The people who came were naturally Luffy and his group. At Usopp's exit, Cheng Lang said that he would follow to see what was going on. In case Usopp was mistaken for an invading thief, they could quickly explain to him. Hey, you just kidnapped Miss Kaya. Alvida joked with a smile. Usopp, however, was in no mood for joking. There's really something wrong with that crab Italy. He killed Butler Mary. And he was about to attack Kaya, but luckily I arrived just in time. Usopp gave a brief account. Nami widened her eyes and hurried to Kaya's side. She first checked her breath and found that she was still breathing. But this abnormal state of deep sleep is indeed problematic. Kaya! Wake up! No matter how Usopp shook Kaya, she kept her breathing even. This is a very high dose of sleeping pills. Usopp just remembered, speaking of which, Kaya was upset and couldn't sleep because of her parents' death, and her body gradually became weak. She shouldn't have taken such a dose of sleeping pills. She couldn't even be woken up. But it's strange. If this man from Crab Idol wanted to kill Kaya, why would he do this? Nami didn't understand. She just asked the question. However, it was not Usopp or Cheng Lang and his group who answered her. But it was CLO. The reason is simple. Miss Kaya must be alive. At least until she finishes writing her will. Luffy and Zoro looked at the person who came. At this moment, CLO was wearing a neat suit. If you put aside the cat claw blades in his hands, he was indeed a handsome and elite man. But at this moment, the cat claw blade, still dripping with blood, looked particularly strange under the moonlight. Cheng Lang found it particularly interesting now that the plot was obviously wrong. In the original work, Luffy and Zoro did not confront Kuro head-on at the first time for various reasons. However, now, because of his change, Luffy and Zoro encountered Kuro first. I wonder how many seconds CLO can last in this situation? But now that the plan has been exposed, Kaya's life or death is no longer important. Crow pushed up his glasses. In the moonlight, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Zoro. At this moment, Zoro's two swords were unsheathed, blocking CLO's charge. Oh! You are, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, a very famous pirate hunter in the East China Sea in the past 2 years. You do have certain strength. CLO gave a sincere evaluation. So fast. Zoro looked at the retreating CLO with a serious look. He sensed a strong murderous aura from the very beginning, so he drew his sword and prepared to fight. If he had been a step later, he might have been chopped to death. Luffy also had a serious look in his eyes. CLO's outbreak was rapid. At this moment, Cheng Lang rubbed his eyes. He really didn't see clearly. It was not until Klo collided with Soron face to face and heard the sound of metal clashing that Cheng Lang realized that they had already started fighting. In the moonlight, the sword blade reflected a faint light. You know, cats are nocturnal animals. Chapter 26. You know, cats are nocturnal animals. The words fell. CLO disappeared from the spot, but because of the darkness, he left an afterimage. Cheng Lang narrowed his eyes, but he could still barely see Klo as he took the initiative to follow him. But it was like playing badminton at night, the white tail feathers leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Without any sound of footsteps, CLO disappeared from Cheng Lang's sight. When he reappeared, he had already come to the back. Alvida exclaimed, Cheng Lang, give me the weapon. When Cheng Lang turned around, he saw the cloak had been slashed with 5 grooves. Alvida, dressed in a cool outfit, had a glare in her eyes. She had been ambushed, but fortunately her fruit's passive ability made her immune to slashing attacks, otherwise she would have been injured by now. Cheng Lang did not hesitate and immediately handed the mace from the inventory to Alvita. At this moment, Cheng Lang felt his scalp tingling. Although in the original work, the opponent was defeated by Luffy. But his fighting style was very rough, and it was Luffy who finally killed Kuro with the idea of exchanging injuries for injuries. It was still daytime and sunlight was everywhere. However, it is dark now, and with the help of silent steps. There were no footsteps and I couldn't see clearly. It's bad. We're facing Cruz at home. Cheng Lang felt a little scalp numbing. This situation was somewhat unexpected for him. Instinctively, he thought that Klo was just a small pirate who had mastered a technique similar to shaving in the early stage. With Luffy and Zoro here, and it was 2 against 1, the advantage was on me. But now I think about it, I took it for granted. Without saying a word, he protected Koyami with blocks. After all, me and Kaya are probably the weakest ones present, so these two must be protected first, and then he will build the blocks bit by bit. It's just that he just protected Koyami. Usopp screamed. I saw 5 bloody cuts on the other person's back. At this moment, Usopp was protecting Kaya tightly. Luffy. Damn it. Come at me if you dare. Luffy said angrily. And Zoro frowned. Under the moonlight, I want to capture an enemy that has no footsteps and is fast. This is indeed a bit difficult. Besides, the other party's behavior should be an indiscriminate attack. This is the hardest thing to do. There's no way Zoro can protect everyone in this situation. After all, protection is passive. He has to wait for the opponent to attack before he can react, which requires a faster reaction speed than the enemy. If it were daytime, Zoro could do it, but it was night, and the difficulty increased exponentially. Hula! There was a sound of scraping wood. The wooden block that wrapped Koyami suddenly began to crack widely. One more time and the wood will almost burst. CLO's attack was not light, at least it could trigger the minimum standard of pulling wood, and it seemed that it was counted 5 times. Fortunately, the opponent's attack frequency is not very fast. Cheng Lang immediately came to Usopp and prepared to build the blocks as well. But before he even started, he caught a glimpse of white light out of the corner of his eye. Stab! A harsh sound of metal friction erupted from Cheng Lang's body. I felt 5 sharp blades attacking my chest. Hiss, I was really scared. Cheng Lang touched his chest. The clothes were not damaged, but 5 white marks were left on the skin. At the same time, the durability of the chest armor decreased by 1. It's so scary. Cheng Lang looked at Klo, who also stopped in surprise. I didn't expect that both of you are users of devil fruits. Klo said in a surprised tone. He naturally knew about the secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, and had even seen it. Colonel Smoker of Rogue Town is said to be a person with special abilities, and is also a hurdle for East China Sea to enter the Grand Line. The words haven't finished yet. Luffy took action immediately. I got you. It hurts. Luffy, who had just grabbed Kuro's wrist, was immediately scratched by the cat's claw blade. There were 5 bloody marks on the arm. Fortunately, when the arm shrank back to its original size, it was very realistic and the wound that looked very long also shrank. According to the situation, the entire arm should be covered with blood. But when it retracts, it becomes 5 small cracks. Ding! Zoro also seized the opportunity and attacked directly. After all, there are advantages in numbers. Cheng Lang also wrapped up Usopp and Kaya at this moment. After realizing that Klo was unable to break through his defense, he became bolder. He took out the iron sword in his hand, narrowed his eyes, and was ready to meet CLO. Although I know how to use the shaving technique, which is to take a dozen steps on the spot instantly to produce a powerful burst, it is not so easy to use it. It's like brain, I understand. Eyes, simple. Hands, as long as you have hands. Foot, you fart. But CLO had no intention of fighting Zoro head-on. He took Zoro's attack and retreated quickly. 3 people with special abilities. Klo felt his scalp tingling at this moment. He felt that each and every one of them was a difficult situation. One couldn't be chopped, one couldn't be chopped, and the other one chopped it down as if nothing had happened. Before Klo could make any other move, Zoro has already taken up his position again. He doesn't want to experience silent attacks again. Luffy has now come to Kuro's side. He was ready for close combat, and he also didn't want to lose the opponent's vision again. The attack from both of them made Klo so flustered that he had no time to use the silent step. Alvida, carrying a mace, looked at the scene with complicated eyes. I didn't see that guy at all. But the two of them obviously saw him, but they couldn't keep up. However, they could still resist if the other party got close. Alvida said, she gripped the mace in her hand tightly. If it weren't for her devil fruit ability that made her immune to slashing, she would probably have been injured by now, and she would have been injured without the ability to resist. Cheng Lang scratched his head. He actually didn't see it, especially when he got close, he didn't even have time to react. If he hadn't been wearing an iron suit, he would probably have been injured. The gap is so obvious. Cheng Lang sighed. As the two chatted, there were some changes in the 3 people who were fighting. After Kuro took Luffy's punch and Zoro's sword, he broke away from the fight between the two. Without saying a word, he performed the silent step again. Oh no, he's trying to escape. Seeing this, Alvida stepped forward to help. It's a pity that she's not fast. Luffy and Zoro wanted to catch up with each other, but Kuro was much faster than them after all. Damn it! Luffy waved his hands angrily. And Zoro frowned. In terms of hard power, this CLO is definitely not his opponent, but the opponent's speed is too fast. Although that strange step could not be fully displayed during close combat, the improvement in speed was still obvious. Especially in the dark, the cat claw blade is probably specially polished to reflect moonlight, and it will flash when swung quickly. It is okay at first, but if you observe it for a long time, countless afterimages will be left in your eyes. It's like seeing a ray of light in the dark. Even if you close your eyes, you can still see the remnants of the light. The more you fight, the more uncomfortable your eyes become with the light. So much so that in the end, the vision became increasingly blurred. This is also the reason why the two of them have never been able to defeat CLO. Chapter 27. After being on guard for 10 minutes and finally building a simple wooden box, Cheng Lang dismantled the blocks he had built for protection. He was speechless just looking at Nami, who had come out with Koyami at some point. When did you get together with me? Cheng Lang didn't notice Nami when he was building the blocks, and only now did he remember that Nami had disappeared. Nami spread her hands and said, "This is the self-protection ability of a weak and pitiful girl." Cheng Lang waved his hand and ignored it. He also took out Usopp and Kaya. Kaya still didn't wake up. Usopp was grinning at this moment, but it was just a grin. There were 5 wounds on the back, but none of them penetrated too deeply into the flesh. Cheng Lang took out the steak. "Eat it, it should be able to recover from your injuries." Usopp picked it up and started chewing it. "Good to eat." Meat? Luffy came over immediately. Cheng Lang had no choice but to take out 2 more pieces, which were obtained from killing MC cows. "I originally planned to enjoy it myself." Luffy started eating. "This is beef. So tender and delicious." Luffy ate with a smile. After the two of them finished eating, changes soon occurred. The wound on Usopp's back healed visibly. The same goes for Luffy. Obviously, the feature of MC chicken legs that continuously restores health after they are full can still play a role. Luffy looked at his severed arm and saw it recover as before, his eyes filled with excitement. It's great that eating can restore an injured body. Cheng Lang, Do you want to be my partner? Sure. Cheng Lang did not refuse, however, Alvida and Koyami must also join. Luffy looked at Alvida and then at Koyami. He smiled and also extended a team invitation. Would you like to join my pirate group? Alvida looked at Luffy and said, Are you sure you want to invite me? I laughed at Kabi's dream before. And Luffy showed his signature smile, but you are different now, aren't you? Indeed, I'll be more than welcome then, Captain Luffy. And Koyami looked at Cheng Lang strangely. What happened? I thought brother Cheng Lang, you were going to be a pirate captain. Me? Cheng Lang scratched his head. To be honest, he did have this idea, but he was very clear about his situation. He had lived in modern society for the first half of his life. Suddenly he became a pirate captain, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, the most important thing was that his current strength was not strong. Facing CLO, an early character, he didn't know how to win. I just decided to become a pirate. Besides, these guys are good people. They are the benefactors of Orange Town, so it's okay for them to join. Koyami thought of Orange Town and the bonfire party full of laughter and joy, and she nodded with a smile. Well, I'll join too, but is it really okay for me? At the end of his words, Koyami felt a little inferior again. But Luffy didn't care about that at all. Yo! We've invited 3 more friends. Zoro and Nami shook their heads in amusement. No objection. But at this moment, Usopp showed no sign of happiness. He sat on the ground in distress. What should we do next? That guy is too fast and appears and disappears like a ghost. We can't stay here forever, right? Everyone was silent about this. It's just getting dark and there's still a long way to go before daytime. You 4 can stay here. This little matchbox is quite sturdy. If the other party tries to destroy it, you can use the slingshot to fight back. I'll modify it a little later. Cheng Lang reinforced it again, but the second layer did not cover the entire structure. Instead, it was a ground floor with a space in the middle. This way, if there is damage outside, we can detect it immediately and fight back. By then, Cheng Lang didn't believe that the other party would dare to rush in lying down. Usopp's firing rate is still very fast. At that time, you are not allowed to shoot headshots continuously. Shall we go out and try to seduce them around? Cheng Lang asked Luffy and the others. The other 3 had no objection to this. Cheng Lang dug an exit in the ceiling. Each of the 4 people looked in a different direction. In the darkness of the night, the small village in the distance was silent. Cheng Lang jumped to the ground. He came to the place where CLO had escaped before. Ding! The experience ball merged into the body. In an instant, Cheng Lang upgraded to level 10. This gained experience. Why? Who exploded? Obviously not Luffy and the others, if he could see it. Then there is only one possibility. CLO. Why? Was he defeated? But he hadn't even attacked him, he was the one being attacked, and he had simply run away. Wait, at first it looked like Alvida was going to attack me, but she didn't move because of her injuries. Would that be a defeat, or a surrender? But Cheng Lang doesn't care about those things anymore. He was curious and decided to see what he could unlock at level 10. Map? Isn't that right, buddy? Didn't this already exist? Then Cheng Lang saw something familiar to him. There is a small map in the upper left corner, and a large map that can be expanded at any time. However, the surroundings in the large picture are all black, but after zooming in and out, it is found that the portraits of Luffy and his group are marked. However, Cheng Lang soon noticed another way to play the map. That is to display the coordinates of other creatures. Then he opened the enemy coordinates prompt. Cheng Lang immediately saw the profile picture of that guy CLO. Although this map is not the kind that can be directly transferred to a large map, this function is already very powerful. He looked in Klo's direction. Obviously, after taking a punch from Luffy and a sword from Zoro, Kuro was also seriously injured. Do you want to notify others? Cheng Lang hesitated for only a moment before striding forward. Yes, but there is no need. It seems that the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light, but with the map, the enemy has no way to escape Cheng Lang's search. And he also wanted to see his full strength. Of course, the most important thing is to know that CLO can't hurt himself. Luffy and others saw that Cheng Lang was the first to choose a direction. The three of them looked at each other and started walking in different directions. Cheng Lang walked straight towards the direction where CLO was hiding. Pretend? No need. Cheng Lang had already taken out the iron sword in his hand and went straight to where CLO was hiding. Although I couldn't see where the other person was hiding, the icon showed that he was there. There are shrubs on both sides. This is the front yard of the mansion. Come out and fight me head on. If you win, I'll let you go. No one responded. This is my ability. I can track you down. There's no point in hiding. I'm the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Crooked. Cheng Lang wasn't surprised by this. After all, if he was blown out so easily, the other party wouldn't be described in the original book as having an IQ comparable to Ben Beckman's. Ding! The sound of metal collision was heard. Cheng Lang touched his neck in surprise and found a white mark on his neck. It's really fast. Chapter 28. Cheng Lang narrowed his eyes and looked at CLO who had appeared beside him. He was not panicked at all, because MC's iron sleeve protected his entire body, so there was no problem of his neck being a weak point. But looking at Klo, his face looked very ugly at the moment, but he was not afraid of the man in front of him at all. After all, he was very fast, especially now it was dark, it was almost impossible for the other party to catch him. Let me go? You think you can catch me? Cheng Lang held up the iron sword and spread his hands. As long as you are still on the island, my ability can find you. If you don't believe me, you can try it. But I would like to remind you that Luffy and Zoro are very strong. They are the ones who gave you a punch and a sword respectively. The reason they couldn't kill you was because of the darkness. When it comes to daytime, you won't have the slightest advantage. Cheng Lang's words are well founded. In response, Crow touched his abdomen, which was caused by Luffy's punch. I have to say that the opponent's punch was very powerful. If nothing unexpected happened, internal bleeding was a foregone conclusion. If he is found during the day, he will be in real danger. He just sneered disdainfully. During the day, although it was not his home ground, he still had pirate subordinates. I wanted to sneer and say a few words. But Cheng Lang did not give the other party a chance. He attacked first. But the result was that he was slow, had a weird sword-holding posture, and had too many unnecessary movements while swinging the sword. He was only using his arms to exert force, so even if he was really cut, it would probably be just a flesh wound. There is no comparison to the power of Zoro's sword that almost cut through bones. CLO dodged it easily, sweeping the cat claw blade in his hand. There was a sound of metal rubbing against each other. Tisk! What kind of ability do you have? Why is your body so hard? Is it the iron fruit? Cheng Lang squinted his eyes, the reflection of the blade in the moonlight made him uncomfortable. Seeing that Locke's attacks left after images, there was no way to dodge them. You can understand it that way. Cheng Lang had no intention of revealing his information, he waved his hand and attacked. This time Locke didn't dodge, but blocked with his cat claw blade. He wanted to see how the man attacked. Ding ding ding! He is indeed an amateur. Locke sneered disdainfully. Cheng Lang was not angry about this. He had spent the first half of his life in modern society, and the most tiring activity was probably morning exercises. But in the world of One Piece, Luffy, Zoro, and others had been working hard since childhood, and Kuro was a pirate with more than 10 million members after all. It would be a real spectacle if he was defeated by the modern people he had just traveled to. Actually, I'm quite curious about how you can achieve the same speed as shaving with your silent steps. Stomping the ground more than a dozen times in an instant means there is no such thing as silence. Some powerful characters even stomp so hard to increase their speed that the ground directly breaks. However, Cheng Lang could not imagine the silent step, which was similar to the shaving step. Although he was talking, Cheng Lang did not stop his hands at all. He swung the iron sword in his hand as hard as he could, and at the same time he gradually adjusted his body strength. He is very clear about things like the legs driving the waist driving the arms, and finally the wrists, and he is now experimenting bit by bit. You think I'll tell you? Now that you've been exposed, 3 years of hard work have been wasted. You might even have to go back to being a pirate. But I can give you enough gold to get you out of this vortex. Then you can find a small village and live a prosperous life. After saying that, a gold ingot appeared in Cheng Lang's hand. Crab Italy stopped what he was doing. He stared intently at the standard gold ingot. What do you mean? The gold ingot, if nothing goes wrong and it's 9,999 pure gold, I don't know the price yet, but million or more is no problem. CLO pushed his glasses up, appearing calm, but his shaking hands betrayed his thoughts. Tell me about the difference between silent step and shaving. Why should I? Before Klo could finish, the gold ingot flew in front of him. CLO took it in a hurry, his eyes full of disbelief. At the same time, he noticed the weight of the gold ingot the first time he touched it. At least just by looking at the weight, he knew it was gold. Even if it doesn't reach the 9,999 pure gold that Cheng Lang mentioned, it is still a very valuable thing. He looked up at Cheng Lang in disbelief. Just give it to me like that? So generous? If you had told me earlier, why would I have fought you? Aren't we all in this for the money? He was about to say something harsh, but in the end he honestly told the difference between silent steps and shaving. The difference between shaving and silent step is that shaving is faster than silent step. As far as I know, the lowest standard for shaving is to tap the ground 10 times in an instant. If you can do that, it means you have mastered shaving. Silent step is a weakened version of shaving. It requires tapping the ground with your toes 6 times quickly. This is also the frequency I often use, but it is limited to this. If you tap the ground 10 times, there is a high probability that the direction will deviate. Although you can roughly determine the direction, the stability is poor. CLO dutifully finished explaining the comparison between silent step and shaving and the problems they faced. After hearing the gap, Cheng Lang nodded. This is another development direction of shave, can it be considered as backward compatible? Okay. Let's continue. Cheng Lang raised his sword again. This made CLO frown. At this moment, he was holding the gold ingot in his hand and was reluctant to let go. For a moment he froze. It's not right to let go or not to let go. I think we can talk about it. Kaya's father left a lot of property. If you... Before Klo could finish, Cheng Lang interrupted directly, I'm not interested in money. This sentence stopped CLO from speaking. He gritted his teeth, threw the gold brick into the grass, and continued to fight with Cheng Lang. The more he was beaten, the more frustrated he felt. He couldn't break the opponent's defense at all. No matter from which angle he attacked, the result was always the same, he couldn't hit the opponent at all. On the other hand, Cheng Lang became more and more excited as the fight went on, only attacking and not defending. It was pure reckless behavior. If it were a normal person, he would have died at least 700 or 800 times. CLO was also surprised to find that the opponent's attacks became more and more fierce, and both the swing of the sword and the steps gradually became regular. And he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he saw that the corners of Cheng Lang's mouth were raised more and more obviously. It was obvious that the opponent was too excited and entered the fighting mode. On the other hand, because of the previous punches and swords, my fighting power continued to decline. If he continued to maintain a stalemate, he might really be exhausted to death by the boy in front of him. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, stepped back, and disappeared on the spot. Cheng Lang lost his target and was stunned for a moment, then realized that CLO had run away, which made him very angry. There's no reason to run away halfway through a fight. It's like just rubbing against someone outside. That is at this time. Luffy and Zoro came over. Chapter 29. He got away. Luffy and Zoro had actually arrived a long time ago. After all, the sound of fighting breaking out on Cheng Lang's side could be heard even from a long distance away. The reason why he didn't take action was that he saw Cheng Lang was very happy during the battle. Of course, Soran also noticed that Cheng Lang was actually using CLO as a whetstone, so he didn't step forward. It's okay. If you want to find it, you can find it anytime, as long as you are still on the island. Cheng Lang waved his hand indifferently. Then he checked the condition of his body, of course to see the durability of the iron set. I found that 1/3 of it had fallen. Especially the endurance of his brain, it's all yellow. If it continues for another half an hour, maybe his defense will really be broken. Can you find it? Soran was curious, because Cheng Lang's tone was too confident. Well, my ability is just enough to lock him down. Soraku didn't ask any more questions about this. Alvida came to Cheng Lang and looked him up and down. He had no injuries on his body, and his face was not even red and he was not out of breath. If she had experienced such a continuous and high-intensity attack just now, she would definitely not be able to be as calm as Cheng Lang. So are we still chasing now? Asked Alvida. At this moment, Usopp ran over and said, Butler Mary was hacked by Crow. Why don't we go and take a look? Kaya has woken up and seems to be unable to accept the current situation. At this moment, Kaya was inside the matchbox, pacing back and forth. Soon the group came back, and then the large group walked towards the villa. When Kaya saw Melly, tears fell unconsciously. Housekeeper Melly is the elder who watched her grow up, and the only elder left to her after her father's death. And at this moment, Melly is not dead. Although his body was covered in blood from being cut by the cat claw knife, and the blood was all over the ground. But at this moment he was already bandaging himself. Seeing that Kaya was safe and sound, Melly was relieved. Miss Kaya. Mary, I'm so glad you're okay, It's Crab Battle. After the explanation of Butler Mary and the stories told by Luffy and others. Soon a clear thread emerged. This so-called Crab Battle was actually the one who once offered a bounty of 1,600 million berries. For a moment, Kaya found it difficult to accept the fact that the gentle and well-rounded Crab Battle was a pirate. But reality is cruel after all. At the same time, she was also extremely grateful that Usopp could come to help her. The sky gradually turned pale. Luffy and his crew have finished their reorganization. Butler Mary's injury was nothing to Cheng Lang. After 2 pieces of steak, he was healed instantly, which of course made Luffy very envious. I need to remind the villagers so that they can be prepared. Mary said seriously. It shouldn't be necessary. A group of pirates have gathered on the beach. They are probably the Black Cat pirates, his former subordinates. They are in that direction. Cheng Lang pointed to the beach in the east. Nami looked in that direction and her mind was a little stuck for a moment, but the next moment, she thought of her treasure. Wait. That seems to be where we docked the ship. No time. My berry. Nami seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem. Luffy. Quick. We have to get there. Otherwise those pirates will run away with our treasure. Nami was serious about the treasure and was able to unleash the potential power in her body, pulling Luffy and running. In response, others also quickened their pace. The more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. Crow did not lead his black cat pirates to invade Syrup village like in the original story. Instead, he boarded a boat and prepared to leave. Of course, Cheng Lang could see on the map that 1 or 2 pirates were heading to the ship of Luffy and others. Although I didn't see what happened specifically, if nothing unexpected happened, the 5 million berries would be gone. It might be bad. They are preparing to leave by boat. Cheng Lang reminded. Nami's expression went from panic to anger. Luffy! Fly over here! Fly! Luffy nodded as he was being carried away. Then you better be ready. An ominous premonition hung over my heart. Cheng Lang watched Luffy stretch out his hands and grab the trees on the side of the road. Isn't it? Luffy flew up with Zoro, Nami, Cheng Lang, Alvida, Usopp, and the panicked and helpless Cool Yami. I'm so. Amidst a flurry of cursing and shouting. The group is about to reach the coast. And the coast mouth. Zhang Jiao was a little confused. He really left like that? CLO remained silent about this and threw away the gold brick in his arms. Looking at the gold brick, Zhang Jiao was surprised, then he touched it and verified its authenticity. Wow! This gold bar must be of very high purity. If it were sold on the black market, it would probably be worth around 70 or 80 million. This is a standard 12.5 kilograms of 9,999 pure gold. What? That's going to be worth 1.96 million. Berry equals Japanese yen, million. Zhang Jiao held the gold brick carefully. There are many gold bars on the market, but most of them are impure. After all, the refining technology varies from island to island. In addition, compared to pure gold bars, gold products made with other metals are not only much more expensive than pure gold, but also look better. Of course, there are also problems such as wear and tear and difficulty in trading, but in terms of liquidity, Brix is absolutely first class. Let's go, there's nothing we need here anymore. CLO sighed. If everything goes smoothly within 3 years, I will actually have a total asset of about 1.5 billion. Unfortunately, there is no if. With that group of people around, my plan will definitely not be carried out. 3 people with special abilities. It was really unlucky. Although he was angry, CLO couldn't think of a way to solve the problem. Wait for these guys to leave, then come back? If nothing unexpected happens, his bounty will appear on the sea again in 2 days. Did you hear any strange noises? Chloe asked in confusion. Zhang Jiao nodded, the sound is getting louder and louder. He didn't even finish his words. Just hear a roar. The deck is cracked. A guy wearing a straw hat rushed in with a bloated look. And there were a few people on his stomach who looked like they had lost all hope in life. A burst of loud noise. I thought I was going to fall into the sea. Luffy patted his body, stood up with a grin and said, safe landing. Where is safe? Nami stood up trembling. Cheng Lang also stood up. He felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. Even with Luffy's inflated balloon as a cushion, the impact was too great. I didn't feel anything special when watching the anime, but when I saw it for real, it was really. Cheng Lang felt helpless, and then he woke up Kuyami, who was frightened out of his wits. Looking at the people breaking in through the wall, Zhang Jiao was frightened and at a loss. Klo calmed down a little, but only a little, and his jaw dropped to the ground. No, buddy. I'm about to leave, and you're still chasing me. Chapter 30. Cheng Lang looked at the landing point. It's really accurate. In response to this, he skillfully sealed Kiyami first. Then he took out the iron sword and faced the former and current captains of the Black Cat Pirates. And the countless Black Cat Pirates crew members who rushed in. The atmosphere was tense and a war was about to break out. Luffy faced off against Crow. The Cat brothers Buggy and Sam were the first to face Zoro, while Cheng Lang faced Zango and Usopp and Alvida faced the Black Cat pirates who rushed in. As for Nami, I went to hang out with Koyami as soon as possible. The battle started as quickly as it ended. His injuries had not yet healed, and without the support of the cat claw blade, he was no match for Luffy in a fist-to-fist fight. The battle between Zoro and the Cat brothers was not very interesting. One used Demon Slash and the other used Tiger Hunter to end the battle. As for Cheng Lang, after taking a punch from the opponent's iron ring boxing gloves, he directly attacked the opponent with a sword. No fancy moves. Surprisingly, the other party fell to the ground after a shrill scream. Cheng Lang was puzzled by this. He didn't seem to have penetrated the other party, nor did he hit the vital parts. He just hit the other party from the shoulder to the chest. How could he be coaxed to sleep? He poked the other person and pried open his eyelids. I really rolled my eyes. It's not like he's pretending. Could it be that the weapon's attack power has taken effect? Speaking of which, the iron sword does have such an effect on the original MC creatures, but it does not have such an effect on the creatures in the One Piece world. This was also concluded when killing cattle and sheep. After all, there is no longer a setting where a jump attack can critically hit, whether it is an MC creature or an animal in One Piece. But Cheng Lang didn't care about those things. He didn't care whether he was pretending to be dead or was really seriously injured and unconscious. However, he still accepted the experience points that the other party gained. He then joined Usopp and Alvida's team, and then one by one they exploded experience orbs. Even the pirates who had not yet entered turned around and ran away after witnessing all this, leaving behind experience balls. Obviously, both defeating and surrendering will earn you experience balls, but it seems like everyone only has one chance to gain experience balls. The quantity and experience points are similar. At least the miscellaneous soldiers are all similar. The number of likes is much higher, but only double, which is about the same as CLO's original number. And CLO was defeated again, and no longer dropped experience orbs. And the experience has reached level 12. Cheng Lang touched his chin in response. If this happened on Fishman Island 2 years later, Luffy would have used his domineering power to clear out 50,000 soldiers. 50,000, that's too many to pick up. Thinking about all sorts of things, I took out the cool Yami. But when he saw Nami was also inside, he was speechless. When did you go in? This is the basic ability of a weak and pitiful girl. Go find your treasure, it's probably in. Before Cheng Lang could finish his words, Nami disappeared like a gust of wind. Koyami looked at the group of people lying on the ground and swallowed. When will I have such strength? Cheng Lang rubbed the girl's head. Don't be anxious. People always need time to grow up. The dust has settled. Cheng Lang pointed at CLO and his group who were tied up. What do you mean? Are you sending it to the Navy? Speaking of which, you haven't been put on the bounty list yet, right? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Chloe is not dead. At this moment, he was tied up and looked hopeless, feeling that life was so bleak. Do you believe me when I tell you I won't come to Zilabia village again? Everyone present looked at each other, and their eyes finally fell on Kaya who had just arrived. And Kaya came to CLO. Her eyes were complicated. Everything happened so fast that she still couldn't believe that CLO, who was so loyal to her family and took care of her in every possible way, actually wanted to seize her family's property. My parents' deaths were not yours. Klo sighed deeply and fixed his gaze on Kaya's face. Your parents died of illness. His voice was cold, just quietly stating the facts. Hearing this, Kaya instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression was complicated. She didn't know whether she should believe what Crow said now. After all, if your parents hadn't died, maybe I would have gotten rid of them both at some point. CLO gave another answer. When Usopp heard this, he immediately stood up and prepared to beat up Crow. After all, he could say such words in front of Kaya. This person is simply a beast. However, he was stopped by Kaya. Kaya. You. He only said this to prove that he didn't kill my parents. Kaya's expression was complicated. She looked at CLO and finally asked 3 words, why? Kuro looked at Kaya with a puzzled look. Why is there any reason for this? I'm a pirate who has committed all kinds of evil. I've been disguised in the village for 3 years and have gained the recognition of countless people. Everyone knows I'm a good person. And now I've received your family's huge inheritance. Only then can I live freely and find true peace. You. Kaya looked at Chloe with confusion in her eyes. The past 3 years echoed in her mind. She found it hard to imagine why the dedicated and thoughtful crab eater was like this now. The look and tone are like those of a stranger. Cheng Lang frowned and watched CLO's expression. Suddenly he seemed to understand. Chloe, you're not a tsundere, are you? As soon as Cheng Lang finished speaking, the air in the room fell silent for a moment. People like Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp didn't understand at all. The girls, such as Koyami and Kaya, were stunned. Then his expression turned strange. What are you talking about? Chloe widened his eyes in confusion. Kaya's parents have been dead for about a year, right? Cheng Lang looked at Kaya, waiting for confirmation. The other party nodded. Within a year, if you really wanted to seize the property, you would have had plenty of opportunities, right? Kaya's parents died of illness, and her daughter also died of illness. This kind of thing is actually quite common, after all, family members get infected when they meet. If you really want to do this, you should be able to do it. After all, she has been weak and sickly since she was a child. But you still take care of me meticulously until someone shows up. Cheng Lang looked at Usopp. Usopp was stunned by this, and then his expression became serious because he also figured it out. The eldest lady didn't get better despite your comfort and consideration, but under the repeated lies of a wild boy, the eldest lady miraculously got better and her condition was under control. You are jealous. But you suppressed your jealousy. After all, you also hope that your eldest daughter is healthy. But seeing your eldest daughter smiling in front of that wild boy again and again, and talking to you about the wild boy's lies, the emotion called jealousy filled your mind, but you didn't want to admit it. In the end, you gave up and wanted to destroy everything, so you made this decision, but in fact, you didn't want to kill Miss Kaya and let your former Black Cat pirates invade the village. In fact, you wanted to get rid of that wild boy more. And you also planned from the beginning that after the Black Cat pirates had done everything, you would get rid of these former subordinates, so that no one would know your identity anymore, right? So, you've cleared up the past and dealt with your rival in the process. As for Miss Kaya, you did intend to use hypnosis to make her write a will, but there should be other conditions attached, such as forgetting some memories. Hee, ha ha ha, what you said is a really good plan, but unfortunately, I'm a pirate, and it's impossible for me to be attracted by a willful, capricious, and temperamental little girl. CLO laughed wildly. But what others heard was the stubborn words of a loser. After hearing this, Kaya lowered her head, then looked up and looked at CLO seriously. I'm sorry, Crabately. Actually, I've always considered you my older brother. After all, there's a 16-year age difference between us. Kaya gave the most cruel killing move in a gentle tone. At this point, Chloe was silent. Chapter 31. The end result was that Crow and his crew left. There were just a few minor problems along the way. The rebellion of the Black Cat pirates. After Kuro was defeated, some roaming pirates were not captured by Luffy and others. During this period, Zhang Jiao pretended to be dead and successfully escaped with the help of the roaming pirates. Naturally, they had no intention of taking Chloe away. In 3 years, Zango became the captain of the Black Cat pirates. During this period, the relationship between him and the recognition of the crew members were naturally different. On the other hand, not only did Klo fail to bring any benefits to the crew, but now it seems that he is ready to compete for the captaincy of the Black Cat Pirates again. The old members might be happy to accept it, after all, they have all witnessed Crow's strength, which is at least much stronger than Zhang Jiao, but the new members naturally cannot accept it. The result was a fight between the two sides. Zhang Jiao suffered a crushing defeat. The ship and crew were taken. Cheng Lang was not surprised at this. It was impossible for a current captain and a former captain to coexist peacefully on the same ship. If they could, it would only be a temporary measure. As a smart man, CLO naturally knew this, so he acted decisively. As for why Luffy and his crew did not completely eliminate the Black Cat Pirates, the reason is also very simple. Kaya chose to forgive. After Cheng Lang exposed all his inner thoughts, CLO was unable to face Kaya. Was he angry and humiliated? Would he seek revenge in the future? Kaya's answer was that if necessary, she would be willing to give all her wealth to CLO if that was what he wanted. It is also a way to repay the other party for their dedicated care after their parents' death. What do smart villains fear most? A sincere heart. Cheng Lang witnessed the whole thing with an extremely strange expression. Perhaps this is the characteristic of One Piece, that the little people also have their own stories. But Cheng Lang didn't care about that. He summoned an iron golem in Kaya's small courtyard. After getting the pumpkin seeds, he had wanted to try it for a long time. The reason why he didn't try it on the boat was that he was really afraid that Taiji would cause the boat to sink due to weight problems. It is said that Taiji has no weight in MC, but that may not be the case in reality. The moment the iron golem appears, the style is exactly the same as in MC. But the first thing he did when he appeared was to give Cheng Lang a poppy. Si Kuyi. Si Kuyi. Cheng Lang, is this a robot? Luffy looked at the scene with stars in his eyes. Usopp did the same and touched Taiji's body. The cool touch feels just like real iron. This. Usopp could only repeat this sentence. Zoro was looking at the iron golem. To be honest, its nearly 3-meter tall body was very oppressive, but it was hard to say what to say about the look in his eyes. There was a clear feeling of stupidity in it. As for how dangerous it feels? No. Didn't feel any threat from the iron golem. Zoro, do you want to try its weight? Don't worry, it won't mind. Cheng Lang smiled and invited Zoro to try it. Zoro, who had the habit of lifting weights, walked closer curiously, then reached out and grabbed the iron golem's waist and abdomen. A sudden force. But Zoran's face turned red and he couldn't lift the iron golem at all. So heavy. Zoro stopped unexpectedly. Cheng Lang nodded at this, it seemed to be similar to what he thought. An iron golem is made of 4 1 cubic meter iron blocks, and 1 cubic meter iron block weighs 7.68 tons. 4 are imaginable. Zoro will definitely be able to lift it in the future, but that may not be the case during the East China Sea period. It was at this time that the iron golem gave the poppy to Zoran. Zoro was stunned, not understanding what this meant. Take it, he thinks you're playing with him. Zoro accepted it silently. Looking at the pixelated poppy, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then Cheng Lang simply tested the iron golem's IQ. That is to say, he gave a few orders. For example, it can clearly understand questions such as running, patrolling, etc. It can even execute some complex commands. For example, go to the gate and bring over the bodyguard wearing a hat and with a scar on his face. Because the iron golem couldn't speak, he directly carried the bodyguard wearing a hat and with a scratch on his face over. Apparently he could also distinguish faces. In response to this, Cheng Lang directly appointed Kaya as the second master. From the lost expression on the iron golem's face, it can be seen that being abandoned by Cheng Lang was obviously a big blow to it, but he soon gave Kaya some poppies. Indicates that he accepted it. Of course, Cheng Lang can also continue to order the iron golem to work. Name it. It's up to you. After all, it was built for you to use as a bodyguard. Cheng Lang waved his hand and threw the question back. Kaya looked at the iron golem and gave it a name that she thought was pretty good, Dabai. The iron golem raised his hands and nodded his iron head frantically, and joy could be clearly seen in his eyes as he looked left and right. It seems that you have accepted it. Please take care of me in the future, Dabai. Kaya smiled and touched the body of the iron golem. The iron golem stretched out its two straight arms and gently stroked Kaya's head. Cheng Lang, why is there moss on its body? Can I wash it? Kaya asked curiously. You can try. Kaya and Luffy and his crew were attracted away by the iron golem. Cheng Lang was thinking about something else. Can an iron golem identify a person as an enemy? Doesn't it only fight back when it's hit? But it's also difficult to find the enemy now. However, it is obvious that the iron golem can clearly distinguish the appearance of a human and is very obedient. If Kaya orders him to attack, he can still take the initiative to attack. It was at this time that Melly walked to Cheng Lang's side. Thank you very much for your help. Now that he is the only old man left in Kaya's family, he must work harder than before. There's no need to say that. Besides, this is a byproduct of my experiment. I definitely can't take it on the ship. Putting it here will make the best use of it. Cheng Lang waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. Come to think of it, you should be from the fur tribe, right? You're fine even after being injured like that, but an ordinary person would be dead. Mary touched his horns and said, I'm not very clear about my race, but my father told me that my mother was half furry. So, I should be a quarter furry, if nothing goes wrong. But as you can see, that's all I have left. Is Manu okay? If I have to say, I probably feel restless when the moon is full, but that was when I was a child. I don't feel that way anymore, Melly replied with a smile. Only Kaya's parents didn't care about his abnormality, which was why he was willing to be the housekeeper in Kaya's family. Chapter 32. I guess your next generation won't even have the characteristics of the fur tribe. There are some, but it's limited to white hair. Mary responded with a smile. After confirming his previous guess, Cheng Lang chatted briefly for a few more words. Melly went about her own business. As expected, Mary went to prepare the Mary, but it was obvious that the ship should have been built long ago. Do you want to renovate it now? But after thinking about it, Cheng Lang gave up. Why is he so anxious when the other person hasn't even opened his mouth? It's like he's trying to show off his gratitude. That is at this time. Kaya came over with a silver white iron puppet. Obviously, after cleaning, the green vines on its body have disappeared, and some rusty-looking parts have also been polished. At this moment, the iron golem is exceptionally white. Doesn't this look bad? Kaya looked him up and down. Then he seemed to think of something. Ran back to the house immediately. Then all the women were called in. As the men were puzzled, Kaya came out with pants and clothes made from black cloth. The iron golem was also happy to be dressed up and quietly served as a clothes rack. A moment later, an iron golem in a black suit appeared. You know what, it really looks like a double-door security guard. If you put aside that head. So handsome. Luffy praised without thinking. The same goes for Usopp. Cheng Lang felt that this was even worse than before. Of course the result was that the iron golem gave poppies to everyone. It was obviously in a good mood. When praised, it would shyly scratch its head with its straight iron hands, looking extremely cute. But it's strange that the iron golem, which should weigh 31 tons, walked on the ground without any vibration and the ground did not collapse. But the weight was similar to what I expected. I don't know if it's a characteristic or if that's just how the One Piece world is. If it were a characteristic, Cheng Lang wouldn't have to worry about the ship sinking. From now on, just let the iron golem watch the ship. We are having a great time here. Luffy came to Cheng Lang's side. Cheng Lang, I want one too. I want him to come on board and be my partner. Cheng Lang was helpless, even Zoran can't carry it. Are you sure our ship won't sink if he gets on board? Luffy was stunned for a moment, then frowned. The ship was indeed a big problem for them now. Can you make it smaller? Cheng Lang spread his hands. Luffy frowned and looked unhappy about this, but he also looked like he wanted something but was very sensible, and his worries were all shown on his face. If the ship can carry him in the future, I can just build another one then. I'll leave this one to Kaya to protect her. Okay. Luffy no longer hesitated. The story progresses in an orderly manner. Cheng Lang touched his chin, wondering whether he should go to the mine again, of course not to dig for iron or gold. He wanted to continue looking down to see if he could dig up lapis lazuli or diamonds or something. He felt somewhat insecure in his iron suit. He could still survive in a safe sea like the East China Sea, but once he reached the Grand Line, there was no guarantee that his armor would not become trash. Thinking. He looked at the ground. And dig a cellar? As a shelter. Thinking of this, he asked Kaya for her opinion. And what he got was naturally a response. In response, Cheng Lang came to the warehouse on the first floor. This was also Ying Kaya's idea. After all, if you really encounter danger, it is impossible to go to a shelter outside. Then Cheng Lang went down to the mine like a real man and started digging underground. He is now a man with a bucket. Even if he really encountered magma or underground cavities, he could ensure that he would be fine. In a short while, he had dug down about 1,000 squares. The reason he didn't go further down was that his backpack was full, there was coal at his feet, and there were not enough blocks to fill it up. At the same time, he also had a headache. Why is it all coal? From the bottom to about 600 blocks, it is all coal. Most of the above 600 are stones, and a small amount of iron ore. That's it. After all, it was the backpack that limited the number of levels Cheng Lang could go to in the mine. It would be great if backpacks could stack up to 1,000 of them. Wait, could it be that all my future modules will be small function modules like this? Cheng Lang had a strange expression on his face. The first thing he unlocked was chain mining, the second thing he unlocked was the map, and he wouldn't be surprised if the third thing he unlocked was automatic organization. After all, he really needs these modules when playing games. Especially with automatic organization and more stacking. These two are his standby modules. But, now he feels a little disgusted. Especially automatic sorting. As for stacking 1,000, it is still somewhat useful, and it is not unacceptable if it is unlocked. But I still hope to get another module, preferably a conversion table. While talking to himself, Cheng Lang went back. If he continued to go down, he might not be able to go up. However, when he arrived about 5 meters underground at Kaya's house, he began to dig a cellar. He simply made a space of 2023 and threw all the coal on him into a corner. The MC world has a refresh function, but the real world does not. The things dropped will always exist. They are not floating, but piled up there layer by layer. Bring it back to the ship? No need. There are still 6 large boxes of coal blocks on the ship, which can never be used up. Then a furnace was placed next to it. If he can use this thing, others can use it too. However, it is impossible to open the interface. Instead, you just need to throw coal into the bottom of the furnace and put the things to be burned in the opening above. Of course, you don't have to put coal in the opening below. For example, you can put normal firewood in it. The only difference is that the burning time is similar to that of wooden sticks, and it is not as durable as charcoal. Do it all. Cheng Lang just came up and installed a trap door, and saw Alvita waiting there. Seeing Cheng Lang coming up, she looked at him excitedly. Cheng Lang waved his hand and said, "There's only charcoal underneath, no gold left." So, But that's normal. There's very little vegetation around Orange Town. Clearly, the geology isn't suitable for plant growth, so there's naturally little coal underneath. Looking at Zilabia village, it's clearly densely vegetated, and they rely on rice cultivation for their livelihood. Cheng Lang said. This was also what he had vaguely guessed when he dug 1,000 squares and still found coal. Games are games, reality is reality. Minerals are evenly distributed in the game. But the reality is different, otherwise some countries would not rely on selling iron ore to maintain their status as member states. However, as long as you dig deep enough, you can still find different minerals. But his backpack would definitely not fit that. Moreover, there were too many fallen objects piled up, making it difficult for him to find a place to stand. But fortunately, we still harvested 3 or 4 groups of iron ore, so it's not a loss. Cheng Lang was very open-minded. Alvida nodded and changed the subject. Butler Mary said he had a surprise for us. Luffy and the others said they wanted to wait for you. Now we just need you. Go and have a look. Chapter 33. After seeing Cheng Lang and Alvida, Luffy and his group headed to the beach in a mighty manner. The Mary was already there at this moment. And Mary smiled and began to introduce the Mary. The Melee is a triangular sailboat with a total length of 13 meters and a height of 11 meters. The interior space is actually not very large. 3 rooms on deck. The room where the artillery is placed at the bow is opposite to the warehouse, and above the warehouse is the kitchen and conference room. And below is below deck. There are 3 rooms in total. The men's dormitory is near the bow, the bathroom is in the middle, and the women's dormitory is at the stern. There are 6 rooms, which are neither too big nor too small, and are suitable for 5 or 6 people living together. And now there are 7 members. Male members, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Cheng Lang. Female members, Nami, Alvida, and me. Obviously, such a lineup can still be accommodated, but it may be a bit difficult if there are more people. Naturally, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates focused their attention on Cheng Lang at this moment. It can be modified, but is it possible? Cheng Lang looked at Melee. Of course, this is already your ship. Melee had no dissatisfaction at all. After all, how far can the transformation go? We can't just tear it down, right? Then he stared blankly at Cheng Lang as he really tore Melee apart. A major renovation was carried out directly on the original basis. Although it still looks like Mary in the end, it is no longer in the shape of Mary. The original 13-meter-long Mary was expanded to 32 meters. If the sail was not big enough, he could continue to expand it. How is it? Cheng Lang looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Although he is not a construction player, he is still very satisfied with his skills at this moment. Mary looked at the square Mary and felt so square. Hiss, are you sure this can work? I packed it. Even though the boat is much bigger, the blocks created by my ability aren't as heavy as they look. If you don't believe me, look at the bottom of the boat. Isn't it sinking just like before? If that's the case, why would you modify a ship? Mary was a little confused. After all, according to Cheng Lang's ability, as long as the design drawings are in place, he can build a ship larger than a warship, without any restrictions on materials. No, let me give you a simple example. Cheng Lang simply stacked 2 wooden boards and then removed the lower one. A very unscientific flying wooden board appeared in front of Melee. Mary touched it in astonishment, then jumped up. There was clearly nothing below, but no matter how he jumped he couldn't sink. If I had built it directly, the result would have been a ship that couldn't move in one place and had to rely on other ships. So the only disadvantage of scaling up is that it's easy to get the decorations wrong. Cheng Lang's side was finished, and Luffy and others had already boarded the ship. By the way, I also need to get some glass. As he spoke, Cheng Lang dug a lot of sand from the beach and started to burn glass. Melly stared blankly at the angular Melly and shook his head in amusement. Angry? How could that be? After just a sigh, he prepared for the next step of work. He planned to renovate the ship. After all, it was enlarged in proportion, so the things he designed naturally had to be enlarged in proportion as well. Wait a moment, I'll go gather some people and work on the ship. As for how things that are not MC items connect with blocks, Cheng Lang can just press it on, and no nails are needed. The effect is better than nails. Even if Luffy tried hard, he couldn't pull it apart, as if these things had been grown onto the wooden board from the beginning. The same wooden boards can also be painted and clad with iron sheets. Finally, the scaled-up Mary was officially born. Perhaps its only drawback is its relatively weak bottom. After all, the bottom of the ship must be in contact with the water surface. If it is covered with blocks, it will become immobile. Time is passing by busily. The next day, the supplies on Cheng Lang's previous ship had been cleared out, and even the entire ship had been dismantled. And Usopp has already said goodbye to Kaya. The Straw Hat Pirates, the only one missing from the East China Sea chapter is Sanji. Sure. Kaya stood there, not trying to persuade him to stay, but looking at Usopp with a smile. Kaya. I'll come back to you after I've traveled around the world. Then I'll tell you my own adventure stories. They won't be just made-up stories anymore. Okay, I will wait for you. Similarly, Usopp's three younger brothers also waved their hands excitedly. Luffy stood beside Usopp, reluctant to leave. Don't get me wrong, he couldn't bear to part with the iron golem. Facts proved that Cheng Lang's idea was correct. The iron golem was too heavy. The moment it got on the ship, the entire ship sank. And once on board, the entire ship began to capsize. The port of Zuluabia village is getting smaller and smaller. Kaya and the three little ones gradually disappeared from view. Now that we have almost the same number of people, it's about time we officially raise the pirate flag. Luffy put forward his own idea. But after Luffy finished speaking, he looked at Alvida. After all, there is a former pirate captain on board. In response, Alvida lifted her hair and smiled charmingly. I was defeated by you, so naturally I must obey the arrangements of the victor. At this point, the Straw Hat Pirates were officially established. When the flag symbolizing the Straw Hat Pirates was raised, Cheng Lang looked at the people around him. Naturally, his last gaze fell on Alvida. Originally, Alvida should have encountered Buggy, who was knocked away by Luffy shortly after eating the fruit. The two then sailed together and discovered that they had both been beaten by Luffy, and they prepared to seek revenge. But now, Alvida was recruited by himself in advance and even became a member of Luffy's ship. What will happen to Buggy the Clown? Will he be eaten by the fish because of his transformation? In the original work, it seems that it was Alvida who saved Buggy. However, Cheng Lang soon stopped thinking about those things. With Buggy's domineering luck, it was impossible for him to die so easily. Why are you looking at me? You are not my captain now, Alvida teased with a smile. Cheng Lang shrugged at this. I'm not cut out to be a captain. Yoshi. Let's have a party to celebrate our official becoming pirates. Luffy suggested with a smile. A group of people responded to this. Then something awkward happened. Who cooks? A banquet requires delicious food, right? You can't just drink and eat fruit, right? Don't look at me. I can only provide some food that comes with my ability. Cheng Lang spread his hands. After one round, everyone spread their hands to indicate that they didn't know how to do it. Nami smiled and said, if you're willing to pay, I can make it. I can't guarantee whether it'll be delicious or not. You still want money? Usopp expressed shock. Not only him, but also Alvida and Koyami, who had just boarded the ship, were surprised. Nami didn't show any sign of nervousness at all and looked very reasonable. So we are still short of a cook. Zoro gave his thoughts. Since going out to sea with Luffy, I have basically been eating bread or other dry food. I thought that since Cheng Lang was coming, there would be delicious food. In the end, Cheng Lang took out cooked beef, cooked chicken, cooked mutton, and some fruits. As for making cake, there's no sugar, so it's impossible. Same with pumpkin pie. Chapter 34. The moon was high in the sky, and the cold moonlight fell on the deck. The observation deck of the Mary had been widened by Cheng Lang and made into a panoramic skylight. At this moment, Cheng Lang and Kuyami were sitting there, looking at the night scene on the coast. From time to time, a huge sea king leaps across the sky. First of all, you have to determine one thing, your own ideas and direction. It can also be understood as the direction of effort. Human energy and time are limited, and you can't fully develop every aspect, just like the comparison between Zoro and Usopp. The former had him practice slingshots, requiring him to hit the 10 rings from 40 meters away. For Zoro, this required familiarity and long hours of practice, but what was the end result? Not only did his swordsmanship not develop well, but he was also not as good as Usopp with the slingshot. The same was true in reverse. When Usopp was asked to practice swordsmanship, he ended up being a complete idiot. So you have to determine your future direction and then work tirelessly towards it. Kuyami listened and then fell into deep thought. Finally, he picked up the wooden sword made by Cheng Lang. She swung it a bit, then thought back to Usopp's slingshot. As she thought about it in her mind, she couldn't help but think of the Black Cat pirates. Although she was protected by Cheng Lang, after she was safe, what she saw was devastation and wailing everywhere. This made her feel a little bit uncomfortable. It even seems that she has never faced the enemy directly until now. For a moment she didn't know what to do. Although she had made up her mind, when she really came to the crossroads of choice, she was confused. What should I choose? Kuyami looked at Cheng Lang, expecting him to help her make a choice. The choice I made for you isn't what you truly like, so you need to ask yourself, do you really like it? If you encounter setbacks in the future, will you have the faith to persevere? If you still can't figure it out, I'll teach you a way, the questioning method. List the questions first. 1. What do you work hard for? 2. If you put in effort but don't get any rewards, will you continue to work hard? 3. Can you accept that the results of your efforts are not satisfactory? 4. Can you take action immediately? 5. After getting unexpected results, can you continue to work hard? These are just simple questions, and everyone's questions are different. In the future, when you're confused, you can ask them. Just like before you and I met, ask yourself, do you really want to go to sea? What would you do if you didn't find Kobe after going to sea? You don't have to answer these questions, you can answer them while you start taking action, and when you get the results, you may have already reached the results you want. Cheng Lang smiled and told me something he had seen on the internet. Kuyami listened quietly and thought at last. Why does she work hard? The answer is simple. She wanted to change herself. The opportunity came from seeing Kobe's changes, although there were some misunderstandings in the middle. For example, she thought Kobe changed himself through his own efforts to go to sea. But it turned out that he finally made a change to fulfill his dream of becoming a Navy soldier and catching pirates. And what about yourself? What exactly do you want to change? It is inferiority and timidity that make her want to escape from the quagmire of the vicious cycle of the past. What does she need to do to change these? She is cheerful, sunny, confident, and beautiful like Miss Alvida. After getting the first answer, she looked at the next one. My efforts have not yielded any rewards, and I am still an inferior and timid person. Kuyami was stunned for a long time. Cheng Lang seemed to have sensed her thoughts. Could it be worse than it is now? Kuyami was stunned, then she laughed. Yes, could it be any worse than it is now? Only at this moment did she realize that she was already on the road to change. As for what she would gain in the future, it would definitely not be worse than it is now, right? The second and third questions may seem different, but in fact they are both questions about confusion about the future. Can the fourth one start immediately? Looking at the sword in her hand, she could indeed start immediately. The fifth takeaway? She'll only work harder after this. Seeing Koyumi's eyes becoming more and more bright, Cheng Lang smiled. It was obvious that she had strengthened her belief. Next is your other choice. This isn't about the problem, but what you're good at. Good at? I don't seem to be good at anything. Koyumi shook his head. Growing up, have you ever been good at anything? Cooking, singing, medicine, sailing, swordsmanship, boxing, physical flexibility, all kinds of things are available. Koyumi lowered his head and pursed his lips. Maybe I'm good at running away. Escape, was the unexpected answer. Sure enough, not a bad answer. What? Cheng Lang smiled and said, what's there to be ashamed of? Being able to escape is a skill, right? If the members of the Black Cat Pirates were good at escaping, Kaya and Mary might not be able to sleep well now. But is this really possible? There's nothing wrong with that. It's not shameful to run away when you're overwhelmed. You can just wait until you're strong enough to challenge again. If you can't escape even though you're overwhelmed, that would be a real tragedy. I really don't have to act like a member of the Black Cat Pirates. Haha, are there any similarities between your impression of pirates and the current situation? Those who are good at fighting should fight, and those who are good at navigation should control the ship. What's wrong with that? You are good at running away. If we encounter someone we can't match that day, you can take us away with you. That's the right solution. And after running, you can also harass and contain the enemy. You can also make a contribution, right? Cheng Lang's words stunned Koyumi, and then he nodded. Then how do I exercise? Of course running exercises the legs, squats, stretching. Cheng Lang briefly explained the running techniques from the previous world. You can do weight-bearing exercises on the boat. Let me try it later. Cheng Lang took out the gold bar and placed it directly on the instep of Koyumi's foot, then found a rope to tie it up. That's about it. Tomorrow I'll ask Usopp to make some props and make a weight-bearing prop. Then we can increase the weight little by little. I'm talking to Koyumi here. Soon the sound of someone climbing a ladder was heard. It's Zoro. You guys go to sleep, I'll keep watch for the rest of the night. Okay. X2. The two left the observation tower. Zoro looked at the moonlight and picked up the dumbbells that had been placed there a long time ago. He began his nightly exercise. The two returned to their dormitories. Although the ship has been enlarged a lot. But there are not many more men's and women's dormitories, there are still two, but the rooms are a little bigger. Originally, the men's dormitories on the Mary had hammocks, while the women's dormitories had beds. But after Cheng Lang arrived, everyone was naturally assigned a bed. There are also wooden boards to separate the rooms, similar to the small rooms in a capsule hotel. As for the problem of snoring, there is no need to worry at all. With MC's bed, as soon as you touch it, you will fall into a baby-like sleep within 3 seconds, and you won't hear any snoring at all. Chapter 35. The next day. In the restaurant. I think we should find a chef as soon as possible. Cheng Lang was the first to give his opinion. Although we have animals created by my abilities on the ship, they are not enough to meet our own needs. Besides, we can't just waste the fresh ingredients we bought, right? Eating different kinds of fruits, although they have all been said. The others nodded. Although the food Cheng Lang made was pretty good, it was rare to have a kitchen, so it was necessary to hire a chef. We need a musician. Luffy suggested the same. Usopp was speechless at this. Luffy, you are the captain after all, you should take the initiative to consider this kind of thing. Well, then recruit a musician as a partner. Luffy went straight from need to affirmation. This left Usopp stunned. Why are you so obsessed with musicians? Koyami was puzzled. It seemed that he had never heard of a pirate singing. Because pirates who can sing are very romantic. When I was a kid, my favorite pirate, Shanks, had a guy on his ship who could sing. Luffy explained while eating roast beef. The others nodded in understanding. Nami looked at Luffy's hat and asked, "So that's the person who gave you your straw hat?" "Ah." And Alvida poked Cheng Lang beside her. "What happened?" "The name Shanks sounds familiar, I think I've heard it somewhere." "Normal, after all, this is the name of the 4 emperors' red hair." Cheng Lang calmly revealed Shanks' background. This made the others who had not yet reacted stunned. "Is it that 4 emperors?" Usopp exclaimed in surprise. Zoro on the side was also shocked. Nami was stunned when she saw the straw hat on Luffy's head. She couldn't believe that Luffy knew such a big shot, and her eyes were full of complicated thoughts. Alvida opened her mouth, then shook her head in amusement. "No wonder you are so strong." "Usopp, why are you so surprised? Isn't your father a member of the Red Hair Pirates?" Really? You do not know?" "I don't know. I just know that my father became a pirate when I was very young." Usopp expressed his thoughts frankly. "Didn't your mother tell you?" "Without." "So?" Cheng Lang nodded, saying that this made sense. If Jesus Bulletin's son was discovered, he would probably be arrested by the Navy or the world government. In the world of One Piece, there is no such thing as family members being affected by misfortune. If you don't want others to know, then hide it from yourself. I guess Usopp's mother didn't say it because of this. For a moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant was a little weird. "I thought it was just a group of boys and girls with no background going on a sea adventure, but I didn't expect that 2 of them were second-generation thieves." Nami asked Luffy curiously, "Didn't the 4 emperors, that Shanks leave you any precious treasures?" "Yes, I have." "Where?" This." Luffy raised his straw hat. This sentence silenced Nami. And Zoro just laughed out loud. When Zoro started, everyone on the ship laughed. In the afternoon, Cheng Lang was cutting down trees and collecting leaves for compost. Kolyami had several iron ingots tied to his legs to exercise and stretch his muscles. Of course, they were tied inside his pants. One has to admit that Usopp's craftsmanship was really good, and he rubbed them out in just a few strokes. Strong and durable. The lack of gold doesn't mean that wealth is not to be revealed, but simply because Koyami doesn't have the leg strength, so he can just increase the weight bit by bit. Alvida was waving a mace in the training area built by Cheng Lang, hitting 2 pieces of wood. Zoro was fast asleep. Nami was lying on the deck at the back of the ship, basking in the sun and reading a newspaper. Luffy and Usopp were tinkering with the cannon. Boom! The gunfire echoed throughout the Mary. It briefly attracted the attention of others, but soon everyone went back to their own business. After all, I had already seen Luffy and Usopp busy. One has to admit that Usopp has a talent for shooting. Even though it was his first time operating a cannon, he still managed to accurately hit the rocky island more than 1,000 meters away. At this point, Sword Master Johnny and Knife God Joseph are officially online. Although the big story did not deviate. But obviously there is no scene where Johnny is knocked to the ground by Luffy's punch. After all, Johnny saw Zoro the first time. After that, Luffy and Usopp apologized and took Joseph over. Looking at Joseph with a very bad expression, Cheng Lang naturally knew the other party's condition. So he took out the milk. These 2 buckets of milk had not been used yet, so he tried to see if they could eliminate the negative state of malnutrition caused by vitamin deficiency. Although Johnny didn't understand why he had to feed milk, he didn't ask too much. But he was a little curious, could Joseph really drink anything in this state? But something magical happened. The milk that flowed into his mouth did not spill at all, and Joseph did not even swallow it. The milk in his mouth slowly fell down, as if it was drunk. Joseph's blue face improved, and his wounds and gums stopped bleeding. The tightly closed eyes also opened. "Am I still alive? Joseph?" When Johnny saw that Joseph was clear, he immediately hugged his good brother happily. But Cheng Lang frowned when he saw this scene. "Good news, milk works. Bad news, it doesn't seem to be working. Could it be that the effect is weakened on people other than him?" If that was the case, he could understand it. But after only a few minutes of being awake, Joseph's head tilted again and he fainted. "This." Cheng Lang looked at Joseph's condition curiously. He soon confirmed one thing. "My own milk really worked. It must have been effective, otherwise the other party would not have been able to wake up." Nani, who had witnessed the entire process, took out some cha-cha fruits from the warehouse and said, "This is a common occurrence at sea. Sepsis, a lack of vitamins in the body. You must have been at sea for a long time without eating vegetables and fruits, right?" "It seems so. Just give him some fruit." As she spoke, Nani threw the cha-cha fruit over. "Eat a piece of fruit." The purple complexion softened somewhat. Cheng Lang took out the milk again. Then something magical happened. Joseph, who was lying on the ground dying, stood up on the spot with the help of cha-cha fruit and milk. The bleeding on the body disappeared naturally. As expected. Cheng Lang nodded. Milk can indeed eliminate status, but this is different from the game. The status in the game has a duration and will end by itself. In reality, milk does solve the complications caused by sepsis, that is, the state of bleeding. But the sepsis was not resolved. Eating fruits replenishes satiety and vitamins, and the body has recovered. Drinking milk can directly solve any complications that may arise again. So it's really not possible to eliminate the pain in the body directly. Chapter 36. The 2 buckets of milk are gone. But Cheng Lang went to the breeding area to pick up 5 buckets of milk and kept them for emergency use. Although it cannot solve the problem of being sick, other problems still exist. As for directly soaking in water and drinking milk to relieve the weak state? I haven't tried it, but if nothing unexpected happens, the weakness will be temporarily relieved, but the weakness will reappear after soaking in water for a few seconds. Johnny and Joseph were once Zoro's younger brothers. When I heard that the ship was short of chefs, I immediately recommended the sea restaurant Bharati. Everything develops just as in the original novel. Cheng Lang was relieved about this. He didn't want the original members of the Straw Hat Pirates to be unable to board the ship because of his joining. Just to listen to the time it takes to sail. Cheng Lang was stunned. 7 days. That far. After all, it's a well-known shipping route that all member states pass through, and there are abundant supplies nearby. Johnny explained with a smile. Cheng Lang scratched his head about this, thinking that it was very close to Rogue Town. After all, after the end of Sanji's chapter, it was Nami's Kokosi village, and then Rogue Town, entering the Grand Line. Opened the map. Cheng Lang watched the course drift directly towards the top of the map. Although other maps were black, Cheng Lang learned one thing from his observations over the past few days: the Red Soil continent was to the west of the map and was now sailing in the opposite direction. It seems that Luffy and others have been sailing in the East China Sea for quite some time. It will take at least 3 or 4 months to go on and on like this. Cheng Lang no longer worried about those things. It's better to have plenty of time than to face crocodile immediately. Come to the breeding area. Just feed the cattle, sheep, and chickens. Although the breeding area has been expanded as much as possible, it is still difficult to quickly reach level 20 with just this. Then Cheng Lang turned his attention to other people. There are currently 3 ways to gain experience. The first is cattle, sheep, and chickens. The second is to defeat the enemy, even if the enemy only surrenders ideologically. The remaining one may be the most difficult one to get recognition. This thing triggers weirdly. It was triggered by both Alvida and Koyami. So far, it can only be said to be recognition. But Luffy and his crew haven't gained any experience since they boarded the ship. Of course, it is also possible that the relationship is not recognized. But for Luffy, giving him food is the best way to show recognition, and being invited to upload is enough to express recognition. But still nothing. The last resort might be to give Nami the gold ingot. However, that result may not be what Cheng Lang wants. After all, Nami has not truly admitted that she is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Obviously, directly showing the gold ingots would not have a significant impact on the plot. Thinking about this, Cheng Lang felt a bit of a headache. Wait. Plot? Could it be? Did it change the life trajectory of these two people? In the original novel, Alvida is a member of the Buggy Pirates. She is important to the plot, but not important either. Indeed, even after arriving in the New World and becoming one of the 5 emperors, there is no further description of Alvida. If Buggy wasn't Oda's favorite character, Alvida might not have had much of a role. And I changed the opponent's plot trajectory and gained a lot of experience. And Koyami herself has never appeared in One Piece. If she changes, it may be the same as if she never existed in the world of One Piece. So I have little experience. This also explains why Alvida gives out a lot of experience, while Koyami gives out very little. One role is okay, the other isn't. If that's the case, do I have to invite more original characters on board? Like Joseph and Johnny? Cheng Lang scratched his head in confusion. However, in the end, Cheng Lang was unable to think of any more. After all this was just speculation. Time passed quietly. The 3rd day of sailing. Could that be the legendary Treasure Island? Joseph pointed at the island covered with dark clouds in the distance, his eyes fiery. The legendary Treasure Island. Nami thought of this place name the first time she heard the word treasure. Yes, it's just as recorded. It's not a big island, but it's surrounded by dark clouds. It's said there are treasures on it. Johnny immediately followed up. Luffy, who had no resistance to adventure, immediately became curious. Let's go to that island. Get ready for adventure. Usopp was also very curious. But I heard that there are gods on the island, and many pirates have been punished by heaven for angering the gods. Alvida looked into the distance. As a rumor, it is very popular among the inside information of pirates. Many pirates claim to have seen gods and were cursed, with bad luck coming to them. Cheng Lang didn't have much idea, after all, he knew what was on the island. A man trapped in a treasure chest. Wait. What happens if we free this person trapped in the treasure chest? Does that change the plot? With trepidation and curiosity, the group arrived at the legendary Treasure Island. Cheng Lang looked at the environment on the island and had to say that compared with the plants outside, the plants on this island were very distorted. It's a bit like the twisted patterns of a devil fruit. Usopp was walking cautiously in front, but was startled by a corn cob-like plant on the roadside that opened its mouth. This plant can actually stick out its tongue? Is it an animal? Cheng Lang approached curiously. I reached out and touched it, and of course I got bitten. But it's more like being held in the mouth than biting. Cheng Lang has a bold idea about this. Dig up the rhizome to see what's inside. The result happened before he could even make a move. The roots of the plant actually began to twist. Then Cheng Lang saw the plant twisting and moving like a snake. Don't even mention Cheng Lang in this scene. No one else has seen this scene. Is this a combination of a snake and a carnivorous plant? Cheng Lang stared blankly at the twisted plant, his eyes full of curiosity. It doesn't look like anything special in the animation, but when it happens in reality, Cheng Lang is still very curious about how this was done, and whether it was a plant or an animal. Could it be animals or plants? Cheng Lang's curiosity was aroused. However, it was at this moment The voice of God sounded. Get out! Get out! But he had only said 2 words. Cheng Lang grabbed the other person from the bushes. A group of people saw this scene and were stunned at the same time. There's a person in the box. Luffy looked at him in surprise. The others were also staring at the scene in amazement. Luffy came over curiously and looked left and right, then laughed and said, "Are you the child of the treasure chest and the human?" "Yeah, I've been in this since I was a kid." "What the hell? How can a human have a baby with a treasure chest? There's no way I can get out of the box. It's been 20 years. But the words just fell. Cheng Lang put his hand on the treasure chest, and the next moment, the treasure chest disappeared. Chapter 37. The sudden sense of liberation made the treasure chest man stunned. He lowered his head in disbelief. It's just that his body has adapted to the squeezed environment over the years. Now, this. At this moment, a number of experience balls, no less than those released by Alvida, burst out from the opponent's body. In an instant, Cheng Lang reached level 17. As expected. Cheng Lang watched this scene and finally understood that the way for him to gain a lot of experience might be to change the fate of the characters in the original plot. But there are both good and bad sides to this. Luffy and his crew can reach the final island without any setbacks. If they change the plot, they can indeed gain a lot of experience, but they also have to bear certain risks of future changes. He was thinking about his own things. The treasure chest man was both surprised and frightened. After living under the protection of the treasure chest for more than 20 years, I am somewhat uncomfortable with being liberated all of a sudden. After a while, the group arrived at the place where the treasure chest man usually lived. "Thank you so much. My name is Cayman. I've been inside the treasure chest for 20 years. To be honest, I almost suspected my body had merged with the chest, but now it seems." And then Cayman began to tell his story. 20 years ago, he came to this legendary island with the captain to look for treasure. After learning that the captain found the treasure chest but discovered that it was empty, he refused to believe it and decided to look for it in the last place he had not searched, which was a bare, protruding stone mountain. Then he saw several treasure chests, but the next moment the stone he was holding broke and he fell down. As luck would have it, he was stuck in a treasure chest and fainted. When he woke up, his teammates had already left. After Cayman finished his story, Luffy and his crew were curious whether the treasure still existed, but after hearing the story, they urged the man to climb the bare rock mountain once again. Cayman smiled and nodded. "I never thought that when you heard about the treasure, the first thing you did was not to take it for yourselves, but to let me fulfill my dream. You are really kind people." The group arrived at the foot of the stone mountain. Although Cayman's body was trapped in the treasure chest for 20 years, the bodies of people in the One Piece world are amazing. If it were in the real world, at least his bones would be fixed and he would not be able to walk upright. But Cayman was able to stand up and walk normally at this moment. 20 years later, when Cayman climbed the same route he had come before, he felt that all this was so dreamlike. "Every time I crawl, I feel like my body has returned to my youth, and I have also returned to the past." When he reached the top of the mountain, he stared blankly at the treasure above. 5 treasure chests were placed in a row on the top of the mountain. He stepped forward tremblingly, touching the treasure chest. 20 years later, the treasure he had been longing for was right before his eyes. However, when it finally arrived, he was not as happy as he had imagined. Click! Luffy and his companions under the rock didn't hear any movement for a long time. This made them a little curious. Just when Luffy and others were considering whether to go up, Cayman appeared, holding the treasure chest with an expressionless face. "How is it?" Luffy was the first to speak. But in response to him, Cayman turned the treasure chest over and found nothing inside. Alvida shook her head helplessly. "This is normal. Many treasure maps circulating among pirates are like this. In fact, the treasure here was discovered long ago, and greedy pirates will resell the treasure map for a good price. In order to stop the loss, the deceived pirates will make up all kinds of reasons to add value to the treasure map, until some foolish pirate reveals the truth. Cayman sat on the stone hill, looking at the blue sea. Although it was expected that the treasure was empty, the captain might have found the treasure chest above, but he just didn't announce it to him, a small member. However, he was not as sad as he imagined. After 20 years of hard work, the treasure was ultimately gone. A strange sense of relief spread from the bottom of my heart. But when Luffy and his crew saw this, they thought he was going to commit suicide. "Uncle! Don't be so depressed. The treasure is gone. But there are still many other treasures in the world." Usopp comforted. Luffy agreed, "Yes, Uncle, there are still many fun things to do on this sea." And Cayman smiled and waved his hand, "Thank you, you are really good people." After coming down from the stone mountain, the group no longer talked about the treasure. But there was one person who was different. Cheng Lang stared blankly at the stone mountain. "What's wrong?" Soran looked curiously at Cheng Lang, who was still looking around at the stone mountain. "Actually, I suspect, there's treasure hidden here." Zoro was puzzled but waved his hand, "It would be good to leave it to Cayman. I'm not talking about the top, I'm talking about the inside of the stone. Don't you think that this protruding stone mountain is man-made?" Cheng Lang said. After hearing this, Zoro also looked around. "Then observe your surroundings. Indeed, the island is full of greenery, but this rocky mountain is bare, without even moss, which is obviously abnormal. Besides, treasures are not placed in the open air on the top of a mountain. Often, treasures are either buried underground or in some hidden corner." After thinking about it carefully, Zoro also felt that something was wrong. The reason why Cheng Lang felt something was wrong was not because of suspicion or logical thinking, but simply because there was a treasure chest icon on the small map. And the icon of this treasure chest is the location of this stone mountain. "I'm going to dig." Cheng Lang took out the pickaxe and started working. The small stone mountain was soon hollowed out by Cheng Lang. Naturally, the 5 treasure chests above also fell to the ground. Just like Cayman said, it's empty. Looking at the rock in his backpack, Cheng Lang lowered his head to look at the ground with different soil textures. Cheng Lang didn't think any more and continued digging. His actions naturally attracted the attention of others. Cayman was very curious. Soon, they dug 3 or 4 meters underground. Something new appears. A devil fruit that is almost integrated with the stone. Cheng Lang reached out and placed his hand on the devil fruit. The next moment, the devil fruit disappeared. Cheng Lang flipped his hand casually, and a complete devil fruit appeared in his hand. It looks very strange. The top is clearly the red of an apple, but the middle is yellow and the bottom is green. At first glance, it looks very similar to a traffic light, but when you turn it over, the color at the back is purple. It feels like a big platter of colors. "This is a devil fruit!" Alvida exclaimed in surprise. Anyone who has eaten a devil fruit will recognize it immediately. Usopp came closer curiously and looked left and right. "This is the devil fruit. It looks really weird. It looks like feathers on the top, but scales on the bottom." Nami's eyes lit up. "I heard that a devil fruit can be sold for 100 million berries. Cheng Lang, can you give me this devil fruit?" Cheng Lang waved his hand and said, "If you want to eat it, I can give it to you, but if you plan to sell it, forget it." "Hey, good brother Cheng Lang, don't you think I am in our team?" Chapter 38. Nami also planned to act coquettishly and cutely. But he was interrupted by Cheng Lang. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a chimera, a zoanthic mythical beast. If we go by the market value, this devil fruit would be worth at least 1 billion. Have you seen the devil fruit encyclopedia?" "Of course not." Cheng Lang just repeated the name of the item he saw. A billion. Cheng Lang's words shocked everyone present. Actually, something strange has already happened on this island. Haven't you seen how strange the animals are? Some look like pigs and some look like lions. It's because of this devil fruit. Over time, they've almost merged with the stone. If I had to describe it, it's like the stone has eaten the devil fruit, but the stone has no intelligence, so its power has spread. Cheng Lang's explanation made everyone feel enlightened. Especially Cayman. It is understandable, you know, he has lived on this island for 20 years, what is the most common thing on the island? Not only strange animals but also plants he has never seen before. Moreover, their reproduction does not follow biology. They reproduce whenever they see something they like. They may be viviparous or oviparous, and the offspring may not even have any interaction with their parents' generation after they are born. It's like crossing a pig and a sheep, and the result is a chicken. Very strange. This is a very shocking thing for any island in the ocean. Now Cheng Lang's explanation helped him solve a big mystery in his heart. But when Cayman looked at the devil fruit, there was no possessiveness in his eyes. Does any one of you want to eat? Cheng Lang looked at everyone present, and naturally he did not ignore Cayman. By the way, one person can only eat one devil fruit. Alvita, Luffy, and I have all eaten devil fruits. Me. Nami raised her hand immediately. Are you sure? If you're going to eat it, you have to eat it in front of me. Hey, can't I just go back to the boat and enjoy it slowly? Looking at Nami, whose eyes had turned into the shape of berries, everyone else was speechless. Cheng Lang glanced around and found that no one asked for it. This puzzled him. Usopp, you're not going to eat it? This is a mythical beast-type devil fruit. Usopp scratched his head. It's tempting, but it doesn't seem right to me. Is it? Cheng Lang looked at the others, his eyes fixed on Zoro, who shook his head. My goal is to become the world's #1 swordsman. It's a simple answer, but Cheng Lang understands that after eating the devil fruit, the swordsman is no longer pure. Then he looked at Koyumi and Cayman. Cayman was surprised. I have a share too? But, thank you, I don't want it. Finally, his gaze fell on Koyumi. At this moment, Koyumi saw Cheng Lang's gaze, and her face was conflicted. She wanted it, but also didn't want it. What happened? Cheng Lang naturally noticed the other person's strange expression. Well, I heard that Chimera is the embodiment of fear, evil, and disaster. Cheng Lang had also heard some legends about the Chimera. The three animals had a lion's head, a goat's body, and a snake's tail, and they represented different meanings: lion, fear; goat, evil; and snake, disaster. However, later on, Chimera was more often used to describe fused and deformed animals, and it could also be used to describe some creatures with partially inharmonious appearance features. Legends are just legends, they are all stories. Eating a devil fruit will not harm you. Cheng Lang fell silent at this point. Cheng Lang's sudden silence made everyone present a little confused. What's wrong? Usopp didn't understand Cheng Lang's silence. Cheng Lang waved his hand and said, if you eat a devil fruit, you won't be affected by it. Just now, Cheng Lang saw Luffy and Nika behind him. I don't know if it's because Luffy has this kind of personality, or if he ate the rubber fruit and was affected and became Nika. At the same time, Cheng Lang also remembered something. This was also the most popular saying on the internet. Devil fruits are conscious and they will choose their own masters. In the original work, it can be seen from the young ages that the supernovas have the abilities of the fruits they eat that are extremely compatible with those of Mirai. Kid, who has loved robots since childhood, ate the magnetic fruit. Capone Big has loved fortresses since childhood and finally ate the fortress fruit. APU, who has loved music since childhood, ate the sound fruit. So it's okay if the fruit chooses humans. Now, a fruit that does not appear in the original One Piece has appeared. Is cool Amy, which does not appear in the original, a choice of devil fruit? Cheng Lang looked at Kuya-mi. Mi was looking at the devil fruit in Cheng Lang's hand. Finally she took it carefully. Can I really eat it? Cheng Lang looked at the others. The others all threw up their hands in response. No one has an opinion. Finally, Kuya-mi took a bite of the devil fruit. Then his expression turned painful. What's wrong? Others were concerned. So disgusting. Kuya-mi swallowed the fruit in his mouth. You have to finish it. Cheng Lang smiled as he watched the scene. If you don't believe me, ask Luffy. He ate all the devil fruits, and so did Alvida. The two of them nodded. Kuya-mi looked solemn about this, and then he ate the chimera form of the mythical beast with a look of fearlessness. Only half an hour passed and she didn't have any problems. But Cheng Lang looked at everyone except Monka, and a lot of experience emerged from their bodies. In just a moment, Cheng Lang reached level 30. This made him stunned. Wow, that means that Kuya-mi only changed the fate a little bit in the past, but it was not enough to change the established fate of the entire Straw Hat Pirates. But now, it has obviously changed a lot. As to whether it is good or bad, it is unknown. But Cheng Lang looked at the two he had just unlocked. One thing that happened was, as he expected, the stacking limit increased from 64 to 1000, including the ones in the box. The third one, which was exactly what Cheng Lang had in mind, was the convertible table. However, this does not need to be produced, but an additional picture is added next to the panel, which is the classic picture of the conversion table. In the game, the left side is the charging slot, and the right side is where items are converted. There is also an EMC value in the lower left corner. However, something changed at this moment. EMC or EMC. But the charging slot also changed. It said repair conversion. Cheng Lang knew what it meant just by looking at it. Restoration, as the name implies, means durable repair. As for the conversion, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be to convert the things in the One Piece world into MC items. Thinking that he sold 640 cobblestones directly into it. Naturally, the EMC value below becomes 640. Apparently the stones are priced similarly to the conversion tables I played in the game. Sell everything on you except your armor and weapons. Then he placed the unsatisfied iron head on the repaired fence. The EMC value visible to the naked eye is decreasing, but fortunately the EMC value required for repair is not much. It only costs about 30 EMC values. This was beyond Cheng Lang's expectations. But it feels reasonable. After all, this is not the MC world, where we have to consider the difficulty of the game and the difficulty of obtaining items. However, this is the world of One Piece. If we continue to use the game's rules, I guess I'm going to suffer a lot. However, when Cheng Lang took out the item he wanted from the transformation table, he was stunned. The cobblestone that originally only earned 1 EMC value when sold now costs double the price when sold out, and the same goes for other items, which have to be sold back at double the price. I'm trendy. Black Marketeer. Chapter 39. Cheng Lang complained a lot about the price of the conversion table, but soon stopped caring about it. Anyone who has used a conversion table knows that the essence of this thing is not about price. If there is no damage after a round trip, then it is a huge backpack, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small creation. Of course, the main purpose is to avoid the repetitive and meaningless waste of time in copying some scarce items. In today's world, even if the price of one piece doubles, it does not affect its main value at all. As long as he gets a diamond, he can directly copy more diamonds infinitely. That's enough, even if the price doubles. The group returned to the boat. Joseph and Johnny looked at the sloppy man who suddenly appeared with curiosity. They were puzzled, but did not ask. Instead, they were more curious about whether there was treasure on this legendary treasure island. When they learned that the treasure was empty, but they found the legendary devil fruit or the mythical beast, they all sent congratulations. Uncle Cayman, you really don't plan to leave? Luffy was puzzled and felt regretful. They had only spent less than half a day together, but Cayman was very much to Luffy's liking. Interestingly, he was once a pirate and protected the island for 20 years for his dream. Cayman shook his head and said, "Thank you for your invitation. I have been guarding the treasure all the time for the past 20 years, but as time goes by, I have discovered my true treasure." As he said this, he waved to the back. One after another strange creatures came out. One can see obvious reluctance in the eyes of these creatures. After being influenced by the devil fruit, these animals are not only unique but also very spiritual. After 20 years of companionship, it's not an exaggeration to say that they are my family. If I leave, they will be sad. Cayman rubbed an animal with a pig's body but lion hair on its neck. Seeing how harmoniously Cayman got along with the animals, Luffy and his crew stopped trying to dissuade him. However, Cheng Lang casually made a small boat. It's MC's boat, which is not big enough for 2 people. Put the boat on the sea and then throw out a small box. Some things that are difficult to store can be stored for a longer period of time in boxes. This boat allows you to leave the island whenever you need to, whether it's to buy daily necessities or to come up with new ideas in the future. The group bid farewell to Cayman. Aboard the Mary, everyone's eyes were focused on Koyami. After all, they are very curious about the new abilities. Moreover, this is a mythical beast-type devil fruit that is not inferior to the natural type. Being stared at by everyone, Koyami lowered his head, feeling a little socially anxious, but he still mustered up his courage and mobilized the strength in his body. Then a magical scene happened. Hair began to grow on Koyami's head, and his face gradually took on the appearance of a lion. But it's only the head, the body is still the same, thin and small. This scene stunned everyone. Isn't this it? This is a mythical beast. A lion's head? Could it be that I ate a low-quality devil fruit? This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Koyami's cheeks were blushing. Don't ask why it could be seen from the lion's head. The reason was that the whole head was red and smoking. Squatting in the corner, Koyami looked lost. Haha, the devil fruits also depend on the situation. The lion head is also useful. Nami comforted. At the same time, he glared at Cheng Lang. Others also spoke to comfort him, and then looked at Cheng Lang with strange eyes. He was stared at with a puzzled look. No. What do you mean by that look? Devil fruits are hard to control in a short period of time after being eaten. What's so strange about it turning into a lion's head? If you don't believe me, ask Luffy and Alvida, were they able to control the power of the fruit well after they first obtained it? Everyone instinctively looked at Luffy and Alvida. The two of them thought about it for a moment and then nodded. Although Luffy had eaten the rubber fruit since childhood, his use of the fruit as a child was so poor that he could easily be sent flying with a punch. Alvida recalled how confused she looked when she first ate the slippery fruit. If Cheng Lang hadn't reminded her, it might have taken her a long time to notice that she could use the slippery fruit to slide off her freckles and fat. Then the two of them nodded politely. At this point, everyone stopped ignoring Cheng Lang. Cheng Lang was helpless about this. On the other hand, Koyami's body also gradually changed. Or it would be more appropriate to say that it is out of control. I saw her squatting in the corner, and from time to time her legs turned into sheep's hooves, or a pair of wings appeared behind her, and even a tail grew out. The hair on its body is messy and looks like fluff, but it turns into scales in the blink of an eye. Finally, feathers grew directly. The look is indescribable. Koyami was also panicked and confused about the changes in himself. Keep yourself stable, me. The animal-type fruit will change according to your mood. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this change. After all, Chimera is a chimera monster, it is impossible for it to have only one kind of animal transformation. At least not constantly. If it is constant, then the name of the fruit should be Animal Series Cat Fruit Mythical Beast Chimera Form. There is no such thing as a certain fruit, which means that Chimera's transformation itself is very diverse. It is probably the most difficult fruit to control. This is also the reason why Koyami's body is constantly changing. To be honest, Cheng Lang suspected that this fruit should be a fruit prepared for Blackbeard in the future. After all, Blackbeard was well known to have an abnormal body structure, and his pirate flag even had 3 skull heads. After eating the natural type dark fruit and the para-human type tremor fruit, the only ones left to avoid conflict are the animal type fruits. So many people speculated that it was the 3-headed dog of hell. But Cheng Lang felt that the other party would eat the chimera fruit. After all, it was consistent with Blackbeard's impression, bringing fear, evil, and disaster. Thinking about these, Koyami has adjusted her emotions and returned to her human form. But the next moment, she changed. In an instant the body turned into a lion, then a sheep, and then a snake, but it didn't stop there. In this short period of time, Koyami performed 72 transformations. Directly transformed into countless animals. It's like he's eaten all the animal-type fruits. However, Cheng Lang felt that this was a bit useless. The reason why any mythical beast is a mythical beast is because it can bring about imaginary changes. For example, the phoenix, as the name suggests, can recover even if its heart is blown up under the immortal flame. Cheng Lang can breathe fire, control the wind, and control flame clouds. But Chimera can only transform into animals? Compared to ordinary animals, it is indeed much stronger, but that's all. Chapter 40. Me, control these animals to merge and grow eagle wings, snake eyes, lion face, honey badger body, horse feet, gorilla arms, and cat tail. If possible, you can also control the growth of cow feet. Cheng Lang's series of words surprised everyone. Everyone else was stunned. Isn't it possible to do this if you're not my buddy? But after a moment it made sense to others. After all, this is a mythical beast chimera, so it doesn't seem unacceptable for it to grow these bodies. Koyami also tried hard. She grew eagle wings and condensed snake eyes, but her body and head involuntarily turned into a snake. However, the strange thing was that hair grew on the snake's body. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of Koyami, it turned into a weird thing. It has become an extremely abstract existence. The overall appearance is a snake with wings, but the key is that this snake has hair and horse legs. Sorry, I'm not controlling it very well. The voice was still Koyamina's soft and weak voice. It's okay, it's not your fault. Cheng Lang's expectations are too high. Nami comforted with a smile, but when she wanted to reach out and touch the other person's head, she couldn't bring herself to do it because the look was too abstract. That's right. Don't blame me, it's all Cheng Lang's fault. Luffy was the first to agree. Then came Usopp, and finally Johnny and Joseph nodded in agreement. For a moment, there was a burst of booing on the boat. Cheng Lang's forehead was also covered with black lines. You guys! Cheng Lang clenched his fists angrily and chased after the group of people to beat them up. For a moment, there was laughter and joy, which dispelled a lot of the atmosphere of failure. Seeing this scene, Koyamina, who was feeling depressed, also laughed. After playing for a while, Cheng Lang sighed. It's indeed difficult to set such a high difficulty level for you right from the start, but let's break these parts down step by step. First, control your body to transform into wings. Koyami did as he was told. A pair of wings grew out of its back. Maintain this state, don't change. By the way, you can also learn to fly. Once your body gets used to it, you can gradually increase the parts of your body that change. By the way, Chimera can breathe fire in mythology. You can study it yourself if you want. This is arranged. Luffy and his crew had already gone off to do something else. After all, everyone knows Koyami's situation, and excessive attention will be counterproductive. However, out of concern, Usopp tied a rope around Kwami's waist to prevent her from accidentally losing it while practicing flying. Cheng Lang was studying his conversion table. He found Usopp. Is there a cable? Yes, here you go. Usopp rummaged through his bag of tricks and took out a roll of thread. What are you sewing? Usopp asked curiously. You'll find out later. Then Usopp saw Cheng Lang fiddling there for a long time, and finally took out a fishing rod with a strong pixelated style. Is this a fishing rod? A fishing rod that doesn't need bait. Hey! Usopp couldn't believe it. Hey! Luffy! Do you want to have a fishing competition? Cheng Lang called Luffy with a smile. Similarly, Johnny and Joseph came over and expressed their desire to participate. Then Cheng Lang made 5 fishing rods. Really don't need bait. Johnny was still a little shocked. On the boat, he already knew that Cheng Lang was very capable. That is, there doesn't even need to be a fish underneath. Ah! Joseph was even more shocked. There were no fish below, and he could still catch fish? How could this be possible? Then Cheng Lang began his demonstration. He just swung it forward. I don't know where the fishing line came from, but it was thrown out about 5 meters. It only took a few seconds. The fishing float began to rise and fall. Cheng Lang noticed the bubbles on the water surface. He watched the bubbles disappear and the float sink to the bottom. In an instant, he pulled the rod in with force. We've got a fish! Cheng Lang was excited, while the others were staring in a daze. No? So you've caught a fish? There are no fish in the sea. Then Cheng Lang was hit in the face with a book. Cheng Lang looked at his backpack, where an enchanted book was lying quietly. Durability 3, Binding Curse. Hiss. If I say I'm lucky, I got an enchantment book at the beginning, and it has durability level 3, but if I say I'm unlucky, why is there still a binding curse? How is it? Luffy looked at Cheng Lang who was in a daze curiously. I caught some treasure. You might come across some treasure later. You might even catch some shoe seaweed or something like that. Half a day passed. Cheng Lang looked at the rotten meat and pairs of leather shoes in the box with a look of doubt on his face. No, buddy. I used up all my luck right at the start. On the other hand, Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph were fishing like crazy, but no treasure appeared. And Luffy is the same as himself. In addition to fish, anything can be hung up, such as water lilies, leather, shoes, lines, and any other garbage that can be caught by fishing in MC. But Luffy found it very novel and enjoyed it very much. After all, he saw meat. Although it was rotten meat, being able to catch meat from the sea was a satisfaction for him. Of course, Cheng Lang also told Luffy that rotten meat can be eaten, but the more you eat, the hungrier you get, and the taste probably isn't very good. If you really have to eat it, it's best to drink it with milk. As he said this, he put 2 buckets of milk in Luffy's box in case the other party really wanted to eat it. Night falls. The 5-member fishing team finally gave up fishing. The final winner was Usopp, who caught more than 500 fish, while Johnny and Joseph caught around 400 each. The reason for the difference of more than 100 fish was actually because both of them would occasionally catch garbage. As for the treasure, except for the enchanted book that Cheng Lang fished out at the beginning, no one had seen it that day. And Cheng Lang also confirmed one thing. No matter whether it is him, Luffy or Alvida, as long as someone who has eaten a devil fruit comes fishing, he will not catch any fish unless otherwise expected. Most of them will be garbage, and there may be a very small chance of getting treasure. But Luffy was very happy because he caught more than 300 pieces of rotten meat. This made him very happy. Even now, Cheng Lang doesn't let him eat, but that doesn't stop him from being happy. But fortunately, thanks to Luffy and his special ability, he can still catch some fish occasionally, so Cheng Lang doesn't have to spend twice the price to buy new lines and make a fishing rod. Ha ha ha, from now on, you have to call me the fishing king. Usopp looked proud as he ate the grilled fish he caught today. You're awesome. Cheng Lang gave the most pertinent evaluation of a man. Usopp's nose turned up to the sky at this. Luffy was carrying his own box, looking straight at Cheng Lang. Hey! Cheng Lang, when can I eat? Apparently Luffy was concerned about the rotten meat. Chapter 41. In the end, Cheng Lang still let Luffy start eating rotten meat. Let me make this clear first. If you don't like the taste, just spit it out. Got it? Luffy nodded, then happily took out the rotten meat from the box. Looking at the rotten meat with distinct strips of flesh. The nose twitches. Didn't smell any strange odor. He opened his mouth and threw the rotten meat into it. Of course Luffy didn't spit it out, but smacked his lips, looking thoughtful. How about it? It's delicious, but tasteless. Cheng Lang was puzzled. But in the end, Luffy took out the rotten meat again and threw it directly into his mouth. Only then could he hear the crisp breaking sounds. It tastes like eating crispy bones. Luffy said, his mouth still moving. Cheng Lang scratched his head about this, and finally took out some rotten meat and started eating it. Sure enough, the taste was like eating crispy bones, but this taste reminded Cheng Lang of the snacks in his previous life, human cat strips. If the spicy taste of spicy strips was removed, it might taste like what it does now. It really is, spicy strips. After eating, Cheng Lang felt full for a short time, but the hunger buff did appear on his status bar. Fortunately, it lasts for about half a minute. At least it's non-toxic. But Cheng Lang still took out the milk. Come to think of it, he has never drunk the milk in MC. I tasted it and it tasted like standard milk. Moreover, the bucket of milk you drink doesn't take up any space in your stomach and doesn't even quench your thirst. Seeing Luffy eating one bite at a time, the others were also filled with curiosity. They all asked for one. The taste is good, but that's all it is. If it could be made into a dish, it might be delicious. Alvida commented. After all, she also likes the taste of rotten meat. Then she took out no less than 30 or 40 pieces of rotten meat from Cheng Lang's box and prepared to eat them as snacks. The others nodded in agreement, saying that the taste was indeed good. It's just tasteless. Cheng Lang no longer imposed any restrictions on this. Eat whatever you like. But he went to the kitchen and found chili powder in the cupboard. Simply sprinkle it on. It has flavor, but unfortunately the flavor is not right. It is not as delicious as the human cat strips I imagined. But it is indeed a good snack. For several days, Usopp, Luffy and others spent their time fishing. After all, the sense of accomplishment of MC fishing is very high. As long as you cast the rod, you will hit the target 100%. Cheng Lang is responsible for recycling garbage and exchanging it for EMC value. It was on such a day that I arrived at the Barity, a restaurant on the sea. Just like in the plot, they encountered a warship, and when Luffy fired a cannonball, he accidentally shot it directly into the room of the head chef Zeph. For a moment, Cheng Lang even suspected that Luffy did it on purpose. However, the plot still develops according to the original plot. Luffy was left behind as a handyman to pay for his medical bills, but as for repairs? Cheng Lang took the initiative to help renovate the house. Although the result was that the whole room became very square, it did not affect its use. During this period, Nami, Alvida, and Kuyami on the ship were given the privilege of free meals, and the one who gave the privilege was naturally Sanji, the lecherous cook. Night comes. Cheng Lang came to the deck. At this moment, Nami was looking into the distance on the deck. What's wrong? I see you've been looking at the sea since this afternoon. Cheng Lang asked with a smile. Nami turned her head and saw Cheng Lang looking calm and composed. Why did you become a pirate? Cheng Lang was a little confused by the question. Why do you ask? You must be the son of a wealthy or noble family. Cheng Lang was confused. He was a low-class person both in this world and in the world before he crossed over. Why did both Alvita and Nami ask this question? Nami saw Cheng Lang's confused look as if he was seen through. I've seen too many wealthy and noble men in my years at sea. Your poor concealment will never escape my sight. Cheng Lang scratched his face. How do you judge that I am a rich man or a noble young man? Whether it's your behavior, your speech, or your habit of taking a shower every day, you're even cleaner than a woman. What? Seeing Cheng Lang so confused, Nami pointed at Luffy who was still doing odd jobs in Barity. Whether it's Luffy, Usopp, or Zoro, unless they smell too bad or encounter something dirty, they basically won't take a bath. And the most important thing is that you actually use chopsticks except when eating noodles. There are many small details afterwards. For example, even if your hands are clean, you will wash them before eating, and you must wash them with water before eating fruit. You have to know that these small habits cannot be developed overnight. They require living in a wealthy or aristocratic family since childhood. Nami counted Cheng Lang's various little habits to prove that he was a rich man or a noble. Cheng Lang was scratching his head about this. These are just habits. Also, your language, knowledge, and literacy, you don't seem like an ordinary person. Cheng Lang had no choice but to admit it. Since he came to the world of One Piece, he found that the illiteracy rate was too high. For example, Luffy, if asked to recognize words, he could still recognize them, but only a small part, such as his own name or the names of food. He couldn't understand the content of an entire newspaper. My math is even worse. Addition and subtraction of numbers from 1 to 10 are fine, but if you go higher, it becomes a problem. It can be said that the only people on the ship who can read and do math are Cheng Lang, Nami, and Kuyami, just 3 of them. Others can only say that there is nothing wrong with life. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this. The knowledge popularization rate in the world of One Piece could not be high at all. You say I'm a rich man, I admit it, but I'm not a noble. Cheng Lang was forced to admit it. After all, to explain why he had these habits and an abnormal literacy rate, he had to start from another world. So I'm going to answer your previous question now. Why do I go to the sea? Because I'm short of money. Without money, I can't go back to my hometown, and I can't get rid of. Nami sighed deeply at the end and didn't continue. You want money? I can give it to you. How much do you need? Cheng Lang decided to take the initiative. If it were before, Cheng Lang might have let the situation develop slowly, and then let Luffy solve it and successfully bring Nami on board. But now, knowing that I need to change my destiny to gain experience, it's a different matter. Nami turned her head and looked at Cheng Lang strangely. You. Chapter 42. You. Nami was surprised, but then waved her hand. No, and the amount I need is a large sum. A large number? How big? Hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions, you know, a box that can hold tens of millions. Before Nami could finish her words, she saw a gold ingot in Cheng Lang's hand. I don't know how much this thing can sell for, but it should be at least 60 or 70 million. If that's not enough, I still have more. Hiss. Nami was stunned by the sudden behavior of the rich man, and her breathing became rapid. Her body instinctively moved closer to the gold bar. She had seen a lot of treasures, so she could naturally tell at the first moment that the gold ingot in Cheng Lang's hand was very pure. And if it is really a standard gold ingot, that price is extremely exaggerated. Nami swallowed, her eyes already shaped like gold ingots. Are you really willing to give it to me? This would be worth over 100 million on the black market. I see that Buggy the Clown's treasure contains a lot of glittering jewels and gold coins. Am I already over 100 million? This is different. Those are my treasures. Those jewels and gold coins are mostly just a layer of gold on the surface, mixed with a lot of other metals. In order to maintain hardness, you. As he said that, Cheng Lang threw the gold ingot directly to Nani. He took the gold ingot in a hurry. The moment she got it, Nani knew that the gold ingot was very pure. She bit it with her teeth, and her teeth marks were left on it. It is a gold brick without any impurities. Only this kind of gold can be so soft. The purity is so high. If that's the case, the price will be 200 million. You have a mine at home, so why are you giving it to me so casually? Nani said halfway with a strange expression. Cheng Lang spread his hands. The gold ingot could only be converted into an EMC value of 432 at most, which was equivalent to the value of 2 iron ingots. Even if he needs to pay double to buy it back, it's only 864. Just based on the garbage Luffy and the others caught from fishing these days, he can exchange it for no less than $10. Is it enough? If not, I have more. Cheng Lang threw out 3 gold ingots again. For a moment, Nani couldn't withstand such a financial offensive and her legs went weak on the deck. Seeing Cheng Lang wanted to continue, Nani quickly stopped him. Don't, I won't be able to catch you if you do that again. She looked at Cheng Lang with a complicated expression. Maybe your own problems are not problems in the eyes of someone else. Nani took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She took a gold ingot and said, I only need 1. I'll pay you back later. Cheng Lang looked at Nani expectantly, but the other party did not gain any experience due to his financial offensive. Now, tell me what's going on. Do you have a seriously ill mother at home or a crying child? Do you need to go out to sea and fight alone? Nani hesitated for a moment, but when she thought about how she would have enough money with the gold bricks and could relieve herself of the heavy responsibility, she looked at Cheng Lang and said, I can tell you. Nani briefly talked about the evil dragon. But obviously something is being concealed. And one can hear between the lines that Nani is still intending to shape the evil dragon into a fishman who keeps his promise. Looking at the girl who tries to report good news instead of bad news. After hearing this, Cheng Lang only gave one answer, are you sure they will abide by the agreement? At least in the past 8 years, it has never failed to keep its promise. Have you ever considered asking Luffy and the others for help? Don't be fooled by their laughter, but in terms of strength, you should know that Buggy and Kuro are both very strong guys. It's different. You are people with special abilities, but you are afraid of the sea. If these fishmen don't confront you head-on, and Luffy can't stay in Kokoyasi village forever, then the only ones who will suffer in the future will be the ordinary people in my village, right? And now I just need to exchange this for money, and my village will be guaranteed. Then, I can still be your navigator, right? Nani said with a smile, now she was imagining her future after she was free. Cheng Lang listened quietly. Likewise, Zoro on the observation deck, and the other members at the bottom of the stairs. I could hear everything very clearly. But they were all silent. As for Luffy, he was still wiping the table at this moment. Only the hands wiping the table became slow. The night at sea is very quiet. As quiet as a volcano about to erupt. The time came the next day. Luffy found Zeph immediately. He expressed his wish to invite Sanji on board very directly. So sudden? That brat won't go with you easily. Zeph naturally knew that Luffy was trying to win over Sanji. After all, the ship was so small, and Luffy didn't avoid people when he invited Sanji. Yesterday, when Sanji was delivering food to Kin, they talked about the legendary sea all blue. The two talked a lot, and Zeph naturally heard it all. I just felt that Sanji, this brat, has grown up. As a result, the Straw Hat Boy came to tell him these things the next day. You are so impatient. But Zeph didn't dislike the other person's personality. I know, so I want to ask you for help. Oh? What are you busy with? Don't let Sanji be kidnapped by other pirate groups before we come back. Luffy said seriously. And Jeep was confused, where are you going? Just to sort out some trouble. Luffy grinned. Seeing the other party's sudden change, Jeep was thinking. But I haven't waited for him to agree yet. There was a noisy sound coming from downstairs. It's Click. The overlord of the East China Sea who commands 5,000 men and 50 pirate ships. Oh my god! Why is he here? Isn't he heading to the Grand Line? For a moment the restaurant was noisy. At this moment, Sanji had already brought out a plate of seafood fried rice. Cheng Lang and others on the boat naturally noticed this scene. Cheng Lang nudged Zoro with his shoulder, can you cut off the weapons on him? Black gold armor. Zoro thought, maybe I can only know if it works after I've cut it. The subsequent development is just like the original novel you have read. Pick up the bowl to eat, put down the bowl and start drinking. Cheng Lang, who witnessed all this, shook his head. Ready to go. Let it continue to develop? He didn't want to do that. As for Sanji's wish to have enough food, it wouldn't be impossible to defeat Creek and then deliver food to those half-dead pirates, right? Cheng Lang moved, and naturally the others followed suit. After all, Luffy invited Sanji on board, which means that he is a reserve member. Now that the reserve members are being beaten, how could they not take action? It was just Luffy who made the first move. I'm not watching it like in the original book. You scumbag! Sanji is the one who feeds you. Cheng Lang witnessed all this and was stunned for a moment, then he felt it was very reasonable. Yes, this is reality. Luffy really likes Sanji who treats him to a free meal. How could he just stand there and watch indifferently while the other party was beaten? Chapter 43. The battle is about to break out. The others had no intention of taking action. This is the captain's battle after all. But it was obvious that Click did not have the good manners to fight alone. The moment he realized that Luffy was a devil fruit user, he ordered Jin to jump into the sea with Luffy in his arms. The reason for not opening fire immediately was very simple, we simply did not want to destroy the ship. After hearing this order, Jin, whose bones had just been fractured, looked painful for a moment, but still stood up with a grim face. Hey! Jin! There's no need to listen to this bastard. He even beats the people who give him food. Luffy was very indignant and continued to attack angrily. But inside the store, he obviously couldn't let go of his hands and feet completely. The previous method of stretching his arms to increase damage with the help of elasticity was not applicable, and Click's black gold armor was very hard, and Luffy couldn't break through the defense. But before Jin could make any move, Cheng Lang had already stood in front of the other party, blocking his advance. Now is the time for captains to fight against each other, and disrupting the situation is not allowed. Cheng Lang said with a smile. He knew very well that Jin was a loyal person. Even though he knew that Click wanted him to die, he could accept it calmly, and was even willing to leave with the defeated Click in the end. To be honest, Cheng Lang also admired Jin when he first saw him, but actually meeting him was another matter. Jin, who was blocked, had a conflicted look in his eyes, but it only lasted for a moment before his gaze became firm. On the surface, he gave up and even appeared relieved. But the next moment, he accelerated sideways and was ready to rush towards Luffy who was fighting with Click. Unfortunately, Cheng Lang had already predicted his next move. As soon as Jin rushed out, he bumped into the wooden wall. Because he rushed forward without leaving any room for maneuver, without holding back at all. Dong! It's a good start if it sounds good. Cheng Lang shook his head and silently looked at Jin who had been knocked unconscious. In response, Zoro retracted his drawn sword. And Click naturally saw this scene as well. His expression was gloomy. Useless trash. After cursing, Click withstood Luffy's attack and punched Luffy away. He then removed the weapon from his shoulder and attached it to his wrist. Luffy, he's going to throw a poison gas bomb. Cheng Lang reminded him and stopped talking, watching quietly. After all, being poisoned is the same as nothing to him. Click was not angry about being exposed. After all, it was no secret that he used poison gas bombs in the East China Sea. I won't bounce back. But the next moment, Click threw a poison gas bomb directly at his feet. Ridiculous. Click sneered disdainfully and pulled the trigger while taking out a gas mask. Boom. At the same time as the explosion, a large amount of poisonous gas burst out. For a moment, everyone in the restaurant tried to escape in a panic, but there was no time. Everything happened so quickly. Poisonous gas is spreading. In just the next moment, all the poisonous smoke gathered in one direction. Luffy inhaled all the poison gas into his stomach. Luffy's body and expression turned visibly purple. Not only the people in the restaurant, but even Click himself couldn't believe this scene. He wouldn't be surprised if Luffy held his breath and rushed out of the restaurant. After all, the poisonous smoke was inhaled through the respiratory tract, and he could escape by holding his breath and breaking the window. He was ready to fire a volley of bullets at the other party as he fled in panic. In the end, he actually gave up his life to save others? What kind of Madonna is this? Crick was confused, but that didn't stop him from laughing. I thought he was a tough opponent, but this is the result? Sanji immediately opened the window. Luffy, spit it out from here. Patty, Caln. Go find the antidote on the ship. Quick. Luffy turned into a ball and took 2 quick steps to the window, and spit out all the poison. However, at the same moment of spitting, blood began to flow out of Luffy's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. You guy, didn't you dream of becoming the Pirate King? What are you going to do now that you are poisoned? Sanji was frightened by Luffy's behavior, and he was in a complicated mood at the moment. Many members on the ship are pirates. He has no prejudice against pirates and is even willing to help them. After all, in this era, there are too many people who cannot survive and go out to sea to become pirates. When he learned that Luffy was not a pirate in the traditional sense, but an explorer chasing his dreams, he also talked about the chef's dream all blue. But he didn't expect that the other party would choose to sacrifice himself in order to save others. After vomiting out all the poisonous gas in the abdomen, Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was looking at Click angrily at this moment, not worried at all about being poisoned. At this moment, Cheng Lang came to him and took out the milk. Luffy naturally started drinking without much hesitation. In just a moment, Luffy's dark blue face improved. This scene left Sanji and Crick stunned. No? So the detoxification is successful. Chef. I might have to destroy the boat. Luffy said as he threw his hands behind him. A rubber rocket launcher hit Click directly in the abdomen. In just a moment, the black gold armor shattered. Click flew up directly. There just happened to be a small boat at the place where I flew out. Crick, who should have fallen into the sea, was thrown back onto the pirate ship by a casual swing of a sword by someone on the ship. The person who came was Hawkeye my hawk. But few people noticed. At this moment, applause and cheers broke out in the restaurant. The diners were cheering for Luffy's victory, and many were also thanking him for saving their lives. If he hadn't absorbed the poison gas, everyone present would have been poisoned, and the outcome would have been unimaginable. Luffy had a strange expression on his face when he was cheered and praised. Sanji naturally noticed this scene. What happened? Luffy put the straw hat on his head and then showed his standard smile. Sanji. Get on my ship. Hey? How did the topic jump to this point? Sanji couldn't figure out Luffy's train of thought, but he didn't refuse directly out of ignorance. Wait a moment. But before Sanji could finish, there was a noise outside the boat. Everyone looked towards the loud noise outside. Zoro was seen wearing a turban, and his entire body was embedded in the big ship of Click outside. What's happening here? Wait. Could that be Hawkeye, my hawk? The world's greatest swordsman. A diner recognized my hawk and was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. It was only after his reminder that everyone reacted. The world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 44. Cheng Lang looked at Zoro, who was knocked away by a simple sword. This made Cheng Lang a little confused. No, what is going on? Shouldn't it be the case that Zoro challenges Hawkeye, is defeated, and declares that he will never lose again, and because of this battle, is he recognized by Hawkeye? How come he was knocked away at the first encounter? The story happened too unexpectedly. But the next moment, he understood why. The ship that should have been chopped into pieces by Hawkeye is now intact. Without a place to stay, what will Zoro do? Will he start a battle on Hawkeye's ship? Of course Hawkeye would never agree to this. What if his ship was destroyed? As it turned out, Hawkeye really didn't want to destroy his ship, so he jumped onto Click's ship. Your swordsmanship is too violent. My little boat can't withstand your destruction, Hawkeye said casually. And Zoro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just 2 minutes ago, when he met Hawkeye, he naturally knew that the other party was the world's greatest swordsman, so he issued a challenge. The other party accepted it, but he took out the knife on the cross on his chest. I'm sorry, but I don't have a knife smaller than this. This one sentence directly ignited Zoro's anger. Then he rushed forward. Then he realized what it meant to be powerless. No matter how he attacked the opponent, Hawkeye would just use the knife in his hand to block it. The attacks of the 3 knives were actually suppressed. On that small boat, Hawkeye just stood there motionless, shattering all his pride. Then he gritted his teeth and prepared to increase his strength, but was chopped off by the opponent with a knife and sent flying. Although the blow was so powerful, he was not injured. The forces controlled very cleverly. The reason why the corners of my mouth were bleeding was because I bit my gums hard out of humiliation. The world can't be this far away from me. Pathetic weakling, haven't you realized the gap between you and me yet? Hawkeye said these words calmly without blushing or panting. On the other hand, Zoro was already panting, with sweat dripping from the tip of his nose. Gritting his teeth, Zoro crossed his arms and used Demon Slash. With a ding sound, Hawkeye easily blocked the intersection of the Ghost Slash with his knife. What? Can't make any progress. He had already completed all his efforts, and this was not on a small boat, but he still couldn't make Hawkeye in front of him move even a little bit. He moved his legs with his feet, twisted his waist, and coordinated with the rotation of his body to tilt the blade sideways, directly avoiding the knife and continuing his attack. Hawkeye simply swung his knife downwards. Zoro's offensive was once again resolved. This is a crushing victory in terms of skill and strength. Very frustrating. If the other party's boat wasn't so small, perhaps he wouldn't even be able to let the other party move even a step. Zoro recalled his childhood promise to become the world's greatest swordsman and make his name known throughout the heavens. But now, he lost in terms of skill and strength, and even in terms of speed. After all, Hawkeye had only been taking the attacks and had not fought back. Not reconciled. Zoro gave up his defense and prepared to end this farce with pure offense. Hawkeye naturally noticed this scene, and stabbed the knife straight towards Zoro's heart, forcing the swordsman in front of him to defend himself. But the result was that the opponent had no intention of stopping and the middle door was still wide open. Hawkeye had seen this too many times, so he just slightly changed the direction of his knife to avoid the heart. Why don't you avoid it? Do you want to be pierced through the heart like this? I don't know, but I just feel that if I quit, everything I've stood for will be gone. Yeah, that's what failure feels like. Then I can't retreat. Even if it means losing your own life. I'd rather die. That's right, kid, tell me your name. Sauron was defeated. Same ending as in the original novel. Cheng Lang witnessed the whole thing. Although I knew this would be the result, it felt different when it actually happened. Go up and fight with Hawkeye? He couldn't do it. This was a pure clash of swordsmen. Besides, he wasn't a swordsman and didn't even know swordsmanship. It would be embarrassing enough if he went up there. Came to Zoro's side. Take out the grilled fish. And Zoro didn't hesitate and started eating. 10 minutes later, Zoro was able to stand up. But the hideous scar on his chest is still vivid. The scar will never heal. It doesn't matter. This wound is the wound that proves my failure. I need to remember it in my heart. Zoro looked at the boat that was drifting away with a serious look in his eyes. In the restaurant, Sanji also witnessed the whole scene. He was also shocked by the fight between the two. He came to Zoro's side and took a deep drag on his cigarette. Aren't you afraid of death? For a mere dream and promise. I went to sea for my dream and promise. If I die on this journey, I won't regret it. Zoro took off his headscarf and expressed his thoughts in a calm tone. Won't you regret it? Sanji repeated the last sentence. And GP witnessed the whole process. Sanji. Starting today, you are fired. Hey! You old bastard! What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not leaving this ship. Sanji retorted. Bharati resumed business after a brief period of disruption. But this time, there is no place for Sanji. The dishes that used to require him have been replaced. In the end, Sanji was driven out. The plot is still developing. But Cheng Lang came to Click, who was knocked away and embedded in the boat. At this moment, both Click and his crew were in a half-dead state. He came to the other side. It really is a diamond. Cheng Lang took off Click's gloves directly. It is inlaid with 4 diamonds, 1 large and 4 small. It's just that in my inventory, there are no usable diamonds. But Cheng Lang didn't care. He just picked out the diamond and threw it away for transformation. After spending about 500 EMC, Cheng Lang now had 5 more diamonds in his hand. This surprised Cheng Lang. I didn't expect that the 4 small ones were also considered diamonds. You should know that there are actually diamonds in Nami's 5 million treasure, but those diamonds are pitifully small, with the largest being only about 2 carats. Cheng Lang tried to transform it, but unfortunately, he only transformed it into an MC-style ring. The diamond on it did become bigger, but it was unusable. Obviously, transformation also has basic conditions. And these 4 small diamonds all meet the requirements. After selling a travel record, Cheng Lang started buying directly. Directly clear the EMC value. Only then were 24 redeemed. Why is this diamond so expensive? I feel a little helpless looking at the EMC value of 1,236. This is the selling price, but the purchase price will be doubled. But this is much cheaper than in the game. But it is also very uncomfortable to see the EMC value of around 6W being cleared. Forget it, it's just the price of a diamond set. Chapter 45. Cheng Lang was very satisfied with the major equipment innovation. The difference between the iron set and the diamond set in MC seemed to be only 1 level, but in reality it was an essential difference. In the world of One Piece, diamonds can withstand Hawkeye's long-range slash. To be honest, with this kind of defense, as long as you don't encounter the admirals, the 4 emperors and their deputies, your life will basically not be in danger. At least there will be no problem in the first half of the Grand Line. Sell the broken half of the durable iron sleeve directly. Looking at the recycling price of less than 1,000, Cheng Lang's mouth twitched. Black, too dark. You should know that the price of 1 iron is 216. 24 of them cost almost 5,000. As a result, the recycling price is really too dark. Not even enough for the price of a diamond. After cursing the black marketeers for a few words, Cheng Lang took out the food that Sanji gave him. Pirates! Come and get your food if you can still move. After saying that, Cheng Lang left. The powerless pirates looked at the discarded food hopefully, full of disbelief. After all, they noticed everything that happened before. They were already in despair. After all, Captain Crick had been defeated. What else could these defeated soldiers do? Isn't it just waiting to die? Everyone's eyes were filled with tears. But he still instinctively moved towards the food. It's really, so delicious. It's really great to be alive. Tears welled up in the eyes of the pirates. And the other side. Ajin, who had been knocked unconscious, also woke up, but he was now lying in the corridor of the back kitchen. Are you awake? Sanji was leaning against the wall smoking a cigarette. Captain Click, failed. Ajin opened his mouth and finally said these words. Yes, but I guess he's not dead yet. Is that so? Ajin's eyes were dim. Although he was knocked unconscious, he still vaguely heard a lot of things. For example, the other party released a poison gas bomb while you were unconscious. You accepted your failures so calmly. Sanji was surprised. The reason he was here was, on the one hand, that he was driven here, and on the other hand, it was convenient for him to keep an eye on Jin. After all, there is no guarantee that the other party will do something irrational. Jin laughed at this and said, 50 pirate ships entered the Grand Line, and now only one tattered ship remains. Although we were lucky enough to pass through the calm belt, failure was already a foregone conclusion. Now we are lucky to be alive. Looking at Ajin who was disheartened. Sanji took a cigarette from his pack. Do you want to smoke? Thank you. He took the cigarette, but choked as soon as he took a puff. If you don't know how to smoke, don't smoke. Sanji joked with a smile. Ajin covered his forehead with his hands, tears streaming unconsciously from the corners of his eyes, not knowing whether it was from choking or. After a long time, Ajin calmed down. Thank you. Ajin stood up and prepared to leave. Sanji stretched out his hand, but didn't know what to say, so he hesitated. But looking at the other person's desolate back. Finally, Sanji spoke up, what are you going to do next? After that, Ajin stood there, gazing at the azure sea. Maybe he'll live in hiding on an island somewhere. Ajin finally left. Back on the dilapidated ship. The former overlord of the East China Sea, now the loser of the Grand Line, left Barity on a dilapidated ship. Cheng Lang, who witnessed all this, also had a complicated expression. This little butterfly of his has already created a different future. And just now, Ajin revealed his experience. It directly brought him to level 32. Just because Ajin did not continue to sail to the Grand Line, he could actually increase his experience level by 2 levels. Obviously, Ajin, who appeared earlier, still had some big and small stories in the future New World chapter, and he must have been involved in the main storyline. But now it seems that the other party has left the sea completely disheartened, and I don't know whether it is good or bad. At least in the plot that Cheng Lang knew, Ajin never appeared. Sanji, have you thought about it? Luffy leaped to the guardrail, his eyes full of expectation and anxiety. Well, I've thought about it. I will be the chef on your ship, but let me say goodbye for a while. Sanji opened the door of the kitchen and walked in. Sanji came to Zeph. He knelt down directly. Thank you so much for taking care of me over the years. The sudden kneeling naturally surprised the other chefs, but then they all breathed a sigh of relief. They finally don't have to pretend to hate Sanji anymore. Ah, beautiful Miss Alvida, what flavor of drink would you like? Your loving knight Sanji is at your service. Sanji, with love in his eyes, came directly to Alvida, knelt on one knee as if proposing. Alvida supported her chin with one hand and looked at Sanji with interest, then just give me a glass of fruit wine. Good. What kind of drink does the beautiful and dashing Nami-san need? Orange juice. Oh, my lovely angel, Miss Mi. Looking at Sanji who started chatting as soon as he got on the boat. Zoro rolled his eyes in annoyance, perverted cook. That's right. We want drinks too, you naughty chef. Usopp immediately agreed. I want meat. Cheng Lang joined in when he saw this. I want some meat too. Well, let me show you my craftsmanship. For a moment, there was laughter and joy on the boat. Next stop. Cocoa West Village. Orange Field. Nochigo was pruning the orange trees and picking the oranges that were easy to sell. Aegean came to the orange grove. Aegean? What's wrong? The town next door, Keisha, rebelled and was then destroyed by Eren. Many people died. The master Nokai who was pruning the orange tree paused for a moment, then continued to prune in an orderly manner. This is the nth town that has been destroyed. Aegean sighed deeply. For 8 years, I was oppressed by Eren for a full 8 years. The island, once famous for its fruits, now has few people left, some have died and some have fled. Today, Kokosi village may be only a few years away from extinction. After all, there are fewer and fewer merchants coming to buy fruits, and business is becoming more and more difficult. If this continues, we won't be able to pay the monthly headcount fee of 100,000 yuan. No need to worry anymore. The sudden voice startled Aegean. Look back. It's Nami. No need to worry anymore. Nami came to Aegean with a smile and repeated the previous sentence again. Nami, you're back. Aegean lowered his head to hide his expression. I've saved enough money. 100 million. Nami shook the suitcase in her hand. Nochigo walked out of the orange grove. Seeing Nami's happy expression, she also smiled. Looks like we made a lot of money this time. Chapter 46. Nami smiled mysteriously. Seeing the other person's state, Nakajao smiled and changed the subject. It's rare for you to come back, let's have a meal together. It just so happens that there is a bumper harvest of oranges recently. I'll make your favorite orange dishes. Okay. Nami happily returned to her room. And when Aegean looked at Nami, who had now put down all her burdens, he also breathed a sigh of relief. The agreement is about to be fulfilled. At the same time, I am happy for Nami. All these years of patience have been worth it. It was getting dark. Smoke rises quietly. Eren's paradise. What should I do? Nami has really saved up 100 million berries. The whole body is blue and purple, and the mouth is bulging, looking at the evil dragon. The Arlong pirates knew about Nami's return as soon as she returned. Similarly, the fact that she had berry in her hand and the information they had heard all proved one thing, the other party had made a lot of money on this trip to the sea. Ha ha ha, so she's putting the money in front of me now. It's too late to notify the navy now, evil dragon. Kroby asked doubtfully. After all, as long as Nami brings the money tonight, the evil dragon will have to accept it. It just so happens that we haven't yet gone to Grey Village to collect this month's taxes. Let's go. As he spoke, all the fishmen went into the sea. Swam out of Eren Paradise. Night falls. Nami came to Arlong Paradise alone. Eren Paradise, which should have been brightly lit, was now completely empty of any merman. Nami saw the deserted place. Clench your hands. After taking 2 deep breaths, she walked step by step to her own workshop. Looking at the room full of drawn maps, she brushed past them one by one. 8 years and countless days and nights echoed in her mind. The next morning came as expected. The same Navy officers also came to the Orange Grove. The leader of the team was Colonel Mouse. Search carefully. These are all treasures that little thief Nami stole from the pirates and should be confiscated. As Navy officers, when did you start catching even thieves? Nochigo stood at the door with angry eyes. Colonel Mouse chuckled sinisterly. First of all, we have to correct one thing. We are not here to catch thieves. We are here to take what belongs to the Navy. We have already brought the reward for the little thief. A plaque with 4 words on it. Enforce the law impartially. This is an incredible reward, which very few people in the naval base can obtain. You are really lucky this time. Not only are you innocent, but you are also praised. It's really envious. Colonel Mouse squinted his eyes and smiled very devoutly. You. Nojijao calmed down and looked at Colonel Mouse with a burning gaze. As the family of a man who has made great contributions, will you take action if I report the pirates to you? Nature. Then I will report that there are pirates stationed in the southwest of the island. Please ask the Navy to send a large army to eliminate them. Nojiko responded with a smile. Colonel Mouse nodded seriously and took out his notebook. In the southwest corner of the island? Okay, we'll go there. Then he put away his notebook and continued to look leisurely at the Navy searching in the orange grove. Search carefully. Why don't you go and wipe out the pirates now? Nojiko suppressed his anger. Colonel Mouse said innocently, we have to do things one step at a time. We are currently searching for the stolen money and confiscating it. Once we have verified that the money belongs to the pirates, we will take the next step. Haha, okay, I trust your Navy, go ahead and search. Nokai laughed angrily, but she really had no way to deal with these Navy in front of her. Seeing that Nokijao had no intention of resisting or stopping him. This made Colonel Mouse feel uneasy. Could he have already hidden himself? I was thinking about that. His Navy came to him carrying boxes to report. Colonel, we've found 83 million berries. Among them are jewels. After listening to his men's report, Colonel Mouse finally felt relieved. He looked at the berries in the box with a sly grin. Although a lot of them were stained with blood, there was no need to worry about their value. Now that we've found the stolen money, we won't keep it any longer. Let's call it a day. A group of Navy soldiers left in large numbers. Nyokijao and Aegean, who witnessed all this, had grim expressions on their faces, but no one stopped them. Is this really going to happen? Nojijao sighed deeply with an ugly expression. At this moment, Aegean's clenched fists were shaking, and he really wanted to go up and beat up this guy called Mouse. I hope everything goes well. The Mouse boarded the warship and took a few of his confidants to Along Paradise in a small boat. At this moment, the members of the Arlong pirates had been waiting for a long time. How about it? 83 million berries have been received. It's all here. Is this the 50-50 split as agreed upon? Of course. When have I ever broken a promise? The evil dragon smiled and waved his hand. The Mouse Colonel smiled and nodded. He rubbed his hands and said, then I won't be polite. That is at this time. Nami pushed the door open and walked in. I saw the two of them doing pie transactions. Aaron, don't you have anything you want to explain? Hey? What's there to explain? I'm just negotiating with the Navy. What's the problem? Aaron shrugged blankly, as if the money in front of him did not belong to Nami. The Mouse Colonel even laughed evilly. The Arlong pirates are the most law-abiding pirate group in our jurisdiction. If all pirate groups could be as peaceful as the Arlong pirates, the world would have been at peace long ago. Listening to the two of them working together, Nami took a few deep breaths, trying her best to keep her tone steady. Aaron, are you planning to break your promise? I will naturally keep my promise. Is the 100 million berries you prepared enough? Aaron smiled meaningfully. Now it was not only Aaron who was laughing, the other fishmen also laughed out loud. Nami said nothing but silently came to her studio and walked down with her suitcase. The suitcase was opened in front of all the fishmen and the Navy. 100 million Baileys, please. For a moment, the laughter in Aaron Paradise stopped. All that was left was the sound of the wind blowing over the waves. Colonel Mouse stared blankly at the 100 million berries, then looked at the blood-stained berries in front of him. His eyes widened for a moment. That was 183 million berries. How did this girl earn that much? And if nothing unexpected happened, this 100 million berries was earned from her recent trip to the sea. He was shocked, but others were not shocked, but sluggish. All the fishmen in the Arlong pirates had the same expression, one of disbelief. This is 2,000 million. Aaron's bounty is only million berries. Did Nami steal from the country? After all, there is no pirate in the East China Sea who can save hundreds of millions of berries. Even if there is, Nami can't steal it. What? You don't want to admit it? Nami said in a flat tone. Chapter 47. Nami's calm voice echoed throughout Arlong Paradise. For a moment the air was silent. All the fishmen looked at the evil dragon. This scene was something they had never imagined. Now the evil dragon has only two choices. He took the 100 million berries handed over by Nami and acknowledged that the other party had bought his village. Second option. The dragon's gaze shifted from the box of 100 million berries, and then rested on Colonel Mouse's face. And Colonel Mouse felt the cannibalistic gaze. I shivered involuntarily. The mouse looked down at the money in his hand, and then seemed to think of something. He stood up and coughed twice. Then, with a look of shock on his face, he pointed at the box in Nami's hand and said, "Isn't this the berry that was taken from my warship? Little thief Nami, I advise you to return the 100 million berries you stole from us now. Otherwise, even if you are a member of the Arlong pirates, I will not let you go." Nami looked at Colonel Mouse with eyes full of contempt. Shameless! I should be the one saying this to you, little thief Nami. You stole from pirates before, but now you're even stealing the Navy's money. Dragon, are these your crew members? Please give me an explanation and hand over these 100 million berries to me, and I will generously forgive you. The words sound high-sounding and righteous. The other fishmen laughed out loud after hearing this. Listen to this sarcastic laughter. Colonel Mouse felt a little embarrassed, but he still endured it. On the other hand, the evil dragon also understood what the other party meant. He did not hide the contempt in his eyes at all, but he naturally took the berry from Nami's hand and threw it to Colonel Mouse. This is my problem. Don't worry, it won't happen again. That's better. In that case, I'll leave first. Colonel Mouse was ready to leave with a box of 100 million Baileys, looking very satisfied. They are indeed a bunch of scum. The sudden sound stopped the laughter. Then a square hole appeared on the ground. A man jumped up. You bastard! Who are you? The fishmen became alert and the atmosphere became heavy. But Cheng Lang ignored all that and walked to Nami's side. Ready? The two of them talked to themselves. The next moment, the ground began to crack. The merfolk were stunned, and then the cracks instantly spread to everyone's feet. Wow! The ground shattered. All the fishmen present, including the buildings of Aaron Paradise, fell into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, there is a square passage with a group of people standing in it. It was none other than the Straw Hat Luffy crew. They really fell down. People with special abilities are truly amazing. Sanji smoked in surprise. But everyone else is used to it. The fishmen who landed on the ground stood up one after another after a brief trance. A fall of less than 30 meters was not enough to kill them. The dragon immediately noticed the Straw Hat Pirates, the man who suddenly appeared, and Nami who jumped down in her arms. Nami, is this the helper you found? Dragon! I'm going to beat you away. Luffy stared at the speaking dragon fiercely, and the moment the words fell from his mouth, he started with the rubber rocket launcher. The two fought together. And the battle is about to begin. When the other fishmen noticed that the dragon was being attacked, they all prepared to join the battle. Xiao Ba faced Zoro. Krobi confronts Sanji. But Ju didn't look for Usopp first, his eyes were always on Cheng Lang. Chirp! The water bomb flew straight towards Cheng Lang. Snapped! The water bullet hit Cheng Lang's head. Who is so unhygienic? Cheng Lang wiped the water stains off his face with his clothes with a look of disgust. Ju looked at the scene in shock. My water bullets do more damage than guns, yet I got shot in the head and nothing happened. What is this guy's head made of? Nami was also looking at this scene in shock. It happened so fast that she didn't react in time. After all, the two of them had just fallen from a great height. Just the next moment, Ju's head also exploded. The ultimate killer, Gunpowder Star. Usopp also found Chu after a brief surprise. Alvida, carrying the mace, smiled and teased, I knew you were tough, but I didn't expect you to be this tough. Koyami asked with concern, Brother Cheng Lang, are you okay? This fishman is so unhygienic. Cheng Lang was very angry, that fishman's name is Ju, right? Usopp. Leave that guy to me, you guys deal with the other fishmen. Cheng Lang's anger bar was immediately filled to the maximum. Cheng Lang was not angry about being ambushed, but what he could not accept the most was the saliva. After hearing Cheng Lang's words, Usopp stopped targeting Ju. He turned his attention to the other murlocs. Swallowed. After falling from such a high place, these guys are still intact. They are really monsters. Usopp sighed, then pulled the slingshot and started shooting. It is his duty as a sniper to stand on a high place and shoot while providing cover for others. Then let's go too. I heard that the strength of fishmen is 10 times that of humans. Alvida also leaped down. Koyami hesitated for a moment, but still followed. In the end, Nami and Usopp were left alone at the square entrance, witnessing the whole process. Cheng Lang came to Ju step by step. You're the one called Ju. Despicable humans. Hey? I'm despicable? You asked someone to steal Nami's money, and gave Nami's 100 million berries to the navy in front of everyone. You say I'm despicable. Cheng Lang said in shock that you are the one who is double standard. Pooh. Water bombs spurted out. An iron sword appeared in Cheng Lang's hand and he slashed it directly. The water bomb was shattered. Cheng Lang directly climbed up, ready to confront the opponent head-on. But as soon as he got close, Ju was slashed several times by Cheng Lang and fell to the ground without even being able to resist. This made Cheng Lang frown. No, isn't it so weak? It's not just him. The same goes for Sanji and Zoro. Krobi and Zioba were no match for the two of them. The only one that can be said to be difficult to deal with is probably the evil dragon himself. As for the other small fry, even Koyami can deal with them. This is quite different from the original. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Of course, if the one lying on the ground could speak, he would definitely explode in anger. Try falling from 30 meters. Full health will instantly lead to broken bones all over the body. The fact that they can stand up and fight is a testament to their strong physique. A human falling from 30 meters would be a complete disaster. The evil dragon also noticed this scene. He rushed directly into the house in Aaron Paradise, took out his weapon, and a large saw blade broke through the wall. But his target was not Luffy, but the wall. Ha! Human, knocking us to the ground will be your biggest failure. Although it fell more than 30 meters, the fact that there was the sea next door did not change. He exerted force suddenly, trying to smash the stone wall, but the expected shattering scene did not happen. Only a few cracks appeared on the wall, and then under the gaze of the evil dragon, the cracks disappeared in the next second. What? How is this possible? The evil dragon couldn't believe it. But the next second, he was greeted by a torrential downpour of rubber machine gun fire. The evil dragon was knocked directly into the air, enjoying the same treatment as Crocodile. Finally, the evil dragon fell back into the deep pit with its body covered in bruises. Chapter 48. At the moment the evil dragon landed, Cheng Lang looked at the experience points released by all the fishmen on the ground. Directly promoted him to level 36. The 4th level improvement is still good. This is really easy. Cheng Lang scratched his head. He thought it would be a tough battle, but he didn't expect to win a complete victory. Zoro and Sanji were not even injured. He defeated Zioba and Krobi directly with a crushing attitude. As for Luffy, perhaps because his anger was maxed out, he started attacking with a combo, not giving the dragon any chance to resist. A completely different result from the original. But come to think of it, if it weren't for the unreliable Captain Luffy falling into the water first, neither Sanji nor Zoro was distracted by thinking about saving Luffy. No desire to fight at all. And there is no Luffy as an unstable factor. How could these people, who are already very strong, lose when all the enemies have the fracture buff? Summary: it's all Luffy's fault. However, Cheng Lang was a little distressed about this. Up to now, he had no real feeling of fighting. That time, the opponent ran away. Now playing with a cuckold is completely bullying. Nami looked at the Arlong pirates lying on the ground, her expression complicated for a moment. She never thought that the Arlong pirates who had ruled the Kokoani's village for 8 years would be defeated like this. The defeat was so fast that even Nami felt it was a little unreal. It was at this moment that Colonel Mouse's figure caught Nami's eye. At this moment, the other party was still holding tightly in his hand the 100 million berries she had taken out earlier. Seeing the other person, Nami's eyes were filled with anger. If it weren't for the protection of this man in front of her, their Kokosi village wouldn't be in this situation now. She took out a nunchaku from the 4-dimensional pocket on her chest and walked straight to the mouse. Colonel Mouse panicked. "You can't hurt me. I'm a navy. If you hurt me, you will suffer revenge from the navy." "That's right. Now that the Arlong pirates have been defeated, I can give you all their bounty. If you'd like, you can even join the navy directly. As long as you cooperate with me, you can go to headquarters if you want. With your strength, you can even be promoted to the rank of colonel in the headquarters. In the future, you will all be heroes of the navy." Colonel Mouse tried his best to persuade him. Unfortunately, he panicked as he watched Nami approaching step by step. "You don't come over." Until the end, Colonel Mouse did not resist and never pulled out the gun from his waist. Usopp, who was on full alert, put down his slingshot. It was obvious that the other party had been frightened by Luffy and his crew and had forgotten even to resist. Cheng Lang shook his head upon seeing this. "Don't." Cheng Lang made a gesture of wiping his neck. Nami finally shook her head. The reason why the Arlong pirates have been able to act recklessly for the past 8 years is not just because of this rat. I heard from Hachi that Arlong is the brother of Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If we get rid of them, Jinbei will probably come to Koko village. Then. I didn't say anything else after that. But everyone knew what it meant. Cheng Lang really wanted to say that Jinbei might not even know what happened here. If he knew, he would probably solve this problem as soon as possible, but in the end he didn't say anything. Alvita then spoke up. "Actually, as I mentioned before, Smoker from Rogue Town is a good sailor. I heard he was a troublemaker in the navy, and because he was too obsessed with justice, he was exiled to the East China Sea. If we hand over the pirates of Dragon to him, it might be a good choice." After listening to this, Sanji took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, "I've heard of that Smoker too. He does have a lot of bad rumors about him, but he's an honest marine. It shouldn't be a problem if we hand the dragons over to him." Finally, everyone's attention was focused on Nami and Luffy. After all, one is the captain and the other is the person involved. Luffy clapped his hands and catapulted out of the pit. The purpose is also very obvious, which is to let Nami make the decision. But that's when it happened. A weak voice sounded from the bottom of the pit. "NYU, I'm sorry, Nami." The one who spoke was Octopus Zioba. There was an X-shaped scar on his chest at this moment, but he still managed to sit up. Zoro turned back and placed his hands on the hilt of his sword. "No." Xiao Ba quickly waved his hands. "I admit defeat." In fact, even if you didn't defeat the evil dragon, I would have planned to leave soon. Zoro was a little surprised to see the other party being so honest, and he turned around to look at Nami. Nami didn't say anything in rebuttal at this moment. And I didn't say anything when you came back last night, Nami, but, all this should be our retribution. Xiao Bie was relieved when he saw that Zoro was no longer on guard. At this moment he looked up at the sky. Nyu, don't worry, even if Boss Jinbe knew all this, he probably wouldn't come. He might even come to apologize to you. What dragon did is what Boss Jinbe hates the most. If he knew about it, he would come and take him away immediately. That's why dragon gives Mouse a lot of money every year. The purpose is not just to hide our actions. Mouse's main responsibility is to write false reports for Boss Jinbe. No. I actually tried to stop it. Xiao Bie sighed, lowered his head and looked at the unconscious dragon, and finally his gaze stopped at Nami. No. I know it's useless to say more now, but I still want to apologize to you. I'm really sorry, Nami. The enemy's sudden apology made everyone except Nami look strange. Everyone naturally knew everything that had happened before. At this moment, Xiao Bie actually said that he saw it all last night. Last night they had a discussion openly at the Arlong pirates' place. Does that mean that Xiao Bie knew everything, but in the end he chose to say nothing and wait quietly? Everyone in the group had strange expressions on their faces about this. Nami's expression was also very complicated. If we have to say who is the best in the Arlong pirates, it is definitely Hachiko. It is precisely because of his personality that he can only stay at home to guard the door. Hachiko is not there when he goes out to beg for money. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this. In the original novel, Zoro chopped down all the fishmen in a long park. What was Zioba doing at that time? Fishing. Being so close, it was impossible for him to not make any sound, but Hachi still kept quiet and took him away. Thinking about it now, he probably knew everything at the time, but he did nothing. Obviously, the original novel designed this part for fun, but reality has adapted to it and it became like this. Cheng Lang was thinking about this. The others were surprised by Xiao Ba's situation, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Nami slowly exhaled, and the depression in her heart disappeared a little after hearing the other party's sincere apology. Don't expect me to let you go. You are also an accomplice. No, I'm sorry. Take them all away and go to Rogue Town. Chapter 49. Soon the evil dragon and his gang were tied up and carried onto the boat. The natural storage space is a special cell created by Cheng Lang using his ability to connect to the hull, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, wrapped with stone blocks. Of course, iron fences are also used to facilitate observation. However, there was one exception, Xiao Bie, who was held in solitary confinement. The place of detention was on the ship. He was simply tied there with ropes. But there was no one on the boat at the moment. Luffy and his crew are all in the village. In the orange grove. Noki laughed at the Straw Hat Pirates. Ah! Luffy! That's my orange pie! Haha, whoever eats it first gets it! Damn it! Usopp held the fork, then his eyes moved and he stabbed it directly into Cheng Lang's bowl next to him. Of course the result is a gap. Haha! Do you think I would be defenseless? Too naive! Cheng Lang picked up the bowl and sneered disdainfully. Then, where he couldn't see, Luffy stretched out his hand and grabbed the food in the bowl. Puff! Seeing Usopp smile, Cheng Lang felt something was wrong. He looked up and found that there was nothing in the bowl. Luffy! Cheng Lang and Usopp rushed forward and tore Luffy's bulging cheeks. The pig is cooked. It's about to leak. Luffy covered his mouth and chewed hard. Sanji now brought out more dishes. It's not enough. But the next moment, the food that had just been served disappeared from the plate. This left Sanji stunned. The speed at which the guy ate really shocked him. On the other hand, Alvita was not slow either. She ate voraciously and didn't look like a beauty at all. Sanji wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seems that the way I cook needs to change. This can't keep up with the speed of elimination. Hehe Nami, you have joined a pretty good pirate group. Noki pouted and looked at Nami, who was chatting with Kwame and laughing at the same time. It has been a long time since I saw Nami laughing so happily and unrestrainedly. Joyful sounds echoed from the orange grove. Aegean led other villagers to the scene. The laughter quickly spread from the orange grove to more places. When night falls, the whole village started a party. Similarly, the news of Aaron's defeat naturally spread to the neighboring village. The smile started to spread like a virus. The moon is high. The village is brightly lit. The joy never stops. The joy gradually faded away until the sun shone the next day. Everyone in the group lay on the ground and fell asleep. Except for one person. Nami now arrived outside the clinic. The doctor wearing sunglasses stood up, rubbing his head. Are you coming? Well, I want to remove this. Nami touched her shoulder and looked at the tattoo that symbolized the evil dragon. This, Na Gao felt a headache. It is not impossible to remove the tattoo, but if the area is too large, it will leave a mark. You can also make changes according to this diagram. Nami smiled and pulled out a piece of paper. Nagao looked at the combination of windmill and orange. He smiled, but as he smiled, tears unconsciously welled up in his eyes. Nami, you have worked so hard over the years. Us. Okay, I know. Ajian told me a lot last night. This time I want the tattoo to look better. Na Gao smiled and nodded, still remembering that 8 years ago, little Nami came to him with a dragon flag and asked him to tattoo her. It's been 8 years already. The little girl from back then has grown up now. Bellmeyer would be proud of you too. Ah. Are you sure you don't want to keep any of them and let me use my power to transform them all? Cheng Lang looked at the yellow-orange orchard and couldn't help but feel sorry. In response, Noki held up the MC-like orange in his hand. I've never eaten an orange so juicy and without a core. Although it looks weird, it will become a specialty of our village in the future. Noji Jo smiled and opened the MC-ized orange and started eating. Cheng Lang scratched his head, not because he was unwilling to help, but because he was not sure whether the fruit of the orange tree was a one-time fruit or a continuous fruit. I still recommend keeping half. By the way, you can try this first. Cheng Lang handed the iron Hotenyo Kijao. Nojiko tilted his head in confusion. Try hoeing the ground with this. Nojiko was a little puzzled by this, but he still took it. The hoe, which was originally not big in Cheng Lang's hand, became bigger the moment it fell into Nojiko's hand. Soon it was more than half a person's height. The painting style is still MC's style. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this. After all, he had experimented with it on the boat and gave MC's tools to others to use. For example, pickaxes, hoes, and axes will be enlarged proportionally to become tools that just fit the standard height proportions. Simply put, if the giants got Cheng Lang's MC tools, they would also be magnified proportionally. Give it a try. After a brief surprise, Nojiko began to plow the land. The originally ordinary land did not change at all under Nojiko's plowing. But soon the raised land disappeared and turned into farmland, which was of course farmland that had not been moistened by water. Try to see if you can plant an orange sapling. Nojiko reached out and touched the slightly dry ground. Simply dig a hole and plant the orange sapling. However, the orange saplings did not change. Is it not possible? Cheng Lang scratched his head. What happened? Cheng Lang briefly explained his concerns. An orange tree that can only bear fruit once? This is indeed a big problem. Nojiko finally understood why Cheng Lang asked her to do this. Cheng Lang touched the sapling, and out of curiosity, he used bone meal on it. The next moment, the orange tree began to grow visibly. This. In less than 10 minutes, the orange tree grew from small to large and then bore flowers and fruit. Of course, this fruit is not an MC orange, but an ordinary orange. Nokijo picked one and tasted it. It was very sweet, the same variety as the ones he grew himself, and the yield rate was very high, even 100% of them were good fruits. This is amazing. Cheng Lang looked at the cultivated land and the hoe whose durability had been used up by only 1/10. As expected. Cheng Lang nodded. His props were no different from the originals in his own hands, but if he gave the tools to others, their durability would be consumed quickly, but the effect could be achieved 100%. A hoe can be used to plow the land, an axe can be used to chop down trees, and a shovel can also be used to dig out one by one clods of earth. Of course, ordinary people cannot carry a backpack after picking them up, so they can only hold them in their hands. If they put the clod on the ground, the result is that it is placed. The same goes for a pickaxe. However, when ordinary people pick up the stackable blocks, they will not feel the weight of the stacking, and they will not place them all directly. Obviously, their hands are judged to have 2 grids. The only difference is that the upper limit is 64 instead of Cheng Lang's. Trying the compost bucket. Chapter 50. It really doesn't work. Cheng Lang scratched his head. The composter only works on him. For others it's a square bucket. Cheng Lang can compost some of the kitchen waste. But no matter what Nojigo used, it would be the same even if Cheng Lang threw a group of leaves to the other party. Finally, Cheng Lang gave the bone powder to Nojigo for her to use. Try to use it mentally. However, nothing happened. Cheng Lang scratched his head. If other people could use the bone meal, he would have a solution, just make an automatic bone meal stacking machine. But if no one could even use the bone meal, then it would be useless even if he made it. Could this be something like fertilizer? Yes. Can I just bury it in the soil? Hiss, should be possible, right? Cheng Lang said uncertainly. Then Nojigo buried the bone meal directly in the farmland. There was no movement for a long while. No way. Cheng Lang was not surprised either. And Nojigo reached out to stop him. It seems to be working. Look, the branches are growing slowly, but the progress is still noticeable. Cheng Lang observed carefully and found that a flower bud was growing quietly. How to describe the speed? It was very slow, but it was still visible that it was much faster than normal. Nojigo dug up the soil and found that the bone meal in the soil had turned into spots, as if it was being decomposed. Cheng Lang understood this clearly. Use it yourself and it will have an instant effect. If you encounter a plant that has not been MSed, it will still work, but it will be slower. However, it should be able to complete the process within 10 minutes, and the effect is not compromised, it will just be much slower. If it is buried directly in the soil, it can also speed up the effect, but it will take longer. Then Cheng Lang tried it out of the cultivated land. As a result, the speed became even slower, to the point where it was invisible to the naked eye. It's like 0.5x speed, 0.25, 0.125, 0.0625x speed. And obviously, if it is not planted in arable land, the effect will be compromised. The reason is very simple, that is the problem of soil fertility. There is another problem with not emphasizing, which is plant aging and insect pests. However, if it is well cared for, an ordinary orange tree can live for 20 to 50 years. However, now that it is being ripened, it is unknown whether it will age and die prematurely in the future. But for a tree that can grow into a fruit-bearing tree in 10 minutes, it shouldn't be a big problem. I've left you 2 boxes of hose as a backup. I also built you an automatic composter. You can only put plants in this thing. Fruit and meat are allowed, but not whole pieces. If they're larger than a fingernail, they won't work. To clean it, look at this funnel. If there are any spots, you can just reach in and pick them out. Cheng Lang simply made an automatic composting machine and taught Nokago how to maintain and use it. There is no problem in using MC. The only problem is that the funnel is blocked. You just need to open the panel. But when operating with non-MC things, if there is a blockage, it will be directly reflected outside the funnel, and ordinary people can clean it directly. It was at this moment that Sanji came out spinning. "Ah, beautiful Miss Nokago, would you like to taste the drink I just made?" "Thank you." Nochago took it with a smile. After offering Nochago a drink made of orange, Sanji curiously went to the composter. "You mean this thing can process kitchen waste?" "Yes, give it a try." Sanji didn't say anything and took out 2 large bags of kitchen waste from the kitchen. He threw the entire bag in. As a result, the garbage bag shrank visibly and was placed in the wooden box. Then a crackling sound was heard. The grey-brown material in the compost bin is slowly increasing. The same funnel also showed oil stains and white spots. Then the pile gets bigger and bigger, and finally the whole funnel overflows and stops. This is... Then Sanji simply cleaned the funnel and the machine started running quietly again. It's quite useful, but it can't handle oil and bones. Plastic bags won't work either. Cheng Lang pulled out a large plastic bag from a black pixel in the funnel. "It's really convenient, Cheng Lang, let's install one on the boat too." "Can. By the way, I've already made the food you told me about using your ability to cook yesterday. Do you want to see it?" "Really? Let's go, let's go." Cheng Lang was extremely curious about this. In the kitchen, Cheng Lang looked at the fried noodles on the plate, looking them up and down. "Is there really food in here that I can produce?" "Yes, don't worry." Cheng Lang didn't think any more about it and started showing off. 5 ants. Cheng Lang quickly finished the fried noodles in his hand. At the same time, he also looked at his satiety. The rise is extremely exaggerated. How can there be 8 chicken legs? That's exaggerated. A regular grilled steak can restore 4 chicken legs and 6 points of satiety. And now there are 8 chicken legs and 12 grids of satiety. Wait. Cheng Lang looked at his status bar, and at this moment magical words appeared on the status bar. Strength 1 duration 59:59. Health regeneration 1 duration 59:59. How did you do that? Cheng Lang stared at it blankly, unable to believe that this actually had a buff effect. Sanji took a puff of his cigarette, thinking it was just for the filling effect. He was also very excited. "I have to use the wheat, beef, and fruit you gave me. Start from scratch, grind the wheat into powder, then mix it into dough, and finally mince the beef into a paste, shape it twice, and then start marinating. If you simply use the wheat or beef you give to make food, there will be a certain effect, but the taste will be very strange, with obvious flavor layering, but this is also a different experience." Cheng Lang listened, nodded, and ate. Soon Luffy, Alvida, and others seemed to smell the scent and rushed in to grab the food. "Asshole! Luffy, that's in my bowl, go get it yourself." Alvida started to snatch food from Luffy without caring about her image at all. For someone who loves to eat, Sanji's cooking is simply irresistible. Luffy even held the bucket and started drinking. Then, after drinking less than half, Luffy stopped with a constipated look on his face. Sanji was curious, "What's wrong?" "Full." Luffy scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. Not only Luffy, but also Alvida. It was a very strange experience. Although he felt that his stomach was still empty and he even wanted to eat more, Luffy was unable to swallow because of the fullness. It felt like the food was stuck in his throat. He could continue eating, but he felt like he would vomit it out. This is painful for Luffy, who values food. When Cheng Lang saw this, he laughed out loud. He never thought that one day Luffy would actually say the words "eat enough." This shows the value of MC food. Hearing Cheng Lang's ruthless ridicule, Luffy felt greatly insulted. Then, as if he remembered something, he took out some spicy strips, rotten meat, from his pocket and took 2 bites. After just a moment, the hunger came back. Cheng Lang was stunned and cursed with a smile, "I'm awesome. You're stuck with a bug." Then Luffy took 2 bites and held on. The effect of being full was obviously greater than the hunger buff. Chapter 51. But in the end, Luffy still managed to finish the whole bucket of fried noodles bit by bit thanks to the hunger buff of the spicy strips. Cheng Lang rolled his eyes at this. After a while, Luffy rubbed his stomach. Although the effects of the hunger buff of rotten flesh do not stack, the duration of the hunger buff also increases quietly with the increase in the number of uses. "Luffy, you're really wasting food by doing this. This rotten meat won't help you digest it. Look, you're hungry again." Cheng Lang took out a few cha-cha fruits and threw them to Luffy. Luffy lowered his head in shame after being accused of wasting food. But he was very conflicted. There was food in front of him, but he couldn't eat it. It was simply torture for him. Of course, there is also the shame of being questioned about wastefulness by peers. Cheng Lang ignored Luffy's hesitation and looked at Alvida, who was about to fight him. "Have you thought about it?" "Well, I never have any free time these days." Alvida's eyes flickered as she carried the mace. Ever since Cheng Lang enlightened her, she had been thinking about becoming stronger, but the result was that she met CLO and was attacked without being able to fight back. She didn't even notice that although she fought against the Murloc, the half-crippled Murloc did not bring her any pressure. But the credit for all this is not because she became stronger, but because Cheng Lang made them weaker. When Cheng Lang was not enjoying the battle, so was Alvida. Sanji stood beside him. "Damn Cheng Lang! Don't let Miss Alvida get hurt. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Cheng Lang was speechless at Sanji's hopeless situation. Ignoring him, he took out the iron sword and a set of iron gloves at the same time. "Put it on." "How do I put it on?" Alvida looked at the small iron suit, feeling puzzled. Even if she had a good figure, she couldn't wear an iron breastplate the size of a palm. "Just pat it on your body and try it out." Alvida picked up the iron breastplate and put it on her body. Then the iron breastplate disappeared. Alvida touched her body and indeed felt that something was wearing it. "Is it really possible?" Cheng Lang nodded. The reason why he didn't give it to him before was not because he was unwilling, but because he didn't expect that the experimental subject at that time was Kuya Mi. Cheng Lang asked the other party to experiment with tools, and it was because of this that he discovered that tools such as axes, hoes, and swords could be enlarged proportionally on other people. But the iron sleeve is still in a mini palm-sized state when held in the hand. So Cheng Lang tried different methods at that time, such as using it on Kuya Mi, or giving the iron ring to Kuya Mi and letting her think about using it. The result is not possible. As for wearing it directly, the largest one was only the size of a palm, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't wear it, so I gave up. But it was not until Nojigo's operation just now, burying the bone meal in the soil, that the bone meal also played a role, which gave Cheng Lang inspiration. I watched the iron set merge into Alvida's body, and then I saw Alvida seem to take off her hat, and the miniature iron head appeared in her hand. How magical, invisible armor! This must be the key to your toughness. Alvida was quite curious and emotional. Without the ability to bend or cut iron, there is no way I can cause you any harm. Cheng Lang did not deny it. Great, now I can fight with all my strength. Alvida was excited. Then Cheng Lang rolled his eyes, I can't hit you now. Alvida didn't deny it. Instead, she smiled and picked up the mace. Her aura changed quietly, then I don't need to be afraid. The two sides looked at each other, and then rushed towards each other. The collision of iron sword and mace. Cheng Lang could clearly feel a dull pain in his palm. Alvida possesses extraordinary strength, and her physical fitness has been quietly increasing through continuous hammering exercises on the plane these days. On the other hand, although I have exercised, I haven't worked as hard as Alvida. Alvida felt Cheng Lang's power. There was a gleam in his eyes. Can you do it, little dog? Who can't say that? Cheng Lang gritted his teeth and used all his strength. But after several consecutive collisions, Cheng Lang had to admit one thing, his strength was really not as good as Alvida's. And the more they fight, the stronger Alvida's desire to fight becomes. The mace in his hand was swung faster and faster. Cheng Lang finally began to get tired of defending. That is at this time. Zoro also came to the backyard and saw the fight between the two. He watched Cheng Lang swinging his sword and shook his head. My grip on the sword is unsteady, my steps are weak, and the strength in my waist is completely wasted. Cheng Lang naturally noticed it, and he was annoyed. How long had he been holding a sword? Less than 2 months at most. How do I use my waist strength? Cheng Lang stepped on the ground repeatedly, trying to use the shaving technique, but of course he failed. However, he still burst out with a good speed and briefly escaped from Alvida's storm. To build waist strength, you don't just twist your waist. You twist your waist while driving your body to move. This is not just twisting your waist. If you do that, you won't be able to exert your full strength and may even compromise it. At this moment, Alvida was also listening and did not pursue. Although there is a difference between using a sword and a stick, there is essentially no mistake in the way you apply force. Let me try. Cheng Lang and Alvida continued to fight together. And Zoro also gave instructions from the side. I have to say that compared to the two people who came from independent backgrounds, Zoro, who had been taught by famous teachers, found the other party to be a good teacher. At this moment Nami also returned with a tattoo. Seeing the two people fighting in his yard, he was a little confused. What happened to them? Did they have a fight? Sanji smiled and brought out a drink. I'm training. That Zoro guy is giving me some pointers. What is Luffy doing? Nami looked at Luffy who was sitting in a chair in a daze, a little puzzled. I'm upset because Cheng Lang accused me of wasting food. Waste? Luffy. Nami was a little bit unbelievable. During these days of getting along with each other, Luffy was the type who ate everything without leaving any leftovers. How could he possibly waste food? Sanji then explained the problem of the rotten meat with a smile. That's it. Nami didn't think about it anymore and changed the subject. Almost, we should set sail. On the Mary, Xiao Bie, with only 6 arms tied up, was still sitting there quietly. Inside the gabion at the back, Aaron and his gang had naturally woken up a long time ago. The people guarding the place were naturally Johnny and Joseph, but they were both fishing at the moment, and they were using the MC-style fishing rods that Cheng Lang had prepared for them. Ever since I got this fishing rod, I can't adapt to using the previous fishing rod at all. Xiao Bie. Get rid of these 2 humans and then let us out. The speaker was Ju. In response, Xiao Bie just pretended to be asleep and did not move. And this scene has happened more than once. Chapter 52. At first, Johnny and Joseph were nervous. But when I saw Xiao Bie being tied up like that, indifferently, with his eyes closed. After doing it many times, the two gradually got used to it. The fishmen in the stone prison felt hopeful at first. But as time goes by, the disappointment grows. Kroby looked at Xiao Bie and finally shook his head. Forget it, that guy can't move. Ju looked at Zioba angrily. Hachi. Are you planning on betraying us? Becoming a human's dog? However, the only response he got was still silence, a deathly silence. Just as Xiao Bie had been silent towards humans before, he now remained silent in response to his companion's cries for help. Obscene words spewed out of Ju's mouth, and soon the other fishmen did the same. However, no sound responded to them. In the end, it was the evil dragon who spoke up and put a stop to it all. That's enough, Xiao Bie, have you thought it over? Have you forgotten how Boss Tiger died? Do you still believe in humans? After a short silence, Xiao Bie, who had been silent and pretending to be dead, finally opened his eyes and even stood up and walked to the side of the boat, looking at the evil dragon in the cage. Nu, I haven't forgotten how Boss Tiger died, but brother Aaron, you've become more and more like those guys from the Sabayati archipelago over the years. These words silenced the evil dragon in the stone prison. Of course, this is not a silent self-awakening, but anger. Xiao Bie, what nonsense are you talking about? You followed Boss A Long to the East China Sea. Didn't you follow him because you agreed with him? Now you have come to your senses? When you watched the human village being destroyed, you were already an accomplice. The one who spoke was Zhu. He was very disdainful of Zioba at the moment, or he could say that he had actually disliked Zioba for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that Big Brother Arlong was very tolerant of his companions, he would have wanted to kick Zioba out of the Arlong pirates long ago. Xiao Bie sighed at this. He couldn't refute this. When he followed Aaron away, it was more out of anger at the death of Boss Tiger and anger at humans. But as time went by, in the past 8 years, he witnessed everything that happened on the island, and the last straw that broke the camel's back was naturally the incident with Nani. Although Arlong used to hate humans and was the one who opposed humans boarding the ship when he was in the Sun Pirates, after the death of Boss Tiger, Arlong still kept his promise after arriving in Coco West Village. As long as humans paid taxes, he would not make things difficult for them. But as time went by, the Aaron who kept his promises gradually disappeared. Whenever he's unhappy, he'll cause trouble. Even if the other party is innocent, he'll find an excuse to go crazy and kill them directly to serve as a warning to others. However, they became more and more friendly towards the people coming from the Navy, from the threats at the beginning to the cheerful and cooperative conversations now. It was clearly the Navy who led people to kill Boss Tiger, and Aaron hated the Navy and humans so much that he disdained to associate with them. But now it has changed. Nu, you're right, I'm an accomplice, but it's not me who has changed, it's Aaron. After saying that, Xiao Bie said no more and returned to his cell. As for Johnny and Joseph, they scratched their heads. They understood, but they felt like their brains were itchy. The Arlong pirates are a notorious villain in the East China Sea, with a powerful background and being a so-called superior race. But listening to what they said, why do they seem to be the victims and are just taking revenge now? It is obvious that they have always been discriminating against humans. That is at this time. Johnny and Joseph saw the Straw Hat Pirates. The two waved frantically. I heard them arguing from far away. What happened? Sanji asked curiously. Then the two of them repeated the previous topic. The Straw Hat Pirates, except Nami, were all silent. In this small area of the East China Sea, the only way to learn about the outside world is to read in newspapers. However, these things are not written in newspapers, especially now that the 5 elders intend to let the Mermaid Kingdom participate in the World Conference. Cheng Lang was naturally aware of the situation of the fishmen, and he also learned a lot about One Piece's current worldview in these days. There is no slave trade in the East China Sea, at least Cheng Lang has not seen it so far. But there is a distinction between nobles and commoners. Moreover, the newspapers entering Donghai have also undergone different levels of screening. After all, there is more than just one newspaper in this world controlled by Morgans. All member states will receive official news from the world government. Non-member countries do not receive this treatment, but Morgans is different. He not only provides newspapers to non-member countries, but also to pirates. This is why Morgans is the news king of the dark world. Morgan's newspaper is illegal. Because he said everything and dared to say everything, Morgan's newspaper was very popular and became a symbol of credibility. However, such newspapers were not widely circulated in Donghai. Cheng Lang had no intention of telling the story. After all, no matter how much he said, it was better to witness it with his own eyes. Moreover, the mistakes made by the evil dragon group will not be reduced because of the experiences of other fishmen. Come to think of it, didn't big sister Nami come? Johnny awkwardly changed the subject. Joseph also nodded. After all, this topic was too heavy. She asked us to come first, maybe to say goodbye to the people in the village. Koyami said with a smile. She has been following Nami these days. Not only are they of the same age, but they can also chat with each other. In addition, Koyami is asking Nami some knowledge about sailing. The words fell. Then I heard Nami's shouting in the distance. Sail! Everyone looked in the direction where Nami's voice came from, and saw Nami being chased by a group of people. Although they were confused, everyone started moving and started the boat. Then the famous scene appeared. Nami jumped onto the boat with a leap. The villagers behind stopped one after another. Then Nami lifted up her clothes, showing her slender waist. Of course, the next second, wallets fell to the ground one by one. At once, the villagers who had come after him started to laugh and curse. In the end, it turned into a sentence of blessing. Cheng Lang witnessed all this and asked curiously. You left all the berry in the village. Is it not possible? Nami looked at Cheng Lang with pitiful eyes. After all, the money earned from the gold was given by Cheng Lang. It's about 700 to 800 million. That's right, Nami sold all 4 gold ingots given by Cheng Lang. But when it comes to money, the other party has the expression of a little girl next door. If Cheng Lang was Sanji, he would probably have burst into gold coins by now. But unfortunately, Cheng Lang was unmoved. It's not that Cheng Lang is not interested in women, but he simply knows Nami's character. It's given to you anyway, how you use it is your business. Cheng Lang spread his hands, he had plenty of gold. Then can brother Cheng Lang give me some gold? Nami smiled and stretched out her hand, looking like she was a gold coin collector. Cheng Lang. Chapter 53. Log Town. Zoro was walking down the street with a long string. Is it a fishman? Look, in front of you is the boss of the Arlong pirates, Arlong, who has a 2,000 million bounty on his head. Oh my god, he was actually caught. The next one is Kroby, whose bounty is 900 million, and Ju, whose bounty is 550 million. Does this mean the entire Arlong pirates have been wiped out? Many people on the street were talking about it. In Rogue Town, you can see many pirate hunters arresting pirates every day. But many of them are pirates with a few 100,000 or at most 1 million. There are very few pirates with more than 5 million pirates. Not to mention the situation where the entire pirate group was wiped out. It's the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, oh my god. He actually wiped out the Arlong pirates. No way. I heard he was executed, wasn't he? When did that information come from? Pirate hunter Zoro wasn't executed over a month ago. He even turned base 153 upside down, sending Colonel Monka straight to jail. Ah! Listen to what you say, are you talking like a human being? You don't know, but the lover of the wife of the guest of my aunt's second uncle's neighbor's childhood sweetheart has a reliable source of information. Back at base 153, when Zoro was about to be executed, there was a sudden thunderclap. The gods were furious and smashed Monka's statue. Then everyone rebelled against Monka's tyranny and, under Zoro's leadership, they completed the purge. Countless rumors were circulating on the streets. And Zoro got lost as he was familiar with the route. It was at this moment that he saw a group of people gathering in front of him. He walked forward curiously, ready to ask for directions. As soon as I got closer, I heard 2 screams. A path was cleared amid cheers from passers-by. At this moment, Dashiji was greeting with a smile, but she tripped over a stone without paying attention and fell forward. Zoro subconsciously went to help. Naturally, because Zoro's right hand was still pulling the rope, he could only free one hand. After a soft touch, Zoro froze. He subconsciously pulled his hand back. As a result, Tashigi, who hadn't even gained leverage to stand firmly, stumbled and fell to the ground. The glasses on his head also fell to the ground. Ah! My glasses! Tashigi didn't care about that and instinctively went to look for her dropped glasses. Ah! Sorry! Zoro also realized his problem and squatted down to help. Just picked up the glasses that fell to the ground. At this moment, Dashiki also looked up with a smile. It's okay, it's an accident. Click! The sound of shattering lenses was heard. At this moment, Zoro was staring at Tashigi blankly. And Tashigi looked at the glasses tightly held in Zoro's hand. Suddenly his cheeks puffed up. What's wrong with this guy? Not only did he take advantage of her, but he also broke her precious glasses. Zoro immediately realized that his childhood sweetheart Kuina was no longer there, and the person in front of him just looked similar. But at this moment, he stared blankly at the broken glasses in his hand. His expression was complicated. Well, I said, I didn't mean it, do you believe me? These are brand name glasses that I bought with half a month's salary. You have to compensate me. Dashiki looked at the blurry person angrily. Okay, but I don't have any cash with me right now. I need to go to the naval base to exchange some bounty. Zoro didn't object because it was his own problem after all. Only then did Dashiki narrow her eyes and look behind her. But because she was short-sighted, she only saw a long line of pirates being dragged behind them. You've taken down an entire pirate group, haven't you? You seem like a very powerful bounty hunter. Come with me then. I need to take them back to the base as well. Tashigi stood up and said, as an apology, you can take them with you as well. Tashigi pointed at the two little pirates holding knives on the ground. It is good. Zoro said nothing and carried out the order quietly, but his eyes became more complicated. The similar face and the sword at his waist made it obvious that the other party was also a swordsman. Zoro felt complicated that there were people in the world who looked so similar. But Tashigi, who was walking in front, didn't have so many thoughts. She was in a very bad mood at the moment. She felt that she had been taken advantage of. Although the other party did not do it on purpose, the crushing of her glasses was obviously intentional. The angry Tashigi did not vent her emotions, but digest it on its own. Soon the two arrived at the naval base. Sergeant Tashigi, did you find the pirates who just arrived on the island today? Hey! They're the Arlong pirates. The pirates with a bounty of 2,000 million. The receptionist looked at the long line of pirates behind him in surprise. At this moment, Dashigi was also stunned when she heard the bounty of 20 million. She looked back in astonishment. She hadn't looked back all the way and didn't expect that the guy behind her had such strength. It's not me, it's this bounty hunter. Tashigi took the initiative to explain. The front desk clerk was also surprised by this, and began to record it, and asked the soldier in charge of receiving it to start counting it. After a while, look at Barry who got 3,450 million. Zoro looked at Tashigi and asked, how much are your glasses? 50,000 berries. At this moment, Tashigi had already put on spare glasses, but she was looking at Zoro with a complicated expression. Of course, she already knew who this rude person was during this time. Roronoa Zoro, a famous bounty hunter in the East China Sea. However, the other party should be operating near the 153rd branch in the southeast direction. According to reliable sources, he and a boy wearing a straw hat exposed Monka's crimes, which led to Colonel Monka being imprisoned. There are many bad reputations about Soron in the local area, but there are also many good reputations. For example, the other party took the initiative to accept Colonel Monka's conditions because of a little girl, and if the conditions were met, the little girl's crime of disrespect could be pardoned. It's settled. Zoro took out 50,000 yuan and gave it to Tashigi, then prepared to leave. He couldn't look directly at the woman's face. Roronoa Zoro, Aren't you going to be a marine? With your strength? Zoro interrupted the other party directly, forget about the navy, I can't stand the constraints, and I still have a promise to fulfill. The navy will only slow me down. Tashigi silently watched Zoro walking farther and farther away until he disappeared in the naval base, and finally she sighed. She naturally knew that Zoro had refused to join the navy. After all, the navy would invite any bounty hunter. Now she just wants to give it a try. At this moment, the receptionist came over with a complicated expression. Sergeant Tashigi, when I was checking just now, I found that one of the pirates who were arrested was Colonel Rat. What? What's going on? The other party has not woken up yet. Then why did you notify me only now? Tashigi asked in confusion. The soldier at the front desk sweated profusely. His face was so swollen that it was unrecognizable. The doctor just gave him a simple swelling-reducing treatment so we could see him clearly. Oh, and there's a note stuck on Colonel Mouse's tie. It says for Colonel Smoker to see. Tashigi took it. Then she didn't care and just opened the envelope and started reading. But the more I looked at her, the uglier her expression became. Then she tightly grasped the paper and breathed rapidly. Lock up Colonel Mouse. Treat him like a serious criminal. What? Chapter 54. This is inappropriate. He has the same title as our base commander. We have no right to detain him. The receptionist was a little troubled. He didn't want to offend the colonel of a base for no reason. He was just a small receptionist. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Tashigi ordered coldly. The front desk clerk didn't say anything more about this and just gave the order. But at this moment, the receptionist was very curious about what was written on the note that could make the good-tempered Miss Tashigi so angry. Tashigi brought the note to the office of her immediate superior. At this moment, Smoker was laying stones in the smoke-filled room. Who made Miss Tashigi angry? Tashigi ignored her boss's teasing and handed the note in her hand to Smoker. This surprised Smoker, but he watched anyway. But the more I looked at his expression, the uglier it became. Although he was the captain of the naval branch of Rogue Town, his jurisdiction only covered Rogue Town and several nearby cities. He could not go out to sea for patrol without orders. But a pirate group that was based not far from Rogue Town had been existing openly for 8 years, and he had no news at all. And all this is because of the rat colonel from the 16th branch. Where is this person? He's already in a maximum security prison, but he probably won't be there for long. The higher UPS will definitely know about it. Although Smoker is the head of the naval branch in Rogue Town, he is not favored by his superiors for various reasons. If he wants to detain a colleague of the same rank, he must go through an audit. He detained the person privately, and the Navy officer who was responsible for reporting to the higher UPS certainly couldn't keep it secret. It would take at most half a month. If the examiner had any connection with the rat, he might have reported it in advance. But at the same time, he couldn't resort to lynching. After all, he was a naval captain. That's enough. Tashigi, you go write the report. If it's true, I'll come back and report it. Even if you have to skin me alive, I won't let this bastard off. Smoker put down the paper in his hand and prepared to go out to sea. Go and take a look. After all, just looking at the note won't convict you. Prepare the warships, I'm going to sea. But. No buts. Get ready immediately. Yes. Tashigi watched her boss leave. She just sighed. If you go and see it, you'll probably find it's just a tragedy. Just by looking at the understated words and crimes written above, she could already feel the anger of those people. 8 years. She couldn't even imagine what kind of hell that was. On the shopping street, Sanji and Cheng Lang were walking. Do you think that guy Zoro can find the way? Although he had not been with Zoro for a long time, he had heard too many complaints about Zoro from others, such as how he could even go astray on a straight line. Cheng Lang spread his hands and said, if nothing unexpected happens, he will run into someone similar to his old friend. How do you know? You know Smoker, don't you know the others? Sanji was puzzled. Smoker is very famous in the East China Sea. After all, he is a user with nature-type abilities. What else does he have? Sanji asked doubtfully after taking a puff of his cigarette. He has a beautiful subordinate or something. Eh? Really? Damn it! Why didn't you tell me earlier? Otherwise, I would be the one escorting the evil dragon gang. It's okay, you'll meet a beautiful one soon. The words fell. A voice interrupted Cheng Lang. A woman dressed in red with a blooming peony around her waist makes a gorgeous appearance. Finally found you. Sanji. Sanji was interrupted by the voice and looked at the person who came curiously, and was stunned for a moment. For 10 years, I have been longing to see you again. Looking at the woman who looked like a peacock spreading its feathers, Cheng Lang shook his head in amusement. Looking for you, Sanji. I'll be leaving now. Remember to be a gentleman. After saying that, Cheng Lang left. Sanji was left standing there in a daze, still a little confused, but the next second his mind was filled with the beauty's appearance. Ah, this beautiful lady, have we met before? Cheng Lang watched the plot develop as usual, and he was certain of one thing, this world was indeed developing according to a combination of anime and comics. After all, there is no such part in the comics, but the anime created a beautiful chef named Carmen, and they have a 10-year bond with her. If this is the case, then Cheng Lang should have doubts about something. Theatrical versions exist. Like Golden Lion Shiki, Golden City Teezero, Navy Z Zephyr. These three, which were personally directed by Oda, do exist. After all, there are newspapers that can guarantee it. As for others, such as Barrett and the red-haired singer Yuta, there is currently no news. There were other theatrical versions afterwards, but Cheng Lang didn't have any special impression of them. I think there was also a pure gold, a demon sword, and yes, a sea race, but after that, I can't remember. Yuta is easy to confirm, just ask Luffy and you'll know. As for the rest, just as Cheng Lang was thinking to himself, he bumped into someone head-on. Cheng Lang rubbed his nose, sorry. When Cheng Lang saw who was coming, he was stunned. Well, if everything is fine, can I leave? Cheng Lang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. The man wearing the dog head hat smiled and pinched Cheng Lang's shoulder. Wah ha ha ha, boy, you have a good body, do you want to be a navy? Cap invited with a smile. Cheng Lang laughed dryly and scratched his head. Ah ha ha, thank you for the invitation, but I've already made an agreement with someone, so I won't be joining the navy for now. Really? That's a shame. Such a rare talent. He patted Cheng Lang's shoulder earnestly. Garp left while eating senbei. Looking at Garp who was alone with no followers behind him. Cheng Lang's forehead was covered with sweat. No. Why did this guy go to Rogue Town? Shouldn't he be going to the 153rd branch to pick up Monka and take the future Marine King Kobe as his apprentice? It couldn't be that. Garp's course was diverted because of my small action? Could the future Marine King still become Garp's apprentice? But what is Luffy doing right now? What kind of chemistry would happen if the two of them met? Wait, could it be that the Iron Fist of Love directly caused Luffy's journey to become the Pirate King to become the Navy King here? Then Cheng Lang shook his head. It was impossible. If that was really the case, his experience bar should be full by now. After all, turning the Pirate King into the Navy King meant changing his destiny a lot. It's just that Garp is here, so Long should be here too. So, can Buggy still appear here? Can he still create such a famous scene? The thought of executing Luffy in front of two big guys makes it feel no less intense than the Battle of Marineford. Chapter 55. The Other Side. Usopp was walking down the shopping street carrying a lot of bags, and of course there was a dazed Luffy beside him. Luffy, what's wrong with you these days? Haven't you wanted to come to Rogue Town to see the Pirate King's execution platform a long time ago? Usopp, who had already finished shopping, was very confused. Luffy has been like this since leaving Cocoa Village. He looked worried. At first, everyone thought that Luffy was still angry. After all, with Dragon and his gang following the ship, it was understandable that he was in a bad mood. But now, it was obviously not Luffy's character. Well, I was just wondering what to do when I'm full. Usopp looked puzzled. What kind of troublesome problem was this? How many people want to eat but have no way to get enough to eat? Let's not talk about that for now. Look, the place in front is where the Pirate King Roger was executed. Only then did Luffy come to his senses. Oh! Is this where the Pirate King was executed? Seeing Luffy regain his spirit, Usopp also breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time he looked at the towering execution platform. It's really ordinary. Usopp couldn't help but sigh. I have heard a lot about the legend of Pirate King Roger, and I have wanted to see it many times, but when I actually saw it, I didn't feel as surprised and moved as I expected. Hey! Luffy! Usopp was just about to pull Luffy away. As a result, Luffy stretched out his arms and flew onto the execution platform. Ah ha ha ha, it turns out that I can see it more clearly here. Was this where the Pirate King lived back then? Luffy stood on the execution platform with a smile, looking at the scene below. Because of his actions, the square, which already had a huge flow of people, attracted countless discussions and attention. The crowd below was noisy. But this did not affect Luffy's ability to look into the distance. I can see the sea, that's Zoro. Luffy looked at the end of the road. Hey Zoro! Luffy called out from the execution platform. Naturally, Zoro also noticed it. He turned his head and found Luffy standing on the execution platform waving at him. He was stunned by the scene, then shook his head with amusement, but still walked straight towards the execution platform. At the same time, Bucky and his gang who were eating nearby saw this scene. Machi stared out the window blankly while holding the boned meat. Captain Buggy, I think I saw the Straw Hat Boy. Bucky, who was eating and talking about how difficult it had been for him these days, looked in the direction of Machi's finger. Then he spat out all the wine in his mouth. What is that Straw Hat Boy planning to do? He's doing it in public in that kind of place. Is he crazy? Buggy couldn't believe it, but he looked at the scene with complicated eyes. There, he was reminded of Captain Roger. At that time, he was standing at the bottom of the execution platform with Shanks. It rained heavily that day. Countless memory scenes emerged. That is, the time when he was silent. A tall figure stood up and walked to the window. He stared intently at the figure wearing a straw hat. Before heading to the Grand Line, I want to make a final break. Besides, you have a grudge against that brat, right? Why don't we just execute the Straw Hat Kid right there? After all, he was the man who shouted that he wanted to become the Pirate King, and now his wish has come true. Bucky's lips curled up after hearing this. Okay, that's a good plan. I also want to end it. At the same time, on the roof directly opposite the execution platform, a man covered in a cloak was standing there, with a breeze blowing around him. Stinky boy, I haven't seen you for so many years, don't you want to go down and get to know you? For a man about to go to sea, it makes no difference whether I show up to recognize him or not. Then there was a bang. A fist as big as a sandbag hit the man's head. You're just talking about useless things. Every one of them makes me worry. The cloak fell quietly, and the dragon with a tattoo on his face rubbed his head, which now had a bump. Are you planning to stop Luffy from going out to sea? Force him to join the navy on this road of no return. What do you mean by point of no return? And you still want to call me daddy? Garp laughed twice, then sat cross-legged on the ground. That's better than becoming a pirate. Really, it's all Red Hair's fault. He instilled the idea of becoming a pirate in my grandson while I was away in the East China Sea. If I catch him, he will have a good taste of my iron fist. The dragon was silent. Only the breeze around me was quietly increasing, and dark clouds were gathering in the sky. Because he felt the wavering heart of Garp. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. Even if you bring him into the navy, he will eventually head towards the vast ocean. You little brat, you're even lecturing me. Long silently handed a note to Garp. If Luffy hadn't been there, I might have paid attention to it later. Garp took it and then noticed the few lines of words written lightly on the note, but between the lines were descriptions of cannibalism. The note stated the evil deeds of the Arlong pirates over the years, as well as Colonel Rat who covered for them. In the past 8 years, countless people and towns had been destroyed by the Arlong pirates. After reading just a few lines, Garp was silent. Did he doubt its authenticity? There was no need, because there was no way a dragon could deceive himself with such things. The navy has long been rotten. Long just said it lightly. As a former navy member, he knew it very well and even experienced it firsthand. Below the execution platform, Usopp quickly waved his hands. Luffy, come down quickly, the security guards may be here soon. However, his voice was drowned out by the public opinions of countless people. The square was bustling with activity at this moment. After all, it has been so many years and no one has ever dared to go up to that execution platform again. There are naturally those who curse and those who watch out of curiosity. That is at this time. On the building behind the execution platform, Kabachi was already standing there with shackles on his shoulders. There was also another person beside him. Luffy, standing on the execution platform, saw so many people there. He couldn't help but touch his straw hat, with anger brewing quietly in his heart. That is, at this moment, on the building behind the execution platform. Kabachi jumped down with the prepared detention and directly put Luffy on the execution platform. And a tall figure also landed on the execution platform. I heard you're going to be the Pirate King? Well, now you can enjoy the same honor as the Pirate King. The tall figure had his face hidden by his coat, but the raised axe connected to his arms proved that this was Monka, his former defeated opponent. A former naval captain. Luffy was being held on the head by the criminal detention and was a little confused, but he saw Monka and the axe raised high. Any last words, Straw Hat Boy? Chapter 56. Luffy was pressed on the execution platform. Similarly, many people below also witnessed this scene and were stunned. After struggling for a moment, Luffy realized that he could not break free from this special restraint. Last words. There was a gentle breeze, and the straw hat swayed in the breeze. Luffy's dreams resonated with the man he had made a promise to. With a determined look in his eyes, he shouted the famous line that runs throughout the entire manga, I will become the Pirate King. It was at this moment that an aura unique to a king emanated from Luffy, but it was very weak. When the people in the audience heard this declaration, they were all stunned. A man who was about to be executed actually shouted those words on this stage. Is this fate? Some people in the audience were shocked, while others shook their heads in disdain, but without exception, they all felt their heartbeats quicken inexplicably. Some of the weaker ones seemed to be dormant by the momentum, and their legs went weak and they sat on the ground. Well, it's time for your execution. Pirate King. Although Monka also felt his heartbeat quickening, he didn't care, and didn't even deny the other party's dream. Instead, he was excited about being able to chop off the head of the future Pirate King. When Luffy saw the axe hanging in the air, he seemed to accept his fate calmly after a brief struggle. Then he grinned and said, Sorry, everyone, I think I'm going to die. Zoro, who was rushing over at this moment, naturally noticed this scene. His face turned grim and he immediately quickened his pace, ready to rescue. And of course Cheng Lang was also in the square. At this moment, he was looking at Monka, also a little confused. No, shouldn't the person being executed be Buggy the Clown? Why did it get Monka instead? At the same time, Cheng Lang also thought of Garp, and he seemed to have figured something out. Because of his changes, Buggy didn't meet Alvida, but ended up meeting the escaped Monka? By the way, wasn't Monka a marine? Could he accept becoming a pirate? What about Buggy the Clown? Cheng Lang looked around and soon found the red-nosed clown Buggy. At this moment, he was standing under the execution platform, and Cheng Lang saw the conflicted expression on the other person's face. Confused? Why does Buggy have such an expression? At this moment, a breeze blew, and the straw hat representing the straw hat boy who was about to be executed. It slid down quietly and was blown up by the wind, and happened to fall into the hands of Buggy the Clown. At this moment, Buggy the Clown seemed to be lost in memories. Although it was not the first time he got this straw hat, his mood was different each time. Shanks, it seems you made the wrong choice. Cheng Lang couldn't continue watching the show at this moment, he prepared to leave. On the execution platform, Monka's right hand, which had replaced the axe, was raised high. If someone really loses his head because of my transformation, then that would be a sign of God's unfolding. At this moment, Usopp's gunpowder star hit Monka directly. However, it is obvious that Monka's tall stature is not for decoration. He withstood the explosion head-on without slowing down his axe even a bit. Just at the moment when the axe was about to touch Luffy's neck, countless black thunders flashed. A strong domineering aura rushed over. The eyes of Kabeji and Monka on the stage turned white instantly. Then dark clouds gathered in the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning that struck the execution platform. Cheng Lang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the dragon was there, but Cheng Lang looked at the ordinary people lying on the ground. This was not caused by lightning, but by the domineering aura of the king. Cheng Lang turned his head and looked at the rooftops. Soon he spotted Long and Garp. After all, it can be clearly seen on the minimap. At this moment, Garp leaped down directly. He walked straight towards the execution platform where thick smoke was billowing. At this moment in the square, everyone including Usopp had been stunned by the domineering aura. However, Cheng Lang and Soran were still awake. Of course, the latter's eyes were dim, and it was obvious that his condition was not very good. Cheng Lang just felt that the scene in front of him was a little distorted and made him dizzy. Look at the status bar. Dizziness 29, duration 59. I felt much better instantly after drinking a bucket of milk. That is at this time. Luffy stood up from the ruins of the execution platform. He laughed out loud, ha ha ha, I almost got executed. You can still laugh. Thump. There was a crisp sound of knocking on the head. It hurts. Luffy covered his head, and then when he saw the person coming, the instinctive fear made him step back. Oh no! It's Grandpa! He grabbed Luffy who was trying to escape and pinched his face. Luffy, do you know that you almost got your head chopped off just now? Ah! I'm sorry. A few idiots almost killed you, you little brat. No matter what you say today, you have to go to the Marine headquarters with me. I want to give you a thorough training. On the other side, Zoro, who was about to take action, was also stunned when he heard that it was Luffy's grandfather. Luffy, on the other hand, was struggling fiercely at this moment. No. I want to be the Pirate King. What did you say? Garp's expression became more and more ferocious, and he even raised his fist high. I'm sorry, but I want to be the Pirate King. Luffy struggled hard between fear and dreams. Although his expression and body showed fear, he refused to admit defeat. At this, Garp's expression became more serious, but he did not lower his raised hand. The hand that was pinching Luffy's face also quietly relaxed. Luffy seized the opportunity and quickly broke away from Garp. At the same time, he also saw Soran and Cheng Lang. Run! It was at this time that a strong wind blew. A strong hurricane swept through, regardless of whether it was Luffy or Cheng Lang. They all flew into the air involuntarily. Ah! My straw hat! Luffy frantically looked for his straw hat. That is at this time. The straw hat happened to fly onto his head. A strong wind swept through the square, but it only took Luffy and his crew away. The others were still lying peacefully on the ground. Your identity is not suitable for being seen in public and interacting with pirates. Dragon's voice came. And Garp glanced at Long. Stinky boy, call me daddy. He walked alongside and punched him in the direction where he was not injured. Now, the pair of bulges are very neat. The dragon said nothing about this. That is at this time. The navy in the distance began to gather. Take the fugitive Monka with you. Garp said and left. The newly arrived sailors saluted and began to act. Bucky, who was lying on the ground the whole time, had sweat on his forehead. What did he hear? No. I absolutely cannot be found awake. I'll die. Silently, he activated his ability, broke into pieces, and then moved his body into the building bit by bit. By the way, he also fished out Kabeji who had been struck by lightning. As for Monka, it was not that he didn't want to save him, but he simply couldn't save him. After all, he was named by Garp in public, so how could he do it? In the alley, Bucky breathed a sigh of relief. The captain gave the straw hat to Shanks, and now Shanks, you're giving the straw hat to a kid called Luffy. Are you just going to give up the next generation's king like that, Shanks? But that kid actually has the talent for Conqueror Haki? He's also the grandson of this guy Garp. I wonder how happy the captain would be if he knew that. Buggy could naturally sense the domineering aura that Luffy exuded when he shouted that sentence. It was very weak, but he was a trainee on the Pirate King's ship and had come into contact with too many top-tier warriors. It was not only him who noticed that Luffy had the talent for domineering Haki, but also Garp who was walking on the road. As expected of this old man's grandson, ha 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 ha, you have the makings of a king. Bogart stood at the front port. Are we going back to headquarters? Mission accomplished. Oh, and where are those two little brats? Still cleaning the deck. Let's go. By the way, did you bring the senbei I bought? Bogart took out the specialty rice crackers from his pocket. Garp grabbed it and started eating it with a crunching sound. The senbei from Rogue Town are still the best. Chapter 57. On the ship, Luffy and his crew gathered. What happened to you? Sanji smoked a cigarette and looked at the four people falling from the sky. Luffy scratched his head. And Zoro remained silent. Usopp was a little confused, his memory stayed at the time when Monka almost beheaded Luffy. Cheng Lang knew everything, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. I saw four people with different expressions. Sanji blew out a puff of smoke. Forget it. Hey, Zoro, did you get the money? Zoro took out berry from his arms. Nami took it and counted it, then she was puzzled. Didn't you spend money on the knife? At this moment, Zoro already had 3 swords on his waist. Just like the original, he obtained the 3rd generation of Kaititsuo and Setsuzo. As for why he didn't use the iron sword made by Cheng Lang, the reason was very simple. It was simply because Zoro was used to using a knife and not a double-edged sword. Because of some relationship, these 2 swords were given to me by someone else. Zoro didn't explain anything. Nami didn't care about this, as long as it wasn't looted. Looking at Nami counting the money excitedly, Alvita was speechless. There is no shortage of money on board at the moment. After all, Cheng Lang has those 2 boxes of gold, so it's no problem to say that he is as rich as a country. The supplies have almost been purchased. Why are we setting off now? Alvita asked curiously. Her current appearance is very different from what is on the wanted poster. As long as she doesn't take the initiative to admit that she is Alvida, no one will suspect that she is a pirate, so it is still a good experience for her to buy supplies openly in the shopping street. If possible, she wouldn't mind staying in Rogue Town. There was silence on the boat for a moment. In the end, everyone's attention was focused on Luffy. After all, as the captain, this was something he had to consider. But Luffy looked at everyone with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Sanji's mouth twitched, but he still patiently explained, shall we set sail now? We haven't been put on the bounty list yet, so we can still stay in Rogue Town. I see. Shouldn't we have said this earlier? Let's go. To the Grand Line. For a moment, everyone on the boat was speechless. We were talking about this from the beginning. Nami also sighed, forget it, Rogue Town is the last island in the East China Sea that can be used for resupply on the way to the Grand Line. Oh, me, did you buy the record pointer for the Grand Line? Me handed the recording pointer on his wrist to Nami. Why does this pointer feel the same as a compass? There's no difference. Alvida looked at the recording pointer curiously. At this moment, the direction of the needle is the same as the direction of the compass on the table. Before entering the Grand Line, this recording needle is no different from an ordinary compass. It will only work once you enter the Grand Line. But, me, did you ask which route it is? I don't know. Me shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't ask, but these pointers were random before entering the Grand Line. After all, the East China Sea is different from other seas. Pirates are prevalent in other seas, and people who do the recording pointer business will be a little more specialized, but this is the East China Sea, and it is good to have such merchants. This was all thanks to what she had learned using the power of the fruit. After listening to Mi's explanation, Nami couldn't help but doubt the recording pointer on her wrist. Could it be that I encountered a scammer? As a navigator, Nami had served in the Arlong Pirates. During these 8 years, she had heard a lot about the Grand Line. But she never cared about the record pointer. After all, she was busy thinking about making money all these years. Forget it, let's just use it for now. Nami gave up on figuring out whether he was a liar or not. She took out a survey map she had drawn from the bookshelf. It was a survey map of Upside Down Mountain. She had only read about this thing in a book and had never actually seen it. The survey map of Upside Down Mountain was placed on the table. We agreed in advance that once we set out for the Grand Line, it would be nearly impossible to return. Really? Creek and the others have just returned from the Grand Line, along with Hawkeye. Zoro asked curiously. Nami began to explain the special features of the Com Belt and the Grand Line. Cheng Lang listened, and he was actually ready to enter the doldrums. After all, this plot existed in both the original novel and the comics. But this is reality, not anime. Nami's reliability as a navigator is beyond his imagination, and only now does Cheng Lang feel that this is very reasonable. He has been drawing survey maps for 8 years, and the Arlong Pirates came from the Grand Line. Nami must have asked about it to some extent. How could she not know about recording pointers and basic common sense? These pictures in anime and comics are only there to explain the world view to readers. So once you go to the Grand Line, the probability of coming back is almost zero, so have you really thought it through? Especially Luffy. The Grand Line is very dangerous. That was when Luffy didn't even wait for him to speak. Johnny and Joseph, who had been silent, spoke up. Boss Zoro, Boss Luffy, everyone, it's time for us to say goodbye. Luffy looked surprised. Aren't you guys coming together? The two of them had been following the ship all these days, so when they arrived in Rogue Town, everyone tacitly accepted the idea that they were partners. Johnny and Joseph looked at each other, then sighed. Johnny looked at everyone seriously and said, "We really want to continue sailing with you, but we don't have the ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman like Zoro, nor do we have Luffy's dream of becoming the Pirate King. Joseph, so there's no reason for us two brothers to go on the Grand Line. If we continue to follow the ship, there will definitely be too many problems in the future. Rather than making things difficult for everyone later, why not just make the decision here? Johnny and Joseph looked at each other with sincerity. Is that so? Zoro was not surprised. He was the most familiar with the two people's situation on the ship. He thought they would just follow quietly. But Luffy was reluctant to leave. After all, the two of them got along well with him. We laugh and chat while eating, and we can have fun together when playing. Luffy rarely sat up straight. Is this really the end? The two looked at each other and then bowed 90 degrees. I really appreciate your care these days. If possible, we would also like to continue to follow in the footsteps of the big brothers, but it seems that we can only stop here. X2. Cheng Lang witnessed the whole scene. To be honest, the reason why the two of them were still on the boat was also Cheng Lang's deliberate intention. After all, in the original book, the two of them were too weak. After fighting with Eren, they deeply realized their own weakness. Then they said goodbye when they were about to leave Kokoyasi village, and then they stayed in Kokoyasi village for a long time. However, the story did not develop in the same way as the original. The two did not even participate in the final battle in the end. This was naturally arranged by Cheng Lang. The reason was that the items on the boat were more important, and at that time they were relying on the MC wooden boat made by Cheng Lang to reach the island, so someone had to control the boat. Naturally, these two people are Johnny and Joseph. I thought this would change the fate of the two, but now it seems that the result is still the same. Chapter 58. Cheng Lang said, actually, if you're just afraid of being weak, then you two have already known my abilities these days, right? Johnny and Joseph nodded in response. You are going to become great pirates in the future. Joseph and I also have a dream, which is to become a powerful bounty hunter, just like my hometown was once saved by an unknown bounty hunter. So, we may have disagreements in the future. Instead of making things difficult for the big brothers, it's better to say goodbye. Joseph nodded in agreement. This is also the result of careful consideration by the two. In that case, there's really nothing we can do. Luffy gave up on the invitation. After all, this is someone's dream. Speaking of which, what are your dreams? Luffy turned to look at the other people on the boat. Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji, all blue is where all the fish from the four seas gather. Nami, draw a map of all the islands in the ocean. Usopp, I want to be a brave sea warrior. The dreams of the 5 people in the original novel are told. Following them were Cheng Lang and others. Alvida, become the strongest and most beautiful woman. Koyami, I want to change myself and become the most eye-catching person. Finally, it was Cheng Lang's turn. Is it my turn now? My dream. Cheng Lang thought back a lot. Before he traveled through time, his dreams didn't actually exist. Or rather, they were just small expectations, just like a hungry person needs to eat a full meal, just for the sake of survival. As for dreams, he didn't have any until he came to this world, and he hadn't thought about them before joining Luffy, but they gradually came to him during the journey. My dream is to change. Change. Yeah, change the world. Because the world isn't supposed to be like this. Although people aren't absolutely equal, at least more people can choose how to live their lives, rather than becoming pirates for no apparent reason. Children won't be born without parents. People should live more freely, right? Cheng Lang finished speaking his thoughts. For a moment, everyone on the boat was stunned. This dream is really too fantastic, even better than becoming the Pirate King. Ha 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 ha, this dream is awesome. I like it. Yes. People should live more freely. Apparently Luffy only understood the last sentence. The others all smiled. Alvida and Koyami had complicated expressions, but then they smiled. The former inexplicably became a pirate, and the latter was born in an orphanage and has been timid and unable to communicate normally since childhood. If she had parents, she would be a happy child now. With your thoughts, you should really join the Revolutionary Army. Alvida said with a smile. Cheng Lang spread his hands and said, who says only the Revolutionary Army can change the world? Can't pirates do the same? Johnny and Joseph both shed tears. Brother Cheng Lang's dream is truly magnificent. Joseph nodded. Yes, if such a dream could really come true, perhaps the world would be a better place. That might actually bring an end to the Great Pirate Era. Finally, Johnny and Joseph disembarked. Cheng Lang gave them the final equipment. Each person gets an MC boat and a box containing an MC fishing rod and 2 sets of 1,000 yuan cha-cha fruits. Take care. Luffy smiled and waved. Port side. At the alley entrance, Long Ye left silently. Change. Start sailing. Head to the Grand Line. A voyage of less than half a day. There was thunder in the sky. In the distance is the red earth continent that reaches the sky. In the heavy rain, the entrance to Upside Down Mountain is marked by gateposts engraved with dragon totems. It's so high. Is that the red earth continent? Luffy sighed as he stood in the storm. Nami, on the other hand, frowned and looked in the direction. Something's wrong. Sail a little to the right. Usopp was currently at the helm, and he was gritting his teeth at the moment. I'm doing it. Sensing Usopp's hardship, Sanji also went to help. But when Sanji tried it, he unexpectedly found that the rudder was really difficult to turn. The two worked together. Just like in the original novel, the rudder broke. No consumption. Cheng Lang, who had anticipated this, immediately stepped forward and placed the fence directly above the broken rudder. Hurry and steer. 3 people exerted force at the same time. Finally, the Mary was back on track. Wow! That's so scary. Usopp was sweating with fear. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he bumped into it. This is just the first step to enter the Grand Line. This step alone can eliminate pirates with poor ships. Nami was not surprised at all. Cheng Lang was a little disappointed. It's not that I'm disappointed that I didn't hit it. But the plot of the Millennium Dragon is missing. He was still very curious about the Whisper Fruit and the Scythe Fruit. Of course, he also wanted to try to see if he could get the Scythe Fruit, and see if the conversion table could be sold. If it could be sold, it would mean that he could have an unlimited supply of Devil Fruits. At that time, we will directly form a team that can use the Sickle Fruit, wave our hands together when facing the enemy, and directly blow out a huge whirlwind. As for the Whispering Fruit, if properly manipulated, wouldn't it possess an ability similar to the Voice of All Things? And if further development continues, could this fruit even hear the whispers of inanimate objects? If you can also hear the whispers of the enemy's muscles, wouldn't that be similar to observation haki? If you develop it a little more exaggeratedly, and hear the whispers of the wind, wouldn't you be able to know who is where? Pity. Cheng Lang sighed. The Mary had already sailed along the canal, passed through the clouds, and reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. The sun shines. Woohoo! Luffy sat at the bow and waved his arms excitedly. Usopp hugged the fence with his legs trembling, but he was also very excited. Zoro stood on the deck and watched calmly. Sanji silently lit a cigarette. Nami took off her raincoat and waved it excitedly. Alvida opened her arms and felt the wind passing through her body. Koyami closed his eyes and hugged Nami. Driven by the canal and the wind, the Mary turned its direction little by little. Finally, it naturally adjusted to the canal aimed at the grand route. Let's go down. A strange feeling of weightlessness came over me. Everyone grabbed the nearest object. It's fast to climb up the upside-down mountain, but even faster to go down. In less than half a minute, the Mary had passed through the clouds. When the sunlight shines on everyone's faces again. Usopp stared ahead in shock. What is that? Mountain? No. It's a whale. A whale taller than a mountain. Stop the boat. We're going to collide. Alvito was also in a panic. Nami, on the other hand, looked hopeless. It's not the ocean, how can it possibly stop? I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Usopp seemed to see his grandmother waving at him. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this, he just quietly took out the cobblestones and started to build blocks, not for protection. Instead, it simply connects the boat to the stones outside. Just when it was about to hit a cannon shot. It was Luffy, but unfortunately the ship didn't slow down. How could the recoil of a mere cannon possibly stop the inertia of an object falling straight down from a height of 10,000 meters? Noticing this scene, Cheng Lang directly placed the last block. The impact hit. Cheng Lang could hear the creaking of the wooden boards. Fortunately, Cheng Lang was connecting MC blocks, otherwise they would have definitely cracked by now. Just the next moment, the connecting stones cracked. Obviously it couldn't bear it. Maybe it's the pull of fate. Mary's head eventually fell onto the deck. Chapter 59. I'm still alive. Usopp touched his head, he was in a trance at the moment. There were other members who had the same idea, and they all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Row quickly. This is not the time to feel proud of being alive. Zoro reacted the fastest. But before everyone could react, Lab, who noticed the Straw Hat Pirates because of the bombardment of artillery shells, opened his mouth and countless seawater poured in. Similarly, Luffy and his cruise ship was also swept away. There is no scene in the original work where Luffy punches Laboon in the eye. For a moment the world was dark. Is it dark? Luffy asked a brainless question. He had just come out of the forward gun room. Nami cried weakly, it was eaten. Who? Us. You guys were eaten. That's really bad. Of course, when he got it, Nami punched him on the head, we were all eaten. By that whale taller than the mountain. Just as there was all this noise, a light appeared ahead. Then everyone saw the blue sky and white clouds, as well as a small island floating in the middle. Is this heaven? Have we been completely digested? Usopp looked at it all in a daze. Koyami transformed into wings and flew up directly. But it hit the ceiling shortly after taking off. Is this, painted on here? Koyami touched the soft wall. At this moment, a huge giant squid broke out of the water below. But before everyone was ready, an iron hook was launched from the island and pierced the giant squid. It develops exactly the same as the original. Cheng Lang was puzzled by this. Wasn't it a perfect restoration? He should have caused the world to change, at least a day or two, right? And yet, the bow of the Mary was broken. A standard giant squid also appeared in front of us. The next second, Kurika's walked out of the small house. He stared at the Straw Hat Pirates with a pair of dead fish eyes, then sat down on the recliner with great momentum and opened the newspaper comfortably. Everything is the same as the original. Crocus successfully broke down Sanji and Zoro's defenses. Then Lab hit the Red Earth continent. Kulokas goes to give Lab a sedative. However, a little accident happened along the way. Waiwei and Mr. Nine, who were supposed to be knocked directly into Lab's stomach acid by Luffy, went forward and prepared to hijack when Crocus opened the small door. But the result was that the two of them were no match for Kurika's at all. One of them was thrown directly into the sea of gastric acid. That old man is so strong. Usopp, who was carrying a telescope, naturally noticed this scene. Hey, those two guys are swimming towards us. How to do? Usopp turned around to ask, only to see that Sanji had already lowered the rope ladder. Hey! Are you lowering the rope ladder without even being sure whether it's good or bad? Usopp was shocked by Sanji's actions. Sanji said as a matter of course, such a beautiful lady, how could I let them be digested? Sexy cook. Hey? What did you say, green algae head? The two of them started to quarrel angrily because they didn't like each other. It was obvious that the two of them had already begun to dislike each other. But soon, the two of them got on the boat. I was so scared, I thought I was going to die. Mr. Nine wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was their first time diving inside a whale, and they thought the acid in the whale's stomach would be very strong. And Wei also agreed with lingering fear at this moment. But when they looked up, they saw the Straw Hat Pirates staring at them. Mr. Nine immediately put on a flattering smile. Thank you for saving us, gentlemen. If you hadn't helped us, we would have been drowned in a sea of stomach acid. Thank you. Wei also thanked with a smile. Why did you attack that old man? Luffy was puzzled. Then Mr. Nine began to tell a long story. The residents of the island were harassed by whales every day and were blackmailed by the old man for various reasons. He is really a bad guy. Luffy believed it. It sounds like a lie, Luffy. Usopp directly exposed the other party's lie. Yes, this lie is too crude. If that old man is really who you said he is, you should be dead now. Alvida also shook her head in disdain. She has heard too many lies. Are you the bad guys? Luffy looked at the two in disbelief. Wei sighed, Mr. Nine already said it, your rhetoric won't fool anyone at all. Mr. Nine was a little puzzled, my story is so well connected, where is the flaw? You are indeed bad guys. Luffy was sure. And Zoro said speechlessly, that's enough Luffy, Mr. Nine, with this code name, you should be from Baroque Studio, right? Who are you? How do you know the name of our organization? Mr. Nine was a little surprised, then looked at Zoro. Ah! I remember now. You are the famous devil of the East Sea, Roronoa Zoro. The organization invited you to join, but you ended up killing Mr. Ten and his partner, Miss Tuesday. Zoro spread his hands and said, don't make it sound like I killed them. These two are alive and well. They are probably still recovering in a hospital in the East China Sea. Zoro, do you know him? Nami was a little curious. It was around the time before I met Luffy. I was broke, so I planned to capture two pirates to earn some money for food. Then two people asked me to join the Baroque Studio. I refused at the time, but they were so insistent. I told them I could join and I'd be the boss. Then they attacked me. So what does this organization do? I remember it was a bounty hunter organization. What benefits can you get after joining? Zoro thought. Obviously, he didn't care about these things, so he couldn't remember them now. You can get more information about pirates and channels to purchase better weapons. If you become a cadre of the organization, you can also have your own logistics team. Mr. Nine explained. Yes. That's it, but the most important point is to obey the organization's arrangements. I was asked to become their subordinate at that time, so I refused. Zoro remembered it all. It sounds like an ordinary pirate hunter mutual aid association. Nami was surprised. I never thought that the Grand Line organization could radiate to the East China Sea. Alvida rubbed her chin and said, now that you mention it, I think I encountered a few pirate hunters. They said they were from Baroque Studios. I wasn't paying attention at the time and they knocked me down with a hammer. They told me to wait for revenge. Cheng Lang felt a little strange listening to this. No. Why did it seem weirder the more he listened? Isn't Baroque Studio a criminal organization? The more Cheng Lang listened, the more he felt that this organization seemed to be on the side of justice. Then he was speechless. The original is the original, and reality is reality. Pirate hunters are at the very least people who fight against crime. After all, their target is pirates, so it is not wrong for them to claim that they are righteous. In this era, pirates like Luffy who are famous for adventure are very rare. And Wei nudged Mr. Nine with her elbow. What happened? Wei pointed upwards with her chin. The pirate flag is hanging on it at this moment. Mr. Nine was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically. He just said he was a pirate hunter, and ended up encountering pirates. Ah ha ha ha, everyone, we're not really from Baroque Studio. We're just ordinary people, not pirate hunters. Mr. Nine chuckled, but he was still smiling insincerely, but his hands didn't stop moving. Miss Wednesday. He instantly aimed the rocket launcher behind him at everyone on the boat. Just haven't fired yet. Both of them received a slap on the head. It was Zoro who took action. Lies are so fake. Sanji looked at Vivi with heartache. You green algae head, can't you be a little gentle when you hit a lady? Then I went to the ship to find the medical kit. Chapter 60. Solved the problem on the ship. Crocus also returned to his island-style ship. Then everyone heard different answers from each other. In other words, they have set their sights on this whale? Indeed, if that is the case, with Lab's size, it will be no problem for it to feed hundreds of people for 2 to 3 years. Nami nodded in relief. But there are so many sea kings in the sea, why do you have to stare at this whale? Sanji was curious. Mr. Nine was now awake and had been captured on the island. He said helplessly, you should know clearly. Everyone was confused. We're pirate hunters, relying on bounties to make a living. But because of this whale, many pirates have perished at the entrance. That's fine, there are still many pirates on the sea. Some are lucky enough to find their way to our base camp. We were able to survive at first, but recently, we don't know what's going on. This whale has been blocking Upside Down Mountain for months, and not a single pirate has come through. The town has no money to buy food. Mr. Nine complained. Kurikaz was speechless about this. It was precisely because he knew this that he did not kill the two of them, but let them go every time. Then Kulokas told the story of Lab. For a moment, everyone was fascinated by what they heard. 50 years. I can't believe this whale has been waiting here for a full 50 years. Luffy was directly moved. As Cheng Lang watched all this, the impact of the stories in his mind and the reality made him still feel a little confused. Has the world adapted to this? If things continue like this, Luffy might not be able to defeat Crocodile? After all, Crocodile fought with Barrett when he was young, so it is impossible for him to say that he does not have haki. Moreover, Crocodile also participated in the Battle of Marineford. He always said that he was unhappy with the operations of the Navy. Then he acted happy everywhere during the Battle of Marineford. First, he directly dealt with the 2 executioners and delayed the execution time. Then he fought with Mingo and even stopped Akainu, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, and saved Luffy in disguise. That he is not domineering? If this continues, won't Luffy die? After all, Luffy was killed once, and another time he was directly sucked dry of water. If he hadn't been lucky enough that the water ball he spit out bounced back and landed on his body, Luffy would probably have been dead again. Cheng Lang felt the pressure. After all, he knew very well that this was not the world of anime. The world had adapted, as could be seen from Baroque Studio. It has transformed from a criminal organization into a justice organization for bounty hunters. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday were also moved to tears after hearing the story. Damn it! I shouldn't have listened to your stories. How can I complete the mission now? Everyone in the town will starve. Mr. Nine held back his tears. Wei covered her mouth and said nothing. Kurikaz sighed and said, unfortunately, I've already obtained accurate intelligence. It seems the pirates have sailed out of the calm belt. Perhaps because of my information, Lab has become increasingly irritable, and has been crashing into the Red Earth continent more frequently recently. Cheng Lang was puzzled. If it wanted to, it could just go directly through Fishman Island and return to the West Sea, right? There's no need to crash into the Red Earth continent. Crocus shook his head. It firmly believes that the pirates will come back from Upside Down Mountain to find it. This is the agreement they once made, so it is waiting here. Cheng Lang nodded. It seemed that he didn't need to dig through the Red Soil continent directly. Obviously, his concern was not that he couldn't return to the West Sea. Promise. Luffy thought, looking at his hat at the same time. It's also an agreement. Kulokas looked at the pressure gauge on the house. Lab has almost reached the surface. You should prepare to leave. After a burst of mechanical rotation, the iron gate opened quietly. The sun shines from outside. This is very different from the space in the stomach. Come to think of it, how did you manage to make light appear in Lab's stomach? Cheng Lang was curious. After all, he had never seen a luminous object, and the sun was just painted on. A kind of paint that I mixed. Do you have any more here? Kulokas nodded, then went into the house and took out a large bag. I configured it inside. It's non-toxic and very long-lasting. Cheng Lang took it with a smile and then threw it directly onto the conversion table to start the conversion. After consuming 300 EMC, 2 items appeared. One is white pigment and the other is fluorite powder. Really, sir? How much is this? Take it. It's free. Consider it a gift for talking to me. Kurokas gave it away generously. In response to this, Cheng Lang secretly left behind 100,000 berries. After all, there is no need to save money since we are not short of it. As for whether fluorite is useful, I'll just keep it here for now, just in case it comes in handy. This is the transaction process. Luffy rushed directly to Laboon's scar with the main pole of the ship, and then launched 2 consecutive attacks on the wound. This directly angered Lab and also made Kurokas a little confused. Wasn't he immersed in the sadness of the story just now? Why did they start fighting? Cheng Lang was not surprised by this, it really happened. Then Lab and Luffy made a pact, with the same content, to come back to him after sailing around. Crocus was surprised by this, then shook his head with amusement, just staring at the straw hat on Luffy's head, lost in thought for a long time. Looks like that's the little guy Shanks was talking about. After painting a large, twisted straw hat skull on the whale's head, the group started the banquet. The one used was the elephant nose fish that Sanji got in Rogue Town. However, Cheng Lang's furnace was used during processing. After all, the ingredients heated by Cheng Lang's furnace will be contaminated with the characteristics of MC, and the sense of fullness will be extremely strong. At least it will not be enough for Luffy to eat it all in one bite. Mr. Nine and Vivi looked at the Straw Hat Pirates, and Mr. Nine asked doubtfully, "Are you really pirates?" Although the contact time was short, he dealt with pirates every day and could clearly feel that this group of pirates had a completely different atmosphere from those ambitious people who entered the Grand Line. It would be better to say that they are an adventure group rather than pirates. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy, who was eating grilled fish, was still covered in paint, but he ate without any care. Wei looked at this scene and laughed out loud, "You are so weird, how can a pirate be like this?" The others just smiled. Yes, if Luffy was a real pirate, how could they possibly gather together? Zoro alone would not agree to board the ship. Kurokas was eating the elephant nose fish, his eyes lighting up. What kind of food is this? Why does it make me feel so full? And I feel like I've gotten a lot younger. Chapter 61. Kurokas was curious. Cheng Lang was looking at his status bar. Vitality 3 duration 59:58. 4 hours duration. What is the effect of this vitality? Then Cheng Lang saw that his blood volume, which represented the extreme mode, had changed. It used to be 10 hearts, but now it has become 12 hearts. This is equivalent to him having 120% of his health now. The increase in blood volume surprised Cheng Lang, as he had done some experiments on his own body. Although the health display looks like a heart in extreme mode, it actually shows more of a percentage of one's current state. When the health is full, the whole person is in a state of 100% exerting all his strength. And just as Cheng Lang said to Kuyami before, when you are full, you will slowly recover from fatigue and be in a state of high energy. Similarly, blood volume will slowly decrease during exercise. After eating, all physical damage and fatigue will be eliminated. This is also the fundamental reason why Cheng Lang said that he can help others become stronger quickly. But no matter how strong he becomes, the upper limit of his health will not change. But now things are changing. It not only relieves fatigue but also makes you feel refreshed. It can even be said to be excited. It's like taking stimulants. At this moment, it was not only Cheng Lang who felt this way, but others did the same. The most obvious one is naturally Luffy, who has always been full of energy every day, and now he is even more excited. However, after eating an elephant's trunk, he couldn't eat any more. The feeling of fullness that was pressing against his throat had already filled Luffy up. Luffy was very excited about this. He suddenly became silent and taciturn. But this isn't the first time this has happened. This was what happened every time Luffy ate his fill these days. But for others, this is actually a good thing. But this time Luffy seemed to have thought of something. I got it. The others who were still chatting looked at Luffy in confusion. What did you think of? Do you want to add something else on Lab's head? Like my nose? Usopp, who was eating food, subconsciously responded. Luffy stood up. I finally figured out a way to keep eating delicious food. Although the people present didn't quite understand, Luffy had already started to operate. Luffy's body began to expand freely. In just a moment, Cheng Lang saw Luffy gradually getting bigger. This scene really made Cheng Lang stunned. Isn't that awakening already? You're turning into Nika right after entering the Grand Line? Then the concern isn't whether Luffy can defeat Crocodile. But the question is whether this sand crocodile can withstand the impact of freedom. Seeing that Luffy's hair and body did not turn white, this made Cheng Lang feel relieved. Luffy looked excited at this moment. Because the feeling of being stuck in the throat disappeared. Ha ha ha. It really works. I can eat to my heart's content again. Luffy, who is now as tall as the Admiral, picked up the food on the table and started showing off. As Luffy continued to eat, his body size also quietly increased. Ah, this! Cheng Lang stared blankly. Luffy, how did you do that? Others are equally curious. After all, Luffy is already 4 meters tall at this moment. It can be considered a small giant. How did I do it? Luffy thought for a moment, then grinned and began to describe. It's just that the feeling of pulling, tugging, booming, hissing comes from my body, and then I spread these feelings throughout my body, and that's how I did it. Speechless, everyone felt baffled. What was that pulling, tugging, booming, and hissing feeling? What an abstract concept this is. Who can understand? Koyami's eyes lit up. Brother Luffy, do you feel the same way? There are even experts? How could anyone actually understand such an abstract description? Koyami also started dancing with joy at this moment, but I have one more feeling than you, which is the crackling sound. In the end, Nami couldn't help but laugh. Watching these two funny guys pulling and swaying in the wind is really helpless and funny. Cheng Lang sighed at this. It would be nice if I could feel it, but after thinking about it, there seem to be only 2 possibilities in One Piece who can do this. Chi or life returned. What? Zoro was a little curious when he heard it. In the West Sea, there's a country of flowers. There's a kind of cultivation there that allows one to sense Chi. If you practice it to the extreme, you can master an ability called life return. However, Chi is Chi, and life return is life return. Even if you can't master Chi, you can still master life return. This life return is also a very magical ability, which can inject one's will into the hair and then control the deformation and fixation of these hairs. There is a vice admiral in the navy named Ghost Spider. His fighting method is to use life return to control his hair to transform into countless black hands. At first glance, they look like spider legs, hence the name Ghost Spider. What Luffy has mastered is like the return of life, controlling the body, and then the increase in will causes the rubber body to become larger. If Luffy wants, he can actually change back now, right? Luffy nodded, but after returning to normal size, his whole body began to become round and plump, and then Luffy couldn't help rolling his eyes, and then he immediately covered his mouth. Luffy, who almost vomited, immediately grew bigger again. That was a close call, I almost ate it for nothing. This is what you care about? Usopp complained speechlessly. Cheng Lang looked at Koyami and asked, can you do it too? Well, I don't know either, but it should be possible, just like I'm trying to control multiple transformations. Koyami said as the wings behind her began to stretch and grow. In just a moment, the wingspan had reached 4 or 5 meters wide. At the same time, her legs gradually turned into sheep's hooves, and her eyes gradually turned into vertical pupils. However, I still lack some control over my body. The sheep's hoof hair gradually spread to the lower abdomen. If this form is accompanied by a whip-like tail, it would be no problem to call it a succubus. Naturally, Sanji's eyes were filled with love. Ah, cute me turns into sexy me, ah. It's so great. But in less than a minute, me turned back into a pair of wings. Hey, it's quite difficult to maintain the 3 states. Me smiled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, her physical strength was obviously not enough to sustain the changes for a long time, especially with her wings expanded to that extent. Hey, you two are people with special abilities? Animal type. Vivi was a little curious. I am the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. I'm from the Department of Zoology. Me nodded shyly. Because Cheng Lang warned him not to follow Luffy's example and reveal his cards, Me only introduced himself as an animal type person at this moment. But the animal type should only have 3 states, right? Human form, beast form, and human beast form. I am in human beast form now. In fact, I have been in human beast form all the time to train my own abilities so that I can help as soon as possible. Me smiled and retracted her wings, turning into an ordinary girl. Vivi nodded at this. At the same time, I was also impressed by the magic of the devil fruit. As for asking what kind of devil fruit the other party had, that would be too rude. After all, they couldn't fully use the human beast form, which must be very tiring. At this moment, Cheng Lang began to ponder. Unexpectedly, the first one to master the return of life was me. However, is it so difficult to superimpose multiple animal abilities? He was able to master the return of life by relying on this situation. Although devil fruits are developed based on imagination, in reality, they may not be developed even if you think of them without a certain foundation. I really want to try other devil fruits. Cheng Lang sighed. He had this idea when he was watching anime. If he were given a devil fruit, he could develop it in this way and that way. For example, Buggy the Clown's awakening of the fragmented world would affect the outside world and directly cause the world to fall apart. The slippery fruit causes direct sliding damage, with the same development concept as the bear. But the fact is, although we don't know whether it is torn into pieces, the slippery fruit cannot be developed in the same way as the bear. After all, there is a big difference in the nature of the two. Similar to the classification of animal type devil fruits into common, ancient, and mythical types, superhuman types are also divided into types. They are self-ability, external ability, and creative type, which can be roughly divided into 3 categories. Of course, they can be further subdivided, but these are the general ones. Representatives to myself, Luffy, Buggy, and Alvida. External representatives, Rukaiu, Zhenzhen, Menmen, etc. Representatives of the creative category, for example, wax wax fruit, du du, and xian xian. The development direction of Alvida's slippery fruit is probably similar to Luffy's, both of which affect the outside world and make everything they touch become smooth. Simple, yet powerful. If Alvida possessed the strength of the four emperors at this moment, then her speed would definitely be the fastest. After all, before the speed reaches a threshold, friction will not hinder her from exerting strength. But when the threshold is reached, which is the key point of the sound barrier, if the friction is eliminated, the air will have no resistance, and no matter how much force is used, the entire force will be completely delivered to the opponent. Ordinary yet powerful. However, Alvida does not have this ability at the moment. After Cheng Lang sighed for a few words, he set his sights on Luffy, who was about 4 meters tall and was imitating a robot. Usopp and Mr. Nine cheered when they saw this. This relationship is heating up so quickly. It's only been a short while, and Mr. Nine has already been assimilated. Kuroko's also laughed out loud. Luffy then began to perform the chopstick stick in the nose dance that he learned from Joseph. Cheng Lang, you come too. That's too embarrassing, I won't do it. What I do is dance with chopsticks stuck in my nose. The happy time passed quietly and night fell on the horizon. Nami took out the record pointer she bought in Rogue Town. So the Red Earth continent also has its own magnetism? How long does it take to store it? Nami asked Crocus curiously. 1 day, but did you buy the record pointer in Rogue Town? Yeah, what's the problem? Crocus looked at the sleeping crowd and pointed at Weiwei and Mr. Nine. Then you'll have to ask them. They're the only force capable of radiating from the Grand Line to the East China Sea. I'm guessing the next stop will be their home base, Whiskey Mountain. I'll add another chapter when I'm free. Chapter 62. Nami immediately figured out the key. It really is a double income. Speaking of which, what would happen if the pirates came directly to the Grand Line without getting the record pointer? The voice was not Nami, but Cheng Lang. Cheng Lang knew that the Grand Route had 7 lines. But I'm curious, if Luffy and the others hadn't encountered Lebo the whale in the beginning, they would not have been able to meet Vivi, and there would have been no way to get the exact direction of the island. What would have happened? There are quite a few. A while ago, there was a group of pirates. They should be pirates from your East China Sea. Their name is Click, right? They rushed over without any preparation. It was also their luck. I happened to inject Lab with a tranquilizer at that time, and I don't know where they ended up. Kurokas said, shaking his head. I guess they died either in the storm or from lack of food. Crick. Nami was surprised. Do you know? Not that I know them. When they returned to the East China Sea, all that was left was a tattered ship. Cheng Lang replied with a smile. They are so lucky. The probability of an ordinary ship passing through the doldrums is close to 0. Kurokas also sighed. Indeed, in a sense it's very good. Cheng Lang nodded in agreement. After all, he had just entered the Grand Line when he ran into Hawkeye, who was as powerful as the 4 emperors. Who could he blame for such luck? Old man, from your previous stories, you must have been out to sea and even found some information about that group of pirates, right? Yes, what's the matter? Do you want to go look for it too? Kurokas asked in confusion. Cheng Lang shook his head, you should have that domineering cultivation method, right? After all, being able to kill a giant squid by simply dropping an anchor means you must be very powerful. Seeing Cheng Lang's curious look, Kurokas touched his chin, then came into the watchtower. After searching for a while, he came out with a book. Old man, I don't have that much energy. These are some of the diaries I wrote when I was on the ship. They contain what you want. Cheng Lang took the dusty notebook and opened it happily. There were some differences between what he expected and what he found inside. The very beginning contained some medical knowledge, among which there were many records of pain-relieving and delaying drugs, which were obviously medicines prepared for the pirate King Roger. Looking at the densely packed list of different types of painkillers. "Old man, why do you have so many records of sedatives and analgesics? Who needs so many painkillers and sedatives?" When questioned, Kulokas couldn't help but recall the past. The story from over 20 years ago seemed like it happened just yesterday, a guy who was almost dead. He could hardly move without taking painkillers every day. What's wrong with him? It's so serious. It's a lung disease. It can actually be cured in another 10 years. Kurokas sighed and shook his head. With the development of the times, diseases are gradually being conquered, but time waits for no one. Lungs. This is a common occurrence on adventures. Every time you visit an island, you encounter different types of plants, climates, and even different animals. As you visit so many islands, you'll eventually encounter a problem that your immune system can't handle. It might start out as a minor illness, perhaps just a cold, but over time, it becomes irreversible. That's it. Cheng Lang began to think about it, but he was just asking. After all, even a strong man like the Pirate King would get sick, so the cause was obviously an internal problem. Even someone as strong as Whitebeard was plagued by various illnesses in his later years. These were all the results of a lack of systematic medical treatment. Like Garp, his contemporaries had strong medical support from the Navy, so they still had good physical fitness even in their old age. He flipped through the book silently and soon saw what he wanted. About domineering. However, the recording method is very strange. It mainly contains various descriptions of training haki, as well as some content about haki targeting the abilities of devil fruits. To sum up, armament haki can touch the natural system, and a strong armament haki can remove the negative effects brought by the fruit ability. He knew all of this, after all, it was explained in the anime. I flipped through 2 more pages before I found my insights and thoughts on the training. It is obvious that Crocus himself is also in the process of mastering haki from here, but it is the haki of observation haki, because through the haki of observation haki he can better sense the fluctuations of life. The description here is very detailed. It's different from what Cheng Lang knows. Seeing, hearing, and color, abandoning the 5 senses, is it to feel with the heart? It's such an abstract concept. You could also call it a 6th sense, intuition. It's not the eyes, ears, throat, or nose, which are organs with inherent sensory properties, explained Kurokas. Cheng Lang thought about it, and realized that he had actually felt this thing called 6th sense before. When he was a child, he often walked alone and liked to take shortcuts through small paths. But one day, he suddenly didn't want to take the small path anymore. The next day, he learned from the dean's casual conversation that a child's body had appeared on that path. At that time, he also avoided it inexplicably. If you think about it now, he actually had a premonition of something at that time. There were also records of armament color later, but it was obvious that Crocus had only mastered it in a preliminary way, and it was not able to cover the degree of hardening, but it was no problem to attach it to the hands or objects. And describing this is an addition to the vitality. It is similar to Qi, but there are also some differences. Haki requires stronger physical fitness to master, while Qi is something that everyone has and can be guided and felt through movements. It is also okay to say that Haki is a higher level application of Qi. Is there any record of Qigong? Well, I went to the Kingdom of Flowers to learn about it when I was young. After all, Qigong therapy was considered very mysterious back then. Cheng Lang took note of it silently. Nami, who had been watching for a long time, pointed curiously at an abstract human body diagram on the notebook. Is this a diagram of the basic movements of Qigong? Kulokas nodded. It's a basic Qi-inducing exercise. It can strengthen the body and is considered a good health-preserving exercise. I do it every day. With that, Nami started practicing on her own. Cheng Lang was a little surprised. Are you interested? It's not that I'm interested. I just watch Alvita and Kwame training every day. I can't just watch them. Nami stretched her waist and answered. Cheng Lang was surprised, but it also made sense. When everyone around was working hard, the atmosphere would always encourage those who didn't want to move. Of course, the opposite is also true, but it is obvious that Nami was led by the two girls. Thinking of this, Cheng Lang also stretched his body and prepared to give it a try. And he was curious too. After finishing a set, Cheng Lang felt that something was constantly flowing out of his body. He no longer felt tired, and even felt more energetic. On the other hand, Nami was sweating profusely and her breathing was slightly rapid, but she was looking at her hands at the moment. Is this chi? So magical? Nami closed her eyes and felt it carefully, then looked at the sky with a frown. It looks like there's going to be a hurricane over there. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent storm broke out in the distant sky. Chapter 63. Crocus looked at Nami in shock. How did you do that? I just felt that the wind over there was not right. Nami said as a matter of course. Crocus sighed, you have an extraordinary talent for weather forecasting. With a sailor like you, the journey should be relatively smooth. After all, the most dangerous aspect of the Grand Line isn't the enemy, but the weather. If you're not careful, you could be caught in a storm or a massive underwater whirlpool, and end up buried at the bottom of the sea. Don't say such terrible things. Nami complained unhappily. Crocus smiled and shook his head. This sea is just so dangerous. 40% of pirates and merchant ships disappear inexplicably at sea. Then he looked at Cheng Lang. Your vitality is so strong, it's like there's a furnace inside you, it's constantly burning. Cheng Lang was also somewhat puzzled by this. Could his special physique be due to the MC fruit? After all, when his hunger bar was full, he would not feel tired or anything like that. But obviously this has nothing to do with status. I think I know the reason. Cheng Lang pondered. He had always been curious about where his chicken legs and the food he continued to eat after his stomach was full would be stored. Would they disappear out of thin air or was there a way to store his stomach that he couldn't see? But now he understood that the excess satiety from eating was stored in the body in another form and did not disappear. Feeling the surging energy in the body, Cheng Lang just moved his mind, and the energy quietly concentrated in his left hand, and he threw a punch forward. Snapped. The air was hit with a sonic boom. Cheng Lang's eyes flickered at this, and the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Nami was confused. And Kurika's was looking at the sky. At this moment, Cheng Lang had already flown more than 10 meters into the sky. Snapped. Cheng Lang stepped on the air, creating a wave of air. Moon step. Kurika's was surprised. Then Cheng Lang was seen using the moon step to go straight up. Finally, he disappeared from Nami's sight. This is flying. Nami finally reacted. But less than a minute later, Cheng Lang fell down quietly. I didn't expect that this moon step is so tiring. Cheng Lang sighed as he fell down. How did you do that? Nami was a little curious. Not only her, but everyone else was awakened by the sound of Cheng Lang stepping on the air. Among them, Alvita and Koyami are very curious. Chi should be considered a kind of return of life. I concentrate my power in my hands. Snapped. The air was hit with a sonic boom. Like this, I hit the air, creating an explosion, and I use the reaction force to soar into the air. Because it's in the air, relaying is a bit difficult. It requires some skill and a high degree of body control. My approach is a bit of a cheat. It's like I learned to run first and then started walking. Cheng Lang explained. The others came over curiously and began to feel the energy, then they saw the Straw Hat Pirates start to draw a big watermelon on the left and push and draw cards on the right. Luffy and me had already mastered the basics of life restoration and were able to get started quickly, but the others only had a vague understanding. Although I can feel the energy, it is just a feeling. I still need to adapt to how to use it. Of course, the biggest improvement is actually the rice. After all, the chi is very helpful for her transformation. The price Cheng Lang paid for taking shortcuts was that he became hungry extremely quickly. At night he was hungry again and went to the boat to eat some fruit. When Luffy saw Cheng Lang eating, he also ordered a lot and started eating. Speaking of which, Luffy, you also felt the return of your energy in life, so you should be able to speed up the flow of energy in your body. I think so. Try. Later, under Cheng Lang's deliberate development, Luffy's body began to turn red, and wisps of steam began to emerge from his body surface. As expected. In the original work, Luffy squeezes the extremities of his limbs to create an effect similar to a second heart, thereby speeding up his metabolism. However, the negative effect of high temperature and high-speed blood flow is a shortening of his lifespan. In fact, the principle of shortening lifespan is the same as that of a high fever that will damage the brain and cause organ failure. When the temperature of human cells exceeds 40 degrees, they will suffer varying degrees of damage. It's so tiring. I have to control myself all the time and it's hard to do other things. Use your rubbery abilities, such as squeezing your arms and legs to passively increase your metabolism. Luffy started the experiment without thinking much. Later, Luffy successfully developed the second gear, but it was not like the first second gear in the original work. Okay? And I feel it's much faster. Luffy was happy. Cheng Lang looked at Luffy in this situation. There was much less smoke coming out of his body, but his overall skin was slightly red, a bit like the second gear developed by Luffy 2 years later, which was already perfected and caused less harm to the body. Obviously this is related to active and passive. Cheng Lang thought, when he first developed the second gear, it was almost impossible to control and was a forced drive. Now, because of Cheng Lang, Luffy took the initiative to think about how to eat more and began to develop his rubber physique and vitality. Has he made great progress? As expected, Luffy is serious about eating. But the result was that Luffy ate more. Looking at the fruit that is almost gone, Cheng Lang felt helpless. It looks like we'll have to work day and night to ripen the fruits and trim the leaves. The time came the next day. The group prepared to set off. Naturally, in order to repay the other party for the notes he gave, Cheng Lang made a lot of boxes and fishing rods, and dug out a 30-34 space in the red soil continent. It's not that Cheng Lang doesn't want to continue expanding, but Kurika said there's no need, and he spends most of his time in Lab's belly. In response to this, Cheng Lang had no choice but to make more fishing rods and leave behind a lot of MCized fruits. As for the transformation of the Iron Island, just add some platforms, and nothing else needs to be changed. Then let's go. Luffy stood at the bow and waved his hands. Lab and Kulokas watched the group leave. What a warm-hearted fellow, Rab. Hey. Rab also nodded. The sea is about to get lively. The Straw Hat Pirates officially entered the Grand Line and also felt the wonderful weather changes in the Grand Line. It was sunny 1 second and hailstorm the next, but before we could recover, there was a blizzard. The temperature difference is so big that I don't know whether to wear short sleeves or cotton clothes. This is the key to the different climates of each island in the Grand Line. However, this is only the case in this section of the sea. After all, the magnetic fields of the 7 islands overlap and interfere with each other, creating such a situation. After that, the sea becomes relatively stable. Vivi explained with a smile. Nami sighed. On the deck, the men were having snowball fights and building snowmen. Can't these guys just be a little more peaceful? Ha ha ha, I think it's great. Do you want to play together? Wei invited. Nami was annoyed, but followed him out anyway. Watch out! Nami was hit by a snowball the size of a human head as she walked out the door. Luffy shuddered when he saw this. Not good. You bunch of guys, accept the punishment. Nami smiled and threw snowballs. Chapter 64. Whiskey Town. A small town composed of pirate hunters, whose main business is apparently brewing wine, but actually they hunt pirates and obtain bounties to make a living. There is no such thing as farming here, or rather, because the island is not big and mostly contains saline alkali land, farming is difficult to sustain the people. Even if it is possible to sustain the people, due to the location, pirates will visit every day. Compared to farming and hunting pirates for bounties, living is easier. Over time, it became the whiskey town it is today. Mr. Nine recounted the birth and origin of the town, but at the beginning, this mode of survival was not stable. After all, this is the Grand Line, and the climate is a bit too dangerous. It is too dangerous to go out to sea to buy food and then return. However, since the establishment of Baroque Studio, they have promised to provide stable routes and stable treasure sales prices as long as the town joins Baroque Studio. Over time, Whiskey Town has truly transformed from a winemaking town into a town where pirate hunters gather. You are good people. If you brazenly enter the town with a pirate flag, you will be attacked even if there is no bounty. After all, robbing pirates' ships and treasures is not a crime. Mr. Nine persuaded. After spending 2 days on the ship, he knew the temperament of this group of people very well. It would be better to say that they were adventurers rather than pirates. Wei also nodded. Yes, as long as you don't admit that you are pirates, you can enjoy normal treatment on the island. Although the food reserves in the town are running low, they are happy to exchange them for money. If an ordinary person heard the two people's advice, he or she might have agreed. But unfortunately, the person they met was Luffy. At this moment, Luffy shook his head. We are pirates. We will not put down the pirate flag just to avoid trouble. This is a matter of dignity as a pirate. You. Mr. Nine looked at the Straw Hat Boy speechlessly. Luffy, think carefully. You're facing a town full of bounty hunters. Even if you're strong, you still have to consider your other companions. Will they agree? Mr. Nine tried to get other crew members to persuade the stubborn captain. However, all he got was silence from everyone. Wei was confused. Nami. In response, Nami sighed and patted Vivi's hand before shaking her head. Usopp's legs were shaking. We are brave sea warriors. How can we lower our pirate flag just because of a bunch of pirate hunters? It would be better if your legs stopped shaking while you were talking, Sanji teased with a smile. Mr. Nine stared at the scene in amazement. You guys really are blood-inducing babies. This is what a man should be like. After he finished speaking, he was hit on the head by his partner. How did you get infected by them? Mr. Nine. Ahaha. See, persuasion is futile. Wei had no choice but to give up. Since you choose this, we must part ways here. Oh. You guys be careful too. Luffy smiled and waved. Such frankness left Wei speechless, and she finally smiled and waved her hand. Cactus Mountain is ahead. As enemies, we'll leave first. Mr. Nine and Wei jumped off the boat and swam back directly. Zoro looked at the two of them with some doubt and said, these two guys wouldn't have gone to tip off the enemy in advance, would they? Cheng Lang watched the two of them walk away, and his expression became strange. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Then he was stunned, as if he remembered a question he had seen on the internet before. Vivi already knows Crocodile's identity, so why does she continue to stay in the Baroque studio? After all, in the original book, Vivi's identity was exposed because someone was sent down from above. In other words, Vivi had already learned the identity of the behind-the-scenes boss of Baroque Studio. So what is the reason why Wei continues to work in Baroque Studio? It can't be that he was waiting for Luffy on purpose, right? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. After all, the world will adapt, and he will naturally know when the showdown comes. But this time, it's different from the original. When Luffy and his crew arrived at the town, there was no welcome ceremony on the shore as Mr. Nine had mentioned. Not even a single person. What's going on? Luffy stood at the bow and looked at it in confusion. That is at this time. There were bursts of explosions. Everyone on the boat looked up. But he found that Mr. Nine and Vivi, who were on the pirate ship, were running away, and 2 people were following behind them. It is also a pairing of 1 man and 1 woman. Cheng Lang is very familiar with Booger Man and Kilogram's sister, 2 devil fruit users. Me. Save them. Cheng Lang said. In an instant, the wings behind Koyami spread out, extending to 4 meters, and his body quietly flew into the air. And it's not just him who takes action, but also Sanji. At this moment, he jumped to the shore and rushed straight towards Mr. Five, who was picking his nose. By the time Cheng Lang, Luffy, and others got off the boat, Wai Wei and the other 2 had already been rescued. But Sanji was caught in a delicate battle situation. It's not that I can't beat that booger guy. Instead, it was Sister Jinong next to him who was harassing him crazily. For Sanji, who would not attack women, it was extremely difficult to deal with the attacks from 2 people. That curly-browed cook. Zoro rolled his eyes and was about to go forward to help. However, Alvida interrupted him, "Leave that woman to me." With that, Alvida rushed forward directly at a very fast speed, obviously using the ability of the shave fruit. The explosive movement speed combined with the zero friction body will only make the speed faster. In less than 2 seconds, she arrived at the battlefield, swinging the mace in her hand. The bullet hit the woman's abdomen directly. However, the expected scene of being knocked away and severely injured did not happen perfectly. Ms. Valentine Michida, who was flying in the sky, covered her abdomen and frowned at Alvida. "Who are you, bitch?" After eating the light and heavy fruit, she can control her body freely, from as light as 1 kilogram to as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. If she had not reacted quickly and reduced her weight instantly to minimize the damage she would have received, she might have been killed by this blow. Alvida frowned at the mace, then looked at Masida. It felt like a hit, but it seemed to have hit a piece of paper, causing damage, but not much. He really is a person with special abilities, hey. Of course, I'm a woman who ate the light and heavy fruit. Now I only weigh 1 pound. Your attack should be very powerful, but unfortunately, the wind pressure from just swinging your big mace is enough to blow me away. You can't hit me at all now. So that's how it is. That's really unfortunate. Alvida smiled and smashed the mace to the ground. Then he threw the cloak behind him. At this moment, Alvida, who was wearing only a bikini, exerted force with her feet. You. Masida was a little confused about what Alvida was doing. But the next moment, the other party appeared in front of him, silently, without even a trace of breeze. This. The one who answered her was Alvida's slender arm, which also did not bring up any breeze. She just saw the slender and seemingly powerless arm holding her, but then it came with a huge force. The whole person was thrown to the ground hard. Even though her body weighed only 1 pound, the moment she landed, she cracked the ground. Chapter 65. On the other side, there was no Masida to interfere. Sanji instantly gained the upper hand. Even if the opponent's whole body can explode. But unfortunately, Sanji's kick was too fast. Even though the explosion occurred, the opponent was kicked away and embedded in the wall. Cheng Lang couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. They were obviously both devil fruit users, but they were really weak. You know, these 2 fruits are actually quite strong. Needless to say, the explosion fruit is a humanoid nuclear bomb, provided it is well developed and not just used to pick one's nose. Then there is the lightness and heaviness. Although it is a lower level of the ton crush fruit, in the anime it can only reach a maximum of 10 tons, while the ton crush can reach 10,000 tons, which seems to be a big difference. But in Cheng Lang's understanding, there are some differences between these two fruits. One can only increase weight, while the other can make the body lighter. This gap is quite large. After all, if she makes her body lighter and combines it with skills like paper drawing, it would be difficult for any attack to hit her. Moreover, even if she is hit, a large part of the damage will not be absorbed by her body. At the moment of attack, you can adjust your body instantly. For example, at the moment of kicking, you can instantly increase the weight of your body and attack in the form of a whip. At that time, 10 tons is just the surface, and how much weight you can hit depends on your personal strength. If it awakens, whether it has a range effect or increases the weight of other substances like kid, either one will be very powerful. Cheng Lang thought about it and came to the side of the explosive man. Place one hand on the other person's body. It really doesn't work. Cheng Lang just wanted to try whether his transformation table could sell the fruit ability in the enemy's body directly through contact. In fact, this is obvious without thinking. After all, my conversion table can only sell MCized items. Things that haven't been MC'd can't be sold, and it's even more impossible to sell the devil fruit ability that's still in the enemy's body. But Cheng Lang was still unwilling to give up. He thought about transformation. Unfortunately, the result was also a failure. Looked at the other people around. I found out that Luffy and the others had gone to look for Vivi. Cheng Lang thought about this for a moment, then he took out various MCized fruits and placed them aside. Come to think of it, I've never killed anyone before. The words fell. The iron sword pierced the man's neck. Cheng Lang watched as his heart beat faster. After a moment, silence fell. The expected guilt of murder did not appear. That is at this time. Experience exploded from the other person's body. Directly brought Cheng Lang's level to level 38. And that is the moment when the other person's life disappears. The MCized apple that Cheng Lang put down changed. It quietly turned from red to black, layers of threads also quietly appeared, and the handle of the apple also changed, becoming a thing very similar to a fuse. At first glance it looks like a bomb that could be ignited by a match. Is that really the case? 2 blocks of earth were dug, and then Mr. 5, who had not spoken since his appearance, was thrown into the pit. Then he was directly covered with the debris of the building, and was buried in peace. And Cheng Lang was holding the explosive fruit. He put it on the for sale column. Unable to sell. Then place it on the conversion column. After seeing the price of 80 million EMC, he fell silent. So expensive. But since it can be converted, doesn't it mean one thing, that it can be sold after conversion? It's only 80 million, and this is the conversion price. What are the selling and purchasing prices? You can't see the price until the conversion occurs. But it can also be expensive. At least no less than 80 million. If you buy it, it may start at 100 million. Just thinking about it makes my liver ache. Now he has a guaranteed income every day, which is earned by Luffy and Usopp fishing together. About 3,000 a day. Basically, it's all garbage dropped by Luffy and Cheng Lang. Usopp was lucky, as he caught mostly fish and very little trash. But I don't know what's going on. Neither Usopp nor Luffy has ever dropped any treasure-type items, including Cheng Lang. When will this be converted? Cheng Lang returned to the Straw Hat Pirates leisurely. And at this moment, Wai Wei just hit the key point. So, Vivi, you are the Princess of Alabasta. Nami was surprised. Correct. And the boss discovered your identity and wanted to control you because you discovered his identity. It's more of a guess than a discovery. I haven't actually seen the boss, but I kind of know who he is. Why did you join Baroque Studio? Cheng Lang asked curiously. After all, a princess of a country would not join another organization for no reason. Wai Wei was silent. That is at this time, came a weak voice. Let me explain this to everyone. Akailam's body was blue and black, obviously he was hit by the explosion. Cheng Lang took out milk and grilled fish. Eat it first, it will help you recover from your injuries. Akailam hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Vivi's eyes, he ate it all. After only a moment, some of the places that were still aching after the explosion no longer hurt, and he could feel that the situation inside his body had improved a lot. He was shocked, but he still spoke. Baroque Studio has a plan for an ideal country. This so-called ideal country plan is simply a country where people no longer suffer from hunger and there is no injustice. Isn't this good? Yes, when I first heard about it, I also thought this utopia plan was great, but this organization's target is Alabasta, and the utopia they want to build is standing on the corpse of the ancient country of Alabasta. That's why the princess was curious and wanted to join. Koyami asked doubtfully, this organization doesn't sound like a bad one, right? Indeed. Wei nodded. If this organization has this idea, I don't mind secretly helping them. Princess Akaram, Alabasta is facing internal and external troubles right now. If it is truly irreparable, at least we can choose to hand the country over to someone with ideals, right? Akailam shook his head helplessly. His princess's naive idea was too childish. But in reality, after 6 months of investigation by the princess and I, we've discovered that Baroque Studios has close ties with the resistance. All the items seized from pirates, especially guns and weapons, have ended up in the hands of the Resistance Bureau. Their boss's identity makes it impossible to achieve their so-called utopia. Unfortunately, we lack crucial evidence. Even if we tell everyone everything we know now, it won't help. People will just think we're trying to shift the blame and shirk responsibility. Akaram sighed. So who is this boss? Why? Koyami was curious. But the next moment, Nami covered her mouth. Me, knowing too much is not a good thing. Wei also nodded, but didn't intend to speak. After all, this matter has nothing to do with Luffy and his crew. Telling this secret will only drag them into the water, which is unnecessary. At this time, Akailam said, although I don't know what your relationship with Princess Wei is, if possible, I ask you to take Princess Wei with you for a while. Now that our identities have been discovered and we are being hunted by senior officials, and we haven't contacted the higher UPS for a long time, they will definitely send more powerful killers. I will sail straight to Alabasta to attract attention. If possible, please take the princess with you for a while. Akaram made a request. Chapter 66. Did you underestimate our strength? Cheng Lang pointed at Sanji and Alvida. We'll kill each other instantly if we meet. I don't think the people from this so-called Baroque studio are capable of dealing with us. Cheng Lang's words made Alvida and Sanji blush. It's not that great. Alvida touched her face shyly. Sanji raised his eyebrows, but before he could say anything, Zoro spoke first, putting aside the curly eyebrows. We are all very strong. What did you say, you green-haired guy? Sanji glared at Zoro in dissatisfaction. Zoro, on the other hand, said without hesitation, if Alvida hadn't helped you, could you have faced them? You? Sanji retorted speechlessly. If Alvida had not appeared at that time, he might have been entangled by the attacks of 2 people, and he might not have been able to win. Moreover, the explosive man's ability is indeed very strong. Even if he kicks at the fastest speed, he will still be numb from the explosion of the opponent's body. It is indeed uncomfortable if he is hit directly. Seeing Sanji was silent, Zoro stopped talking, but he was just teasing. Cheng Lang waved his hand and said, so you see, it's not easy to find someone as powerful as us. It's definitely no problem to take Wei with you. I don't recommend you go alone. After all, if something goes wrong, Wei will be upset, right? Mr. Nine raised his hand. What happened? How can I not participate? Seeing everyone looking at him with strange eyes, he immediately raised his hand to explain. Ah, it's not that I want to tip off or anything, but you see, I was just rescued by Wei. I can't help at all. And in this situation, we have to leave someone behind to help clean up, right? They are also our companions. They are willing to help after what happened just now. I can't abandon them. Mr. Nine spoke weakly, and it was obvious that he was frightened, but as he said, someone was indeed needed to clean up the mess here. At this moment, Akainu and Vivi also lowered their heads. They had obviously forgotten these former companions, and these people had helped them just now. If it weren't for these people's help, perhaps Vivi and Akainu would have been executed directly. The two felt guilty. Luffy and his crew looked directly at Cheng Lang. After a brief moment of confusion, Cheng Lang understood what they meant. He scratched his head in amusement and said, "Even if you didn't tell me, I would do it." Wei and her servant looked at Cheng Lang in confusion. Not sure what happened. Don't worry about the aftermath. First, take me to where you all are gathered. Oh, me, help me get a cow out. After saying that, Cheng Lang followed Mr. Nine to the place where everyone had gathered before. Just seeing this endgame made Cheng Lang's already small amount of guilt even less. Although One Piece animation and comics rarely described death in the early stages, which was also a common problem in boys' comics of that era, after Cheng Lang came to this world, it was obvious that this rule did not apply. And the explosive man may have suffered from the version. It is too easy for him to kill an ordinary person with his ability. There are countless pirate hunters with broken limbs, and there are probably less than 100 of them still alive at this moment. Vivi, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, I need your help. Find as many dying people as possible. Zoro, you'll be responsible for retrieving the limbs that were broken by the explosion. Cut the wounds smoother, and maybe reattach them. Sanji, my ordinary food might not be able to heal them. You'll be responsible for making the kind of food that can restore life and vitality that I told you about. Wei and Nami, you are very skilled. Please sew up the wounds and try to keep their bodies intact. Alvida, go and watch over the woman outside. Cheng Lang gave orders one by one. Luffy, on the other hand, was a little anxious. What about me? You go find Sanji and see what ingredients he needs. Help pass on the message. Luffy and his crew started to get busy. And Cheng Lang also started his busy work. Me had already brought the cow over at this moment. Cheng Lang fed these people a bucket of milk and grilled fish. Unfortunately, as he thought, people with broken limbs and arms could not recover. Cheng Lang tried his best to save these people's lives. My approach is still too rough. It might be much better if a doctor could reattach the severed limb. Cheng Lang said to himself. In the end, the number of people who survived exceeded Cheng Lang's imagination. In a town of about 300 people, the death toll was about 100, and more than 200 survived. The broken limbs are still intact and can be reconnected through the vitality buff, but the problem of limb length also arises. It was obvious that Cheng Lang's operation was inappropriate. But being able to keep it was already good enough. The time has come tonight. Under the stars, the bonfire quietly rose. Although they lost a lot, the residents of Whiskey Town unexpectedly started their bonfire party. Thank you so much today, brother. I probably wouldn't be alive without you guys. Yet, if it weren't for you, my buddy might never be able to drink with his hands again. Damn. You, a gunman, might not even be able to hold a gun anymore. Ha ha ha, that's right, all this is thanks to you, little brother. Drink. We won't go home until we're drunk today. Groups of rough bounty hunters raised their glasses to celebrate. Cheng Lang felt a little out of place. You. Seeing Cheng Lang hesitated to speak. The bounty hunters smiled and shook their heads. Brother, don't overthink it. We live on the edge of life. Even if this time hadn't happened, the next time we encounter pirates, maybe a different battle would break out. If we die then, there won't be anyone to save us. Yet, I'm lucky to be alive. Now I can still fight, so what's there to complain about? Let's not talk about that anymore, brother, let's go. The rough guys raised their glasses and drank. I want to forget everything that happened after this. Cheng Lang just looked at those people who were laughing and crying, and he sighed. Yes, happiness is better than sadness, isn't it? He raised his glass silently. Akainu and Mr. Nine were digging graves and burying the bodies one by one. There are countless more tombstones on Cactus Mountain. These are not only those of the enemies, but also those of the bounty hunters who make a living here. Nani and Vivi were carving the inscription. Is it really true that I just need to write down my name? Nani asked. Mr. Nine nodded. That's enough. Those pirates over there are nameless. If they have names, at least people will know they are pirate hunters, not pirates. Sanji took a drag on his cigarette. This is the cruelty of the sea. Vivi was naturally familiar with everything here, many of them are residents who can't survive on other islands. Even citizens from Alabasta come here. Why? Nami was puzzled. Because we can survive here. Vivi clasped her hands together and prayed. The kingdom of Alabasta was built on a desert. Due to the lack of oases, the population it can support is actually very limited. Some people who can't survive choose to go to sea. Some are forced to become pirates, and some become bounty hunters. Many people choose this place because they don't want to be pirates. That's why we killed Lab before. He blocked the lives of too many people. Wei explained with a smile, but it shouldn't be necessary now. It's just that I still can't change anything. The smile is very forced and lonely. Chapter 67. Sanji looked at Vivi who was clearly smiling, but he felt that she was crying. Your Highness, you don't have to blame yourself so much. You will definitely be a good king in the future. Akainu walked up to Vivi and put his hand on her head. And Vivi shook her head, I can't change anything. If it weren't for Luffy and the others, Luffy clapped his hands and stood up from the pit. I've made up my mind, Wei. Whoever the boss behind the scenes is, I'm going to get rid of him. Wei had a complicated expression, then smiled and shook her head, Luffy actually. But before she could finish, Luffy had already laid on his back on the ground. I'm going to sleep first, call me when you leave. The even snoring sound came in just a moment. Wait, Luffy. Wei was stunned. Nami smiled and shook her head, it's useless, Vivi, Luffy is just like that. I opened my mouth, but didn't know how to start. Akainu looked at this scene and shook his head in amusement, are you really pirates? You know, pirates wouldn't do such a thing. Then Nami and Sanji, who were present, also laughed. The other side. On the ship, Zoro stood on the deck, looking into the distance. At this moment, a vulture and a beaver were circling in the sky, but they did not land. Is that the unlucky combination Wei mentioned? It looks like Mr. 13? But can I kill him from such a distance? Zoro placed his hand on the third-generation Kaiditsu. At this moment, his breathing became quietly heavier. Itoryu, Eagle Wave. The sharp air wave rushed straight into the sky, but unfortunately it was still a little short. The unlucky duo in the sky noticed it and flew higher. Tisk! What would Hawkeye do if it was him? However, the unlucky duo was still hovering in the sky, and Beaver's hands were still drawing quickly, obviously recording the appearance of a group of traitors. Come to think of it, Hawkeye was able to block my slash with just a knife, and the blade remained undamaged. This must be what Cheng Lang calls armament haki. Cheng Lang also said that Qi is not armament haki, but armament haki is a higher level use of Qi, so there is a certain commonality. Zoro stared at the unfortunate duo 1,000 meters in the air. As Zoro breathed, layers of milky white air quietly emerged around Zoro, and these milky white air gradually flowed into the blade of the third generation Kaititsu. It was then rendered black and purple. Is this the nature of the demon sword? What a bad boy, but it's just right. Zoro sheathed the sword of witchcraft and wizardry. He mobilized the energy in his body and concentrated all the energy into the blade of the Sandame Kaititsu. Ichisaurus, devil may cry. With a swish, the knife flashed, and a purple-black flying slash soared into the sky. Wherever the knife flashed, ghosts cried and wailed. And this flash of knife light directly pierced through the unfortunate duo. But a distance of 1,000 meters is too far after all. It did not immediately take the lives of the unfortunate duo. But the wounds were so deep that you could see the bone, perhaps because of the ghost energy. Purple-black blood fell from the sky. Am I just too immature after all? Zoro put the kid into the sheath. The next moment, sweat dripped down his forehead. The use of chi is more tiring than I thought. Is haki even more tiring? Zoro was silent. He came to the warehouse where grilled fish were stored. He took a few out of the box and started eating, while also drinking a few spoonfuls of wine. This is the drink that Cheng Lang and Sanji brewed using MC's fruits. It's just that it's still in the experimental stage. After all, there is no such thing as corruption in MC fruits, so the method of using them to make wine naturally cannot be similar to the ordinary method. It's just sugar water. Zoro smacked his lips, but continued to drink. Although it's not wine, it still tastes much better than ordinary water. The other side. Usopp, me, Alvida and others are already having a party. Cheng Lang's food not only healed their injuries but also restored them from a seriously injured state to a normal state. As their energy was restored, they naturally wanted to hold a banquet. The sounds of nature's banquet also reached Cactus Mountain. Luffy, who was still sleeping, also came over after smelling the scent. The joyful atmosphere dispelled a lot of gloom. In such an environment, Cheng Lang silently took out the diamond pickaxe. But I also feel a little sad. Even though it was only 3 diamonds, it was still worth over 6,000 EMC points, which was earned through hard work in fishing. Let's use an iron pickaxe. Diamonds are too expensive. Cheng Lang complained and silently switched to an iron pickaxe. He had a lot of iron, at least it wouldn't be used up in the short term. Why not convert all iron into EMC value? Cheng Lang is not stupid. He would lose half of his money if he exchanged it in and then exchanged it out. If he was not in urgent need, Cheng Lang would not do this. As for selling all of them to transform into devil fruits, it is possible but not necessary. Even if you convert it now, you may not be able to afford it. And the most important thing is that no one seems to want to eat devil fruits yet. Nami won't eat it, but Sanji and Zoro can. The former can eat it, but the latter won't. However, Sanji has his own ideas. If he can choose, it will definitely be the transparent fruit. Forget about the bomb. The only one left is Usopp, who is quite suitable to be honest. After all, if the sniper is combined with explosive capabilities, it will definitely be explosive. This is also the reason why Cheng Lang chose to kill Mr. 5. Cheng Lang began digging. But soon, Cheng Lang was so surprised that he was speechless. The distribution of iron ore beneath the island is abnormal. What's going on? Cheng Lang was a little confused, as he had just activated the chain. As a result, more than 300 iron mines were found. Light a few torches and take a look. Then Cheng Lang roughly understood what was going on. The reason why each island in the Grand Line has a magnetic connection with each other is probably because the iron content of the entire island is too high, and it is estimated that there are also other metals such as magnets. But under his powerful MC ability, everything was directly and roughly turned into iron. This is what he recently understood, and this is why he didn't dig up other ores at the beginning when he met Alvida. Before obtaining chain mining, he did not have the ability to directly present the ore into MC. And now? Cheng Lang was thinking, and soon, his hand touched the square iron ore wall. The square shape of the iron ore disappeared. It turned into an ordinary rock. But at this moment, these rocks look grey-brown. Is it really possible? I can actively shut down the mod, but it seems that the scope of the shutdown is limited. Does it have to be something I've touched before? Cheng Lang looked at the iron ore behind him. The items affected by oneself seem to be permanent. It will not be ineffective whether you fall asleep or faint. Cheng Lang pondered over it, then turned on the mod. Currently, he could only treat the stones from other mines as iron ores. After all, he actually only had an extra conversion table and had not added any other modules. Even if other mines were found, he probably wouldn't be able to use them. Keep digging down. Soon Cheng Lang dug up lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli. It seems I can try enchanting it. But will I lose experience if I enchant it? Will the mod be unusable then? Cheng Lang was a little worried. Chapter 68. Cheng Lang looked at the lapis lazuli in his hand and finally sold it directly to the conversion table. The price was not expensive, with an EMC value of 324. Looking at this malicious value, Cheng Lang's mouth twitched. He always felt that he would have to spend a lot of 648 in the future, but he didn't expect that this lapis lazuli was cheaper than gold. It seems that this is somewhat in line with reality. For MC, gold is the most useless thing, but it is different in the world of One Piece. Don't worry about that. Today he could try to see how deep he could dig. After all, he hadn't mined for a long time since he got the conversion table. With chain mining, it would be very easy for Cheng Lang to move down. However, considering that he might have to build a shelter here in the future, he dug down about 10 steps in the form of stairs and expanded it into 3 floors, each of which was more than the size of 100 basketball courts. Fluorite was installed as the light source. This is much better than torches, which can be easily taken away. After doing all this, Cheng Lang started digging underground. After an unknown amount of time, Cheng Lang wiped the sweat from his forehead, took out the roast beef and started eating. Sweat is not caused by tiredness, but by heat. It's exactly like reality, the lower you go, the hotter it gets. Take a deep breath and try to calm yourself. Oxygen is also decreasing, but it hasn't triggered suffocation yet. He looked inside his backpack. At this moment, there are 10 more grids of more than 1,000 pebbles, basalt and other stones. This is just stone. If we also include iron ore, charcoal, gold, and flint, a rough estimate is that he has dug more than 13,000 meters. Theoretically, he had already reached a point below Fishman Island. But even so, he didn't see any magma, but the temperature had risen a lot. I don't know how much further I can dig. Cheng Lang considered whether to continue. Because he always feels that if he continues, once he suffers from hypoxia, something difficult for him to accept may happen. But I feel reluctant to give up just like that. He gritted his teeth. Continue down. But we just dug 1,000 meters. The temperature around him had risen to a level that was unbearable for him. It's like being in a steam room. It was also thanks to Cheng Lang's ability to cube, otherwise Cheng Lang would have been filled up by the underground overflow by now. Breathing heavily. Cheng Lang felt a little dizzy and was obviously suffering from hypoxia. At this moment, a bubble has appeared on the status bar. This is only available when the character is diving. It just consumes very slowly. Is this the only way I can go? 14,000 meters, is this my current limit? Cheng Lang thought about it, and then dug 4 pits nearby to generate infinite water. The whole person was immersed in it. The scorching temperature dropped to normal in an instant. It is obvious that emsized water cannot evaporate, so no oxygen will be produced, and the temperature is constant. You know what, it feels pretty good to soak in the relatively cool water in the hot underground. However, Cheng Lang quickly thought of something that could utilize the MC characteristics. Continuing to dig underwater, they directly dug out a cuboid and placed a door underwater. Sure enough, the space where the door is located can block water. At the same time, you can breathe air, and most importantly, it's not hot here. What the hell? Is there a bug? No, how can this be called a bug? This is called the rational use of MC characteristics. Cheng Lang smiled and continued to dig down using the characteristics. The digging reached 15,000 meters underground. This time, Cheng Lang stopped not because he encountered a problem, but because he felt a little suffocated when he saw the gold ore all around him. Although I knew in the previous world that the deeper you dig underground, the closer the rocks are to the mantle, the higher the gold content, I didn't expect that they could be directly converted into gold ore. Did you dig up the gold layer? It seems like the content gets lower the deeper you dig. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Although he had enough gold now, it did not prevent him from converting it into EMC value. After all, the price of 432 was not unacceptable if the quantity was large. Cheng Lang thought about it, and then he started chain mining. After half an hour, Cheng Lang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mining here is very risky, because if you go out by yourself, it will not only be difficult to breathe, but also very hot and stuffy. It seems like we've really reached our limit. Quietly sold all 5 sets of 1000 gold mines. This is not the end of the mining yet, there is more gold in this layer than he imagined. At this moment, the EMC value is around 216W. I've been trying for half an hour, but I haven't even seen 3% of the devil fruit conversion. Is it really that difficult? Cheng Lang scratched his head in pain. But continue. In the end, his EMC value reached 11.31 million. It's not that he doesn't want to continue. Instead, all the gold in the gold mine layer is gone. Expanding outward is just stone. He took out the grilled steak and started eating. Isn't it almost dawn? Should we continue or? Cheng Lang gritted his teeth and chose to continue, after all, he was already here. After an hour. Finally he had to surface. In the end, we didn't dig into the magma layer, but the scorching temperature and difficulty breathing as soon as we walked out of the wooden door, and the fewer minerals there were the deeper we went, so it was not worth it to continue going down. But even so, he still couldn't dig into the magma layer, which made him a little depressed. He was almost 20,000 meters underground, so why didn't he encounter any lava? There was no reason for that. He even activated the chain and dug all the way down, exploding a diamond pickaxe, but still didn't see any lava. It's really strange. It's so hot already. After scratching his head in trouble, Cheng Lang finally returned to the ground. And it was just dawn. He mined all night. At this moment, Alvida and me were waiting for him. Seeing Cheng Lang coming up, Alvida said unhappily, I almost suspected you were dead down there. If I hadn't seen a little light flickering occasionally, I would have gone down to look for you. Me's cheeks blushed slightly, no. I am indeed a little worried. I wanted to see if I could dig up some lava, but unfortunately, I didn't. Magma? What do you want that for? Alvida was puzzled, but she quickly put it aside. She looked at Cheng Lang curiously, how is it? Cheng Lang naturally knew what Alvida was talking about, we dug up a lot, almost, let me calculate, I got 1.3 standard gold ingots. Hiss. Alvida felt like she was having a myocardial infarction. 200 million each, 1.3 each. Hiss. Alvida counted on her fingers, but couldn't figure it out, she couldn't figure it out at all. 2600 trillion, Me answered, swallowing his saliva. It seems like he's almost catching up with the Golden Emperor. Cheng Lang waved his hand. What are you thinking? Gold is valuable because it's rare. If we really take out so much gold, the price will definitely drop a lot. And 260 trillion is just an estimate. Alvida twitched her lips. The estimate is at least 1 trillion. There are probably only a handful of organizations in the world richer than you. This is just the next mine. If you come a few more times, you might become the richest person in the world. Cheng Lang didn't feel anything about this. After all, the moment he gained the ability, he knew that money no longer had much appeal to him. Chapter 69. Cheng Lang sighed. His worth was almost as great as Tesoro's, but he still couldn't convert a devil fruit. Cheng Lang was speechless. The conversion price of 80 million was really a headache. It would probably take more EMC value to record it and buy it back. Even Cheng Lang began to suspect that even if he dug the whole world out, he might not be able to buy many fruits. When he thought of that outcome, he felt powerless. Alvida and me were very puzzled to see each other like this. Why were they sighing and feeling disappointed after earning so much money? What happened? Nothing. Where are Luffy and the others? Seeing Cheng Lang change the subject, the two looked at each other. I guess he fell asleep after the party. Alvida pointed her chin into the distance, where people were lying all over the place. By the way, while you were gone, Nami and Princess Vivi discussed how to leave. Oh? What do you mean, go directly to Alabasta? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Mi shook his head. They planned to fake a corpse and then use the recording pointer to slowly make their way to Alabasta. Not in a hurry. Cheng Lang was a little surprised. He thought they would go directly to Alabaster. He didn't expect that the pull of fate would be so strong. I heard from them that by faking a corpse, they could get away with it and buy time. This way, they could surprise the boss behind the scenes, Crocodile, when they return to Alabasta. If they succeed, they might even find crucial evidence hidden in the dark. You aren't surprised at all. Alvida was shocked when she learned that the boss behind Baroque Studio was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I have some idea. The two girls didn't think much about it. After all, it was no secret that Cheng Lang was very smart. Aren't you sleepy? I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Cheng Lang yawned. The two of them nodded. They also participated in the banquet, but they soon gave up. At this time, sleepiness also quietly came over them. The morning sun shines down. The three of them walked towards the Mary. At this moment, Zoro saw the 3 people coming back and simply greeted them. Just get ready to go to bed. Just got on board. A sudden voice came, Ah, is the party over? Right. The 3 of them immediately became alert. He turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. She is wearing a white robe, a white high hat, brown skin and a purple mesh top that is full of charm and shows off her perfect waist. The combination of the two is noble and elegant, and with her slender figure, any man who sees her will be amazed by her exotic style. Who are you? Alvida frowned and stared at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of her. Cheng Lang was quite surprised to see this. Unexpectedly, Nico Robin was already on the ship. What is Zoro looking at? Naturally, at this moment, Zoro also looked solemnly at Nico Robin who suddenly appeared on the ship, with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. He didn't hear any sound, nor did he even see the boat, and no one approached the shore. How did the other party get on the boat silently? Don't be nervous. Nico Robin, who was leaning against the railing, smiled and spoke in a very kind tone, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. I'm here to tell you something. Deliver a message. Zoro wondered. That's right. Since you don't seem like some ruthless pirates, I'll give you some information for free. Robin held a pointer in her hand. The next stop on this route is called Little Garden. The pointer will take a year to store, and you don't have that much time to wait. This is a permanent pointer to the nearest uninhabited island in Alabasta. As she said this, she placed the permanent pointer on the armrest. Alvida frowned. You should be from Baroque Studio, right? Robin shrugged and didn't answer, but his action was no different from answering. Cheng Lang stared at Robin, then waved his hand and returned to his room, saying, "I'm going to sleep first." Just left. For a moment, the three people on the boat felt confused. Zoro said angrily, "What are you doing, kid? Don't you see the enemy? Anyway, you can't stop her from attacking or escaping. After all, she's not her real self." "Oh, we've been discovered." Robin was surprised. The other three didn't quite understand. But the next moment Robin's body turned into petals and disappeared on the ship. This scene stunned the three people present. A person with special abilities. Cheng Lang lay in bed thinking, Robin was much stronger than he had imagined. When the anime was first released, Robin didn't seem to be able to clone herself, but now she has obviously mastered the skill of clones. But this is normal. As Robin has always had to hide herself, the development of her fruit ability must keep up. Being able to split her entire body should not be difficult for the flower fruit. The real difficulty is probably to create more limbs, such as a riot of color, giant tree, and trample, generating limbs comparable to those of a giant. This amount of energy consumption is enormous. It felt like stomping the ground 1,000 times in one instant. How is it possible that it doesn't consume physical energy? But splitting and blooming the body is actually very easy, it should be. The reason why Cheng Lang could see it was very simple. There were two Robins on the map, and one was in a small town far away. Obviously that one is the real one, and the one on the boat is just her clone. For a moment, Zoro, Alvidami, and the other two looked at each other. "Brother Zolong, what should we do now?" Mi was a little anxious, after all, he was exposed. Alvida was also a little troubled at this moment. Zoro picked up the permanent pointer on the guardrail. "Since it has come, we might as well make the best of it. Since the trouble has already come, we might as well fight it off." Soran didn't care, but he was more curious about how Cheng Lang discovered it. Whether from the breath or the naked eye, that woman was definitely real. Could it be observation haki? Zoro touched his chin. If Cheng Lang, who was already in a baby-like sleep at this moment, was still awake, he would definitely deny the 3 consecutive sentences. When Alvida saw the two of them like this, she rolled her eyes in annoyance. These two guys. But in the end, he sighed. Since it had already been exposed, he might as well accept it. There was no point in worrying about it. Mi was a little nervous. There is a sense of unease about being caught doing something bad. Naturally, Alvida patted his head and said, "Don't worry. Should we tell Sister Nami? Let's wait until they wake up. We also need to stay alert and be prepared when we encounter the enemy." "Okay." When Luffy and his crew returned to the ship, it was already afternoon. "What? An enemy came to our ship and left behind a permanent pointer." Nami was surprised, and then looked at the 3 of them strangely. "Didn't you leave each other behind?" Zoro, Alvida, and Cheng Lang can be said to be the top fighting force on the ship, but in the end no one was left behind, and it seemed that no battle broke out. The other party is a person with special abilities who can appear remotely. He said a few words, left a pointer, and ran away. Zoro gave a brief explanation. Alvida and Mi nodded. Nami looked at Cheng Lang and said, "You should be able to see it, right?" Others didn't know, but Nami had asked Cheng Lang how he knew her treasure was stolen. Cheng Lang nodded without hesitation, "Okay." Chapter 70. Then why don't you catch her? With her abilities, I don't think I could catch her. Moreover, she can split herself into 2, which means that my ability may not target her real body. If I had acted rashly at that time and revealed that I could accurately identify her location, it would have been difficult to catch her later. Cheng Lang gave his reason. Nami sighed at this. Indeed, when facing an enemy that can split into 2, if you act rashly and catch the clone, it will be really difficult to deal with. You should be talking about Ms. Sunday, Mr. Zero's boss's partner. She does have the ability to clone herself. That's why I said that I can't get absolute evidence. Wei explained. Doesn't that mean all our plans are ruined? Nami lay on the table in distress. Fighting the Shishibukai was enough to annoy her, and the plan they had made was kind of a covert operation. But I didn't expect. Well, the future is dark. Don't worry, if it weren't for Ms. Sunday, I probably wouldn't have discovered that the boss behind this was Shishibukai Crocodile. But it was probably that Sunday that you were reported for discovering the boss's identity. Sanji smoked a cigarette. As one of the few people with brains on the Straw Hat ship, Sanji quickly sorted out the logic. Wei nodded. There was silence for a moment. So what exactly does she want to do? Alvida didn't quite understand. She wants to divert the blame, or she has other motives. Wei shook her head. She couldn't understand it. Everything Ms. revealed to her on Sunday proved that her guess was correct. Now that she was being hunted, she was even more certain that her suspicion was correct. It seemed like he was helping her, but it also seemed like he was making things difficult for her. It was helpful, but not complete. Now they are given a permanent pointer to an uninhabited island near Alabasta. For a moment, Wei really couldn't understand what the other party wanted to do. Want to kill myself? Then why would she help me? Don't want to kill yourself? But what you do is just like a trap. After all, the permanent pointer given by the enemy is a trap no matter how you look at it. And the innocent Luffy was picking his nose at this moment. Unlike the original novel, the two have not met yet, and discussing plans has nothing to do with him. At the moment, he just feels bored and a little hungry. Sanji, breakfast isn't ready yet. It's already afternoon. Sanji brought the food. Luffy started eating without saying a word. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Cheng Lang gave the answer with a smile. The others also started eating helplessly. Soon, the voices of people in the restaurant were heard scolding Luffy, because he had eaten too much and his food was almost reaching the ceiling. After dinner, Luffy and Usopp went fishing. This is their daily activity. How long can Nami's magnetism be stored? Do you need more, hey? It's ready already. Nami looked at her recording pointer in surprise. Didn't it say that it would take about 3 days? Cheng Lang nodded when he saw this, it was indeed so. He dug a lot of iron ore underground. Sure enough, the speed of magnetic storage is also faster. If nothing unexpected happens, the underground mineral resources in the small garden must be very rich. After all, it's only a year. Just imagining it will give you an idea of how rich the underground is. It's a pity that the price of iron is so low. By the way, everyone, this is a set for everyone. Cheng Lang finally took out the diamond set and gave one to everyone, including Wei. 8 sets of diamond armor, each set costs less than 60,000. 480,000 was gone just like that. If it was before, Cheng Lang would have felt quite distressed, but now it is not too much, but not too little either. Oh, new equipment! Sanji was very excited. Everyone on the boat had already put on iron harnesses. The reason why Sanji was able to withstand the explosion was that he only felt numbness in his legs, and he was not injured thanks to the iron gauntlet. I have one too. Wei looked at the small, emerald green diamond set in her hand with some confusion. Just pat it on your body. Cheng Lang explained with a smile. Wei didn't think much about it and just put on the diamond sets one by one. Then she touched her body in surprise. She could clearly feel what she was wearing, but it was not visible to the naked eye. Moreover, she did not feel uncomfortable, it was just very close-fitting. This. Cheng Lang was collecting the iron sleeve. Then he looked at the iron shoes that had turned yellow. The explosion reduced the durability so much. Cheng Lang was surprised. Sanji scratched his head, he couldn't see the durability. Maybe it's because of my kicking skills? Sanji asked uncertainly. It's wearing out faster than I expected. Cheng Lang thought that if other people used his tools, their durability would be quickly depleted. But so far, he didn't seem to have discovered any problems with the armor, or he hadn't paid much attention to it. Do other people have the same problem with their bodies? I'll give it a try when I get a chance. Do it if you want. Cheng Lang's first target was naturally Luffy. After all, the other party was very happy. When Cheng Lang left, all the men left at once. After all, they were also curious about Cheng Lang's abilities and wanted to join in the fun. There were only 4 girls left in the restaurant. Wai Wei took off the diamond helmet out of curiosity and put it on again, having a lot of fun. Wai Wei, it's almost time for you to notify Akainu. Let's get ready. Wai Wei nodded and took out the Den Den Mushi from her arms. But she hesitated and looked up at Nami. Actually, we'll discuss it after Akainu arrives. Nami interrupted. There are now 3 options before the Straw Hat Pirates. A permanent pointer pointing straight towards Alabasta. One is an island with nothing nearby, which may be a trap. The other is the next stop of the record pointer. Soon Akainu arrived. Nami began to explain. Trap. Akainu was very clear-headed, or rather, he only thought of the worst. If he went straight to Alabasta, he would definitely be attacked by the enemy. The permanent pointer given by the other party, although in a similar direction, had a slight offset and was indeed a small island near Alabasta. But it was definitely a trap. He didn't believe that the other party would be so kind as to give them a way out. However, I can act as a pawn to test it. Akainu gave his own choice. So what if it is a trap? Only in this way can Vivi's safety be ensured. Wai Wei was silent. Akainu didn't actually. Your Highness, you are the future of Alabasta. Nothing must happen to you. Bringing you out here is already a serious violation. I need to take responsibility for my mistakes. This is my duty as a retainer. Akainu looked at Wai Wei seriously. No, Akainu, it's because of my willfulness. No, I was wrong for not being able to dissuade you and for coming out with you. Wai Wei opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but Akainu reached out and placed his hand on the girl's head. He smiled kindly. She wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end, she couldn't. The previous plan was good. Akainu stayed behind and played the invisible man to deceive people and delay time, but now the plan has changed, so he has to make a choice. Your Highness, it's fine if I go with you. They are very strong. Even people with special abilities can't withstand a few blows from them. But some things have to be done. If it's not a trap, I can go back and report it in time. If it is a trap, as the captain of the guards, I also have certain strength. Chapter 71. Outside the house. Luffy and Cheng Lang stood in a row. Usopp, use your gunpowder star on the 2 of us. Cheng Lang and Luffy, who were already wearing iron suits, started conducting experiments. The explosion is not less harmful because of the rubber. Usopp looked at Cheng Lang and Luffy. Do we really want to do this? My gunpowder star is actually quite powerful. What I got afterwards was the affirmative looks from the 2 of them. After 2 explosions, Cheng Lang and Luffy were unharmed. If you insist on saying that there is some impact, it does. That's a bit eye-catching. Cheng Lang looked at his durability. Durability reduced by 3 points. Then Luffy took off the gauntlet and Cheng Lang looked at it. It also decreased by 3 points. As for the armor, there should be no problem whether it is used by yourself or others. After recycling, Cheng Lang began to think. How is it? Sanji asked curiously. It should really be related to the kicking skills you mentioned. Cheng Lang gave the answer. The durability of his tools will be greatly reduced when used by other people, and Sanji's kicking skills are, in a sense, using his shoes as weapons. This is beyond the concept of defense, but there is no reason to drop so much. Could it be that iron shoes can increase attack power? Place 2 boulders. Use your kicking skills to kick it continuously until it explodes. Oh, and take off your diamond shoes first. Sanji began to experiment. Because he kicked with all his strength, he was able to blow up the cobblestone block with just 5 kicks. Then Cheng Lang took out the used iron shoes and gave them to Sanji. This time it exploded in 3 hits. Sanji was amazed, while Cheng Lang looked at Neju. It really did decrease. However, the durability decrease is slower than expected. 3 times, and 1 durability was lost. You felt your legs were numb at that time, right? Cheng Lang asked. And Sanji admitted. It seems, that's right. Cheng Lang concluded, the iron shoes have undoubtedly increased your attack power, but the force is mutual. When you kick, the opponent explodes, which means the iron shoes suffer the combined damage of your kick and the explosion, which increases their durability. It seems that the interaction between MC's original abilities and reality will produce unexpected results. It's a pity that my creations won't be durable enough. Cheng Lang sighed. Suddenly, Cheng Lang remembered that when he used the iron sword to chop Zongjao and Zhu, he seemed to feel that they screamed miserably. Could it really be that there was a certain effect? For example, it hurt more? If this is the case, then it can be considered as increasing the damage to the enemy. After all, not everyone has such a high pain tolerance. That is at this time. Cheng Lang heard the sound of ding ding ding. He was a little surprised. What's going on? As a result, I saw pieces of experience floating over, and the place where they came out was the restaurant. What's going on? Am I changing someone's fate? Then, watching the experience balls pour in bit by bit, Cheng Lang was a little stunned. No, he let Wei Wei on board? Such an exaggeration. Cheng Lang looked at his level, which had reached level 41, but he hadn't stopped yet. The final level remained at level 45. Cheng Lang was a little surprised by this. What happened? Why did I suddenly get so much experience? By the way, what mod did I unlock at level 40? Cheng Lang opened the panel and saw a new mod in the mod column that left him speechless. Spirit Possession. He has played this mod before, but he installed it more often when playing with friends. For example, when his friends were mining, he would transform into a ghost and look for creepers, quietly approaching his good friend. At the end, with a boom, the place was filled with laughter. Cheng Lang finally clicked on the details of this mod. It was exactly what I thought, exactly what I imagined. Cheng Lang felt a little puzzled as to why this mod was given. But then he seemed to realize something, as if he had already had an idea of what mod he wanted to get before unlocking it. For example, when you are at level 1, you want to mine. Finally, there is chain mining, which is actually more about assimilating the surrounding blocks so that they can explode MCized blocks. After that, I wanted to transform the table, and it really came. And I seem to have thought about developing more fruits before. So he was possessed by a soul? Is it so careless? If I had known I was going to spend money on Loli, I would have just used a disconnection attack. I don't know if the disconnection attack will directly knock the person's soul out. If there is a blue screen, I will be scared to death. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Although he didn't know if it would really work, it would be right to pray anyway. Regardless of that, Cheng Lang came to the restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant Akainu has completed the transformation just like in the original. You don't want to go to the location of this permanent pointer, do you? Cheng Lang asked curiously. And Akainu nodded. Correct. Cheng Lang was speechless. We are so strong, there is no need to tell the truth, right? And this is obviously a trap, isn't it? Cheng Lang was puzzled. Was this fate forcing him to do this? Whose fate had he changed? Could it be that Akainu was doomed because of him? If that's the case, it's not impossible to provide myself with so much experience, but, isn't that right? Cheng Lang pondered. The others came over. Then they saw Akainu, who was dressed like Vivi, and their expressions were strange for a moment. Usopp couldn't help but laugh. Akainu did not explain and eventually sailed away, leaving Wei there alone without saying a word. Cheng Lang looked at Nami. Nami shook her head. Looking at Alvida, the other party spread his hands. Finally it fell on me. She ended up scratching her head and stopped talking. And Vivi stared blankly at Akainu's back in the distance. She didn't say anything, and no one knew what she was thinking. But the hand clenched into a fist had turned white. There are no explosions like in the original. The other ship quietly disappeared at the end of the sight. Cheng Lang pondered, could it be that Wei had really joined the Straw Hat Pirates? If so, in a sense, she had changed the fate of a country, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to soar directly to level 45. But what happened during this period? Looking at the three girls like this, they definitely won't say anything. Cheng Lang thought about it for a while, then used the mod he had just obtained. Spirit Possession. The next moment, Cheng Lang saw himself. Although he was still standing there, he was actually just a shell. In this state, other people cannot see me, which seems different from Brooke's out-of-body experience. With just a thought, you can control your body. Then Cheng Lang came to Mi's side. It was at this moment that Cheng Lang felt as if he could enter. I'm in. Chapter 72. I'm in. Cheng Lang felt like he had entered a vortex and his consciousness was spinning. At this moment, Mi's body trembled. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Then her perspective shifted. In an empty, pure white space, Mi opened her eyes. This is... Rise. Brother Cheng Lang. It's me. Where am I? It should be the consciousness space. Look ahead. Mi looked ahead, and at this moment the scene he had seen before appeared in front of him. What is going on? Mi was a little confused. Then she instinctively turned her head. Then I saw you and Cheng Lang standing there. There is also a picture in front of the other person's eyes, a picture of the sea. This is... It should be my ability, but I didn't expect it to be like this. The moment Cheng Lang spoke, he had already arrived in front of me. You should be able to get through too, give it a try. Cheng Lang explained with a smile. Mi scratched her head but still raised her leg, but when she took a step, it seemed as if she didn't move at all. Think about the past, not the past. Then the next moment, Mi appeared where Cheng Lang was before. When Cheng Lang opened his eyes, he saw someone on the deck looking down at him, wearing unfamiliar clothing. She instinctively touched her chest, which was flat but firm. Then she felt something strange coming from inside her body. Then his gaze shifted back to the previously white space. Mi was in a trance. What is this? I just controlled Brother Cheng Lang's body. Mi was surprised. And Cheng Lang came to her side. It seems so. Why? Mi was stunned and a little unbelievable. It's my ability, which I just awakened. Cheng Lang explained. Mi was a little excited about this. Is it just you and me? Then. Mi's pretty face turned slightly red as she spoke. After all, many inappropriate thoughts unconsciously came to her mind. After all, this is a body swap. She has read many books and naturally read many novels with different themes, including novels about body swapping. I just didn't expect it to actually happen. Cheng Lang thought about it. It should be just you and me at the moment. Is that so? Mi's pretty face began to turn red, her head began to steam, and even her consciousness space began to turn pink. Cheng Lang was a little confused about this, but didn't pay attention to it. By the way, what did you say just now? Mi was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to understand what Cheng Lang meant. Then, Mi said with a strange expression, "Just now, Princess Weiwei said, if it depends on sacrifice, then she doesn't actually need to inherit the country," and then Akainu criticized her. What? Cheng Lang was surprised. He didn't expect Weiwei to say such a thing. Isn't this right? But in the end, Vivi did not board the Straw Hat Pirates ship for the sake of her country. And she chose to join the Baroque studio for the future of the country. What is going on? Then Mi started to tell the story from the moment Cheng Lang left. Finally, when Akainu said, "Someone has to do it," Weiwei said, "Why not me? After all, I will be the one who inherits the country in the future." Akainu, "Your Highness Weiwei will be a good king in the future, so we need to be steady and win now." Then Weiwei, "If victory is achieved through sacrifice, I would rather not inherit the country." Afterwards, Sister Weiwei was angrily scolded by Akainu. It was really fierce at the time, and Sister Weiwei was so angry that she didn't say a word. Mi vividly described what happened after Cheng Lang left. He even acted out the scenes in his consciousness, and it's not a surprise that he learned it quite well. "I don't really understand those things. Did Sister Weiwei do something wrong?" Mi was puzzled. "After all, you still have to step on the trap, which is obviously wrong, right?" Cheng Lang was thinking, and he was also a little confused. There was absolutely no need for Akainu to leave alone. He should even stay in the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, his princess was here, surrounded by pirates. As a retainer, wasn't he supposed to protect her? Why did he set out alone on a road he knew was a trap? Isn't this a gift? Maybe we should think about it from another perspective. Cheng Lang tried to think about the problem from Akainu's perspective. Mi also started to imagine. But Cheng Lang still didn't understand Akainu's actions in the end. After all, no matter how he thought about it, the other party was just giving away the opportunity. But Mi suddenly nodded, "I seem to understand Uncle Akainu's thoughts." Ah! Cheng Lang was shocked. Did the little girl figure it out? Uncle Akainu wants to protect Princess Vivi. How to say? The boss behind Baroque Studio is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he possesses the natural sand fruit. No attack can hurt him. On the other hand, the pirate group we belong to is a small pirate group that doesn't even have a bounty. We do have strong individual strength. But we're facing Baroque Studios and the 7 warlords of the sea. What can a small pirate group of just a few people do? They can't influence the situation. Rather than letting Princess Vivi go back and be assassinated or imprisoned, it's better to let Princess Vivi go to that so-called small garden. A year later, no matter what the final outcome is, at least Princess Vivi is safe. Is that so? Cheng Lang blinked, feeling a little unbelievable, and then began to think about it in this direction. Then he could somewhat understand this feeling. Cheng Lang was looking at the present from the perspective of the future. Akainu's action was to give it away, but if you think about it from the perspective of no future, a well-known 7 warlords of the sea and a pirate hunter organization with more than 10,000 people managed by him, the power both overtly and covertly is not something a small pirate group without even a bounty can try to cheat. If you think about it this way, yes. Whether this is a trap or real, Akainu must go. If it is true, he can go back and characterize the matter, report it to the king, and then prepare to fight against the 7 warlords of the sea. If it is a trap, he can pretend that Princess Vivi is dead in the end. In this way, Princess Vivi's safety is guaranteed and there will be opportunities in the future. If you don't go, the result will be being hunted openly or covertly. Cheng Lang, who finally figured out the logic, was thinking. What about the experience points that were previously revealed? Obviously, the change was caused by the lack of bounties. Could it be that because there was no bounty, Princess Vivi's fate had changed, allowing her to board the ship? Or was Akainu truly doomed? How could Akainu's death directly bring him such a huge experience boost? You know, her experience bar is difficult to increase after level 30. The experience provided by cows, sheep, and chickens was so negligible that he didn't even bother with them. If we have to compare, this wave of experience is equivalent to the experience he gained from killing the Ender Dragon. Chapter 73. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Since the plot had changed, he stopped thinking about it. All will be good. His gaze lingered on me, who was a little embarrassed. Rise. I'm here. You should have known just now that you can control my body, so, can I also control your body? Cheng Lang finally said this. The blush on Kuyami's face had reached her ears. She didn't say a word, but silently gave up control of her body. Cheng Lang felt his perspective change. He looked at his hands. At this moment, it is Kuyami's body. At the same time, a strange instinct appeared in Cheng Lang's mind. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Cheng Lang muttered to himself. He came to the door. At this moment, when Cheng Lang's real body appeared on the deck, the two pairs of eyes looked at each other. It's an amazing feeling, like I can handle two bodies. And my own body is like a combination of the first and second person perspectives in the game. Then Cheng Lang had an idea. The wings spread out behind him. Cheng Lang felt something strange in his body. Looking down, I found that Kuyami's body had directly turned into the form of a bird. It's really hard to control. After a simple adaptation, Cheng Lang gradually became familiar with the abilities of the Chimera fruit. It's not just about controlling your imagination, it also requires a certain level of knowledge about living things. If you have a good understanding of the animal's body structure, it will be much easier to create something with minimal effort. I'm afraid this is also the reason why Kuyami can never maintain the combination of multiple animal characteristics, and it consumes a lot of energy. It is also understandable why Mi's body gets bigger every time different animal features are added. After all, it is equivalent to directly condensing the body of a bird and a sheep inside the body. It looks nothing special on the outside, but the internal organs are mixed together, making it difficult to operate, and even conflicting, so it naturally consumes physical energy quickly. If you insist on comparing them, it's like two cows, one pushing to the left and the other pushing to the right. The wings behind Cheng Lang changed quietly. There is actually no need to stick to the overall imagination of animals. The development of abilities depends on the imagination. You have to let go. Cheng Lang muttered to himself, and the next moment, Mi soared into the air with the white wings behind him flapping. Birds' skeletons are hollow, so using human lungs would make it difficult for them to breathe more efficiently. We need to change the internal organs, not the surface. As Cheng Lang spoke, his body was quietly changing, and he became smaller and thinner. Now combine it with the moon step and see what speed is. Cheng Lang smiled and expanded his imagination. The next moment, the sound barrier appeared quietly, and Cheng Lang controlled his eyes to form a film on his eyelids. Strong wind pressure does not sting the eyes. The rice disappeared into the sky visibly. This scene stunned everyone on the boat. Ah! Mi flew away. So fast. Usopp stared at the scene in a daze. It's not that Mi can't fly, it's just that it flies very slowly. The current speed is simply too fast for him to understand. He wasn't the only one shocked. Mi herself was shocked. The body was still her body, but the performance was completely beyond her comprehension. As expected of brother Cheng Lang, so amazing. When Cheng Lang controlled Mi to return to the deck, Luffy and Usopp were surprised. Alvito was also shocked. Mi, when did you master the moon step? And you seem to have become smaller. Cheng Lang gave up control. Mi took over, and the next moment, she was sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Cheng Lang returned to his body. That instinct in my body also disappeared. It seems that there is no way to copy the fruit ability to the main body. He was feeling emotional. Others came to his side. Cheng Lang. You you still have this ability. So enviable, no, so jealous, no. I also want to control it. The speaker was Sanji, who was hit on the head by Nami with a punch at this moment. It's really hard to bear to read the content of the speech. Luffy came over immediately. Cheng Lang. Let's merge together. Luffy's eyes were full of stars. This is not a fusion, this is the ability of soul possession, which is equivalent to letting me control your body. Are you sure? Cheng Lang explained with a smile. But Luffy didn't care about that, he just wanted to give it a try. Cheng Lang decided to possess the body and see what happens. But in the end, that feeling of access did not appear. Luffy waited for a long time, scratching his head in confusion. Isn't it better yet? Cheng Lang shook his head, it seems that I can't possess it. I'll try something else. Then Cheng Lang came to Alvida's side, and the feeling of being able to enter came again. After a spin, Alvida also appeared in the white space of consciousness. Oh? I didn't expect you to choose me. How about you control my body and play with it? Alvida looked at Cheng Lang with a smile. She generously gave up her control. This was the feeling she had after Cheng Lang entered. And as long as she wants, she can take back control at any time. Cheng Lang took over without hesitation. Sure enough. The voice was Alvida's. Everyone immediately knew that Cheng Lang had possessed Alvida. Damn! I'm so envious. Sanji was lying on the ground with tears in his eyes, and his desire for the transparent fruit gradually began to waver. However, Cheng Lang did not hesitate and withdrew directly, then changed to other targets. This time it was Zoro. And Zoro also came to the pure white consciousness space. Oh? Is this the space that me mentioned? Zoro touched his chin and looked around. It really works. Let me try to control it. Cheng Lang asked. Zoro gave up control without a word. Cheng Lang pulled out the Wado Ikimonji, but unlike the ability of the fruit, Cheng Lang did not have Zoro's swordsmanship, so he could not use Zoro's swordsmanship. No, I can't master the original owner's skills. Cheng Lang spoke, but it was Soran's voice. Others naturally realized this as well. Next came Usopp and Sanji. There is no difference between the two, including Sanji, who is unable to use the power of Germa technology. At least this is a different power development from the devil fruit. Luffy watched Cheng Lang's experiments on his companions one by one, and finally Nami and Vivi also agreed. He squatted alone in the corner drawing circles. You don't even want to play with me. At this moment, Luffy was like a poor little kid being ostracized by his classmates. In response to this, Cheng Lang returned to his body, it's not my problem. Others can get in, but Luffy, I really can't get in. Then Luffy rolled on the ground like a mad child. This gave Cheng Lang a headache. It's really not that I don't want to, it's just that I really can't get in. Cheng Lang sighed and explained, but Luffy just didn't believe it. Okay, I'll try again, but Luffy, don't resist. Think about accepting it and give it a try. Luffy immediately sat up, frowning hard, as if he was trying hard. And Cheng Lang once again used his possession ability. This time Cheng Lang felt a slight suction. Have a show? Then Cheng Lang went in directly. This time is very different from previous times. Before, it would enter after a rotation, very smoothly, but this time it was very sluggish, as if it entered mud. After a while, Cheng Lang went in anyway. Luffy just greeted Cheng Lang happily, but then he saw Cheng Lang being squeezed out by the pure white space. Luffy also saw this scene. Cheng Lang felt dizzy, his ears were buzzing, and bursts of laughter seemed to come from his ears. He shook his head. Cheng Lang stood up. I think I know why it doesn't work. Cheng Lang stood up and looked at Luffy. At this moment, Luffy's face was full of confusion. You should know some basic common sense about devil fruits, right? The common sense that one person can't eat 2 devil fruits. Everyone nodded. There's another theory that the devil fruit houses the devil, and the devil fruit in Luffy's body is rejecting my entry. Even if his owner is trying hard to agree, it can still eject me. What? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 74. That's not right. Don't me and I also have the abilities of devil fruits? Alvito was puzzled. Me was also curious. After all, this conclusion is contradictory. Cheng Lang looked at the two of them and said, "Do you know another common sense about that fruit?" "What?" "The fruit awakens." "Fruit awakening." Everyone on the boat was puzzled. Sanji stood up at this moment. "I have seen the mention of awakening in the devil fruit encyclopedia, but it is rarely recorded. I heard that awakening is risky. If it fails, the person will become stupid, or even permanently lose their human form." Cheng Lang was not surprised by this. Although Sanji was not welcome in the Vinsmoke family, some of his knowledge was still interesting. And the rumor that every devil fruit harbors a devil is also due to this. So that's how it is, but the question remains, why are we okay? Alvito was still confused. Cheng Lang smiled and expressed his thoughts that had long been in his mind. There is a devil in the fruit. Now that it has been confirmed, does that mean one thing, that the devil fruit is not only chosen by people, but it can also choose humans as well? The overly novel concept shocked everyone present. But there was one exception. That's Vivi. This is a bit impossible. Nami was a little confused. After all, in her opinion, a devil fruit is just a devil fruit, a dead thing. How could it have the ability to choose people? But at this moment, Wai Wei spoke up, "It's not impossible." Everyone looked at Wai Wei. "You should know that I am the Princess of Alabasta. Then you should also know that I am the guardian beast of our country." Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Wai Wei had no choice but to briefly explain the issue of the guardian beast. "This is information known only to successive kings. I am the next king, so I know a little bit about it. The guardian beast of our country is the devil fruit user. After the death of each bearer, their power will choose the next most loyal member of the royal family as the next successor." It was so mysterious that no one on the boat could understand it. "That's all I know." But in the end, everyone had no choice but to believe it. There was really no other explanation. Neither me's nor mine has undergone such changes in our fruit abilities, but Luffy's has. It's really amazing. Alvito looked at Luffy left and right, reaching out to pull the other's body from time to time. Luffy was also confused by what Cheng Lang said. But he did feel that strong sense of resistance. Mia looked Luffy up and down curiously. Eyes full of curiosity. Cheng Lang naturally knew what really expelled him from Luffy's body, the legendary human fruit, the mythical beast species, the Nika form. A devil fruit that has never been captured by the world government in 800 years. It's normal to be a little special. But is Luffy really Luffy? This issue actually has been discussed in the original world. After all, Luffy awakened his fruit ability when he was on the verge of death. It's hard not to consider whether Luffy was actually dead at that time, and it was actually Nika who was resurrected in Luffy's body, but Nika had all of Luffy's memories. Of course, there is also a saying that Luffy's current optimistic personality is somewhat the result of being influenced by the Nika fruit since childhood. After all, it is a subtle change. There's even a video saying it. Luffy was wise but appeared foolish at the beginning, and was always clear-headed at critical moments. But the more Luffy developed the rubber fruit, the more mentally retarded he became. This indirectly proves that the Nika fruit has gradually affected Luffy and is even slowly taking over his body. Proof? The proof is the jailer beast inside the Impel Down castle. He has a runny nose every day and looks no different from a mentally retarded person. And Luffy has such a development trend. Luffy, are you sure you ate the rubber fruit? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Luffy nodded, yes, Shanks once said that I ate the rubber fruit. Sanji, is there a gum fruit in the devil fruit encyclopedia you're looking at? Sanji shook his head, no, but this is normal. There are too many fruit abilities in the world that are not recorded. For example, Mi's chimera fruit is not recorded. After taking a puff of his cigarette, he continued, besides, I was very young when I read it, so maybe I didn't get the complete version. Do you suspect that Luffy didn't eat the rubber fruit? Nami was curious. Cheng Lang nodded, then spread his hands. After all, as mentioned before, Alvida and me can both use it, so why can't a para-human-type rubber fruit? So I'm curious if the recorded name is wrong. What's so special about this fruit? Of course, it's also possible that Luffy has developed it well and is almost on the verge of awakening. Everyone looked at Luffy. What's wrong? Luffy tilted his head. It's okay to praise you. Luffy bared his teeth and laughed, so I'm so powerful. Seeing the other party's silly look, everyone's expressions became strange. It was impossible to tell how powerful the development was. Everyone skipped the topic. Since the magnetic force is full, we are ready to set off. However, Ms. Sunday said that it will take a year to fill the records for the next island. Is that really a problem? Nami looked at Vivi worriedly. At this moment, Wei had a complicated expression and didn't say anything. After all, she was not stupid and knew very well what Akainu was expressing silently. The others also remained silent. Cheng Lang was indifferent to this and said, actually, I can speed up the storage speed of the record pointer. It should have taken 3 days to record, but now it's only been 2 days? It shouldn't be surprising that I did all this. What? Cheng Lang briefly stated his guess. Everyone nodded. Although some people didn't understand at all, it didn't stop them from pretending that they understood. Then couldn't you just demagnetize an island on the Grand Line? Theoretically it's possible. Finally, we set sail. On the shore, countless bounty hunters smiled and waved. Cheng Lang not only left them a shelter, but the shelter was divided into 3 floors. It was not only for future Tibetans, but also equipped with various other facilities. For example, farmland, tree factories, and some MCized plant vines, such as pumpkin, watermelon, and cantaloupe, which can produce unlimited fruit. It can be said that if the food is distributed well, the 300 or so people will not starve. What nice people they are! It's hard to imagine they are actually pirates. Mr. Nine looked at the Sailing Mary with a lost look in his eyes. There is reluctance, but also blessings. What's wrong? Are you upset about not being able to catch up with Princess Vivi? Akainum's partner, Ms. Monday, a muscular, dark-skinned big sister, smiled and patted Mr. Nine's shoulder. Ms. Nine laughed dryly and scratched her head. Ha ha ha, a little bit. After all, she's Princess Wei. We've been partners for so long, I didn't expect that. Chapter 75. Small Garden. Although the name contains the word small, it is not small. In the original book, it seems that the 2 sea kings occupy half of the island respectively. But when he actually saw it, Cheng Lang sighed that it was much larger than the island where the whiskey town was located, at least 3 times the size. At first glance, there are 2 huge white mountains above. And Cheng Lang knew what it was, fish bones. It's hard to imagine how big these 2 sea kings would be if they were alive. And the most important thing is how strong the 2 giants who captured them must be. In the original work, it was ridiculous to be trapped by Mr. Three's wax fruit. After all, that kind of power, the wax fruit that's as strong as steel, shouldn't necessarily be able to trap Brogy, the former captain of the giant pirates, even after the battle. I don't know if I can meet him again. Cheng Lang pondered. The group arrived at a small garden and walked along the stream. Usopp trembled as he looked at the giant beasts on the shore, the shortest of which was 3 or 4 meters long. Why don't we just stay outside the island? It feels so dangerous here. Nami nodded involuntarily, I think it's okay. Wei looked at these strange creatures curiously. Having lived in the palace since she was a child, she had wanted to go out very early. Although she gained freedom when she came to the Baroque studio, she was mostly assigned tasks, so she had very little free time. And now, she has gained a brief moment of freedom. I think I've seen that in a book. It's called a saber-toothed tiger. Hey! Look over there, it's a dinosaur. This is an ancient island. Wei pointed excitedly at the long-necked dinosaur eating leaves. Dinosaur! Usopp said with his eyes wide open in horror, I suddenly got a disease that prevents me from going to the island. Nami nodded involuntarily, I feel like I have the same disease. And me spread his wings and flew up. She flew in the sky curiously and looked at the magical island. I saw a Tyrannosaurus Rex, hey! He is fighting with a Triceratops. Can I go and see it? Me chattered excitedly in the sky. I want to go too. Luffy stretched out his hands and grabbed Mi's feet, and the two of them prepared to fly away. Wait a minute, am I? Luffy shouted down, Hey Sanji, my lunchbox. Sanji, who had just walked out of the kitchen, threw the prepared lunchbox into the sky. Then Sanji gave one to each of them. When it was Nami and Usopp's turn, they shook their heads frantically, we won't go. There are still plenty in the kitchen. If you're hungry, just help yourself. Sanji, are you leaving? Usopp asked in confusion. The seasoning is almost gone. I'm going to go to the island to have a look. After all, I want to try some dinosaur cuisine. Sanji looked at me and Luffy who had already flown away, damn it, that kid actually grabbed the cute me openly. Zoro yawned and said, Have we reached the island yet? It's a rare opportunity to go for a walk. Zoro stood up and prepared to leave. I just happened to see Sanji getting ready to leave. The two looked at each other and said, Are you leaving too? It's just right, you can catch a dinosaur and make some dinosaur food tonight. Zoro readily agreed, Don't worry, I will definitely catch someone bigger than you. Sanji's forehead vein bulged, What did you say? It's hard to understand, you idiot chef, for catching a dinosaur bigger than you. You green algae head. Very good. Then let's have a competition to see who catches the biggest prey. Compete? The two prepared for the hunting competition just like in the original book. The ones left on the ship were Cheng Lang, Usopp, Nami, Vivi, and Alvida. 5 people. Cheng Lang put the food into his backpack. I'm going to go take a look at the crater first, and go mining at the same time. Can I go with you? Wei asked curiously. Cheng Lang looked at Wei and thought for a moment, Are you sure? My route is pretty boring. Why don't you come with me? I want to hunt some dinosaurs as well. Sanji immediately welcomed her after hearing this. Miss Alvida, are you going to participate in the competition too? Then it must be bigger than the one with the algae head. Humph. Zoro rolled his eyes, sooner or later, he will die at the hands of a woman. With a cold snort, Zoro left. Vivi thought about it and finally rode Kalu to follow Alvida. All of a sudden, Nami and Usopp were the only ones left on the ship. The originally lively atmosphere disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Usopp realized, that's not right. They're all gone, what should we do? Nami also realized the seriousness of the problem, and suddenly the two of them felt that the air around them became dangerous. Nami. What's wrong? Nami looked at Usopp in panic. Protect me. Get out. Nami hit Usopp on the head with an iron fist. Cheng Lang walked all the way towards the volcano he had seen before. He didn't see any blind dinosaurs along the way, but the plants along the way reminded him of the island in the East China Sea, the Rare Beast Island. These plants have that feeling. It seems that many of the plants on Rare Beast Island are ancient tree species. Should I save a seed? Cheng Lang thought. After coming to the world of One Piece, he discovered that there is still a gap between the trees and MC. In his case, the difference is not noticeable, whether he does it by hand or with an axe, it is no different from the original. But for others, the difference is quite big. The minimum requirement is 10 hits, and most of them can only be destroyed with 10 hits. But for example, hematite, a wood specially used for shipbuilding and also the keel wood of Mary, is much harder than other woods. It can be around 15 times. After cutting down one tree and obtaining the seeds, I sold them all to the conversion table. Finally he reached the volcano. Smelling the smell of sulfur and rotten eggs, Cheng Lang was ready to set off, but in order to be fully prepared, he took out the enchanted golden apple. In fact, he was also nervous about synthesizing the enchanted golden apple, hoping that it would not be possible. Obviously, after all, that would allow him to consider it as another version of MC. Unfortunately, the reality is cruel. Cheng Lang, who was unwilling to give up, still planned to make a line brushing machine, but of course the result was a failure. Obviously this feature never made it into this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worried about the price of 80 million. Climbed halfway up the volcano. He took out his pickaxe and began to dig. Feeling the temperature gradually rising, sweat from my forehead dripped down the tip of my nose. It's really hot. After digging out the last block, Cheng Lang saw a volcano that was rolling and erupting on a small scale. It was at this moment that magma splashed out from the center of the volcano. Cheng Lang narrowly avoided it. He quickly ate the golden apple. A 5-minute fire break appears in the status bar. The scorching temperature all over the body gradually returned to normal at this moment. You can feel the heat, but it's not uncomfortably hot. Out of curiosity, I was wondering what level my fire resistance could reach. Cheng Lang cautiously reached out to touch the small splash of magma on the ground. I felt the heat, but that was it. It's like taking a bath in a hot pool. Thinking of Cheng Lang approaching the edge, he put his hand closer and closer to the surface of the still reacting magma, and it still felt hot. Chapter 76. Sure. Cheng Lang said excitedly. If this is the case, then he has a lot of room to maneuver. First, use an iron bucket to scoop up a bucket of magma. Placed on the conversion table. Lava bucket, 1048. Loss. Previously, he considered using iron buckets to collect magma, and then selling it to see the price. If the price could exceed 3 irons, he could directly sell the magma to make money. Unfortunately, just buying 3 irons from the conversion table costs 1296. The selling price of 3 iron pieces is 216, the price of 3 is 648, and the value of magma is 400. Obviously, this round trip resulted in a loss of 248 EMC value. The idea of making money from magma that we considered before is not feasible. But Cheng Lang thought about it. Put your hand into the lava. It still felt hot, but I didn't lose any blood, and my armor and clothes didn't burn. It's really magical. Cheng Lang didn't care why the clothes could also resist fire. With a thought, he placed the magma on the conversion column inside the conversion table. It can be done. Magma conversion requires 120 EMC value. That's doable. I can make 280, right? No, I have to factor in the price of the golden apples, which cost 3,456. That's enough to make up for at least 13 buckets of lava in 5 minutes. Cheng Lang leaped into the magma pool and felt like soaking in a hot spring. It was quite comfortable. But Cheng Lang had no time to hesitate. Almost 1 minute of the 5-minute fire resistance time has passed. Fortunately, the conversion of MC magma is completed instantly and there is no need to wait. Then we saw the magma that was about to erupt from the crater sinking visibly. Cheng Lang was in the center of the magma, motionless, and the magma that reached his hands seemed to be absorbed by the black hole. Watch the EMC value gradually increase. The smile on Cheng Lang's lips grew wider. The money comes much faster than expected. Just 4 minutes. His EMC value has already risen by 40,000, and this is still on the magma, so there is a certain time delay for the flow. If he sinks, he will not have to wait for the magma to flow towards him, which will be faster. Eat another golden apple. This time, Cheng Lang held his breath and dived head first. This time the speed of descent was no longer visible to the naked eye, but like a sieve with a leaky hole pulled out, a vortex soon appeared in the center of the magma. Countless magma disappeared into the crater. And the speed continues to rise. Cheng Lang discovered that the conversion window had 8 grids that could be converted at the same time. If adjusted well, it is possible to convert 8 cubic meters of magma at the same time. Cheng Lang was overjoyed to see the EMC value increasing 8-fold, but he still had to pay attention to the duration of the status bar. He didn't dare to gamble whether his body could withstand the scorching heat of the magma. The EMC value increases by about 100,000 per minute, 80 million. That's only 13 hours. Can it go any faster? Cheng Lang was a little worried. Soaking in the magma for 13 hours was a bit uncomfortable, and he didn't know if the magma could make him swollen. Wait, I don't think I've ever tried the price of obsidian. If it's higher than 280, it'll be faster than it is now. Cheng Lang thought about it, took out the bucket, and stopped diving. Soon he saw the sky. Place the bucket on the wall. Soon pieces of obsidian appeared. Cheng Lang took out the diamond pickaxe and started the chain directly. But he took back the bucket first. He didn't want to waste the magma. What if it was limited? With a bang, the obsidian fell into the magma. Fuck. Fortunately, real magma cannot instantly melt MCI's dropped items. Look at the price. Cheng Lang was delighted. The price of 482 EMC is obviously higher than the value of magma. And it doesn't take 5 minutes to get a golden apple anymore. Although the durability of a diamond pickaxe is 1560, and 1 durability is lost for each piece dug, 1560 pieces is only about, which can easily cover the loss of diamonds. Now it depends on efficiency. Soon Cheng Lang started to get busy. Finally, I looked at the time. The 1-minute profit reached an EMC value of about 15,000. It's a lot faster, but it still takes more than 6 hours. Forget it. Let's get busy. The direction of the water flow was simply arranged so that Cheng Lang could just stand there and dig down. The obsidian would flow towards him on its own and he wouldn't have to worry about it being burned by the lava. The other side. The duo of Luffy and me encountered Turai, while the timid duo on the ship encountered Brocky. It's just different from the original. Mr. 3 did not appear to cause trouble. After tasting the fine wine brought by Luffy and his crew, the banquet quietly began. Also because of Cheng Lang, the volcano has not erupted yet. This surprised Dong Lai Brocky and the others, but they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, there are cases where a volcanic eruption can suddenly be silent for a few days. The sun sets and the party comes to an end quietly. It's not that I don't want to open it anymore, it's simply because there's not enough alcohol. The giants have a huge appetite, and the drinks bought on the Mary are not enough. As for the wine brewed by Cheng Lang and Sanji, it can only be described as sugar water at the moment, but it was quickly finished. Not enjoyable at all. Naturally, the dinosaurs hunted by Sanji, Zoro and Alvida were all eaten up at this banquet. Crackle, crackle. Brocky laughed. I didn't expect your food to be so amazing. Even I feel fuller than ever before. Dong Li, ga, 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 since arriving on this island, I've rarely eaten so much. I feel like I'm going to throw up if I take another bite. Luffy nodded proudly, this is my comrade's ability. Even I had a hard time overcoming it. Luffy, who is now as tall as the giant's waist, looks very proud. Don't try to overcome this kind of thing. Sanji was speechless. Now Luffy can eat as much as he makes. The workload skyrocketed, especially with two giants involved. Fortunately, the oven Cheng Lang gave him could hold any item, no matter how big, as long as it was of the same kind. He even doubted whether he could handle it. You should know that Luffy's appetite has exceeded the sum of the two giants. Speaking of which, where's your other partner? Dong Li was a little curious. After all, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates had gathered together one after another. But the mysterious companion who could feed them has not appeared yet. Luffy scratched his head, speaking of Cheng Lang. Others shook their heads. Alvida pointed downwards and said, they should be mining. After all, he said before that this island is likely to be rich in minerals. Mining? He's alone. Brocky lowered his head in confusion. You have to know that because the two of them have been fighting for 100 years, the entire island has actually been consolidated a lot, and even if they want to mine, it is quite difficult. Well, he will come out by himself later. Luffy didn't care about that. He looked at Turai and Brocky. Uncle Giant, why have you been fighting here for 100 years? Usopp asked curiously. This question surprised Dong Li and Brocky. Then he laughed out loud. Ka pa pa pa, if it weren't for your companion's competition, we probably wouldn't have been able to remember the idea of fighting in the first place. Ga, do you see those two skeletons over there? Skeleton? That's not a mountain. Usopp looked at it curiously, but was stunned for a long time. Is this the skull of a sea king? That's right. Back then, we were competing to see who had the biggest prey, and then, bang bang bang, this fight lasted 100 years. Chapter 77. Just because of this reason. Nami was stunned. Fighting for 100 years just to compare the size of the prey? This is not a small matter, this is a century-long process. Not to mention her, everyone else was also stunned. Fighting for 100 years for such a reason was really too much and unacceptable. Seeing the Straw Hat Pirates like this, Dong Li clapped his hands and laughed. Ga, Brocky, their expressions are exactly the same as those of our former companions. Brocky also smiled and nodded at this moment, indeed. This is a 100-year war. Usopp was still puzzled as to why it was just a mere comparison of size. Dong Li stroked his beard. It may not be easy for you to understand, but we are betting on the honor of Elbaf. No matter how small the initial cause, when we fight with honor, nothing else matters anymore. Brocky nodded. Ka pa pa pa. If it weren't for you, we might not even remember the bet. It really makes us miss it. I wonder how the others are doing. Seeing the two of them being indifferent, the Straw Hat Pirates felt a little dazed. Usopp was stunned. Glory. I think I understand. Zoro touched his sword, especially when his hand brushed over the Wado Ikimonji, the promise rang in his mind. He fought for the promise he made to his childhood friend and vowed to become the world's greatest swordsman, so that his fame would resound throughout heaven and be known to Kuina. He did it for the agreement, while Dong Li and Brocky did it for the honor. Although the two are not the same thing, the motivation is the same. Their glory is like a dream and a promise to us. Luffy wants to become the Pirate King, and I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. Although our goals are different, we are willing to give everything for them. Kaka, this explanation is not bad. The glory of Elbaf is everything to us giants. We can give everything for it. Brocky nodded with a smile. And Dong Li also laughed. At this moment, Usopp gradually understood the honor. At the same time, he was in a trance. For him, going to sea and becoming a so-called brave sea warrior was actually more like an excuse for himself to go to sea. His beliefs are broader than Luffy, Zoro, or Sanji's dreams, and he doesn't even have a goal. But now, he seemed to understand. I see. Usopp's eyes flickered. If possible, I really want to visit your hometown of Elbaf. The two looked at each other. Then he smiled and invited, "We have Elbaf's permanent pointers on us. Do you want to try and seize one?" Usopp quickly waved his hands, "No. I didn't mean that." The two giants laughed again. It was rare for the two of them to have guests who were so friendly and even interesting, and it made them miss the past a little. Everyone was like this when the giant pirates were still setting sail. That is at this time. The ground began to shake. This was followed by the eruption of the active volcano in the center of the island. The two giants who were still laughing seemed to hear the sound of gunfire starting to run. They all stood up. He returned to where he usually lived and took out his weapons. The Straw Hat pirates in the center were still a little confused. When the two arrived at the central battlefield, they saw the two men who were on the verge of a fight. Is the duel starting now? Luffy realized. The others retreated and came behind the plants. Over the past 100 years, due to the battle between the two, a circular battlefield has long been created at the intersection of the two sides. Just now, the Straw Hat pirates and the two of them were having a barbecue and a meal here. But before the two of them started fighting, a shrill cry was heard from the sky. "Ah!" The sound was very small at first, but eventually everyone looked up. Then I saw Cheng Lang falling from the sky. Death, death, death. This scene made Don Libroki a little confused, while Luffy squinted his eyes and looked at it with full of confusion. That person should be Cheng Lang, right? Alvida squinted her eyes uncertainly. The others also looked over and nodded. It does seem a bit like that. Why did he fall from the sky? Soran was curious about why Cheng Lang fell from the sky. This is just a sarcastic remark. Cheng Lang frantically rummaged through his backpack. Soon he got out the bucket. He has not tried falling water in this world yet. To be honest, he has no intention of experimenting with this thing. After all, if an accident occurs, he will be doomed. Seeing that he was about to land, Cheng Lang gritted his teeth, watched the opportunity, and at the moment when he could release water, he not only took out a bucket of water, but also directly generated infinite water. After all, he is not in the game state with his feet facing down now, and a mere 1 cubic meter may not be able to cover everything. Be prepared to be hit. The expected impact still occurred, but it didn't hurt much. He opened his eyes and touched his nose. Phew! I survived. Cheng Lang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had just stood up from the water when he saw two big heads coming towards him. Wow! Cheng Lang was startled, but then he calmed down. It was at this moment that Luffy's rubber hands reached out and grabbed Cheng Lang. The moment he was pulled away from the duel arena, a gust of air hit him directly. The two giants had already collided with their shields. The wind pressure was so terrifying that it caused the surrounding trees to bend sideways. The huge axe and the long sword collided with each other. The sound of fine iron clashing resounded throughout the island. Purple-black lightning burst out at the moment the two collided. It was obvious that the two of them were using armed color to collide. Segui. Luffy looked at the Donglibroki colliding with each other. Zoro's eyes were fixed on the moment of collision. He felt the collision of chi. When the weapons of both sides collided, there were no cracks on their weapons. Although the weapons of the two men had long been tattered and full of cracks, the fierce collision between the weapons at the moment of the collision did not cause any cracks. Is this the armament haki? Boom! The shields of both sides collided again, and this time the air waves were even more exaggerated than before. Even though he had retreated to the edge, he was still blown back. Crackle, crackle, crackle. It turns out that only when you're full can you have strength. Brocky said with excitement. Dong Li was also very excited. Today is the day when we will decide the winner. With the appetite of these two people, the ecosystem in the small garden could not withstand the two giants even if it was at its peak. The reason why dinosaurs and countless wild animals are still alive today is not because they can reproduce, but simply because Donglibroki did not exhaust the resources. Of course, this also led to the two of them being hungry all year round. Now that they were full and had the added bonus of a special buff, the two of them could be said to have used 150% of their fighting power. The fighting situation is naturally more intense than before. This battle lasted for a whole day until the sky gradually brightened. Neither of them was victorious. The match was eventually stopped when both sides punched each other in the chin. 73,466 battle. 73,466 square meters. Dawn rises. Crack, 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 crack. In the end, there's still no winner. The two giants lay flat on the ground, and the two who had fought to the point of exhaustion lay on the ground and fell asleep. Chapter 78. Zoro came to the mark left by Dong Li's sword. He touched his sword and recalled the opponent's sword strike. This was different from the flying slash he had previously made by using chi to stimulate the ghost energy. He is purer and more powerful. At the same time, he also noticed that this was the only flying slash that Dong Li made. It was not that he could only do this, but the two of them competed in the end with endurance. For Dong Li and Brocky, they were of equal strength and stamina. It is almost impossible to win by relying on strength or tricks. So it was natural for the two of them to fight to the end, both supported by their will. But didn't they use their full strength? No, they are giving their all the time. It's just that they didn't release the excess energy. During this 100 years of fighting, the strength of the two men has not stagnated. This slash, which traveled 100 meters, was made by Brocky using his shield to deflect the force. On the other hand, there was also a mark left by the giant sword on the side, but this time the mark was not 100 meters long. Even the trees nearby were not damaged by this blow. Is this the realm that Master was talking about? The realm where one can cut through anything without cutting anything, yet still be able to cut through steel. Zoro looked at Turai and Brocky who were sleeping soundly on the ground. Both of them could perform the same slash. If you can't even do this, forget about surpassing Hawkeye. Thinking back to how he was clearly chopped and sent flying but was not injured, this was not something that could be achieved by simply controlling his strength. He pulled out the Wado Ikemonji and swung it forward. The impact of the force cut off the trees in front. Wrong. Zoro continued. On the other side, Luffy and his crew witnessed the whole process. They all had their own gains. Luffy was lying on the grass. The uncles are so strong. This is what I long for. Usopp's eyes were shining. Become a giant? Sanji asked jokingly after lighting a cigarette. Usopp naturally retorted immediately, I meant their belief in fighting for glory. Okay, I know. Sanji waved his hand, Cheng Lang, give me some ingredients. If nothing goes wrong, I will be busy for a while. What do you need? Cooked beef, at least, $20. Is this really enough? Cheng Lang was surprised, they are giants, so is there any problem? It's enough. Chop the cooked beef into small pieces and mix it with other foods. It needs to be roasted twice and the effect will be very good. Sanji explained with a smile. Cheng Lang nodded and bought a lot of cooked beef from the conversion table. Sanji was busy. Koyami came close to Cheng Lang and said, Brother Cheng Lang, why did you fall from the sky? Well. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Didn't I go to the crater? You know I can store and convert some items. I tried to convert magma. I succeeded, but I accidentally converted too much. When I finished, the magma erupted, and I was sent straight into the sky by the volcanic eruption. Me nodded, hey. Doesn't that mean that Brother Cheng Lang, you are wrapped in magma? Are you okay? It's okay, it's okay. Cheng Lang smiled awkwardly. The real situation is naturally not as easy as Cheng Lang said. Because of the water, the magma turns into obsidian as soon as it starts to flow. This is fine in the short term, after all, there will be no cavity effect. But as Cheng Lang went deeper and deeper, the mouth of the crater became larger and larger. After Cheng Lang took back the water and dug out all the obsidian, the concave magma will be filled immediately. It's like jumping into water with a ball and causing it to fly 10 meters into the air. Cheng Lang was sent to a height of several thousand meters by such an impact. Fortunately, the flow rate of magma is not as fast as that of water, otherwise it would not be impossible for it to fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Cheng Lang looked at his conversion interface. At this moment, the explosive fruit is changing at a slow speed. Watch the progress bar below. At this moment, it has reached 99%. He is still quite looking forward to it. Didn't I work so hard for all this time just to transform the explosion fruit into MC? Right under Cheng Lang's gaze, the explosive fruit was successfully transformed. But it still looks the same as before and has not become square. Cheng Lang put his consciousness on it. Saw the price. 1 million EMC, a very neat value. Just 1 million? No? Isn't this too cheap? Is it possible that there will be a huge difference between the selling price and the buying price? Cheng Lang thought about selling the explosive fruit. Watching the 1 million arrive in the account, he then focused his attention on the purchasing interface. 2 million. Just as I expected. The conversion table does not make this explosive fruit an exception. Only. Isn't this price a bit too low? The conversion price is 80 million. And the transaction is so cheap? Cheng Lang was a little bit surprised. It was at the moment when he sold the explosive fruit. Somewhere in a corner across several islands, an apple quietly changes. Cheng Lang looked at his remaining 10 million EMC points and he bought the explosive fruit. It is exactly the same as when it was sold, no changes have been made. The name is the same as before. Para-human explosion fruit. Then Cheng Lang thought about it and bought another explosive fruit. The result is the same. Apparently he can now copy the explosion fruit infinitely. And it only costs 2 million. This is a lot, but if Cheng Lang wants, he can still get it. Now we are going to experiment and see what is the difference between this fruit and the normal devil fruit. But Cheng Lang was very conflicted. After all, he could feel that he could not eat the devil fruit, and even if he did, it would have no effect. It seems that the basic setting of one person eating one devil fruit is still followed. Then Luffy, Alvida, and Cool Yami probably can't be eaten either. But Cheng Lang was very curious about one thing, that is, what would happen if he ate two of the same devil fruits? Do they become stronger or do they repel each other? Or do they have no effect at all? Or does the 80 million just qualify EMC for the purchase, without any other effects? Cheng Lang was thinking. Who should I find to conduct the experiment? Then Cheng Lang found Usopp. Usopp, do you want a devil fruit? Usopp, who was suddenly found, tilted his head in confusion. You got another devil fruit? Usopp was surprised. After all, he knew that Cheng Lang seemed to have the ability to find devil fruits. What kind of fruit is it? Others also looked over. Cheng Lang took out the explosive fruit. Meta-human explosion fruit. Isn't this Mr. Five's ability? Vivi was surprised. Maybe he has been dealt with, and I just happened to gain this ability. Cheng Lang spread his hands and passed it over vaguely. Alvida remained silent. She didn't find the explosive man, but she did find the kilogram woman. If nothing unexpected happened, she was still tied up in Whiskey Town. So she hurriedly found Cheng Lang, but he told her not to worry. Others also came over and looked at the devil fruit that looked like a bomb with curiosity. Usopp looked at the explosive fruit with a flicker in his eyes. In fact, he did not envy Luffy, Cheng Lang, and the others, but that was a lie. The reason why he did not think about getting a devil fruit was because he was a little embarrassed, and he did feel that it was not suitable for him. Now he is attracted by this explosive fruit. Chapter 79. Usopp finally took the explosion fruit. Really give it to me. If you don't want to, why not ask Sanji? With his kicking skills combined with the explosion fruit, he should be very powerful. Cheng Lang spread his hands. Sanji, who was cooking at the moment, heard Cheng Lang's words and nodded with a smile. Sure, I can accept this explosive fruit. Usopp immediately shook his head, then I'll eat it. Cheng Lang made a gesture of invitation. Usopp finally gritted his teeth and bit it directly. After chewing it twice, his whole face wrinkled. What happened? It's so disgusting. Usopp finally swallowed the fruit pulp. Cheng Lang nodded. It's normal, this is what a devil fruit tastes like. Remember to finish it. Usopp looked painful, but he still ate the explosion fruit in 2 or 3 bites. Then he collapsed to the ground, his eyes lifeless. It feels like I've been exod 100 times. Seeing this, Cheng Lang nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out the explosion fruit. This time everyone was stunned. What's the situation? Aren't there only one of each type of devil fruit? Sanji was surprised. The others looked at the devil fruit in Cheng Lang's hand, full of disbelief. Usopp felt like he had been cheated. Is what I'm eating fake? Cheng Lang smiled and waved his hands when he saw this. This is a copy made by my ability. The effect is the same as the explosion fruit. It was at this moment that Usopp sat up and looked at his body. At this moment a new instinct emerged in him. And naturally he knew the ability of this explosion fruit. Not only is he immune to explosions, but any tissue in his body can explode. Usopp simply pulled out a strand of his hair, thought for a moment, and tied it to a lead iron ball. Shoot into the distance. A thought. Boom. The explosion woke up the 2 sleeping giants. What happened? They both looked towards the explosion. It's so powerful. Usopp stared at the scene in a daze. Cheng Lang seemed to be thinking about something. It has the same abilities as Mr. 5, so it seems his abilities have not been compromised. Doesn't Msing change anything? Cheng Lang pondered. Is 80 million just exchange for unlimited purchases? This is not a bad thing, but it is a little disappointing. Looking at the other explosive fruit in his hand, Cheng Lang was very curious about what would happen if Usopp ate it. But after thinking about it, I forgot about it. Regardless of whether it has no effect or explodes, there is no need for Cheng Lang to let Usopp experiment. Vivi witnessed all of this, and then curiously asked about the details of the explosive fruit. Then she made a strange expression. No wonder Mr. 5 is often called the Booger Man, can only use a part of the body. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. If you want to attack from a distance, you can only use part of your body. If it's a close combat. Usopp said as a small explosion crackled in the palm of his hand. I can trade physical strength for explosive effects. For long-range explosions, does it depend on body mass? Yes, if I shave all my hair, I might be able to create a super large explosion. However, it seems that there is a certain time limit for it to leave my body. The smaller the mass, the smaller the explosion power will be as time goes by. Usopp said, pulling out another hair. Like this hair, it seems that after more than 5 minutes, it will completely lose its explosive power. Usopp explained. This is the explanation given to him by the ability. Cheng Lang nodded. This is normal. If it can exist forever, then in the future Usopp can accumulate a lot of explosives just by going to the toilet to take care of his genitals. The scene at that time will be that Usopp directly launches his own excrement to fight. The scene is chilling just to imagine. Those who are infected will feel extremely uncomfortable even if they don't die. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll be bald soon. Usopp frowned. His fighting style was long-range shooting. Doesn't this mean that he will develop alopecia areata just by fighting one battle? Everyone laughed out loud. Cheng Lang patted Usopp and said, You've become bald but also stronger. Usopp was speechless. Cheng Lang looked at the others. Does anyone else want to eat? The others remained silent. Currently, only Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and Vivi have not eaten the fruit in the Straw Hat Pirates. It's just that the first two are not dependent on the fruit. What Sanji wants is the transparent fruit. As for Nami and Vivi, the former doesn't want to pull out his hair, and even less want to pick his nose as a weapon. But Wai Wei didn't think Cheng Lang would give it to her. After all, they had only been together for a short time. The four people fell silent. Cheng Lang didn't force it. Just say something if you need anything. It was not recycled but placed in the inventory. As soon as he turned around, he saw two giants staring at him with eyes bigger than car tires. Have you found the devil fruit? Dong Li was curious. It's really amazing. Brocky nodded. Cheng Lang looked at the two giants and asked casually, do you want one? The two looked at each other. Ka pa pa pa, you're really generous. Let's just forget it. We won't use devil fruits to cheat until the winner is decided. Really? Cheng Lang spread his hands. He was also quite curious whether the explosion caused by the giants eating the explosive fruit would be particularly powerful. After all, the body shape is here. In terms of quality, this is the real Big Brother level. Just one of his hairs is almost stronger than all of Usopp's 100 combined. The physical fitness of the giants is naturally much stronger than Usopp. After saying that, the two of them lay down and continued to sleep. Cheng Lang was also a little sleepy. I was ready to go back to the boat and get ready to sleep. Others nodded. After all, I watched the Battle of Giants all night. I'm a little sleepy. Luffy didn't care about those things and just fell asleep right there. No one disturbed me. Sanji said he wanted to cook. After all, he would definitely be hungry when he woke up after fighting all night. Back to the ship. Cheng Lang thought about it, placed the explosive fruit on the corridor, removed a piece of wood, and then covered it with a trapdoor. After all, what if Wai Wei wants it but is too embarrassed to ask? Whoever wants to eat that day can just take it yourself. Cheng Lang said and went to sleep. No one else cared much. They all returned to the dormitory. In the girls' dormitory, the girls undressed, prepared to take a shower, and then go to bed. A chicken raised in the house staggered out. It came to the corridor and its eyes were drawn to what was inside the trapdoor. It was already afternoon when Cheng Lang woke up. I walked out of the dormitory and prepared to wash up, but after taking 2 steps, I saw an egg on the ground. Cheng Lang didn't pay much attention to it and walked over to put it away. After all, the chickens in the girls' dormitory are raised by Kuya Mi occasionally. They will come out for a stroll without closing the door, and it is not the first or second time that they have left eggs in the corridor. What can I say about MC's eggs? They are useful, but they are also useless. It is impossible to eat it directly. Even Sanji can't use it to cook. The only use for it might be to smash it against the wall to hatch chicks. Naturally, I came to the nursery. This is a farm for cattle, sheep, and chickens. Looking at the cattle, sheep, and chickens crowded together, Cheng Lang didn't care much and prepared to smash the eggs out. But the next moment, he felt something was wrong. Is this egg a little too round? MC's eggs were angular and felt like sandpaper, but now the eggs seem a bit too round. Squint and look. Fried northeast arrow damn southeast arrow. Okay. Chapter 80. Fried eggs. Cheng Lang stared blankly at the egg in his hand. Then he seemed to think of something, turned around suddenly, and found that the trapdoor had been opened. The explosive fruit was still there, but there was an obvious gap on it. Cheng Lang took out the devil fruit and looked at it. Found out that the name has changed. Para-human explosion fruit, expired. Looked at the recycling price. 0. Obviously it's no use anymore. Could it be? Arrived at the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory was locked. Cheng Lang hesitated for a moment, but still knocked on the door. Soon there was movement in the house. It's Kolyami. Kolyami, who was wearing pajamas and rubbing his eyes, asked in confusion, "What happened to brother Cheng Lang? Where's your pet?" Cuckoo, cuckoo. The original MC style chick has changed. Although the style is still that of MC. But now it is no longer angular. As expected. Kolyami picked up Gugu and was a little confused. What happened to Gugu? What changed? Why does it have feathers? I'm confused here. The other women also woke up. Saw this scene. Also curious. If nothing else, it ate a devil fruit. Ah! Kolyami was stunned, and then he thought of it. Suddenly his expression became strange and frightened. Sorry, I didn't. Cheng Lang waved his hand. I don't care about those, but I'm curious about Gugu's condition. Let me borrow it to study it first. Kolyami hesitated for a moment, but still handed Gugu over. You can clearly see the girl's reluctance. Cheng Lang smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't hurt it. Came to the deck with Gugu. At this moment, Gugu tilted his head and looked at Cheng Lang with a puzzled look. He has become smarter indeed. Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, nod your head. Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this. Emsized animals themselves probably don't have any intelligence, they only have underlying codes that will make them run and cluck when they are hit. However, in the world of One Piece, these animals have some intelligence, but it is limited and they cannot understand human language. This Gugu is no exception. But now the other person's eyes are obviously more lively and can sense emotions. Cheng Lang took out the wheat seeds. Gugu was immediately attracted and his eyes were fixed on her. At the same time, he started to coo. Are you still attracted to the wheat seeds? But do you need to eat in this state? Cheng Lang was puzzled, but still fed the wheat seeds to Gugu. As always, a heart appeared on the top of the head. But the next moment, a fried egg fell to the ground. Cheng Lang picked it up. The egg is also part of the body. What about the chick inside? Cheng Lang was curious. But of course he couldn't conduct experiments in the cabin. He came out on deck with Gugu. A Tyrannosaurus Rex on the shore was staring at Cheng Lang fiercely. It's you. Cheng Lang throws out the fried egg. The speed is not fast. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was a little confused when he saw the exploded eggs flying towards him, but in his cognition, this kind of thing seemed to be an egg. Could it be that this human was kind enough to feed him? It tastes pretty good. Just chew less when you eat it later. The Tyrannosaurus Rex put the fried egg directly into its mouth safely. Boom! There was a loud bang. The airwaves rolled and countless birds flew through the sky. The Mary was shaken by the airwaves. Everyone in the cabin was naturally awakened by the horrific explosion. Cheng Lang wiped the blood and flesh that splattered on his face. Wow, this power is quite something. Cheng Lang looked at the other exploded egg in his hand. Cuckoo, can you lay bigger eggs? Gugu tilted his head, then nodded. But after hearing a few cooing sounds, Cheng Lang didn't quite understand. When Gugu saw that Cheng Lang didn't move, he immediately pecked Cheng Lang's palm a few times. You mean the seeds? Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang took out one. However, Gugu shook his head. No. Gugu continued to shake his head. Not enough. Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang thought about it and took out 64. Gugu's eyes lit up when he saw this and he started eating. Looking at the hearts popping up on Gugu's head, Cheng Lang's mouth twitched. With such a density, if you didn't know, you would think someone was giving the anchor a thumbs up here. Cuckoo! A loud cry. A slightly blackened fried egg appeared in Cheng Lang's backpack. Fried egg F1. Cheng Lang looked around curiously. The names have all changed. A group of wheat seeds is called F1. What will happen if we continue? Cheng Lang thought for a moment and took out 128 of them. Although Cheng Lang's current storage limit is 1000, the maximum limit taken out from the conversion table is 64. Gugu immediately came over and continued eating. Fried egg F2. Hiss. Cheng Lang then continued the experiment, and the final product is as follows. Fried egg F3. Fried egg F4. Fried egg E1x2. Fried egg E2. Every 64 wheat seeds will increase the power of the resulting explosive egg by 1 level, starting from F1 and upgrading all the way up to level 4. After reaching E1, the number of upgrades required will double. Instead of adding 64, the number will be 128. If nothing goes wrong, the next level is D1 and 128 doubles again to 256, and above that are C1 C4. Then 512 more people came to B1. As for power, the power of a normal explosive egg is equivalent to the explosion of a TNT. Looking at F2, Cheng Lang thought about throwing it farther away. Boom! There was a loud bang. The airwaves rolled. Cheng Lang walked over and took a look. The power is 10 times that of ordinary explosive eggs. Looked at F3. Continue testing. This time it's not 100 times, but 20 times. Then Cheng Lang threw out E1. It is directly 100 times that of ordinary fried eggs. If nothing unexpected happens, level C may be at the level of a small mushroom cloud. As for continuing to feed and directly producing a little boy, Gugu also has physical limitations. At this moment, even if wheat seeds were placed in front of him, Gugu would not be able to eat them. If the estimate is correct, the maximum amount you will need per day is 1E4. Cheng Lang is doing experiments here. However, such a big commotion naturally attracted people from all over the island. The two giants looked at the big hole created by the explosion and came over curiously. The others who knew the inside story came forward and looked around, especially Usopp who got the last 2 explosive eggs, one E1 and the other E2. Why can the eggs laid by Cuckoo be preserved and exploded? Usopp was obviously concerned about something different. Touching the 2 slightly blackened fried eggs, I felt a little confused. He also experimented with a lot of things on his own yesterday. No matter what the result is, any substance that leaves his body will not explode within half an hour. The exhaled air is shorter, and if it is not triggered within 30 seconds, it will become ineffective. Moreover, the power of the explosion is pitifully small, no different from one's own gunpowder star. Cheng Lang thought for a moment, it should be the egg, right? The eggshell of Gugu is not the key to the explosion. Smashing the eggshell can trigger the explosion. This is the key. I guess if you can lay eggs, you can also achieve this effect. This left Usopp speechless. If I could lay eggs, it would be a miracle of biology, he complained. Usopp went about researching fried eggs on his own. After all, he is also the one who ate the explosive fruit. Gugu, next one is ordinary. Chapter 81. Gugu's body trembled, as if it was in great difficulty. It called out twice and finally collapsed to the ground. Gugu. Although I don't know what Gugu said, I roughly know what it means. There's really not a drop left. Holding fried eggs. Cheng Lang thought about it, then held it in his hand and started to exert force. But no matter how tightly he held the fried egg, there was no sign of it breaking. As expected, it still follows the characteristics of MC. As long as it is not thrown out, it will not crack. Usopp, try to shoot it with a slingshot. Those 2 are very powerful, so don't experiment for now. Usopp didn't think much about it, took it, and prepared to fire. But the process is not stopped. Try to stretch it to its limit. Don't worry about it exploding. This explosive egg is stronger than you think. Usopp's nose twitched. You make it sound easy, but an explosion in the face is no joke. Don't worry, did you forget you were wearing my diamond suit? Even if it exploded in your face, it wouldn't hurt you. Usopp thought about it and felt that it was right. He then increased the force, but even when he pulled the slingshot to the maximum and the squeezing pressure was very high, the explosive egg still showed no signs of breaking. Finally, Usopp let go. The explosive egg flew 1,000 meters away. If it hadn't been blown by the wind and hit a tree, it would probably have continued to fly further. Boom! It's flying slower than I expected. It must be because the egg is too big. Usopp lowered the telescope on his head and estimated the distance. It was at this moment that the explosion occurred again, with the power close to E1. What is this? Usopp looked at it in disbelief. Others also came over out of curiosity. The two giants even walked to the center of the explosion. I seem to have seen a black chick just now. Dong Li said in confusion, stroking his beard. Brocky nodded, I saw that too. When Cheng Lang heard this conversation, he was stunned, then surprised, and finally ecstatic. It still retains the characteristics of the egg. Judging from the power of the explosion, I guess the power of the chicken has been upgraded across levels. Hiss! Usopp immediately realized how terrifying it was. After being on the ship for so long, Usopp naturally knew the nature of the eggs that Cheng Lang had affected. There is a chance that a chicken will pop out if you hit it on the ground. 1 to 4. So much so that they came up with a different way to play, smashing eggs. Compared to luck. Whoever breaks the 3 eggs and produces the most chicks wins. So Usopp immediately realized the horror of this. If you are lucky, the E4 you throw will explode and give birth to 4 small black particles. That is equivalent to the explosive power of 4C4S. It is terrifying just to imagine. Segui. Luffy has also arrived on the ship at this moment. He stared at the scene with wide eyes. The others were all surprised. Usopp witnessed the explosion, and then he was shocked to find that he seemed unable to create such an explosion. I'm not even as good as a chicken. Usopp was speechless due to the deep frustration. Among the girls on the ship, Nami is the only one of his caliber. Recently, Nami has started exercising, but he plays and fights with Luffy every day. No. I absolutely cannot be outdone by a chicken. Usopp, give me 2 explosive eggs and let me see if I can copy them. Cheng Lang just remembered his ability of the conversion table. Looking at the E6400 fried egg worth 1 EMC in my hand. Cheng Lang's eyes lit up. The price of a wheat seed is 1 when sold and 2 when purchased. F4512E11286440. 1000% profit. But then Cheng Lang put on a mask of pain. That means his idea of explosion being art has failed. After all, the selling price of 6,400 doesn't that mean he needs 12,800 to buy it? Looked at the price of E2. 7,680. Same as expected. Although I can't become a fanatic about explosions and art, it's still nice to sell them for money. Then Cheng Lang began to think about breeding issues. The cost is 2 million per piece. If Gugu sells a maximum of 1 E4 per day, which is 10,240 EMC, it will take 200 days to make a profit on one. If you increase investment. Finally, Cheng Lang sighed. There is no need to do that. Digging for magma by yourself for an hour will cost you more than 2 million. The investment in aquaculture is high, not to mention the long payback period. Moreover, Cheng Lang was not sure if he could raise so many chickens. The most important thing is, if you want to clean it up, you have to cut it with a knife yourself. What if the chicken resists and explodes? If I get killed by a chicken, it would be embarrassing to tell others about it. Abandoned the idea of raising exploding chickens. Cheng Lang looked at the crew members who were excitedly surrounding Gugu. Cheng Lang came to a secret room alone, which was a place he had prepared long ago. The purpose is naturally to place the gate of hell. Cheng Lang embedded the obsidian that he had prepared long ago. I don't know if it can be lit. Clicking the flint, Cheng Lang suddenly felt something explode in his mind. My consciousness blurred and my vision turned dark. Then the EMC value in his conversion table was also quietly consumed. In the last moment of consciousness, Cheng Lang heard Mi's urgent call. Brother Cheng Lang! This is bad! Everyone, Brother Cheng Lang fainted. I don't know how much time passed in the darkness. When Cheng Lang regained consciousness, he opened his eyes hazily. Strange ceiling. A pair of slightly cool hard objects were cooling him down with a wet towel. It seemed to feel the vibration of Cheng Lang's body. After a series of tinkling and clanging sounds, it returned to silence. Cheng Lang turned his head to look at the source of the sound, only to see a little civet cat with half of its body hidden outside looking at him in panic. Civet cat. I'm not a raccoon cat. I'm a reindeer. Ah. As if realizing his own loss of composure, Chopper immediately ran away in a panic. Cheng Lang stood up silently and looked around. The snow wind was howling outside the window. What's wrong with me? Could this be the magnetic drum kingdom? What happened? Cheng Lang began to try hard to recall his previous experiences. I remember I was testing explosive eggs and I opened a hell portal. Then Cheng Lang looked down at himself and found that his body was thin and his lips were chapped and peeling. And for drip in the arm was slowly dripping water. His hands were trembling when he raised them. Without thinking, I prepared to open the conversion table and get some food out. But when he opened the conversion table, he was stunned. What about my 6 million EMC value? Who stole my EMC value? Cheng Lang looked left and right, and the EMC value was always 0. Ababa. Destroy when you are tired. Cheng Lang collapsed on the bed, his mind blank. Chapter 82. Just when Cheng Lang was feeling that life was boring, on the other bed, one person also woke up quietly. It's Nani. At this moment, she stood up and saw Cheng Lang's eyes were open. Are you awake? Cheng Lang turned his head and saw that Nami's body was normal, but her face was abnormally red. It seems that the plot is developing as usual, but there is no battle that causes the clothes to be destroyed. Is Nani still bitten by that insect? What happened? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Nani thought for a moment and briefly recounted what had happened in the past few days. Cheng Lang was found unconscious by me. There was a commotion in the middle. Nani stepped forward and immediately started treating him in the same way as Cheng Lang had done before. First feed milk, then start feeding with MC food. But no matter what he did, Cheng Lang showed no sign of waking up. During this period, Nani suddenly fell ill for some unknown reason. Now the two people on the ship who knew some medical knowledge and were capable of treating the disease were both unconscious. Fortunately, Vivi was still there. She had some sailing experience and the ability to judge whether there was an island based on the environment. Finally, everyone rushed out to sea and arrived at Magnetic Drum Island. Nani didn't know what happened afterwards. After all, her consciousness was completely cut off after Luffy said he had discovered the island. It was obvious that her situation was also very urgent. As for hanging on with milk and food, Luffy fed all the milk to Cheng Lang. The food is easy to say. After all, although the food made with the furnace is not as filling as the original MC food, it is enough. After sorting out the causes and consequences, Cheng Lang also shook his head with a smile. It was a close call. Yes, the doctor here said that you are constantly overdrawing your physical strength. If you continue like this, you might die. Me? Cheng Lang was surprised. He was complaining about Nami. After all, it had been more than 10 days since he had listened to Nami's stories, not just 7 days. If it weren't for Cheng Lang's MC food, Nami would have died. But after thinking about it, Cheng Lang seemed to understand a little bit. It must be related to the Hell Gate. The size of Hell in MC is comparable to that of the main world, which means that Cheng Lang directly created the world in a sense, but his abilities are not that strong, which led to his physical overdraft, which is equivalent to overusing the ability of the fruit. And it's still continuing to deduct. There was nothing unusual at first. I guess it was because my EMC value started to decrease after my physical strength was drained. The EMC value was drained and began to drain his physical strength again. This also explains why I look so skinny now. It's really fate's guidance. Cheng Lang looked at Chopper, half of his body exposed. If he were here, he would probably be able to solve Nami's problem. After all, Nami's problem is more of a poison than a disease, which eventually turned into a disease. If there was milk at the beginning, Nami probably wouldn't have gotten sick, and Chopper might not have been able to get on the ship. After all, Cheng Lang was not sure whether the island behind the small garden was Magnetic Drum Island. In the original work, Luffy and his crew happened to pass by Drum Island on their way to Alabasta and went to see a doctor. Now, as luck would have it, he fainted, which actually led to this encounter. All I can say is that Luffy and his crew are probably bound together by some kind of strong luck, and no matter how much they change, they probably can't be torn apart. Thinking of this, Cheng Lang no longer thought about those things. He lay quietly in bed. What a disaster! Nami finally asked the question hidden in her heart out of curiosity. By the way, what did you do on the ship? Hey? What's wrong? That's the one, a swirling light curtain within the pitch-black stone. That, the Hell Gate. Hell? Nami was surprised, and then her expression became strange. Are you a demon from hell? Hearing this, Cheng Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect that, Nami, you have such a rich imagination. Nami didn't say anything, but her expression was still a little weird. Cheng Lang didn't think much about it. Just treat it as the other person's imagination. That is at this time. The noisy voices of Luffy and his group were heard. Nami. Cheng Lang. You two are awake. That's great. Luffy pushed the door open and saw the two chatting. Suddenly he breathed a sigh of relief. Sanji was there at the same time, but his first sight was naturally towards Nami. Even sick Nami-chan is so cute. When passing Cheng Lang's bed, Sanji stopped and took out a lunch box from his pocket. The doctor said you are in urgent need of nutrition. This is the Snow Country cuisine I made. It also contains dinosaur meat. It must taste good. After saying that, Sanji once again transformed into a whirlwind kick and came to Nami's bedside. He knelt on one knee and said affectionately, "Ah, beautiful Nami, what do you need? Your knight Sanji will prepare it for you immediately." Well, let's just have some simple porridge. After all, my stomach is not like some people's. Some people ate dinosaur meat with a nonchalant expression. 5 ants. Luffy discovered Chopper hiding in the corner. Ah! Snowman discovered. Ah! Chopper immediately ran away. The bustling ward suddenly became deserted. Not just literally, but physically as well. Looking at the ice and snow blowing in from outside the door, Cheng Lang felt helpless. He stood up and closed the door.